Inhale. Exhale. Tighten your core, feel the latissimus dorsi engaging. Yes, just like that. Last 5 seconds, hold it. In the VIP personal training area of Extraordinary, the most high-end gym in Jiangqing, Zhou Ran was half-kneeling on a yoga mat, his hands steady. He pressed gently along the woman's back, helping her stretch her muscles after the workout. The woman was Chunya, a formidable businesswoman of great renown in the Jiangdong business world. Though she was just over 40 times, seemed only to have chiseled and refined her. Her expensive Pilates outfit clung to her form, every curve on full display, enough to make many girls in their 20s in the gym feel ashamed in comparison. Sweat-soaked skin shimmered with the healthy luster long cultivated with money and care. Chunya possessed not only an outstanding figure, but a face maintained to a nearly miraculous degree. There was not a single wrinkle at the corner of her eyes. Zhou Ran had heard her mention that she spent no less than 2 million each year on her own maintenance. This ultra-wealthy woman was the mother of his close brother, and even more so his most important patron. Zhou Ran's service was impeccable. Good looks, clear commands, professional movements. Yet as the air grew thick with steam and sweat, the atmosphere quietly shifted in another direction. Xiao Zhou. Chunya suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with the unique languor that follows intense exercise, the tail end of her words rising slightly, like a feather, teasing his eardrums. Annie Chen, what is it? Is the pressure uncomfortable? Zhou Ran asked with focused concern. No. Chunya turned her head. Those phoenix eyes, carefully lined and shaded, gleamed with honeyed light as they locked straight onto Zhou Ran's face, which was only inches away. At 23, standing 1.83 meters, disciplined, year-round, Zhou Ran's body bore smooth, lean lines of muscle. He was the most popular trainer among the gym's female members. Chunya's gaze slid down from his straight nose and fell upon his tight, quick-dry t-shirt. The next second, that jade-like hand bearing a Jaeger-LeCoultre watch pressed directly onto his pectoral muscles. The coolness of her nails against his burning skin, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, created a shocking sensation. Feels really good, she murmured. Zhou Ran's body stiffened, but he quickly adjusted. He even deliberately puffed out his chest, making the contours of his muscles stand out more clearly. Dodge. What a joke. These days what he was really selling was not just training sessions, but emotional value. Zhou Ran pretended to remind her sternly. Jeff, focus on the stretch, don't slack off. I know, Chunya replied. Her fingers not only failed to withdraw, they grew bolder. Tracing circles along the outline of his chest, she spoke in a sultry tone. Xiao Zhou, Auntie doesn't want to renew the sessions. Zhou Ran's fingers tightened abruptly on the yoga mat, anger flaring up at once. In this gym, who would be so blind as to poach his client? Jia, is there something I'm not doing well enough? Just say it, and I'll change. No, you've done very well. Auntie is very satisfied. Chunya chuckled softly, her fingers squeezing his muscle through the fabric with deliberate force. Zhou Ran panicked. Was he being politely rejected? Taoga is my big brother, we can still negotiate the price. Chunya propped herself up and sat, both hands sliding directly onto Zhou Ran's sharply defined abs. Her gaze was aggressively predatory, desire laid utterly bare. Auntie doesn't want to renew the sessions, she said. Auntie wants to renew you. Renew me. Zhou Ran did not react for a moment. Yes, bypass the gym entirely and buy you out as a person. Buy me out. Zhou Ran inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. Only a true rich woman could dress up the word kept so breezily. As long as you nod, I'll buy this entire gym for you immediately. In addition, I'll give you 50,000 a month as pocket money. How about it? Buy the gym outright. 50,000 a month as pocket money. The words detonated like a nuclear blast, leaving Zhou Ran's mind ringing. He was a poor, fresh graduate. Even working himself to exhaustion as a personal trainer, he barely made a little over 10,000 a month. 50,000 a month was a number he had never dared to imagine. Zhou Ran's Adam's apple bobbed hard. He needed money desperately. His girlfriend Su Xiaoxiao was retaking the postgraduate entrance exam, and he wanted to give her a better life, to let her hold her head high among her classmates. He also wanted to say farewell to that cheap protein powder crumbly, as being curd dregs, and scratching his throat. But the woman before him, Chunya, was the biological mother of his college bunkmate from the upper bunk, Zhao Tao. How would he ever face his good brother in the future? Auntie Chen, please, don't joke like that, he said. Zhou Ran waved his hands repeatedly and took a step back, declaring righteously, Taoga treats me as a brother. That's why he recommended you to me. We can't. He clung to his last line of defense. A brother's wife must never be touched to a brother's mother. How much more so? Brother. Chunya let out a derisive laugh as though she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She rose gracefully and advanced step by step, pinning Zhou Ran against the wall. She extended her index finger, painted a vivid crimson, and tapped it against Zhou Ran's solid chest. Xiao Zhou, you're still too naive. You regard him as a brother, but he doesn't even see you as a person. That precious little girlfriend of yours hasn't been very well behaved lately. Zhou Ran's heart plummeted. Andy, how can you say that about your own son? Taoga and Xiao Xiao aren't that kind of people. Aren't they? Do you really not know in your heart? Chunya's eyes were full of mockery. You spend all day in the gym lifting weights. When do you ever have time for her? Girls, after all, are prone to loneliness. The color drained from Zhou Ran's face. I'm going to the locker room to get you a fresh towel, he stammered. Grasping at this clumsy excuse, he slipped out from under Chen Ya's arm and fled in disarray. Behind him, her unrestrained, coquettish laughter rang out. Xiao Zhou Auntie's offer stands for the long term. Once you've thought it through, come find me anytime to sample the goods. Bang! Zhou Ran slammed the locker room door hard, shutting out the voice that was scrambling his thoughts. Leaning against the cold lockers, he gasped for breath, his heart still pounding wildly. Chen Ya's words echoed in his mind like a demonic chant. He shook his head hard and fished his phone out of his pocket. Today was the 3rd anniversary of his relationship with Su. He opened the green messaging app, immediately transferred 1314 to her, then quickly typed, Xiao Xiao, happy 3rd anniversary. Let's have dinner together tonight, okay? The money arrived in her account instantly. Her voice message, however, only came 5 minutes later. Zhou Ran tapped it, and Su Xiaoxiao's soft voice flowed out, yet it plunged him straight into an icy abyss. Xiao Ran. I have to work overtime tonight. Let's do it another day, okay, darling? A powerful sense of unease rose in Zhou Ran's chest, and he hurriedly sent another message. You're not out running, are you? On the other side, no reply came for a long while. Just as he was about to call her another message, it was from his childhood friend Wang Pengzi. The message was simple, just a single photo. It had been taken covertly, the image was blurry, and the background looked like an underground parking lot. Even so, Zhou Ran recognized the girl in the photo at a glance. That slender back in a white dress belonged to his girlfriend Su Xiaoxiao. She was bending down, getting into a black, rugged, off-road vehicle. Zhou Ran also knew that car. A Mercedes G63. It belonged to his best brother Zhao Tao. Boom. Zhou Ran's mind exploded completely, his world turning a humiliating shade of green. Grabbing his jacket, he yanked open the locker room door and charged out like an enraged beast. Driver to the underground parking lot of Exhibition Center Building B. He burst out the front doors and flagged down a taxi that had not yet fully stopped. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and grumbled. Didn't you see I'm off duty? I'm done for the night. I'm going to catch a cheating couple. Zhou Ran slammed his phone onto the center console. The screen shattered with a crack, yet it still glowed. The photo was like a poisonous thorn lodged in his eyes. White dress, slender back, black Mercedes, G6. Every detail was painfully clear. Buckle your seatbelt, the driver said, glancing at the mirror. He cranked the wheel, floored the accelerator, and the taxi vanished into the night. Basement parking lot of Exhibition Center Block B. The taxi's tires screeched sharply against the concrete. The driver pulled up the handbrake and turned to look at Zhou Ran, whose eyes were bloodshot. Kid, catching a cheating couple is one thing, but don't go and kill someone, the driver warned. Zhou Ran ignored him completely, his gaze locked on a domineering black boxy SUV not far away. A Mercedes-Benz G63, license plate ending in 888. Zhao Tao's car. The massive body of the vehicle was rocking gleefully. Hiding behind a load-bearing pillar, Zhou Ran took out his phone and handed it to the driver. Mister, do me a favor, just aim and record. He wanted to utterly ruin that adulterous pair. The side windows were covered in dark tint, but through the front windshield, 2 overlapping silhouettes could be seen. Broken intermittent sounds from inside the car pierced his heart like knives. Brother Tao, slow down. A moment later, Zhao Tao's proud laughter followed, dripping with flaunting and contempt. Baby, I'm in a hurry. I introduced that cheap old mother of mine to Zhou Ran just to keep him tightly occupied. Right now, he's probably finished teaching that old woman how to squat and is about to come pick you up from work like a dog. You're so bad. Su Xiaoxiao cooed playfully. What if he finds out? Him. Zhao Tao's tone was full of ridicule. That dumb mutt's brain has long been taken over by his muscles. From the way you were panting in that voice message just now, he probably thinks you were out running. Su Xiaoxiao let out a string of bell-like giggles, then her voice turned disdainful. That's true. Brother Tao stopped for a moment. That crappy bracelet Zhou Ran gave me is digging into my skin. Her laugh was laced with disgust as one of the windows suddenly slid down a crack. A fair, delicate hand stretched out. Around the wrist hung a Pandora bracelet Zhou Ran had bought for her with a month of scraping and saving. The next second, the bracelet traced an arc through the air and hit the ground with a crisp, despairing clink. Boom. Muscles completely seized the high ground of his reason. Zhou Ran burst out from behind the pillar, yanked open the car door, and dragged the still writhing Zhao Tao out in one savage pull. Up. Su Xiaoxiao screamed, hastily yanking up her dress to cover herself. Zhou Ran. Zhao Tao was slammed onto the concrete. When he saw who it was, panic flooded his face. Bro, listen to me, I can expel. Zhou Ran said nothing. Years of training in the gym erupted in this instant. A fierce straight punch smashed into Zhao Tao's face. Bang. His nose bridge collapsed, blood spurting out in a crimson spray. Fuck. Agony drove Zhao Tao into a frenzy. He roared and lunged like a rabid dog. The two grappled together in an instant. But Zhao Tao, hollowed out by wine and women, was no match for Zhou Ran. Straddling him, Zhou Ran rained down blows like a storm, every punch brimming with world-destroying rage. I treated you as a brother. Bang. And you fucked my woman. Bang. You even used your own mother to scheme against me. Bang. Beaten to the point of having no strength to fight back, Zhao Tao could only shield his head, yet his mouth remained defiant. Yeah, I slept with her. Su Xiaoxiao's long been played to pieces by me. You're just a pathetic sucker cleaning up after me. If it weren't for my mom helping you out, you couldn't even afford protein powder. Useless trash. Popper. Those words completely ignited the killing intent in Zhou Ran's heart. Su Xiaoxiao finally snapped out of it and rushed over screaming as she threw herself over Zhao Tao. If you keep hitting him, I'll call the police. Get lost. Without even looking back, Zhou Ran swung his arm. Su Xiaoxiao was flung to the ground. She stared at the demon like Zhou Ran, fear appearing in her eyes for the first time, yet her mouth remained arrogant and overbearing. Zhou Ran, I'm warning you. Apologize to Brother Tao right now, or we're completely done. And Aunt Chen will never renew your training sessions again. Apologize. Renew sessions. Hadn't everything he'd done up to now been for her sake? Zhou Ran came to a halt. He slowly stood up and spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the ground. He looked down at Su Xiaoxiao lying there at the face he had loved for 3 years. Now all that remained in him was revulsion. Seeing him stop, she thought he was scared. Once her panic passed, the corner of her lips curled into a smug, cold smile. The next second, slap. A resounding slap crashed across her cheek. Su Xiaoxiao was struck dumb. 5 clear finger marks bloomed on her pale face. You dared hit me. Slap. Zhou Ran's backhand landed another blow. Whore. He turned away, no longer sparing that adulterous pair a single glance, and strode out of the underground parking lot without looking back. He was afraid that if he stayed, he really would beat that cheating pair to death. The river wind was icy. It lashed his burning face, yet could not disperse the boundless hatred boiling in his heart. A taxi pulled up beside him. It was the same driver from before. The driver rolled down the window, handed him the phone, lit a cigarette for him, and then drove slowly away. Zhou Ran gazed at the pitch-black river. The mature, alluring silhouette of Chunya surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. If you figure it out, come find me any time to inspect the goods. He drew hard on the cigarette until the butt burned to the end, then flicked it into the river. Damn it. Let's do this. So Zhao Tao thought he was untouchable. So he had used his own mother as a chess piece to scheme against him. If Zhao Tao made the first move, then Zhou Ran would answer with an even harsher one. He pulled out his phone, found the number saved as Aunt Chen, and dialed. The call was picked up almost instantly. Hello, Xiaozhou. You came around that quickly. Chenya's lazy, teasing voice floated through the speaker. Zhou Ran stared down at the ceaselessly flowing river at his feet, his tone icy and resolute. Auntie, I don't want to struggle anymore. Half an hour later, Zhou Ran stood before the door of the most luxurious Riverview penthouse in the city center. The door opened. Chenya leaned languidly against the frame in a lavish black silk robe exuding irresistible charm. Her eyes swept over Zhou Ran, lingering on the cut at the corner of his mouth and the blood on the backs of his hands. Instead of reproach, a hint of appreciation flashed through her gaze. Oh, so you've got some backbone. You didn't beat that useless son of mine to death, did you? Zhou Ran looked at her and smiled. So she had known all along. She had even been hoping he would teach Zhao Tao a lesson. She had calculated that only by catching them with his own eyes would he completely sever his attachment to Su Xiaoxiao. He stepped forward, slid an arm around Chunya's slender waist, and drew her into his embrace, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, "Baby, what are you saying? That's our son. I merely helped you educate him." Chunya's body tensed for a heartbeat, then she burst into peals of laughter, her figure trembling as she melted against Zhou Ran. She leaned close to his ear, her breath fragrant. "Good. You are indeed the man I set my sights on. As long as you serve Big Sister well, from now on, whenever Zhao Tao sees you, he'll have to respectfully call you Dad." Hearing this, an extreme thrill of revenge surged in Zhou Ran's chest. Yet what followed was a tangled swell of emotion at his own self-abandonment. He sat frozen on the sofa, silent. Chunya was as shrewd as they came. With a single glance, she saw through his discomfort. She did not rush to inspect the goods, but instead opened the safe and took out an exquisite wooden box. Inside lay an antique ink-black ring carved with intricate cloud patterns. "This is the heirloom of the Chen family, and it was also part of my dowry back then." Then Chunya blew a teasing breath into his ear, her eyes brimming with sultry charm. "Little man, don't be nervous. Big Sister will go take a shower first, and give you some time to prepare yourself mentally." She swayed her hips as she disappeared into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water could be heard. Alone in the living room, mood surging, Zhou Ran absent-mindedly ran his fingers over the ring. He understood that this was her giving him a final chance to back out. Once he accepted this priceless token of affection, there would truly be no road back. What he did not notice was that a fine cut on his knuckle left by Zhao Tao's necklace in their fight had not yet fully healed. A single drop of fresh blood seeped silently into the ring. The ring shattered bit by bit at his fingertips, dissolving into a strand of eerie black light that drilled into the space between his brows. This emperor once more beholds the light of day. An ancient voice, arrogant to the extreme, exploded like thunder in Zhou Ran's mind. "Oh, this fleshly vessel is acceptable. This sovereign will make do with it for now." Zhou Ran's consciousness sank into an endless darkness. After 10,000 years I the Demon Emperor Yi Futian have finally seen the light of day again. Zhou Ran's consciousness sank into an endless darkness. Huh. After 10,000 years I the Demon Emperor Yi Futian have finally seen the light of day again. The only distinct feature were those eyes, two orbs of flickering hellfire exuding a brutal intensity that could incinerate all. This body has decent potential, it seems some effort has been put into refining it. Kid, your flesh is now under my control. The terms echoed in Zhou Ran's mind, soul, snatching. No, I haven't made that pair of scoundrels pay yet. I haven't even had a single bite of my delicious soft meal. He struggled frantically, using all his will to resist the engulfing darkness. But his resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree before that terrifying will. How dare an ant shake a tree? The cold will crushed down, instantly shattering Zhou Ran's consciousness. It's over. Just as he sank into complete despair, about to be swallowed by darkness that devouring will suck. Damn it. This place has such thin spiritual energy, it's even worse than the wasteland. It can't possibly accommodate my undying demon soul. The elderly voice was filled with astonishment and unwillingness. After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again. Kid, your meridians are tough and your vitality is strong. You are a good seed for cultivating demonic arts. Do you wish to take me as your master? Without waiting for Zhou Ran's response, a tremendous wave of information slammed into his mind. Ancient golden runes forcibly imprinted into a technique named Yin Yang Ju. Oh, he felt as though his brain was about to explode. Hold on for me. This is Yin Yang Ju, the supreme demonic art that allows me to traverse the realms of immortals and demons. To obtain this technique is a fortune earned over 3 lifetimes. This technique utilizes the merging of Yin and Yang as its foundation, devouring the spiritual energy of all things. Once you master it, everything in heaven and earth shall be at your command. The arrogant voice was filled with temptation, echoing in Zhou Ran's mind. I have already purified your bones and marrow. Seek treasures infused with spiritual energy, once I reshape your soul, you will gain immense benefits. After that the voice fell silent. Zhou Ran could no longer hold on, his head drooping as he completely fainted. Splash! The glass door of the bathroom was pulled open and steam billowed out. Chinya, wrapped in a pristine white towel, walked out while drying her damp hair. Seeing the figure in the living room still there, Chunya's lips curled into a slight smile. Little man, are you ready for your sister's inspection? Before she could finish, her brows furrowed tightly. An indescribable stench invaded her nostrils. Zhou Ran was slumped on the sofa, his face pale. A sticky black filth was seeping from his body, soaking his t-shirt until it reeked. Zhou Ran. Little Zhou. Chinya approached and pushed him, feeling his burning hot body. Did this kid fall into a sewage pit? She pinched her nose, stepping back in disgust, and immediately dialed the private doctor's number. Dr. Wong, come to building No. 1 of Yunding Tian Palace right away. Hanging up, she looked at Zhou Ran, who was unconscious on the sofa, becoming increasingly furious. All her romantic thoughts were destroyed by this foul stench. Unable to bear it, she called 2 maids. Throw him in the bathtub and clean him up. This sofa, just throw it away. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Ran's consciousness floated up from the chaos. The first thing he smelled was a stench that could suffocate a person. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Ran's consciousness floated up from the chaos. The first thing he smelled was a stench that could suffocate a person. What is happening? His mind was a mess, the throbbing pain of a hangover preventing him from thinking. He only remembered getting into a fight, then going to find Chunya, and after that, a ring shattered, and an old monster claiming to be Yi Futian drilled into his head. He only remembered getting into a fight, then going to find Chunya, and after that, a ring shattered, and an old monster claiming to be Yi Futian drilled into his head. An unprecedented lightness spread throughout his body, as if he had shed dozens of pounds of weights. He wiped the fog off the mirror and looked inside. Then he froze. The person in the mirror was him, yet not him. His facial features were now chiseled as if carved by knives, with fair smooth skin radiating an ivory-like luster. Then he froze. The person in the mirror was him, yet not him. His facial features were now chiseled as if carved by knives, with fair smooth skin radiating an ivory-like luster. Competition. As soon as this thought crossed Zhou Ran's mind, he couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Damn it, I've been pampered like this, what Olympic competition is there to think about? His gaze continued to drift down. He was stunned. Zhou Ran raised his hand and waited. Good Lord, this is truly a well-fed physique. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated. The sound of water instantly faded away. He heard the family doctor in the living room bidding farewell to Chunya. Ms. Chen, he should just be overly fatigued, a bit of rest will suffice. The sound of water instantly faded away. He heard the family doctor in the living room bidding farewell to Chunya. Ms. Chen, he should just be overly fatigued. Who cares, we just need to do our job well. Zhou Ran opened his eyes. This is not a dream. That old monster named Yi Futian, that Yin Yang Ju, is all real. I am cultivating immortality. As this thought arose, the Yin Yang Ju automatically surfaced in his mind. Boom. A surge of scorching flame erupted from his dantian, transforming into a torrent that surged madly along his newly formed meridians. The insatiable hunger from the depths of his soul erupted instantly. The domineering, yin-yang Ju, the first step into the door, made him develop the most primal and instinctive craving for yin energy. Just as Zhou Ran was about to be consumed by this desire, Zhou Ran, "Are you feeling any better?" Chen Ya's impatient voice rang out from outside the door. Zhou Ran did not answer. He feared that if he spoke he would let out a beastly roar. Him coming in. Seeing there was no response, Chen Ya directly turned the door lock. Through the hazy mist, she saw the tall figure standing under the shower. She was momentarily stunned. Then her experienced eyes widened in disbelief. Water slid down his chiseled muscles, tracing over his knife-like abs, disappearing into the depths of the mist. His skin glowed enticingly under the light, resembling the sheen of exquisite jade. That face was so handsome it took her breath away, especially those eyes glimmering with a red light that made her heart race as if they could devour her whole. What medicine did you take? Chen Ya was completely stunned, as she originally thought Zhou Ran had taken something inappropriate for excitement. But this effect? How is it better than my trip to Switzerland for a full-body spa? This sentence was like a match tossed into the oil field within Zhou Ran. The eerie red light in his eyes flickered and vanished. Treasure. Zhou Ran spoke, his voice full of suppressed bubbles. Moi. Chen Ya hadn't reacted yet. The next second she felt a blur before her eyes. Zhou Ran, who had been 3 meters away, appeared right in front of her. Let me feel my sister's chess skills. You little rascal, slow down or I have never. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Ran's response was a fierce embrace around her waist. Ah! Chen Ya let out a startled cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around Zhou Ran's neck. You little crazy. She scolded, but her body was honest, pressed tightly against his scorching chest. Put on the red-bottomed high heels. And the one with the letters from Balenciaga. That night there was neither wind nor moon outside the window. The two of them were immersed in a game of chess. However, Zhou Ran soon realized that Chen Ya's chess skills were quite mediocre. She didn't even understand the basic moves like the knight and elephant. It turned out that Chen Ya was just a master of verbal sparring. Zhou Ran felt a sense of calm, no longer anxious. Under Zhou Ran's careful guidance, Chen Ya gradually grasped the rules of the game. The next day, the first ray of morning sunlight penetrated through the huge floor-to-ceiling window, spilling onto the crumpled silk sheets. Chen Ya slowly awoke. Both her mental and physical energy were exhausted, yet deep within her spiritual sea there was an unprecedented sense of fullness and tranquility. This feeling was profound and comfortable, almost making her want to sink into it. It turned out that sparring in chess was such a delightful experience. She slowly turned her head to look at Zhou Ran, who was still asleep beside her. His cheeks were pale, his lips cracked, and the hollows of his eyes were deeply sunken. His handsome face was filled with a weakness that seemed completely drained, a scene of impending demise. Chen Ya propped herself up, the silky robe slipping from her shoulder. His handsome face was filled with a weakness that seemed completely drained, a scene of impending demise. Chen Ya propped herself up, the silky robe. Seeing Zhou Ran stayed, a smirk of triumph belonging to the victor unconsciously tugged at the corners of Chen Ya's mouth. She extended her slender fair ankle, the arch of her foot beautiful as a crescent moon, and gently kicked Zhou Ran. Then she gracefully rose, twisting her captivating waist as she walked towards the bathroom. You can sleep a little longer. I have an important meeting at the company. The sound of rushing water began. The moment the bathroom door closed, Zhou Ran, who had been unconscious on the bed, suddenly trembled and curled up in pain. A cold and violent force crashed wildly at his dantian, as if it were going to tear his internal organs to shreds. Zhou Ran gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as cold sweat instantly soaked the sheets beneath him. He knew that this was the yin energy absorbed from Chen Ya last night, causing havoc. Just when he felt he was about to burst from this force, a proud voice thundered in his mind. You've hit the jackpot. This woman may not be a special spiritual body, but she is indeed a perfect specimen. What you absorbed last night is her essence accumulated over 40 years. For your mortal body, it is no less than swallowing a whole block of 10th of sandy-year-old dark ice. These words were so impactful that Zhou Ran's head buzzed. But he had no time to think. The excruciating pain in his abdomen felt like it was going to take his life. Master, help me. Quickly guide me on how to refine it. The yin-yang art emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. If you only swallow without refining, this pure yin essence cannot merge with your own qi and blood and will naturally rampage within you. Listen well. Boom. A method of refinement called yin-yang art was harshly imprinted deep into his soul like a divine thunder. Zhou Ran did not dare to hesitate for a moment, immediately sitting cross-legged on the bed, desperately guiding the icy yin energy according to the method. The raging cold flow under his guidance gradually became docile from its initial wild state. The piercing cold retreated. Replacing it was a refreshing warm current slowly flowing through his transformed meridians. The piercing cold retreated. Replacing it was a refreshing warm current slowly flowing through his transformed meridians. The voice of Yi Fu Tian echoed again, tinged with approval. Not bad, you have refined the Yin essence and successfully drawn Qi into your body. From now on you can be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of cultivation as a practitioner of the Qi condensation realm. Zhou Ran suddenly stood up and took a few steps to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down. The flow of cars and pedestrians below seemed incredibly clear in his eyes. He could even see the year engraved on the coins as the vendor made change at the street corner. This is the power of cultivation. A fire ignited in Zhou Ran's chest. He yearned for more strength. He wanted Zhao Tao and Su Xiao, that pair of dogmen and women, to pay the most painful price for their actions. Creak. The bathroom door opened. Qinya emerged wrapped in a towel, rubbing her wet long hair. When she saw Zhou Ran's towering figure in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, she froze. The muscle lines on his body were even more perfect than the night before, exuding an explosive sense of power. Especially his eyes, deep as the abyss, sparkled with an even more terrifying light than the night before. You are back. Qinya instinctively took a step back, her voice tinged with panic for the first time. I'm really going to be late. Zhou Ran said nothing as he slowly approached her. Qinya was frightened by the predatory gaze in his eyes that resembled a hungry wolf. Just as she was about to turn and run, her wrist was firmly grasped by a hand as strong as a steel claw. The storm finally came to an end by noon. Just as she was about to turn and run, her wrist was firmly grasped by a hand as strong as a steel claw. The storm finally came to. After a long silence, Qinya spoke softly, her tone unreadable. I divorced Zhao Tao's father, Zhao Shijiang, nearly 20 years ago. Zhou Ran merely responded with an ahu, as he had heard Qinya mention these matters before. Zhao Tao. Qinya's voice held no emotion. He is not my biological child. This explosive news against the backdrop of the Crimson Stain seemed not so. 20 years ago, I had just returned from abroad when my family arranged for me to marry Zhao Shijiang. At that time, the Chen family was nowhere near its current glory. It was a purely business marriage. I didn't love him at all, and he had long since had Zhao Tao with his first love outside. For the sake of profit, and to create a perfect family image in the business world, he deceived me into publicly claiming that Zhao Tao was my child. I was young and naive back then, thinking marriage was about mutual support, so I agreed to his ridiculous demand. However, I never let that old fox touch me. Zhou Ran listened quietly, finally understanding why Chunya's attitude towards Zhao Tao had always been so indifferent, even tinged with a hint of disgust. So you divorced later? Qinya nodded, her gaze suddenly turning icy. After I helped his Hongyuan group stabilize, he brought that mother and son back to the Zhao family, living happily as a family of three. It made me seem like a homewrecker. So we divorced, and naturally Zhao Tao followed his biological father. In the past 2 years, Zhao Shijiang's business has been struggling, facing major issues with his cash flow. Only then did he shamelessly come back, asking Zhao Tao to recognize me as his mother. Qinya let out a cold laugh, her tone filled with sarcasm. He didn't come to recognize a mother, he sent his son here. Does he think him still that naive girl from 20 years ago, who could be easily manipulated by him? Does he think that by playing the emotional card with Zhao Tao he can get investments from me? In his dreams. At this moment, Zhou Ran finally understood everything. Chunya's initial goal was far from merely sleeping with him. She was seeking revenge, and his appearance provided her with the perfect tool for revenge and a legitimate excuse. I want him to kneel before me and return everything he took from the Chen family along with interest. The flames of revenge ignited in Zhou Ran's. I want him to kneel before me and return everything he took from the Chen family along with interest. The flames of revenge ignited in Zhou Ran's eyes as well. Shijiang with nothing. I want him to kneel before me and return everything he took from the Chen family along with interest. The flames of revenge ignited in Zhou Ran's eyes as well. I want to see Zhao Tao and Su Xiao ruined, living worse than stray dogs on the street. Qinya smiled. She extended her jade-like hand, caressing Zhou Ran's resolute face. All right, from today on we are the closest comrades in arms. After saying that, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Help me check if Zhao Shijiang's Hongyuan group is currently bidding for that piece of land in the southern city. On the top floor of a private restaurant, lunch was nothing short of lavish. Outside the window, the skyscrapers of Jiang's city towered like a forest. Beneath them flowed the bustling traffic that represented the heartbeat of this city. Zhou Ran had only seen such scenes in movies before. The atmosphere between him and Chunya at the dining table was delicate. They were no longer just a personal trainer and a client, nor merely lovers. They were allies. Bound together by a common enemy and shared interests, their physical intimacy was merely a potent catalyst to solidify their pact. Chunya elegantly sliced the top-grade wagyu on her plate. Zhao Shijiang's Hongyuan group was established with the funding and connections of our Chun family back in the day. In recent years, his ambitions have grown increasingly larger, always wanting to completely erase the Chun family's imprint. The land in the south of the city is his last chance to turn things around. As long as he secures the project, the enormous bank loans will follow, and his nearly lifeless capital chain will be revived. Zhou Ran poured her a glass of red wine and listened quietly. Chunya was briefing him. Not only was she showcasing her formidable strength, but she was also allowing him to understand their common enemy more clearly. Chen Corporation, one of the commercial giants in Jiang City, has an industrial chain with no fewer than 100 varieties across the country. Our Chen Corporation has several subsidiaries, among which Yezhu Real Estate is also one of the main participants in this bidding. Chen Ya's lips curled into a cold smile. Zhao Shijiang intends to take advantage of the situation. He brought Zhao Tao back for two purposes: either to use me to steal Yaz's base price, or he expects me to recall our so-called mother-son bond and withdraw voluntarily. He underestimates you too much, Zhou Ran said. No, he overestimates himself too much. Chen Ya set down her knife and fork, swirling the deep red liquid in her glass. He thinks him still the woman he could manipulate 20 years ago. Chen Ya changed into a sharp Chanel business suit, her queenly aura fully unleashed. She stood at the entrance, turning back to look at Zhou Ran. What are your plans for today? Should I have the driver take you? No need, I'll go back to my rental to pack some things, and I'll move, Zhou Ran replied calmly. He also wanted to move into the mansion as soon as possible. Although his rental wasn't large, the living conditions were equally poor. For now, he needed to find a place where he wouldn't be disturbed to interrogate the old monster in his mind. The rules of this world had been rewritten, and he had to grasp the new game quickly. More importantly, the ink jade ring had already shattered. Chen Ya had been too unsettled last night to notice, but she would eventually discover it. He had to find a perfect substitute before she realized it. By the way, Chen Ya seemed to remember something. Tomorrow night, Zhao Tao has invited me to dinner. Do you want to come? Her eyes sparkled with a playful anticipation. Zhou Ran shrugged, smiling. Of course I'll go. As her dad, I have to prepare a grand gift for my dear son. Chen Ya laughed at his joke, pulling out a pure black card from her handbag and handing it to Zhou Ran. The card bore no extra embellishments, just a simple silhouette of a centurion. Take this card for now. Buy whatever you want and get yourself some decent outfits. On the side of Extraordinary Gym, the finance and legal teams are already on it. In no more than 3 days, that store will be under the Zhou name. Chen Ya gently tapped Zhou Ran's solid chest with her finger painted in bright red nail polish. My man cannot just be a pretty boy serving others. That store will be your training ground, a first step into the business world. Zhou Ran took the black card that represented wealth and power, feeling a surge of excitement within. Damn it, living off a rich woman is indeed delightful. If only he had known the perks of being with a wealthy woman when he was younger. After leaving Yunding Tiangong, he took out his phone and dialed the landlord. Hello, Sister Zhang, this is Zhou Ran. I'm moving out tonight, you don't need to refund the deposit. Without waiting for a response, he hung up and hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the antique market. Meanwhile, a black Mercedes G63 was barreling through the streets of Jiang City. Inside the car, the atmosphere was tense. Zhao Tao slammed his fist on the steering wheel, the horn blaring a piercing long note. His face was bruised and battered, with a bandage on his nose, looking utterly miserable. Damn it, that dog Zhou Ran is truly ruthless. In the passenger seat, Su Xiaoxiao's cheek was also swollen. Holding an ice pack to her face, she sobbed and complained. Tao Gu, it's all your fault for provoking him. Look at my face, it's about to be ruined. Shut up. Zhao Tao snapped impatiently. How can you still have the face to say that? If it weren't for you, would I have been beaten? Su Xiaoxiao shivered at his yell, not daring to speak further, only pouting in grievance. Zhao Tao saw her pitiful appearance in the rearview mirror and felt his heart soften. He softened his tone and comforted her. All right, stop crying. It's just a few slaps, right? Later it'll take you to buy an LV bag, consider it an apology. The mention of LV seemed to have a magical effect. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly, and her grievances vanished. Really, Tao Gu? Of course it's true. Zhao Tao sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. But before that, we need to take care of some business. What business? Go to Zhou Ran's den and get all your junk back. I don't want you to have any ties with that loser. Tao Gu, let's go right now. He usually seems submissive like a dog, but I didn't expect him to go crazy yesterday. Su Xiaoxiao pouted, her tone full of disdain and certainty. He must have acted on impulse yesterday. In my opinion, he will definitely kneel down and beg me not to leave today. She understood Zhou Ran too well. That man loved her deeply. For 3 years he had been obedient to her every. Yesterday's outburst was merely a reaction to being provoked. Once he calmed down, he would certainly choose to forgive her. All she needed to do was employ a little trick, and Zhou Ran would still be her devoted backup. Though Zhao Tao was wealthy, he couldn't compare to Zhou Ran in looks or physique. Zhou Ran was not only pleasing to the eye, but also exceptionally strong in that aspect. Her friends envied her for having such a good life. However, Su Xiaoxiao's mind was already calculating how to humiliate Zhou Ran when she saw him. She wanted to tell him in front of him that Tao Gu was taking her to buy an LV bag this afternoon, one that was worth several months of his salary. She would also tell him that she had already moved into Zhao Tao's spacious apartment, sleeping on a mattress worth thousands, unlike his old creaky iron bed. She intended to crush all his dignity beneath her feet and shatter it completely. Finally, she would give him a sweet date to let him see a glimmer of hope, so he would obediently admit his mistakes and continue to sacrifice for her. Thinking of this, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Su Xiaoxiao's mouth. He better kneel down and beg you, that way I can spare him some suffering. Zhao Tao spoke as he took out his phone, dialing a number. Hello, Brother Biao. It's me, Zhao Tao. Give me a few brothers to go to the rental building in Sunshine Community. Yes, teach a lesson to a kid named Zhou Ran, beat him to a pulp. Break his 2 legs. After hanging up, a sinister smile appeared on Zhao Tao's face. Brother Biao's men were all ruthless characters raised by his father's company to handle dirty work. Soon the G63 stopped under the Sunshine Community. It was an old residential area with peeling walls and cluttered hallways. Su Xiaoxiao stepped down from the G63 under the gaze of a crowd on small electric scooters. She reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention among these losers, as if she were an otherworldly fairy. Looking at the dilapidated surroundings, her eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. Every time she came here before, she felt uncomfortable. Now she couldn't bear to stay for even a second. Fortunately, she was about to completely say goodbye to this place. The two of them ascended the stairs one after the other. On the other side, Zhou Ran emerged from the antique market, holding a small box in hand. He had spent merely 200 yuan to acquire a replica of the ancestral ring belonging to Chunya, its cloud patterns remarkably similar. He found a secluded park near Sunshine Community. Old Deng, what exactly is your background? Zhou Ran coldly inquired in his heart. You better have something significant to say. Otherwise, do not disturb this emperor while I cultivate my spirit. Yi Fuxian's voice remained arrogant as ever. Stop with the pleasantries. We are in this together. You want to pass on that yin-yang secret art to me, don't you? You're simply looking to utilize me to reconstruct your soul body, aren't you? If you want to even disclose your true intentions, how can we cooperate amicably? Zhou Ran's tone remained calm. He understood that this old monster had ulterior motives, otherwise he wouldn't have forcefully taken over his body from the very beginning. Fortunately, the thin spiritual energy of Earth had saved his life. While he had no problem cultivating, he also wished to ascend. However, he feared that one day, upon achieving success, he would end up being a mere vessel for this old monster. He understood the principle of ostensibly raising a disciple while actually nurturing a furnace. This was how fantasy novels depicted it. You insolent fool. After a moment of silence filled with rage, Yi Fuxian seemed to weigh the pros and cons. Very well, letting you, this ignorant junior, know a bit more is not a bad idea. I am the ancient demon emperor of the immortal realm, Yi Fuxian. A millennium ago, I forcibly cultivated alongside several empresses, inciting the wrath of those hypocritical heavenly emperors. Surrounded by their combined might, my physical body was ultimately destroyed, and a fragment of my remnant soul was sealed within that ring, drifting to this desolate land with depleted spiritual energy. Forced cultivation. This old Deng's description is truly fresh and unconventional. Waves of emotion surged within Zhou Ran, though it sounded quite fantastical. Yet it confirmed that cultivators truly existed in this world. What exactly is the yin-yang secret art? Why can I and Chunya become stronger? The yin-yang secret art is the supreme demonic technique that seizes the heavens' creation, harmonizing the forces of yin and yang. All things possess yin and yang. The union of male and female is the most fundamental form of yin-yang balance. By cultivating with that woman, you seize the yin essence she has accumulated for years, naturally aiding you in channeling qi into your body, stepping into the qi condensation realm. Yi Fuxian explained. Condensing qi is just the beginning of cultivation. To become stronger, you will need treasures imbued with spiritual energy. Was the ring you previously inhabited such a treasure? What kind of treasure is that? Yi Fuxian's voice dripped with disdain. It is merely a piece of ordinary iron tainted with a hint of spiritual energy. To me, it is no different from a stone by the roadside. Had it been otherwise, how could it have been destroyed by a drop of your ordinary blood? True spiritual items are hidden within mountains, rivers, and ancient artifacts. Those are the true treasures that will greatly benefit us both. Zhou Ran suddenly understood. It seemed that to swiftly enhance his strength, he needed to visit Panjiayuan more often. As for the yin-yang secret art, besides cultivating with women, are there any other methods? Zhou Ran continued to inquire. He distinctly felt that the yin essence he had absorbed earlier that morning was vastly different from the first experience. If he were to rely on this little spiritual energy for cultivation in the future, it would take ages. Nonsense. Yi Fuxian reprimanded. The union of yin and yang is merely the fastest shortcut to entry. This technique is immensely domineering. It can devour the spiritual energy of all things for your own use. Whether it is the spiritual energy contained within ancient artifacts or the wandering essence of flora and fauna in the world, even the cultivation of enemies can be devoured. Once your technique reaches a small level of mastery, you will awaken the demon eye, capable of discerning illusions and perceiving the location of spiritual energy. At that time, all spiritual items in the world will have nowhere to hide from your gaze. That woman from last night was not particularly special. Her yuanine energy had simply accumulated for a long time. You have a fine appearance, so you might as well seek out an exceptional furnace for dual cultivation. Zhou Ran nodded, finally gaining a vague direction for his future path. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and headed toward his doghouse, where he had lived for 3 years. He took out his keys and unlocked the door. Then he was met with a scene that made him nauseous. In the cramped rental room, Su Xiaoxiao was throwing clothes from the wardrobe into a suitcase one after another. Meanwhile, Zhao Tao sat on his bed like a master, brazenly watching him with a mocking expression. Upon seeing Zhou Ran return, neither Zhao Tao nor Su Xiaoxiao showed the slightest surprise. Instead, their faces were filled with triumph and ridicule. "Oh, back already." Zhao Tao stood up from the bed, walked up to Zhou Ran, and patted him on the shoulder in a flirtatious manner. "I thought you got beaten silly yesterday and wouldn't dare to come back. We're not buddies." "Who hit whom yesterday?" Zhou Ran couldn't help but laugh at his forced attempt to gain respect. She became even more determined to pue Zhou Ran, aiming to turn him into her exclusive loyal servant. "Zhou Ran, if you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider—" She became even more determined to pue Zhou Ran, aiming to turn him into her exclusive loyal servant. "Zhou Ran, if you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider staying." She organized her suitcase, crossed her arms, and adopted her usual proud demeanor. "Tao Gu is buying me LV this afternoon. What about you? Have you ever gifted me luxury items apart from that broken bracelet? In 3 years with you, I haven't even received a decent piece of clothing. Do you know how my classmates laugh at me behind my back?" At this thought, 2 perfectly timed tears rolled down Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks. "Zhou Ran, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not cherishing what you have. Everything I've done was forced upon me by you." Her voice, though harsh, was laced with just the right amount of regret. She was an undeniable master of pue. Zhou Ran had never complained about Su Xiaoxiao before, always attributing the problems to himself for not working hard enough. However, this time he remained silent. He simply watched the clown before him, who was putting on an earnest performance. This calmness made both Zhao Tao and Su Xiaoxiao feel inexplicably uncomfortable. This was completely different from the script they had envisioned. After regaining his composure, Zhou Ran was not supposed to kneel down and weep, begging for mercy, was he? Was he still going to keep his job at the gym? What about his personal training sessions with Chunya? What are you staring at? Have I hit a nerve? Can't think of anything to say. Seeing him remain unmoved, Su Xiaoxiao's voice involuntarily rose a few notches. Zhao Tao also felt a sense of loss of face. He pulled Su Xiaoxiao closer, provokingly looking at Zhou Ran. "What's wrong? Are you unconvinced? Su Xiaoxiao is now my woman. You better recognize reality. Considering we were once brothers, don't come to—" Su Xiaoxiao was also trembling with rage. "Zhou Ran, you have disappointed me greatly. I advise you to reorganize your words. Su Xiaoxiao was also trembling with rage. "Zhou Ran, you have disappointed me greatly. I advise you to reorganize your words, otherwise you will completely lose me." Zhou Ran paid no further attention to their shouts. He held the suitcase in one hand while with the other he disregarded Zhao Tao's tugging and seized Su Xiaoxiao by the neck. "I have long wanted to throw away this broken shoe." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted his arm with force and swept forward. Su Xiaoxiao and her suitcase were effortlessly thrown into the hallway like 2 pieces of trash. Boom. A muffled sound echoed in the narrow hallway. Su Xiaoxiao, along with her suitcase, was thrown to the ground disoriented. Zhou Ran's consciousness sank into an endless darkness. After 10,000 years, I, the Demon Emperor Yi Futian, have finally seen the light of day again. Fingers like iron clamp. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Zhao Tao's expression changed drastically as he felt his wrist bone nearly being crushed. Where did Zhou Ran get such terrifying strength? "Considering your mother's face, I won't hit you today." Zhou Ran's voice was soft, laced with mockery. He had to restrain the impulse to cripple Zhao Tao right then and there. Otherwise, how could he humiliate him thoroughly at the dinner table tomorrow? Before the words had left his mouth, Zhao Tao was single-handedly lifted and thrown out the door. "Tao Gu." Su Xiaoxiao was terrified, her face losing color. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the hallway. 4 or 5 ruffians, each wielding a shiny steel pipe, instantly blocked the corridor. The bald leader immediately spotted Zhao Tao lying on the ground and rushed over to help him up. "Who the hell is so blind as to dare touch our young master Zhao from Honyuan Group?" Seeing reinforcements arrive, Zhao Tao's courage surged once again. He climbed up from the ground, shouting with resentment, "It's Zhou Ran. Beat him up, you idiots. Break his arms and legs. If anything goes wrong, he'll take the blame. Don't worry, young Master Zhao." The bald man sneered, weighing the steel pipe in his hand and charging inside with his men. Su Xiaoxiao was so scared that she hid to the side, but her face revealed an expression of excitement and vengeance. She could almost see Zhou Ran being beaten to a pulp, begging for mercy in a miserable state. However, the next scene that unfolded would be etched in her memory forever. Facing the charging ruffians, Zhou Ran did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. His figure moved so swiftly that it left only an afterimage. Bang! The first thug to charge and swung his steel pipe, but before it could land, a dull crack echoed from his chest as his bones shattered, sending him crashing against the wall unconscious. Crack! The second thug's arm was directly broken by Zhou Ran, producing a chilling sound. "Oh!" A shrill scream echoed throughout the hallway. In less than 10 seconds, the group of previously arrogant thugs lay sprawled on the ground, unable to stand. Zhao Tao and Su Xiaoxiao were utterly dumbfounded. They gaped as if they had seen a ghost, their bodies trembling like chaff. Zhou Ran stepped out from the room, his body pristine, not even a hint of disarray in his breathing. The gap between a qi refining practitioner and an ordinary person was truly like a chasm. He stood before Zhao Tao looking down at him. Zhao Tao met his gaze and was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Don't come over. Zhou Ran, I was wrong. We're brothers, right? Stop babbling, you're messing up the hierarchy. Zhou Ran smiled lightly, extending his hand and repeatedly slapping Zhao Tao's face. From now on, call me Dad. Zhou Ran didn't spare them another glance, turning back into the room and shutting the door. Inside were merely some cheap household items. Zhou Ran's gaze swept over a can of yeast protein powder, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. If I brought these things back to Yunding Tiangong, Old Bay would probably throw me out along with them. He took nothing at all, only carrying away a frequently worn Under Armour training outfit. He leapt from the second floor, landing steadily on the lawn below. Without looking back, he left behind this place filled with dirty memories. An hour later in Jiangcheng's most upscale luxury shopping center, Guihe City. He needed a full outfit, one capable of commanding the entire room at tomorrow's family dinner. He spotted an Italian bespoke suit store named Brioni. He didn't know what brand it was, but he felt it must be expensive. As soon as he entered, Zhou Ran sensed the meaning of being judged by appearances. He was still dressed in a set of tacky Adidas sportswear, with a pair of training shoes worth only a few dozen yuan, which clashed with the opulent surroundings. A well-made-up female sales associate merely glanced at him. Perhaps seeing his good looks, she forced a welcome out. Zhou Ran didn't care, browsing through the store. After becoming a cultivator, his senses were heightened, allowing him to discern the textures and qualities of different fabrics clearly. Finally, his gaze landed on a dark gray patterned suit hanging at the center of the display window. Its perfect cut and understated yet luxurious fabric exuded the essence of a top-tier brand. Hello, I would like to try on this suit, Zhou Ran said to the sales associate. The associate looked up, her face revealing annoyance, but still out of professional courtesy she approached him. When she saw that Zhou Ran was pointing to the prized suit, her lips involuntarily curled into a sneer. Sir, this is a limited edition from our chief designer, priced at 16600, no discounts. I already saw the price, please get it in my size, thank you, Zhou Ran replied nonchalantly. The sales associate was taken aback, then seemed to hear the funniest joke of the year. Sir, I'm sorry, this suit is very valuable. Our policy states that only confirmed buyers may try it on. Her implication was clear. You poor fool, don't think you can wear our clothes to take selfies in the fitting room for social media. Zhou Ran didn't bother to argue with her. He directly pulled out the black card that Xunya had given him. When the sales associate saw the card, her expression froze instantly. As an employee of a top luxury store, she had undergone specialized training. She naturally recognized this card, a symbol of top power in Jiangcheng's elite circles. In the entire Jiangcheng, only a handful of people possessed this card, all of whom were significant figures at the top of the pyramid. Her face turned pale and her attitude did a complete 180. I apologize, sir. They'll get it for you right away. Soon she respectfully invited Zhou Ran into the VIP fitting room while holding a brand new suit. A few minutes later, as Zhou Ran stepped out of the fitting room, all eyes in the store were drawn to him. His originally tall figure wrapped in a well-tailored suit appeared even more imposing, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist resembling a perfect inverted triangle. With a cold and refined aura after the bone washing combined with his handsome features akin to a deity, he looked less like a male model and more like a young leader presiding over a vast commercial empire. Zhou Ran turned around. Zhao Tao stood at the door, dressed in glimmering attire, a large Mercedes. A familiar and sharp voice suddenly rang out at the entrance. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this our personal trainer, Zhou Ran? Zhou Ran turned around. Zhao Tao stood at the door, dressed in glimmering attire, a large Mercedes, key dangling from his waist, making one dizzy. He had completely forgotten the humiliation from Yangguan community. Relying on the public nature of the mall, Zhou Ran wouldn't dare to act, and that rebellious spirit returned. Beside him, Su Xiaoxiao, also meticulously dressed, was clinging to his arm. It seemed that after leaving the rental apartment, they had not returned home, but came here to shop and unwind. This pair of dog men and women truly had exceptional psychological resilience. Zhao Tao first froze upon seeing Zhou Ran, then a mocking smile spread across his face. He scrutinized Zhou Ran's suit, speaking in a sarcastic tone. What's this? Didn't my mom renew your classes? Come here to model and experience wearing the dragon robe. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Zhou Ran, whose demeanor had drastically changed after putting on the suit. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but was quickly overshadowed by intense jealousy and disdain. She clung to Zhao Tao's arm, playfully whining. Tao Gu, ignore this poor fool. Let's go buy LV. She deliberately prolonged the last two words. Her eyes, however, were fixed on Zhou Ran, hoping to see embarrassment and discomfort on his face. Zhao Tao relished this feeling. To thoroughly regain his face in front of Su Xiaoxiao and the crowd, he raised his voice. Sales associate. He pointed at Zhou Ran. I want the suit he's wearing. Take it off him immediately. Xiao Xiao, but this gentleman has already The female clerk explained with a troubled expression. Zhao Tao, after all, is the young master of Hanyuan Group and a regular at the store. Zhou Ran, however, smiled and said to the waiter, in addition to this set wrap up all the latest styles hanging over there. I have a habit of not liking to wear the same clothes as others. The female clerk's eyes sparkled as she excitedly turned to. He stared at the black card that Zhou Ran handed over, disbelief filling his eyes. A Centurion black gold card. The thing he had dreamed of possessing. He had begged Chinya countless times, but she never gave it to him. Yet now this card appeared in Zhou Ran's hand. In the end, I still have to thank you. Zhou Ran's teasing voice rang in Zhao Tao's ear. If it weren't for you introducing me, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Chinya. Zhao Tao's body trembled violently. He finally understood. His mother not only gave Zhou Ran money, but also the coveted black gold card. By the way, she also asked me to convey a message to you. From now on, when you see me, you must respectfully call me Dad. Bang! Zhao Tao could no longer bear the successive blows. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground in anger. Su Xiaoxiao was utterly stunned. She stared blankly at the black card on the ground, her mind a blank. The black card. And that shocking word Dad. Zhou Ran was actually being supported by Chinya. And judging by the situation, Chinya's affection for him far exceeded that for her own son Zhao Tao. An indescribable regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. If she hadn't betrayed Zhou Ran, would she now be the one possessing all this? Swiping the black gold card and shopping freely in the city's top luxury mall wasn't that her dream life. That was the life she yearned for. Why did she choose Zhao Tao, this fake prince? No, it's impossible. Soon the clerk returned the black card and receipt to Zhou Ran with both hands. Sir, the total is 860000 and the payment has been successfully processed. 860000. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned completely green. Zhou Ran, carrying several shopping bags, paused slightly as he passed by Zhao Tao, whispering in his ear, "Good son, remember to eat more at dinner tomorrow." After saying that, he walked out of the suit store under Zhao Tao's murderous gaze. "Ah!" Zhao Tao let out an angry roar and violently knocked over a nearby rack. Zhou Ran did not look back. For such a clown, a moment of humiliation was merely an appetizer. The real revenge was to crush everything he took pride in letting him fall from grace into the mud, never to rise again. Zhou Ran, carrying several shopping bags, did not rush to leave the mall. Just a moment ago, the old monster, named Yi Futian, in his mind suddenly transmitted an urgent wave of thought. "Kid, there's something good to the left front." Zhou Ran paused, his gaze directed towards the Tsiu Xian not far away. The shop was decorated in an ancient style, with two massive jade pixiu at the entrance, showcasing extraordinary wealth. Ever since entering the condensing Qi realm, his senses had become exceptionally sharp. At this moment, he could also vaguely feel a faint, comfortable aura emanating from that shop. That should be the spiritual energy that Yi Futian mentioned. He felt a tug in his heart and stepped inside. Meanwhile, inside Brioni, Su Xiaoxiao flusteredly helped the collapsed Zhao Tao to his feet. "Tao Gu, are you okay?" "Tao Gu." Zhao Tao's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted like a furious beast. He pushed Su Xiaoxiao away, pulled out his phone, and dialed his father Zhao Shijiang's number. "Dad, I was beaten by a pretty boy. My mom is keeping him and even gave him a black gold card." On the other end of the phone, Zhao Shijiang, who was reviewing documents in the office, dropped his pen with a snap. "What did you say?" Zhao Shijiang's voice instantly turned cold. "Absolutely true. Dad, he just humiliated me in front of everyone in Gueha City. He even said for me to call him Dad from now on." Zhao Tao's voice was choked with tears filled with endless grievance and resentment. "He even beat up all the guys sent by Biaozi, and he was particularly ruthless. That pretty boy is really strong." Zhao Shijiang's chest heaved violently, veins popping on his forehead. The thing he feared most had happened. Chinya, this woman he had hated and feared for 20 years, had ultimately found a new lover. Since Chinya had found a new man, it meant that the last shred of affection she had for Zhao Tao, this bastard, had been completely torn apart. Zhao Tao's emotional card not only failed to have any effect, but instead became a tool for the other party to humiliate him. Zhao Tao was currently the only one that could be used. After all, this child had grown up under Chinya's watch, so there was still some feeling. Without Zhao Tao's connection, the Yaju real estate, under the Chen group, would definitely go all out to clash with his Hanyuan group. His already precarious cash flow could not withstand it. "Dad, you have to help me get revenge. Don't you know, invite Kuan Yi to take action. I want Zhou Ran, that bastard, to die. I want him to be utterly destroyed." Zhao Tao shouted wildly on the phone. "Shut up," Zhao Shijiang sternly interrupted. "Kuan Yi is a man of great stature, a true master of martial arts. Supported by the military, even high-ranking officials treat him with respect. Do you think he's just some street thug that can be casually called in to deal with your personal grievances? Do you want our Zhao family to be wiped out?" After this speech, Zhao Tao was instantly silenced. It was said that this master could split stones with a single palm and stroll through a hail of bullets. He was truly a figure at the peak of worldly martial prowess. Such a person was indeed not someone a wealthy second generation like him could come into contact with. "Then, what should we do? Dad, should we just let it go?" Zhao Tao asked unwillingly. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Shijiang's eyes. If Kuan Yi can't be invited, it doesn't mean no one can deal with him. Zhao Tao asked unwillingly. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Shijiang's eyes. If Kuan Yi, I remember he used to be a top scout on the southwestern border, crawling out from piles of corpses with extraordinary internal strength skills. Let him take action to cripple that Zhou kid, the reward is not an issue. The so-called internal strength is the manifestation of ordinary martial artists refining their blood and energy to perfection. Although it is far from being a master in the eyes of ordinary people, it is already a godlike figure. Good. I will contact Biaozi immediately. Zhao Tao's spirit lifted, and a sinister smile reappeared on his face. Inside the Jade Pavilion, Zhao Tao and Su Xiaoxiao indeed followed in like flies. They were eager to see what tricks Zhou Ran, this newly rich upstart, could pull off. Su Xiaoxiao's heart was in turmoil. She was jealous of Zhou Ran's good fortune, yet clung to a sliver of unrealistic hope. Could he really end their 3-year relationship so easily? Perhaps he still had feelings for her. If she lowered her stance a bit more and whispered sweet nothings, could she perhaps swipe that coveted black gold card she had dreamed of? Thinking of this, she gazed at Zhou Ran, her eyes once again filled with an artificially crafted tenderness. Zhou Ran ignored these two tailgaters. As soon as he entered the store, the voice of Yi Futian echoed in his mind. Kid, did you see that pile of scrap in the far corner? The piece in the lower left, black as coal like a lump of cow dung. Buy it. Zhou Ran followed the direction and indeed spotted a pile of discarded scraps in an inconspicuous corner. He walked over, his gaze fixated on that unremarkable black stone. Following Yi Futian's guidance, Zhou Ran channeled the nascent spiritual energy within him into his eyes. Buzz. The world before him transformed in an instant. The heavy shell of that stone appeared almost translucent, like a thin veil. He vaguely saw that beneath that thick stone skin was a fist-sized mass of rich, unyielding green. What the hell? Is this the demon eye? Zhou Ran's heart surged with shock. X-ray vision. This yin-yang art actually had an X-ray function. If I took this to gamble on stones. No, if I took it to Macau, even Ho Hung Sen would stand up to light a cigarette for me. This is just the embryonic form of the demon eye, not even 1/10th of its power. Yi Futian's voice was filled with arrogance. Just as Zhou Ran was about to speak, Zhao Tao's piercing, mocking voice rang out again. What's wrong? Tired of wearing suits, now you want to play with gambling stones? Zhao Tao crossed his arms, a ridiculous grin spreading across his face, resembling a clown. You're like a dung beetle on a highway pretending to be a rugged little jeep. A poor loser just because he had a bit of money really thought he could squeeze into high society. Su Xiaoxiao quickly chimed in. Zhou Ran, don't pretend to understand. The gambling stone business is very deep. Don't waste your money. If you really want to play, let Tao Ji teach you. She thought this made her seem magnanimous and considerate, as if she were looking out for Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran couldn't be bothered to respond to them. He directly signaled to the store clerk. How much for this stone? The clerk glanced over. Oh, that's just some cut-off waste. If you really like it, you can take it for 2,000. Without hesitation, Zhou Ran scanned the code to make the payment. Seeing this, Zhao Tao burst into laughter, reveling in Zhou Ran's misfortune. 2,000 for a piece of cut-off black chicken material? You expect it to yield an imperial green. Zhou Ran, you truly are a top talent. The surrounding customers were drawn to the commotion, shaking their heads as they looked at the black stone in Zhou Ran's hand. That stone skin is almost worn away. It's clearly waste material, impossible for anything to be inside. Another young person who dreams of getting rich overnight, paying tuition now. Zhou Ran ignored all the comments and said to the clerk, please help me open this stone. Open? Sir, there's really nothing to open. Open it. Well, fine. The clerk had no choice but to fix the stone onto the stone cutting machine. The harsh sound of cutting erupted. Zhao Tao crossed his arms, a look of excitement on his face. He had already planned to use the most vicious words to humiliate Zhou Ran once it was cut open. He aimed to recover the face he lost at the suit store, and with a slice. The stone cutter exclaimed, is there fog coming out? He quickly splashed a scoop of clean water onto it. Beneath the flat cut surface, a white mist gradually revealed a hint of refreshing green. It's increased. What the hell, it's showing green, it's a big increase. Someone knowledgeable exclaimed. The stone cutter's expression turned serious, no longer daring to use the machine, switching to a fine small grinding wheel to polish the cut surface. The stone skin was ground away bit by bit. That hint of green became larger and more intense. Wait, young brother. A man with a shiny face suddenly rushed out, pressing down on the cutter's hand, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Zhou Ran, trying to scoop up a bargain. I'll offer 100,000 for that stone. Sell it to me, he passionately urged. Think it over, selling now guarantees a profit. If it loses its water head when polished, it won't be worth this price. Tisk 2,000 turned into 50 times in an instant. If it were me, I would sell it, and not gamble. More and more people gathered around, murmuring. Zhou Ran simply shook his head lightly. Master, continue. The man sighed heavily, retreating to the side with a look of unwillingness. He knew this kid was gambling for something bigger. If it revealed its water head, this stone would start at least 50,000. but if it was ground down it would only be worth 10,000 at most. As the grinding wheel turned, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. The chatter in the store gradually faded, leaving only the sound of the machine scraping the stone. The man sighed heavily, retreating to the side with a look of unwillingness. He knew this kid was gambling for something bigger. If it revealed its waterhead, this stone would start at least. They were not shocked by the value of the jade, but by the way it was born. It was small, but damn it, it was dug out from a pile of dog shit like waste. Zhao Tao and Su Xiaoxiao's expressions froze completely. Especially Zhao Tao, he felt as if his face had been slapped hundreds of. Zhao Tao and Su Xiaoxiao's expressions froze completely. Especially Zhao Tao, he felt as if his face had been slapped hundreds of times, burning with pain. How could this be possible? This guy's luck, how could it be this good? At this moment, a cold voice like an ice spring came from the back of the crowd. He'll offer 600,000 for this jade, sell it to me. The crowd parted automatically. A woman in a white designer suit with an outstanding figure slowly walked forward. As she appeared, the air in the jade pavilion seemed to drop several degrees. Her beauty carried a sharpness that kept people at a distance, her long, narrow phoenix eyes indifferent as they swept across the crowd. Finally, they landed precisely on Zhou Ran and the jade in his hand. The owner of Guihe City. The eldest daughter of the top family in Jiangxing, the Xiao family. Xiao Hongli. Xiao. President Xiao. The manager of the jade pavilion rushed over, bowing respectfully. What brings you here? Zhao Tao also recognized Xiao Hongli, his heart racing. This was the true pride of Jiangxing. The Xiao family's business empire was on a whole different level than his father's Honyuan group. He hurriedly adjusted his collar, forcing out what he thought was his most suave smile, eager to step forward. Hello, President Xiao. I am Zhao Tao from Honyuan Group. My father is Zhao Shijiang. Last time. Before he could finish, a bodyguard next to Xiao Hongli, as solid as a tower, reached out to stop him. Zhao Tao's face turned beet red again. Xiao Hongli had not even glanced at him the entire time. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhou Ran, filled with a hint of curiosity. Young handsome guy, 600,000, will you sell it? She spoke again, her tone icy. Su Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the radiant woman, then looked at herself. A strong sense of inferiority and shame almost overwhelmed her. Why was there such a vast difference between? She clutched Zhao Tao's arm, as if that would provide her with a sense of security. However, Zhou Ran's response, not selling, he said blandly. Has he gone mad? 600,000. This kid actually turned it down. He was refusing the Xiao family's eldest daughter. How many wealthy tycoons in Jiangxing couldn't find a way to talk to her? This kid actually dared to embarrass her in person. His emotional intelligence was too low, right? Zhou Ran waved his hand and smiled. That smile was pure and clear, bringing down the surrounding heat by a few degrees. Even Xiao Hongli, a woman accustomed to grand occasions, momentarily paused in her gaze. This man is excessively handsome. This money is borrowed from a very important elder. Therefore, I cannot make the decision for her or sell this fortune. Zhou Ran changed the subject. I have an ungrateful request. I wonder if President Xiao could have your store's master help me carve this piece of jade into a pair of feng shui discs to express my sentiments. Zhao Tao's lungs were almost bursting with anger. An elder? You a damn orphan, where did you get an elder from? It must be that old woman Chinya. Using the money my mother gave me, pretending to be a big shot here, and now wanting to climb onto Xiao Hongli's high branch. You must be dreaming. Zhou Ran weighed the jade in his hand and continued. As for the remaining jade material, if President Xiao does not mind, I would like to gift it to you as a pair of earrings. First, it does not let beautiful jade gather dust. Second, it counts as my gratitude to President Xiao for recognizing my elder. After Zhou Ran finished speaking, everyone in the room felt their brains were inadequate. Second, it counts as my gratitude to President Xiao for recognizing my elder. After Zhou Ran finished speaking, everyone in the room felt their brains were inadequate. Favor. Using jade worth over 100,000 to connect with Xiao Hongli's extraordinary connections. How could this be the maneuver of a 20-something young man? This was clearly the work of a seasoned fox who had been immersed in the business world for years. Zhou Ran stopped speaking and quietly waited. Having spent Chunya's money, there must be a return. Otherwise, wouldn't he just be a pure gigolo? Although Chunya looked down on such things, they could provide emotional value. Besides, with his X-ray vision, 60,000 would come easily. It would be better to borrow flowers to present to the Buddha and create a good relationship with Xiao Hongli. This would lay a solid foundation for his future entry into the business world. A glint of surprise flashed in Xiao Hongli's eyes. This young man, whether in looks, eloquence, or temperament, surpassed his peers by far. At this moment, Xiao Hongli's interest in him deepened. You are quite interesting. Xiao Hongli nodded. Follow me. Zhou Ran followed, leaving behind a group of envious and jealous gazes along with a grim-faced Zhao Tao. Su Xiaoxiao felt a chill all over, as if falling into an ice cave. The jade Zhou Ran casually cut was worth 60,000. He planned to make it into a feng shui disc to give to that so-called elder. Could that elder be Chunya? Or had he already found a new woman? Intense regret and jealousy gnawed at her heart. If she hadn't betrayed Zhou Ran, wouldn't one of those feng shui discs belong to her? On the top floor of the CEO's office, Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the bustling scenery of half of Jiang City. Xiao Hongli personally made Zhou Ran a cup of tea, her movements elegant and pleasing to the eye. Sit. She pointed to the sofa opposite. How did you know there was something in that piece of waste material? She finally asked the question that had been on her mind. In the world of stone gambling, even the gods find it hard to discern an inch of jade. Even the most experienced masters would not dare to claim 100% certainty. But Zhou Ran could accurately pick out the only stone hidden with treasures from a pile of genuine waste. This was definitely not luck. Intuition. Zhou Ran picked up the teacup and said casually. Naturally, he could not say he had X-ray vision. Just as he answered, a voice in his mind belonging to Yi Futian urgently warned him again. Kid, hurry. Look at this woman. She is 1 in 10,000 Italian body. The yin energy within her is 100 times purer than that rich woman you had before. She is a naturally perfect furnace. As long as you cultivate with her once, you can at least break through to the mid-stage qi condensation. Zhou Ran's heart tightened. Tine body. He discreetly observed Xiao Hongli in front of him. She had a powerful aura, but her complexion was sickly pale and her lips were devoid of color. Suddenly Xiao Hongli let out a painful groan. The teacup in her hand fell to the ground. She curled up on the sofa, clutching her chest tightly. Suddenly Xiao Hongli let out a painful groan. The teacup in her hand fell to the ground. She curled up on the sofa, clutching her chest. Years of angina had struck unexpectedly. Zhou Ran's gaze sharpened. In his spiritual vision, a black, malevolent energy invisible to the naked eye coiled at the position of Xiao Hongli's heart, like a poisonous snake gnawing at her vitality. This is not angina at all. This is malevolent energy entering the body. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ran dashed forward, supporting her faltering body. The moment his palm touched her back, a bone-chilling coldness surged from his palm. Don't be afraid, I will save you. He straightened Xiao Hongli, letting her lean back on the sofa, then placed his warm hand directly on her heart. As their skin touched, Xiao Hongli's delicate body trembled, using the last bit of her strength to weakly resist. You? Get away from me. Zhou Ran ignored her. The yin-yang art roared into operation. Devour. The overwhelming suction erupted from his palm. Kid, this method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. You need to cultivate with her. Only through cultivation can the malevolent energy be completely expelled, and your cultivation will also greatly increase. In his consciousness, Yi Futian's urgent voice echoed. Old Deng, there are rules on earth, what do you know? Zhou Ran cursed angrily in his heart. As he exerted his strength, the cold, malevolent energy coiled within Xiao Hongli surged toward his palm like it had found an outlet. The moment the malevolent energy was drawn away, a warm current flowed into his limbs. The intense pain subsided, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. Xiao Hongli's tense body softened, leaning against Zhou Ran's embrace. Uncontrollably, she let out a few broken moans. Outside the door, the female secretary who was about to knock heard the sound, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Oh my, President Xiao. President Xiao is actually in the office with a gigolo. This is too exciting. The more you know, the faster you die. She dared not listen any longer and scrambled away from the scene. Inside the office, the treatment was complete. Xiao Hongli was drenched in fragrant sweat, her silk shirt soaked with perspiration clinging tightly to her body, outlining breathtaking curves. She gasped for breath, her ample chest rising and falling violently. The earlier feeling of teetering on the brink of life and death only to be pulled back in an instant left an indelible mark on her. Zhou Ran was not feeling well either. Although the cold, malevolent energy had been refined into pure spiritual energy by the yin-yang art, allowing his cultivation to advance slightly to the second level of qi condensation. But the consumption during the entire process was immense. He felt somewhat drained and collapsed onto the sofa. Who exactly are you? Recovering her strength, Xiao Hongli instinctively broke free from Zhou Ran's front, creating distance. After closing her eyes to adjust her breathing for a moment, she opened them again, revealing that calm smile. A fitness instructor with some special techniques. Xiao Hongli glanced deeply at him, not pressing further. Instead, she took a golden personal business card from the drawer and handed it to Zhou Ran. Today you saved my life. I, Xiao Hongli, will remember this favor. If you encounter any trouble in Jiang City in the future, you can call this number. Zhou Ran took the business card, which contained simple information, just a name and a string of personal phone numbers. I will have the best master finish the feng shui discs overnight. Xiao Hongli stood up. I will have the driver take you. No need. Zhou Ran also stood up, his strength having recovered about 70 or 80%. By the way, President Xiao, I only temporarily suppressed your angina. Please do not be careless. Before Xiao Hongli could respond, Zhou Ran had already disappeared out the door. Leaving Gueha City, Zhou Ran didn't rush to Chunya's place and casually hailed a taxi. Driver take. Half an hour later, Zhou Ran, dressed in a Brioni suit worth 160,000, sat on the scorched curb. Across from him sat a chubby man, resembling a gas canister, greedily devouring a kidney with grease dripping from his mouth. This man was Wang Yulin, nicknamed Wang Fatty, Zhou Ran's childhood friend. Wang Fatty owned a 3-square-meter counter in the electronics market, specializing in repairing phones and computers, and also moonlighted restoring various data that had been accidentally deleted. The chat records between Zhao Tao and Su Xiaoxiao had been hacked by this guy yesterday from Su Xiaoxiao's cloud storage. Damn, Ran, good, did you rob a bank or sell your ass? Wang Fatty's bean-sized eyes widened in surprise, his greasy hands wanting to touch Zhou Ran's suit, but hesitating. This fabric looks smoother than my polyester shorts. About that, I found a rich woman. Zhou Ran didn't shy away, taking a bite of grilled leeks. Ran, go. You've finally become what you used to despise. Wang Fatty nearly choked on a kidney, gulping down a mouthful of draft beer and giving a thumbs up. Awesome. If I had your face, I'd have licked my way into a luxury apartment at Tiangong. No. One long ago. He leaned closer, making suggestive faces. Which rich woman are you talking about? How old? If the rich woman has a girlfriend, remember to pass on her WeChat to your brother. Even if she's 80 and 400 pounds, I'd still go for it. I really don't want to work at this lousy phone shop anymore. Zhou Ran chuckled, not engaging further. He pulled out a stack of brand new bills from his suit pocket, totaling around 20,000, and slapped them on the greasy folding table. Take this money, thanks for yesterday. Wang Fatty's playful demeanor vanished, the meat skewer in his hand frozen midair as his expression darkened. Zhou Ran, what do you mean? This is the hard-earned money you licked up, and now I take it. What the hell is that about? I just felt disgusted seeing you with those two scumbags. Helping you is just out of loyalty. Are you throwing money at me? Do you think I'm a whore like Su Xiaoxiao? Zhou Ran pushed the money towards him, his tone flat. I earned this money standing up. Wang Fatty slammed the table again and gave another thumbs up. Ranga, you truly are a fitness coach. You can still keep it up while licking. Zhou Ran took a swig of beer, utterly speechless. This brother was good at everything, but his mouth was truly disgusting. I know your mom needs money for dialysis, and your shop's rent is due soon. I was poor before and couldn't help, but now that things are better, why are you being polite with me? Upon hearing this, Wang Fatty's eyes turned red. His lips trembled for a moment, but he ultimately said nothing sentimental. He grabbed the money and stuffed it into his pants pocket, raising his glass. Damn it. It's all in the drink. The two clinked glasses and downed their drinks. By the way, Rangu, Wang Fatty wiped his mouth and lowered his voice, that Su Xiaoxiao is really not easy to deal with. When I restored her data the other day, I found out she not only had a fling with Zhao Tao, but also added several WeChat groups with names like Yacht Club and the content discussed inside. Tisk, it's truly indecent. You better not be foolish and go back down that path. Women like that are heartless. Zhou Ran poured himself some beer and sneered. Even if she died in front of me now, I wouldn't bat an eye. That's good. Wang Fatty grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Are you going to the rich woman's place to work overtime tonight? Eat a couple more kidneys and don't embarrass us brothers by getting weak later. Damn it. Zhou Ran laughed and cursed, and the two continued to drink. Until late at night, the cool night breeze dispersed the smell of barbecue on their bodies. Zhou Ran supported the half-drunk Wang Fatty and silently asked in his heart, Old dang, how do you think my buddy's bones are? Is he a celestial seedling? Celestial seedling. With that layer of flabby meat, he looks more like a piglet. Even if this emperor swallowed him, I'd have to search the ground for garlic. Zhou Ran. Meanwhile, a black Mercedes G63 sped along the Riverside Road. The air pressure inside the car was stifling. Zhao Tao's hand gripping the steering wheel had prominent veins, and the humiliation from the day was like a venomous snake relentlessly gnawing at his nerves. Tao go. Su Xiaoxiao, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke softly. Don't be too angry, Zhou Ran is just a waste who got lucky for a moment. Shut up. Zhao Tao slammed his hand on the steering wheel, causing the G63 to swerve wildly. Lucky? Is that really luck? That's a black gold card. I begged my mom for 3 years to get one, and she handed it to that pretty boy without a second thought. Zhao Tao's anger grew as his eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Su Xiaoxiao. And you? Ever since I got together with you, I've had nothing but bad luck. First I got beaten by that guy, and now I've embarrassed myself at the mall today. I think you're a jinx. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, and she trembled all over. She understood Zhao Tao's temperament too well. He was a heartless rich kid. Once Zhao Tao truly grew tired of her, she would not only shatter her dreams of marrying into a wealthy family, but also have to roll back to her rental apartment with a mountain of debt, unable to keep her original job. She couldn't afford to lose, and she couldn't afford to be kicked out of the game. Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and unbuckled her seatbelt. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Zhao Tao scolded angrily. She merely held back tears, looking at Zhao Tao with a mix of 3 parts grievance and 7 parts charm, appearing pitiful. She slowly leaned down, stopping in front of the tens of thousands of yuan Hermes belt. Zhao Tao was momentarily taken aback, and the car's speed gradually slowed down, finally stopping in the shade of a tree by the roadside. 5 minutes later, Zhao Tao leaned back in his seat, letting out a long breath. The ferocity on his face had dissipated considerably, replaced by a sense of satisfaction from being in control. He reached out and pressed Su Xiaoxiao's head down forcefully. You're smart. Zhao Tao lit a cigarette, coldly watching Su Xiaoxiao as she wiped her mouth with a tissue. As long as you obediently serve me, well, you won't miss out on your benefits. But if you dare treat me like you did Zhou, Su Xiaoxiao struggled to suppress the turmoil in her stomach, forcing out a flattering smile. Taoga, don't worry, I will only love you for the rest of my life. That Zhou Ran isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. That's natural. Zhao Tao exhaled a puff of smoke, a flash of malice in his eyes. Let's go back to the company and find my dad. I want him to have no place to be buried. Late at night, the Honyuan Group's chairman's office was brightly lit. Zhao Shijiang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the night scene of Jiangxing with a half-burnt cigar in his hand. After listening to Zhao Tao's embellished complaints, this old fox who had crawled through the business world for 30 years had a face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Are you saying that Qinya not only gave him money, but also handed over the unlimited main card to him? Zhao Shijiang turned around, his voice flat enough to cause unease. Absolutely. Dad, you should have seen how arrogant that pretty boy was. He even made me call him. Zhao Tao gritted his teeth. The last word was nearly impossible to utter. Call him daddy, right? Zhao Shijiang scoffed, crushing the cigar into the crystal ashtray with force. What a Qinya, this is a slap in my face. For so many years I've been accommodating her, wanting to remarry her and take over Yaju real estate. And what does she do? She finds a little duckling to disgust me. Dad, what should we do? We can't really have me toast to him tomorrow night, can we? Zhao Tao said anxiously. Zhao Shijiang straightened his collar, a calculating gleam in his eyes. Go, why wouldn't you? Not only go, but take a generous gift with you. Qinya is a woman who prizes profit above all. That handsome face can serve her in bed, but what else? In the marketplace, strength speaks louder than charm. He pulled a document from the drawer and tossed it to Zhao Tao. This is the latest bid for the South City parcel. I've pushed the profit margin down to the bone. Take it tonight and use it as leverage to force Qinya's hand. I refuse to believe that before a project worth tens of billions, she would let money be sacrificed for a plaything. Zhao Tao accepted the papers overjoyed. Still my clever father. Zhao Shijiang smiled. Of course, if soft tactics fail. He changed tone and clapped his hands. A hidden door in the office opened, and a bald, burly man in a black training suit stepped out. He was the same thug whose hand Zhou Ran had broken that afternoon. But now he wore an expression of reverence, bowing, and leading behind him an elderly man in tang attire. The old man's hair and beard were white. He spun 2 iron balls in his hands and walked without a sound. A true practitioner. Chairman Zhao. Biaozi bowed and swaggered. This is my master, the senior, known as Guisho. Back on the southwest frontier, he once tore a wolf apart with his bare hands. Zhao Shijiang instantly put on a genial smile and stepped forward. Elder Guisho, I have long admired your name. I must trouble you to act. Help me deal with a little filth. Guisho did not so much as lift an eyelid. The iron balls in his hand spun with a crisp clack. Biaozi says the other party is a martial practitioner. One move to cripple him. A young brat, a bit brutish. Zhao Shijiang made a small gesture. Likely trained in sanda or combat sports. I want him gone from this world before tomorrow night, or turned into a drooling wreck. Name your price. Young people ignorant of their place. Guisho snorted dismissively and slapped the solid wood tea table with his palm. Bang! A deep palm print an inch deep appeared on the heavy tabletop. Wood splinters flew. Father and son gaped, and Su Xiaoxiao covered her mouth in fright. Since he accepted Chairman Zhao's money, I'll take the job. Guisho withdrew his hand, his tone as indifferent as if speaking of crushing an ant. Tomorrow the river will have floating corpses, hardly news. Zhao Shijiang laughed heartily and took a prized bottle of Moutai from the cabinet. Good. With Elder Guisho's word, I can rest easy. Tao, tomorrow you won't just attend the family banquet. I'm going too. Zhao Shijiang wore a feral grin and lit a cigar. I want to see whether that little runt has the nerve to take a seat. Night lay heavy. Jiangxing's neon turned into a river of light beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows of Yunding Tiangong. When Zhou Ran swiped his card and entered the living room, held only a dim floor lamp. Such legendary fighters. Night lay heavy. Jiangxing's neon turned into a river of light beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows of Yunding Tiangong. When Zhou Ran swiped his card and entered the living room, held only a dim floor lamp. The entire mansion was so quiet one could hear the faint hum of the central air. The master bedroom upstairs was shut. Chunya was likely already asleep. Zhou Ran paused at the top of the stairs for a moment, then turned toward the guest room on the first floor. At her age, sleep was the best cosmetic. He had no intention of making trouble. Although the day had been tumultuous and spiritual energy stirred restlessly in his meridians, he knew how to restrain himself. He slept soundly that night. There was none of the damp mildew of his rented room, none of the midnight quarrels of neighbors. The soundproofing of a top-tier mansion brought a rare sense of peace. At dawn the next morning, his biological clock woke him. He rose quietly, washed up, and walked into the open. He opened the built-in double-door refrigerator and froze. It no longer held only Evian and wine. The freshness compartment contained neatly arranged vegetable boxes sorted by color. Broccoli, asparagus, bell peppers, all prepped and cleaned. Beside them lay vacuum-sealed prime beef chicken breast shrimp and several boxes of fresh salmon sashimi. His gaze rose to the top shelf where two black tubs sat conspicuously top-tier sports nutrition, whey protein isolate chocolate brownie flavor. Zhou Ran's breath caught. It was the very thing he had offhandedly complained about 3 months ago while teaching Chunya. This powder tastes the best and absorbs quickly mixed with whole milk. It's heavenly. Too bad it's so expensive. A tub costs over 1,000, nearly half my rent for 2 weeks. At the time, Chunya had been doing a plank sweating and hadn't replied. Yet now those 2 tubs sat quietly before him. Beyond the protein were all manner of supplements: deep-sea fish oil, beetroot powder, South African Kana branch chain, amino acids, glutamine, creatine, monohydrate. All top-tier brands across the board. Zhou Ran lifted the heavy tub and let his fingertip trace the label. A long-lost warmth flowed from his fingertip into his chest. This wasn't about money. For Chunya, buying everything in this fridge required not the slightest hesitation. What mattered was the intention. She remembered every word he'd said, every small preference. Compared to Su Xiaoxiao, who only demanded and complained that he couldn't afford designer bags, Chunya's quiet, attentive care was the real weapon that pierced a man's defenses. Wealthy women, truly irresistible. Zhou Ran let out a low laugh, tore the seal with practiced hands, scooped a measure into a shaker tied on an apron, and began to prepare breakfast. She had offered him kindness, and he intended to repay it. For now, this was the finest emotional currency he could offer. Olive oil warmed in the skillet, beaten egg whites hit the pan with a sizzle. Whole wheat bread browned to a golden crisp, filling the air with grainy perfume. Avocado was sliced and sprinkled with black pepper and sea salt. Before long, a table of fragrant, colorful, high-protein, low-fat dishes was laid out. Footsteps sounded lightly on the stairs. Zhou Ran turned. Chunya was descending, wearing a silk slip dress and wynard that clung and flowed like water. The hem was short, barely covering the upper thigh. As she moved, those long, pale legs swayed in the morning light and made one's head spin. Just awakened Chunya shed some of her marketplace sharpness and gained a languid, seductive air. Her hair fell loose on her shoulders, her gaze was dreamy. The hem was short, barely covering the upper thigh. As she moved, those long, pale legs swayed in the morning light and made one's head spin. She approached the island and, surprised to see the exquisite breakfast, lifted an eyebrow. Habit. Sometimes by this hour, I've already finished a class. Zhou Ran removed his apron and handed her a cup of warm lemon water. Try it. My cooking isn't bad. Chunya took the cup, but did not drink. She leaned closer instead. She smelled of pleasant shower gel mingled with the mature scent of a woman, a fragrance that drifted straight into Zhou Ran's nose. You slept in the guest room last night. Her voice was husky, a touch wounded. Zhou Ran lowered his head to her beguiling peach blossom eyes. I saw you sleeping and couldn't bear to wake you. Fool. Chunya traced circles on his solid chest with a reproachful tone. I was sleeping, not dead. Couldn't you have woken me? The blunt, predatory words rekindled the fire he had just quelled. He seized those mischievous hands and his, Yiji, so early. Don't play with fire. It means nothing. Zhou Ran picked up a napkin and leisurely wiped his hands. It's my first time attending a family banquet, so of course I had to bring a gift for my ex-husband and my good son. She speared a perfectly cooked piece of chicken breast and savored it in her mouth. The taste is quite good, even better than what the Michelin chef I hired made. Of course, after all, I put my heart into it while he was just doing it for the money. How could it be the same? Zhou Ran pushed the protein powder towards her. Chunya took a sip and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. By the way, clear your schedule for today. She put down her fork and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, her expression returning to her usual decisive demeanor. Accompany me to meet someone at noon. Who? A big shot. Chunya's expression became serious. There are too many people eyeing that piece of land in the south of the city. Besides Zhao Shijiang, there are several outsiders looking to get in on it. Relying solely on money Yazi real estate might not secure the deal. We need some official support, or rather we need someone with more weight to back us up. The person we're meeting today has deep connections and is well regarded in both the black and white markets. The key point is that she holds the crucial vote that will determine the direction of that piece of land's planning. Chunya looked at Zhou Ran, her gaze filled with scrutiny and also expectation. Taking you along isn't to make you a bodyguard, it's to let you learn and observe. I don't want my man to only stand behind me in the future. Since you want revenge and want to step on the Zhao family's neck, relying solely on brute force isn't enough. You need to learn how to kill using your brain in this marketplace of fame and wealth. Zhou Ran's heart stirred. He understood Chunya's intention. She was genuinely paving the way for him, attempting to cultivate him from a mere fitness instructor with brute strength into someone capable of standing on his own. This level of vision and ambition is indeed not something an ordinary woman possesses. All right, I'll listen to you. Zhou Ran nodded in agreement. He also wanted to see what this so-called upper society was truly like. Moreover, he was quite curious about this big shot whom Chunya treated so seriously. At noon, a Maybach stopped in front of the most exclusive club in Jiangxing, the Tinjiuxuan. This place does not accommodate walk-in customers and operates on a strict membership invitation system. Every vehicle entering or exiting is a luxury car worth over $1 million. Following Chunya, Zhou Ran, dressed in a sharply tailored dark gray suit, appeared even more upright. The confidence radiating from him made it so that standing next to the powerful Chun, you did not overshadow him. Instead, there was a harmonious sense of mutual enhancement. The attendant guided them through a winding corridor to a lakeside private room. Upon opening the door, a fragrant aroma of tea wafted out. Zhou Ran lifted his gaze, and his brows slightly raised. The woman sitting at the main seat brewing tea wore a plain-colored new Chinese style qipao, her long hair elegantly pinned up, exuding a cold and noble demeanor. It was Xiao Hongli, whom he had just met yesterday at Guaya City. President Xiao, sorry to keep you waiting. Chunya wore a polite smile, quickly walked forward, and extended her hand proactively. President Chen, you are too courteous. I just arrived as well. This was almost a meeting between the two most powerful women in Jiangxing. Xiao Hongli's gaze passed over Chunya and landed on Zhou. This was almost a meeting between the two most powerful women in Jiangxing. Xiao Hongli's gaze passed over Chunya and landed on Zhou Ran behind her. In that moment, a faint smile flashed across her usually calm phoenix eyes. And this is a? Xiao Hongli asked knowingly. Chunya did not notice the subtle atmosphere between them. She naturally linked her arm with Zhou Ran and introduced him generously. This is Zhou Ran, my current special assistant. Xiao Hongli looked deeply at him, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. Indeed a talented individual, Xiao Hongli looked deeply at him, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. Indeed a talented individual, President Chun has a good eye. The three took their seats. There was not much small talk. The topic quickly got to the point. Chunya straightforwardly took out a prepared project plan and pushed it in front of Xiao Hongli. President Xiao, we must secure that piece of land in the south of the city for Yazoo. I know many people are eyeing this piece of meat, but I believe that in Jiangxing there is no more suitable partner than Yazoo. Here is our bottom line and the complete plan for subsequent development. Additionally, if President Xiao is willing to assist with the planning bureau, I can give up 3 points of the profit from this project. 3 points. For a project nearing the 100 billion mark, that translates to hundreds of millions in cash. This time Chunya was indeed putting in a significant investment. Xiao Hongli did not rush to flip through the plan. She picked up her teacup, took a sip, her gaze shifting between Chunya and Zhou Ran. I see President Chen's sincerity. However, business is business. The project in the south of the city involves many parties and cannot be secured solely with money. Chunya's heart sank slightly. She knew Xiao Hongli could be difficult, but she did not expect her to start deflecting without even looking at the plan. Just as she was about to raise the stakes, Xiao Hongli suddenly shifted the conversation. However, she set down her teacup, her gaze fixed directly on Zhou Ran. If it's Mr. Zhou who makes the request, then this matter is not unnegotiable. Chunya was taken aback. She instinctively looked at Zhou Ran, her eyes filled with astonishment. Zhou Ran, when did this newly entered fitness trainer establish a connection with the Xiao family's young lady? Moreover, from Xiao Hongli's tone, it was clear she was giving face to Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran smiled helplessly. He understood that Xiao Hongli was repaying a favor, and she was doing it in a way that would give Zhou Ran face and help him establish authority in front of Chunya. This woman truly has an astonishing emotional intelligence. President Xiao is too kind. Zhou Ran spoke, his voice steady. In business, mutual benefit and win-win are essential. Yazoo's strength is evident, and collaborating with Yazoo is also the best choice for the Xiao family. As for me, he glanced at Chunya, I just hope that whatever Sister Yu wants to do can go smoothly. The admiration in Xiao Hongli's eyes deepened. Not seeking credit, not being arrogant, and being able to smoothly return the ball while lifting Chunya up. This man is indeed interesting. A good phrase, smooth sailing. Xiao Hongli clapped her hands. A female secretary behind her approached, carrying 2 exquisite brocade boxes. Xiao Hongli pushed the boxes in front of Zhou Ran. Mr. Zhou, this is what you asked for yesterday. I had the master rush to finish it overnight. See if you were satisfied. Chunya looked even more confused. She watched as Zhou Ran opened the brocade box. 2 translucent jade green piece charms lay quietly on the black velvet inside. The quality and clarity were unmistakably top grade, worth a considerable sum. What is this? Chunya couldn't help. Xiao Hongli smiled, her gaze becoming meaningful. Yesterday at Guaya City, I had a relapse of an old ailment thanks to Mr. Zhou's timely assistance. These 2-piece charms were made from the top grade jade that Mr. Zhou himself cut, meant to be given to an important elder at home. I was still wondering what kind of elder could make Mr. Zhou so attentive. Xiao Hongli looked at Chunya, her tone playful. Now it seems the term elder is quite interesting. Chunya's face flushed suddenly. She understood everything. Zhou Ran not only saved Xiao Hongli yesterday, but also made connections with the Xiao family through this means. And those 2-piece charms. She looked at Zhou Ran, her heart racing. This little man, what else has he done behind her back? Since Mr. Zhou has spoken up. Xiao Hongli stood up and reached out her hand towards Chunya. I will make a call regarding the land in the south of the city. As long as Yazoo's qualifications are fine, no one can take it away. By the way, Mr. Zhou, how can I completely cure this stubborn ailment? As she was about to leave, Xiao Hongli suddenly asked, a hint of curiosity in her cool eyes. Zhou Ran gave an awkward smile. He certainly couldn't tell her that her constitution was that of a top-grade furnace and could only be cured through dual cultivation, right? That would mean Chunya would have to consume herself. The illness fades like pulling silk. President Xiao's root cause is deeply entrenched and requires gradual adjustments. In short, patience is essential. Until they exited the Tingyu pavilion and sat back in the car, Chunya was still somewhat in disbelief. The commercial dilemma that had troubled her for more than half a month involving billions in profit distribution was resolved just like that. Was it merely because of a single statement from this little man beside her? Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat flirtatious. Where's the safety buckle? Chunya extended her delicate hand, laying it out before Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran fished out the warm brocade box from his suit pocket, took out one piece, and personally placed it around her snow-white neck. The emerald buckle against her creamy skin made her whiteness appear even more dazzling. It's really beautiful, Zhou Ran sincerely praised, continuously generating emotional value. Chunya's heart trembled. She suddenly reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Zhou Ran's inner thigh. You still know pain? Chunya glared at him, but the flirtatiousness in her eyes was unmistakable. Honestly, when did you learn medicine? You really have some confidence, daring to save even Xiao Hongli's life. And what about that piece of jade? Where did you get the money for gambling on stones? Zhou Ran caught her mischievous hand, gently kissed it near his lips, his eyes deep. He once again provided emotion. The money was given by you. I have to spend some value in return. As for the medical skills. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Chunya's ear. It's a family heirloom specializing in treating all manner of grievances and also gynecological ailments. Sister, would you like to personally experience the effects? Get lost. Chunya laughed and scolded, but her body softened and leaned into his embrace. She tilted her head, looking at this man who was a whole generation younger than her. Previously, she had only regarded him as a younger brother who could alleviate her loneliness, obedient and understanding. But today he had given her an unexpected surprise. This was no longer her pet canary. He was clearly a fierce dragon lurking in the city. Well done, Zhou Ran, you have hidden yourself quite deeply. Suddenly Chunya leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Zhou Ran's earlobe. If you can melt even the icy Xiao family, it seems I've stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure this time. Since you've achieved such a great feat. Her hand slowly traveled up Zhou Ran's thigh, her voice turning seductive and dangerous. To celebrate, how about I treat you to a nice meal at noon? Right here in the car. Zhou Ran's internal demonic energy began to surge, ready to respond to this enticing proposal with action. Just then Zhou Ran's phone rang. The caller ID read elder son. Zhou Ran answered the call, and on the other end Wang Pangzi's voice wailed, laced with tears. Rangu, help! My mom. My mom has had her oxygen tube pulled out at the hospital. You have to come quick. Zhou Ran's gaze instantly turned icy. A terrifying aura of killing intent erupted within the confined space of the car. What happened? Feeling Zhou Ran's sudden change in aura, Chunya sat up straight, her playful demeanor vanishing. A friend's family is in trouble. Oh, I need to go over. He knew Wang Pengzi too well. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, this fat guy would never cry like that. In broad daylight, pulling out the oxygen tube of a critically ill patient in a hospital. This was no ordinary medical dispute. This was aimed at him. Wang Pengzi was his only brother, his reverse scale. Do you need my help? I can send a lawyer and bodyguards. No need. Zhou Ran shook his head and pushed open the car door. It's a personal matter. I can handle it myself. He turned back to look at Chunya, his gaze softening slightly. You go back and prepare for tonight's family banquet. They'll be back right away after I handle things on my end. But, Chunya wanted to say something. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Zhou Ran gave her a reassuring look, then closed the car door and hailed a taxi to the Central City Hospital quickly. Watching the taxi speed away, an inexplicable sense of unease rose in Chunya's heart. She took out her phone and dialed the driver's number. Lao Zhang, send 2 people to follow Mr. Zhou. Don't let him suffer any losses. Report to me at any time. At the Central City Hospital downstairs in the inpatient department, Zhou Ran had just gotten out of the car when his phone rang again. It was still Wang Pengzi. Rangu, don't come to the hospital. My mom is fine now. Whoa. They are at the abandoned construction site behind the hospital. They have captured me. They said if you don't come, they will bury me. The sound of scuffling and shouting came from the other end, followed by the harsh noise of the phone being smashed. Zhou Ran's face darkened like water. It was indeed a trap, but he hesitated not for a moment, turning and sprinting towards the back door of the hospital. That was a half-finished building from the hospital's expansion project, usually deserted. When Zhou Ran arrived, the place was eerily silent. Only the sound of the wind blowing through the rusty scaffolding could be heard. On the empty cement floor, Wang Pengzi was tied up tightly, hanging from a concrete pillar. His already chubby face was now swollen like a steamed bun, bruised and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Standing beside him were 2 familiar faces. One was a bald man with a plaster cast on his hand hanging in a sling. The other was an old man in a tang suit sitting in a grand chair fiddling with 2 iron balls. Zhou Ran, call the police quickly. They have guns. Seeing Zhou Ran appear, the half-conscious Wang Pengzi suddenly found strength, hoarsely shouting, "Run!" The bald man sneered and kicked Wang Pengzi in the stomach. "This place today is an invitation from King Yama. No one can escape." Wang Pengzi let out a muffled groan, his body curling up like a shrimp. Zhou Ran halted his steps, locking his gaze on the old man in the Tang suit. From this old man, he sensed an aura that was different from ordinary people. This was a master who had cultivated internal energy, commonly known as an ancient martial artist. With ease, he could strike with the force of 1,000 pounds, as simple as eating or drinking. If he were to develop his internal energy outward, he would be on the threshold of becoming a grandmaster. Yet even now, to ordinary people, he was like a deity. "Kid, are you the one who crippled my disciple?" The ghost hand slowly opened, his eyes disdainfully surveying Zhou Ran. "With such delicate skin, you are indeed suitable for being a duck." "It was me." Zhou Ran's voice was calm as he stepped forward, but in his heart he was questioning, "Old dang, what level is this old man?" A practitioner of the second level of qi condensation fighting a mere mortal who hasn't even reached the completion of body tempering. "What do you want me to say about his level, eh?" Yi Fuxian's voice was filled with disdain. "If you can't take him down in one move, then there is no need to cultivate anymore. Oh, just wait for me to seize your body." With a confirmed answer, Zhou Ran's last concerns vanished. He looked at the ghost hand, speaking slowly. "Release my brother, and it'll make your death quick." "Arrogant." The ghost hand slammed the armrest, soaring into the air like a great rock. "I have roamed the rivers and lakes for decades, and have never seen such an ignorant brat like you. Since you seek death, I will grant it to you." Before his words fell, the ghost hand was already before Zhou Ran. The withered palm carried a fierce gust of wind directly aimed at Zhou Ran's chest. This palm was named Heart-Crushing Palm. If it struck, it could directly shatter a person's heart vein. A cruel smile appeared on the bald man's face. With his master making a move, this kid was doomed. "All right, from today on, we are the closest comrades in arms." After saying that, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Help me check if Zhao Shijiang's Hanyuan group is currently bidding for that piece of land." He simply extended his fist towards that emaciated palm. This punch appeared plain and unadorned. Yet swirling around the fist was a wisp of almost imperceptible black energy, the primal demonic qi that the yin-yang art consumed from all things. Boom! The fist and palm collided fiercely in the air. A muffled explosion erupted in the air. The sneer on the ghostly hand's face froze. He felt a terrifying force akin to a mountain crashing down, flood into his body through his arm. It was not merely power. There was an overwhelmingly domineering aura that was frantically devouring his internal energy. Bang! A series of dense cracking sounds emanated from his arm, spreading to his shoulder. "Oh!" He let out a piercing scream, his body flying backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing into the concrete wall and creating a human-shaped indentation. This scene unfolded too quickly, so fast that Biaozi could not even react. The smile on his face had not faded, but his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. One move. Just one move. The master who boasted to Director Zhao about being able to tear apart wolves with his bare hands was defeated just like that. Zhou Ran retracted his fist, casting not a glance at the ghostly hand that resembled a dead dog. He walked up to Biaozi. Biaozi's legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud. "Spare me, please. I'm just doing this for the money." A smell of urine wafted from his pants. Zhou Ran remained expressionless, stepping on his knee. Crack! The sound of his scream echoed across the construction site. Zhou Ran untied Wang Pengzi's ropes and infused a trace of spiritual energy into him to protect his heart meridian. Ran Gu, are you a superhero?" Wang Pengzi, with swollen eyes, gazed at this familiar, yet unfamiliar brother, his face filled with daze. "Enough chatter, can you walk?" Zhou Ran supported him. I can walk." At that moment, the ghostly hand lying in the corner struggled to pull out an object while spitting blood. It was a pitch-black gun. "You little bastard. Die." Bang! The gunshot rang out. "Kid, get down." In his consciousness, Yi Fu Tian's eyes were about to split open, his hands gripping his hair tightly, as if facing a great enemy. He did not know what this was, but the aura of this treasure felt very wrong. With Zhou Ran's current cultivation, he was completely unable to resist. Wang Pengzi's pupils shrank instinctively, wanting to push Zhou Ran away. But Zhou Ran seemed to have anticipated this. In a flash, he turned sideways, activating the yin-yang art to shield his body with demonic qi. The bullet, originally aimed at his chest, merely grazed past and struck the iron frame behind him. Clang! Sparks flew and a crisp sound echoed. The air at that moment seemed to freeze. The ghostly hand's face was filled with disbelief. Did he manage to dodge it? How could he possibly dodge a bullet? This was beyond what a master of transformation could achieve. Before he could recover from the shock, a shadow flashed by. Zhou Ran's figure appeared before him like a ghost stepping down. He stomped the wrist holding the gun, driving it and the gun into the rubble of the ground. "Who sent you?" The ghostly hand was now utterly terrified. It was Zhao Shijiang. Tears streamed down the ghostly hand's face as he revealed everything he knew. They are going to the Chun family banquet tonight. and they wanted me to take care of you here to make you disappear forever. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Ran's eyes. What a vicious pair of father and son. Since you want to play to the death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as Zhou Ran's killing intent began to rise, the ghostly hand knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Senior, spare me. Senior, please spare me. I did not recognize the great mountain. May I ask which sect you belong to? I am a disciple of the Wuji sect. Wuji sect. Zhou Ran pondered over these 3 words, slightly loosening his grip, his tone indifferent. If you want to live, then bring something valuable to exchange. Tell me, how is your so-called martial arts world divided? What level is your meager skills? In response to the senior's question, in our martial arts world, we emphasize external training of muscles and skin, and internal training of the breath. Entry level is Mingjin, capable of breaking bricks and stones, and ordinary strong men cannot approach. Further up is Anjin, which is internal strength. I, after 40 years of hard training, have only reached the peak of Anjin. Above Anjin, there are masters of transformation. A single feather cannot be added. Flying flowers can harm people. In Jiang City, they are as rare as phoenix feathers. Above the masters, there are grand masters of transformation. Holding the Dan, sitting astride with blood and chi like a dragon, lifespan over 100, that is the level of national defense strength. Further up is the legendary earthly immortal, capable of withstanding firearms and walking on water. Zhou Ran silently compared in his mind. Old dang, what level does he mean by earthly immortal? Yi Fu Tian's voice was filled with mockery. Holding the Dan and sitting astride, that barely counts as guiding the chi into the body. As for that so-called earthly immortal, if he could truly withstand that crude treasure from earlier, he would probably be equivalent to the late stage of chi condensation. Zhou Ran's heart trembled slightly. Did this not mean that he was now situated between the Grand Master of Transformation and the earthly immortal? This was the essential difference between cultivating immortality and martial arts. Different dimensions akin to clouds and mud. You say you are a disciple of the Wuji sect. Zhou Ran tightened his grip on the ghostly hand's neck, calmly inquiring. Although he understood the divisions of martial arts cultivation, he also needed to understand the sect's inheritance. He did not want to deal with a small fry only to have an elder come along. If an earthly immortal came, he truly could not handle it. The ghostly hand trembled slightly, not daring to hide anything. Senior, the master of the Wuji sect is a grand master of transformation, and he has been in seclusion for years, striving to reach the earthly immortal realm. As for other sects, it is said that deep within Kunlun there are the Penglai Seas. There are some ancient sects that do not emerge, pursuing the path of longevity with extraordinary means. But my level is too low, and I truly cannot access the secrets of that level. Zhou Ran sighed in relief, casually tossing him to the ground. 2 beams of strong light pierced through the darkness of the construction site. A silver Audi rushed in, and the car door had not even 2 beams of strong light pierced through the darkness of the construction site. A silver Audi rushed in, and the car door had not even come to a stop before it was pushed open. A burly middle-aged man in a black suit jumped out of the car wielding a baton. 2 bodyguards followed close. Mr. Zhou, are you alright? The person was none other than Chunya's dedicated driver, Old Zhang. He was a former reconnaissance soldier with decent skills and was loyal to Chunya. But when he saw the scene at the construction site illuminated by the car's headlights, he froze. The wrench in his hand clattered to the ground. Ghost hand. On that empty lot lay the inner strength master, known as Ghost Hand, revered by many wealthy families in Jiangxing. At that moment, he was kneeling like an old dog, wagging his tail in a plea. Beside him, a Glock handgun's barrel was bent from being stepped on. Even more shocking was Ghost Hand's right hand, which was claimed to be the strongest palm in the southwest. And Zhou Ran, the shy fitness instructor, he remembered the pretty boy. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a coldness and ferocity that made even this veteran feel a shiver down his spine. Old Zhang swallowed hard, putting away his disdain as he quickly walked up to Zhou Ran and bent down respectfully. He had originally thought Chen's young boyfriend was just a pretty vase. When he heard Chen's instructions at noon, he had felt a bit of contempt. But now that contempt had turned into awe. How could a person be so formidable that even a gun could not harm him? Old Zhang, you came just in time. Zhou Ran pointed to the fat man beside him. This is my brother, he's been hurt a bit. Please help me take him back. Find the best private clinic, the medical expenses are on me. Zhou Ran continued, also transfer 200,000 to his account as compensation for tonight's mental distress. Old Zhang nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word of objection. Understood, Mr. Zhou. I'll take care of it right away. By the way, tell Sister Ye that my friend drank too much, and I'm taking him home. I'll be back later. Zhou Ran said lightly. Understood. I'll just say you were catching up with your friend. Old Zhang understood the rules well. He wouldn't ask what he shouldn't, and wouldn't look at what he shouldn't. He signaled 2 bodyguards to help lift the fat man into the car. And I don't want anyone else to know about what happened. Old Zhang shuddered, instantly understanding. Mr. Zhou was planning to silence them. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I, Old Zhang, have the tightest lips. Ranguyu, you're not coming. The fat man looked deeply at him through the car window. You go first, I need to clean up. Zhou Ran patted his shoulder. Remember, tonight's events stay between us. Take care of your injuries, and once I'm done I'll take you out for a treat. The fat man nodded, no longer asking questions. He knew that the current Zhou Ran was no longer the poor kid who once fought for lunchboxes with him in the electronics market. Watching the Audis headlights disappear into the darkness, Zhou Ran's calm demeanor also faded. He turned around and looked at the two kneeling on the ground. Ghost Hand and Biaozi were now trembling like leaves. From those eyes they saw death. Senior, please spare me. Great Master, please spare me. The old ghost kept bowing his head, his forehead bloodied and bruised. I am willing to serve you. I have some savings, tens of millions, it's all yours. Just spare me, please. Zhou Ran ignored him and slowly began to unbutton his sleeves, revealing his solid form. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In the darkness, that smile appeared particularly eerie. Money. I don't need it. I'm more interested in your bodies. The old ghost and Biaozi widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that this young man had a penchant for men? Master, let me protect you this time. Biaozi glanced at Zhou Ran, swiftly unbuckling his belt and raising his. Come on, if I fan to Biao show even a hint of hesitation, then I'm not a man. Zhou Ran. Did my expression convey something ambiguous? Suddenly thin streams of black energy seeped from Biaozi's backside. This energy, like a living entity, quickly enveloped the two. Their piercing screams lasted only half a second before abruptly stopping. The yin-yang technique reverses the yin and yang, devouring heaven and earth. Zhou Ran stood before the quickly desiccating bodies, the black energy in his palm greedily absorbing the last essence. It was not merely flesh and blood, but the vitality of two warriors who had cultivated for decades. The barrier that was originally at the second level of qi condensation cracked under the impact of this massive energy, emitting faint cracking sounds. Zhou Ran exhaled a breath of turbid air, a purple glimmer flickering in his eyes. This is the tyrannical nature of demonic arts. There is no need for painstaking meditation or years of understanding the world. As long as there is enough resources, one can advance at an astonishing pace. No wonder in the cultivation world demonic cultivators are always unwelcome among the righteous. This predatory practice is too fast. Who wouldn't be envious? Zhou Ran looked at the two transformed into mummies beneath his feet, with no trace of pity in his eyes. Killers are often killed. Moments later, Zhou Ran withdrew his power, feeling the abundant strength within him. 3 levels of qi condensation. Killing and arson lead to golden belts. The ancients truly were not deceiving me. After doing all this, he took out his phone and dialed a number. A lazy and cool female voice came from the receiver. Mr. Zhou. Xiao Hongli's voice carried a hint of surprise. I'm at the abandoned construction site behind the city center hospital. I've killed 2 people. There was a brief pause on the other end. Who? Xiao Hongli's voice remained calm. An old man called Ghost Hand, sent by Zhao Shijiang. Ghost Hand. Xiao Hongli's tone finally showed a slight fluctuation. The one known as the strongest palm in the southwest. The one that Honyuan Group pays dearly to support. That should be him. He was quite weak and is already dead. Zhou Ran kicked the dry corpse on the ground, producing a crisp crack. The body looks a bit unsightly. I can't handle it conveniently. Since we are partners, this small favor I believe Miss Xiao wouldn't refuse, right? Zhou Ran was well aware that today Xiao Hongli signed for the land in the southern city as a favor to him. It was also a life-saving method, recognizing his potential. Since they were to cooperate and possibly bring her into his fold in the future, he needed to see her sincerity and capability. If she harbored ulterior motives wanting to use this to control him, then Zhou Ran would not mind absorbing another tiny body. Although it felt a bit wasteful. Xiao Hongli agreed promptly. Within half an hour, the Xiao family will purchase that land. In the future, if there are any issues related to government affairs, Xiao Hongli agreed promptly. Within half an hour, the Xiao family will purchase that land. In the future, if there are any issues related to government affairs, Mr. Zhou can just speak up. Thank you. Zhou Ran hung up the phone and casually tucked it into his pocket. She was truly clever. She didn't treat this as a favor, but rather as an opportunity to deepen their bond. With such a versatile and powerful ally, things would be much easier in the future. At the Yunding Temple, the Chen family villa, what should have been a warm and lively family dinner was now filled with a tense atmosphere. The long dining table was laden with exquisite dishes, yet no one touched their chopsticks. Chen sat at the main seat, her face pale. She glanced at the wall clock from time to time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Zhou Ran still hadn't returned. Her calls went unanswered and messages received no reply. Just now she had called Old Zhang when she took a trip to the restroom. Old Zhang only said that Zhou Ran was in a critical situation controlled by a top-notch expert. Then she heard Old Zhang's engine roaring in a hurry. Could it be that Zhou Ran really? Yeah, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Zhao Shijiang put down his prayer beads and took a sip from his wine glass. Your young boyfriend's attitude is rather too big. Making our family wait for him for an hour, is this his upbringing? Zhao Shijiang, sitting opposite her, leaned back against the chair with a relaxed demeanor. He had a cigar clenched in his mouth, unabashedly exuding the air of a victor. What did I say? Zhao Shijiang exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his eyes filled with disdain. That kind of pretty boy who relies on his looks is just for fun. When trouble really comes, he runs faster than a rabbit. It's only you, Chunya, who treats that kind of person like a treasure. Chunya's breathing quickened as she desperately tried to maintain her last shred of dignity. Zhao Shijiang, this is my home, so please watch your mouth. Zhou Ran has been delayed by some matter and will be back soon. Soon. Zhao Shijiang scoffed, his laughter filled with malice and mockery. Chunya, we were once a married couple, but I advise you to stop holding on to fantasies. Leaning forward, he lowered his voice ominously. To tell you the truth, he won't be having dinner tonight. Right now he's feeding the fish at the bottom of the river. Chunya's heart jolted, her hand shaking the highball glass violently. The crimson liquid splashed onto the white tablecloth, resembling a glaring stain of blood. What? What have you done to him? Chunya's voice trembled. Nothing much, just gathered a few people to teach him how to— Zhao Tao interjected, a wicked glee on his face. Mom, don't blame Dad for being ruthless. That kid asked for it. He dared to move against you. He didn't even bother to look in the mirror to see what kind of person he was. And him doing this for your own good. That kind of poor wretch only approaches you to swindle your money. Now that he's gone, you can finally let go. Shut up. Chunya slammed the table, glaring at Zhao Tao. I don't have— Zhao Tao's muscles twitched violently, and he stood up abruptly, pointing a finger at Chunya and shouting. Chunya, don't push your luck. For a wild man, you freeze my card, take my car, and now you want to sever ties with me for him. Let me tell you, you will sign this today whether you like it or not. Su Xiaoxiao, sitting beside Zhao Tao, resembled a frightened quail, keeping her head down and not daring to speak. Yet inside she was secretly delighted. Zhou Ran is dead. Great. The man who knew all her secrets and had seen her at her most vulnerable is finally gone. Once Zhou Ran is dead, no one will know about her past misdeeds. She would still be that pure and charming goddess destined to marry into the Zhao family. She secretly glanced at Chunya, a cold smile forming in her heart. No matter how rich and powerful you are, in the end you're still just a pawn in a man's game, unable to even protect your— Enough, stop the noise. Zhao Shijiang waved his hand, impatiently signaling Zhao Tao to sit down. He pulled out a thick contract from his briefcase and slapped it onto the table in front of Chunya. Chunya, let's be straightforward. The Hanyuan Group is indeed facing some financial issues, and that piece of land in the southern city is my last chance to turn things around. This share transfer agreement and the land development rights transfer document need your signature. If you sign, Yuzhou Real Estate will still be under your management, and I will leave you with 30 of the shares. We can remarry, and we can still be a harmonious family. Zhao Shijiang flicked off the ash from his cigar, his tone turning assertive. But if you refuse to sign, what will you do? Chunya looked at him coldly. Then don't blame me for being Zhao Shijiang's eyes gleamed with menace as he slowly stood up and clapped his hands. The villa's front door was brutally pushed open from the outside. A dozen burly men in black suits wielding nightsticks surged in, surrounding the dining room tightly. Zhao Shijiang sat back down and lit another cigar. Everything today is because you forced me. The Hanyuan Group has reached a dead end. Either you sign and we remarry with Yuzhou merging into Hongyuan, and you will still be Mrs. Zhao. Or— Zhao Shijiang's eyes flashed with menace. Tonight I will make you lose everything, leaving you in a situation where you cannot survive or die. The situation had escalated. Using both threats and inducements, Zhao Shijiang had completely torn off the mask of civility. Chunya looked at the contract before her, akin to a contract of servitude, her heart filled with despair. The situation had escalated. Using both threats and inducements, Zhao Shijiang had completely torn off the mask of civility. Chunya looked at the contract before her, akin to a— She suddenly felt extremely tired. The exhaustion that seeped from her bones made her want to give up her resistance. If something really happened to Zhou Ran, what was the point of fighting for all this? I want sign. Chunya's voice was choked. Not signing. Zhao Shijiang laughed, coldly shaking his— Then I'll have someone send over one of Zhou Ran's hands as a gift. Then another leg until I reduce him to a human stick. I know you care about that, pretty boy. You decide how to choose. Chunya's pupils dilated suddenly. The thought of Zhou Ran's youthful, radiant smile and his figure bustling in the kitchen this morning caused her heart to ache fiercely. Zhao Shijiang had gone mad. He was capable of anything. The air in the dining room had reached a suffocating point. Just then a lazy voice tinged with mockery rang out. Director Zhao, isn't it a bit premature to say that? I haven't even had the chance to enjoy the delicious soft meal. How could I bear to die? Everyone turned sharply, their gazes fixed on the suddenly appearing man. Zhou Ran, clad in a perfectly tailored Brioni suit, looked impeccable, though the cuffs were slightly dusted. Chunya seemed to grasp a lifeline, while drowning, disregarding her composure as she pounced into his strong embrace. All her grievances, fears, and feigned strength crumbled at that moment. Don't cry, I'm back now, aren't I? Zhou Ran gently reached out, tidying her slightly disheveled hair, his gaze tender beyond words. Sorry, I had to deal with some trash on the way, which took a bit of time. I made you worry, Yujia. This scene of mutual affection was the most glaring mockery in the eyes of the Zhao father and son. The father and son stared at each other wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. How could you still be alive? He knew all too well the strength of the ghost hand. That was the killing god who had torn apart the Wolf King on the southwest battlefield. How could Zhou Ran possibly escape unscathed from the hands of the Southwest's strongest? Moreover, looking at him so relaxed, he didn't seem like someone who had just survived a fierce battle. Could it be that the ghost hand had failed? Or perhaps, this guy never even went to that construction site. I'm curious too. Zhao Shijiang, being an experienced player, quickly regained his composure despite the storm raging within. He wore a grim expression, his gaze like that of a hawk fixed on Zhou Ran. In his view, the only explanation was that Zhou Ran had sensed the danger in advance and found a place to hide. As for counterattacking the ghost hand, that was simply a fantasy. Zhou Ran smiled and offered no explanation. He held Chen Ya's hand and walked to the dining table as if no one else was there. First, he gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Chen Ya to sit down before he took a seat beside her. Finally, he placed a heavy black plastic bag on the bone china plate in front of Zhao Shijiang. With a crisp sound, everyone's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Zhao Shijiang stared at the black plastic bag, an extremely ominous premonition washing over him. It means nothing. Zhou Ran picked up a napkin and leisurely wiped his hands. It's my first time attending a family banquet, so of course I had to bring a gift for my ex-husband and my good son. Dad, why are you wasting your breath on him? You all go together and take him down. Zhao Tao smashed the wine glass, his eyes bloodshot, shouting furiously while pointing at Zhou Ran. Zhao Shijiang raised his hand to stop him. He stared at the black plastic bag, feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. Zhou Ran, who should have died on the construction site, appeared here unscathed. Things were definitely not that simple. Zhao Shijiang subtly exchanged a glance with a loyal bodyguard beside him, who discreetly stepped out clearly to contact Gui Shou to confirm the situation. Zhou Ran leaned back against the chair, his long fingers gently tapping the tabletop. Just now I heard outside that Chairman Zhao seems to be set on acquiring the land in the south of the city. You still want to force Sister Yu to sign? And what if I do? Zhao Shijiang snorted coldly, his confidence returning as his peripheral vision swept over the dozen or so henchmen armed with tools. Kid, don't think that just because you narrowly escaped a calamity, you can turn the tide. Today's situation is not something a little boy like you can change. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao chimed in from the side. Although she was surprised by Zhou Ran's appearance, the sight of the room full of black-clad men quickly replaced her fear with a sense of superiority. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao chimed in from the side. Although she was surprised by Zhou Ran's appearance, the sight of the room full of black-clad men quickly replaced her. Look at you, what else can you do besides sweet-talking women? This is a business worth billions. Oh, what do you have to compete with Chairman Zhao? She arrogantly advised those who know how to adapt are the wise ones. Don't risk your life for a moment of pride. Zhou Ran turned his head, giving her a faint glance. Su Xiaoxiao, you're still as self-righteous as ever. Zhou Ran shook his head. Since you like the Zhao family's sinking ship so much, then hold on tight. Don't wait until the ship sinks and you're left crying. Brother Tao, look at him. Su Xiaoxiao was exasperated, clinging to Zhao Tao's arm. Zhou Ran couldn't be bothered to look at her again, his gaze shifting to Chen Ya, and the originally cold expression in his eyes transformed into a pool of warmth. Sister, you tell them who the land in the south now belongs to. Chen Ya was taken aback for a moment. She looked into Zhou Ran's determined eyes, and although she didn't know where his confidence came from, she chose to unconditionally trust this man. Chen Ya straightened her back, regaining the commanding presence of a decisive female CEO. Zhao Shijiang gave up on that thought. Chen Ya spoke coldly. The approval for the Southern project was already issued this afternoon. The Planning Bureau has already made it clear that this project is wholly under the responsibility of Yazoo Real Estate. Moreover, I have already reached a deep cooperation agreement with the Shao family. Starting tomorrow, funds from the Shao family will flow into Yazoo. Upon hearing this, the room was filled with shock. Zhao Shijiang's hand trembled, spilling most of the wine from his glass. The Shao family. Chen Ya scoffed. Yes, it's Shao Hongli, President Shao. By the way, I must thank Zhou Ran. If it weren't for Zhou Ran having a close relationship with President Shao, this would not have gone so smoothly. Impossible. Zhao Shijiang stood up, his face turning a dark shade. Shao Hongli is famously proud and has never involved herself in real estate development. How could she possibly cooperate with you? For that piece of land, Zhao Shijiang had considered using Shao Hongli's influence. But without even seeing her, he had been turned away. Besides, how could this little duck know Shao Hongli? It must be that Chen Ya was lying to him. Zhao Shijiang had been in the business world for 30 years, well accustomed to the psychological games played at the negotiation table. Keep acting, just keep acting. Zhao Shijiang sneered, leaning back against the chair, rhythmically tapping on the equity transfer document. Chen Ya, it seems you won't stop until you hit rock bottom. Want to use the Shao family to pressure me? Do you think I'm easily frightened? Just then the bodyguard who had gone out to make a call returned and leaned close to Zhao Shijiang's ear. Chairman Zhao, no one is answering. Gui Shou's phone is off. Biaozi's phone isn't answering either. Zhao Shijiang's heart sank, staring at Zhou Ran with a complex expression. Gui Shou is a martial artist with profound inner strength. There are few who can keep him in check in the entire Southwest. Just you. He snatched the bodyguard's phone and, not willing to believe it, dialed the number again. Don't call anymore. Zhou Ran picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs in a Chen Yas bowl. There's no signal downstairs, he can't receive it. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Tao slammed the table. Dad, don't listen to him playing tricks here. Master Gui's show must be delayed by something. This kid just got lucky and came back, now he's trying to con us. Su Xiaoxiao stood up at this moment. She adjusted her bangs trying to appear charming, but her gaze was filled with calculation. She believed she understood Zhou Ran the most. This man who used to be afraid to even kill a chicken and would feed stray cats ham, how could he possibly kill someone? Zhou Ran, stop acting. Su Xiaoxiao sighed, appearing exasperated. I know you want to show off in front of President Chen, but some lies come with a price. Is that bag filled with pig's blood? Or did you buy chicken offal by the roadside? She stepped closer, her face radiating the delight of exposing a lie. Let me see what kind of trick you're hiding. Before her words finished, several items rolled onto the marble table. They were 2 steel ball bearings the size of walnuts and a Glock pistol whose barrel had been bent into a 90. In addition, there was a half-broken finger bone adorned with a very conspicuous jade ring. Oh! Su Xiaoxiao let out a scream, covering her mouth and beginning to retch. Qinya also turned her head away, merely tightening her grip on Zhou Ran's arm. Zhao Shijiang's face turned ashen, a thin layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. If it was a severed hand, he might still think that Zhou Ran's people had ambushed him. But this gun. This indicated that Gui Shou had fired a shot. You killed Gui Lao? Zhao Shijiang stared at Zhou Ran, his eyes finally revealing fear. Chairman Zhao is a businessman. Oh, why are you talking about killing? Zhou Ran smiled. I sent that old man back home to retire. Retire? More like to the underworld to retire. Although Zhao Tao did not understand martial arts, he was aware of Gui Shou's formidable reputation. Zhou Ran was strong, but Gui Shou was not someone he could provoke. He pointed at Zhou Ran and shouted, Dad, trust me. I've been classmates with this kid for 4 years. He doesn't know anything about martial arts. He's just a gym rat. This must be a trick he's playing. We have more than a dozen people here. Are we afraid of just him? Shut up. Zhao Shijiang slapped Zhao Tao hard across the face. Dad, why are you hitting me? Zhao Tao covered his face, looking at his father in disbelief. I told you to shut up. Zhao Shijiang gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Mr. Zhou. Zhao Shijiang changed his tone. It seems there's been some misunderstanding. Since Mr. Zhou has a connection with the Shao family, we can consider it a flood washing away the dragon. Mr. Zhou. Zhao Shijiang changed his tone. It seems there's been some misunderstanding. Since Mr. Zhou has a connection with the Shao family, we can consider it a flood washing away the Dragon King Temple. Misunderstanding. Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow, his gaze playful. Didn't Chairman Zhao just want to cut me down and force Sister Ye to be unable to survive or die? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get out. Don't disturb Mr. Zhou and President Chen while they're dining. Wait. Did I tell you to leave? Since Yazoo has already received the approval, my Hanyuan group will naturally no longer interfere. After speaking, he waved his hand to the group of black-clad bodyguards. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get out. Don't disturb Mr. Zhou and President Chen while they're dining. Wait. Did I tell you to leave? Zhou Ran stood up, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. Chairman Zhao, do you plan to treat this place like a market? Come and go as you please. You think you can just brush it off with a sentence of misunderstanding after scaring me? He walked up to Zhao Shijiang, looking at the once arrogant business tycoon. Today, if this matter isn't settled, no one will leave here standing. As Zhou Ran's voice fell, an invisible malice erupted from within him. This was not an ordinary aura, but the killing intent from ancient demonic cultivators. Although Zhou Ran had only inherited the surface, this aura was still as suffocating as Mount Tai to ordinary people, making it hard to breathe and causing them to tremble. Zhao Shijiang, who was closest, felt it most acutely. He sensed the temperature around him plummet. What do you want? Zhao Shijiang forced himself to hold steady, his voice trembling. Zhou Ran, this is a society governed by law. I am the chairman of Hanyuan Group. If you harm me, you won't escape either. Law governed. Zhou Ran scoffed. When you sent someone to kill me, why didn't you mention the law? Now that a knife is at your throat, you want to talk about legality. He extended his hand and lightly patted Zhao Shijiang's well-maintained old face. Slap. Slap. The sound was crisp, causing minimal harm, but immense humiliation. Zhou Ran forked a piece of steak into his mouth, chewing slowly, and only wiped his lips with a napkin after swallowing. Mr. Zhao, why don't you check your phone first? It was the financial director of Hanyuan Group. Zhao Shijiang trembled as he pressed the answer button. Mr. Zhao, something's gone wrong. It's a big mess. Filled with a multitude of bank presidents, material suppliers, and even several government officials with whom he had previously secured cooperation. There were dozens. Just as he was stunned, another call came in. It was the financial director of Hanyuan Group. Zhao Shijiang trembled as he pressed the answer button. Mr. Zhao, something's gone wrong. It's a big mess. The terrified voice of the financial director echoed on the other end, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet restaurant. Several partner banks suddenly sent letters wanting to withdraw loans. We have 3 days to repay all loans, or they will seize the company's assets. Moreover, several major suppliers who had originally agreed to terms would rather pay penalties than continue supply. They say it's the Zhao family pulling the strings behind the scenes. Mr. Zhao, think of a way quickly. The company's liquidity can't last until tomorrow. Thud. The phone slipped from Zhao Shijiang's hand, falling onto the carpet. It's over. All over. It turned out Qinya hadn't lied. This seemingly harmless pretty boy had truly climbed the towering tree of the Zhao family. What dignity, what face, all of it was nonsense before Hanyuan Group. Mr. Zhou, Master Zhou, please let the Zhao family go easy on me, treat me like a fart. The black-clad thugs surrounding them, formerly armed, now exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. Zhao Tao clearly still didn't grasp the situation. Seeing his father grovel, his unnamed fury surged. Dad. Zhao Tao suddenly stood up, flipping the chair in front of him. What good is crying if Hanyuan Group is gone? His tone was filled with disappointment towards his father. With so many of us, are we afraid of just one? At worst, we'll perish together. Let's first incapacitate this kid. I don't believe the Zhao family would fight us to the death over a corpse. He pulled out a folding knife, his expression twisted as he pointed it at Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran, don't pretend to be mysterious. Today I'll let you know who is the boss in Jiangxing. Stop. A heart-wrenching roar exploded forth. The voice did not belong to Zhou Ran or Qinya, but to Zhao Shijiang. Daddy. Zhao Tao turned back in disbelief. Unfilial son. Put down the knife. He understood the situation better than that foolish son. If what occurred just now was merely a business kill, then now if they truly acted, it would be catastrophic. Moreover, once they acted, there would be no turning back. The Zhao family wanting to destroy Hanyuan was a business tactic. But if Zhou Ran were to kill? Looking at the Glock that had been crushed into scrap metal, Zhao Shijiang had no doubt that Zhou Ran would not hesitate to snap the necks of everyone present. Thud. Zhao Shijiang knelt directly before Zhou Ran. Dad, are you crazy? Zhao Tao's eyes nearly popped out as he screamed and rushed over to pull him. Why are you kneeling to him? At worst, we die together. Zhao Tao's blood boiled. If he couldn't live the life of a wealthy second generation, he might as well die. Unfilial son. You kneel too. Zhao Shijiang swung his palm back, striking Zhao Tao hard across the face. Kneel. Apologize to Mr. Zhou. Zhao Shijiang roared, pressing Zhao Tao's head down, forcing him onto the ground. Zhao Tao was stunned by the blow, also left in shock. He had never seen his father look so fearful. Mr. Zhou. Master Zhou. Zhao Shijiang lowered his head, his voice trembling, carrying a hint of pleading. He had never seen his father look so fearful. Mr. Zhou. Master Zhou. Zhao Shijiang lowered his head, his voice please show mercy and let Hanyuan live. Give us father and son a way out. We will not take that piece of land anymore. As long as you agree to let it go, the Zhao family will follow you from now on, willing to be your servant. It was all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Zhao Shijiang was drenched in cold sweat, frantically bowing his head. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Saying this, he struck himself hard across the face. Slap. 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 The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the restaurant. Qinya sat beside, watching this scene, feeling that everything was surreal. That once imperious ex-husband who had always commanded her was now, like a stray dog, humbly begging for and all of this was because of the man beside her. She turned to look at Zhou Ran. His profile was stern, his gaze. At that moment, she suddenly felt Zhou Ran was somewhat unfamiliar, but this strangeness brought an unprecedented sense of security. As long as Zhou Ran didn't call for a stop, Zhao Shijiang wouldn't dare. Only when Zhao Shijiang's face was already swollen and bruised did Zhou Ran finally speak indifferently. That's enough. Zhao Shijiang felt as if he had received a reprieve, stopping his actions and looking at Zhou Ran with hopeful eyes. Zhao Tao, I remember you said before that I was a sycophant only fit for eating protein powder, right? Seeing his father like this, Zhao Tao understood the situation was dire. He crawled a few steps forward, grabbing Zhou Ran's pant leg. Brother Ran, I was wrong. Look at our 4 years of friendship. Let Hanyuan Group have a way out. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, grabbing the shivering Su Xiaoxiao and forcefully pulling her over. Look at our 4 years of friendship. Let Hanyuan Group have a way out. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, grabbing the shivering Su Xiaoxiao. They'll return her to you now. Zhao Tao exclaimed. Brother Ran, haven't you always liked her? She's yours now. You can do whatever you want with her. As he said this, he shoved her hard. Su Xiaoxiao stumbled a few steps, falling at Zhou Ran's feet. Zhou Ran's gaze turned colder than ice. He kicked Zhao Tao in the chest, sending him flying. What are you? How dare you engage in such sordid dealings? Treating a person as a plaything, do you even qualify? At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao had long lost her previous arrogance. Her exquisite makeup was smudged from crying, and her expensive dress was wrinkled, making her look disheveled. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao had long lost her previous arrogance. Her exquisite makeup was smudged from crying, and her expensive dress, if she hadn't betrayed Zhou Ran back then. The woman basking in the glory of seeing the Zhao family kneel. Zhou Ran. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she reached out, trying to grab Zhou Ran's hand. I know you still have feelings for me, right? Zhou Ran. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she reached out, trying to grab Zhou Ran's hand. I know you still have feelings for me, right? Zhou Ran coldly shook off Su Xiaoxiao's outstretched hand. No need. Su Xiaoxiao, do you think you are the moon in the sky that everyone wants to hold in their hands? Unfortunately, you are just the mud on the bottom of my shoe long discarded by me. Remember, you are not worthy. The Zhao father and son knelt on the ground trembling like chaff. Zhou Ran did not rush to deal with them, but turned to look at Chunya. Sister Ya, how do you want to handle this father and son? He handed the decision-making power to Chunya. After all, she was the one who had suffered the most grievances, and it was she who had been drained by this father and son for many years. Chunya looked at her nominal ex-husband and son kneeling on the ground, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. There was relief, sorrow, and also a sense of liberation. She took a deep breath and walked up to Zhao Shijiang. Zhao Shijiang, the bond we had 20 years ago ended the moment you had the ghost hand kill Zhou Ran and forced me to sign the contract. Chunya's voice was cold and resolute. I won't kill you, I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. You can avoid the death penalty, but you cannot escape the living punishment. I want you to transfer all assets in Jiangsheng to Zhou Ran, then take your precious son and roll out of Jiangsheng. From now on, never let me see you again. Zhao Shijiang's flesh twitched slightly. Jiangsheng was the headquarters of Hunyuan Group. Yet under Zhou Ran's cold gaze, how could he dare to utter a word of refusal? Okay, tonight let the legal department draft the contract. Get out. It felt like a great pardon. The Zhao father and son left in utter disgrace. There were no harsh words, no backward glances, only the hurriedness of a lost dog. The legal team of Hunyuan Group arrived half an hour later and conducted the asset transfer with the top lawyers Chunya had summoned. It was a one-sided slaughter. A thick stack of documents lay on the coffee table, each one stripping away the Zhao family's years of accumulated flesh and blood. The most valuable commercial buildings under Hunyuan Group and all assets in Jiangxing. The sound of the signing pen on paper was particularly jarring in the empty living room. An hour later, Zhao Shijiang signed the last word as if he had been drained of all spirit. His hair turned white overnight. The once invincible business tycoon now hunched over, stumbling out the door. Zhao Tao was also dragged down from the G63 by Chunya's bodyguards. The reason was simple: this car was registered under Hunyuan Group's public account. As for Su Xiaoxiao, she had been kneeling in the corner, her makeup long faded, looking like a clown. Seeing the Zhao father and son leave, she placed her last hope on Zhou Ran. Drag her out. Chunya's voice was devoid of any warmth. Two bodyguards in black stepped forward and lifted Su Xiaoxiao away like a dead dog. Drag her out. Chunya's voice was devoid of any warmth. Two bodyguards in black stepped forward and lifted Su Xiaoxiao away like a dead dog. Drag her out. Chunya's voice was devoid of any warmth. Two bodyguards in black stepped forward and lifted Su Xiaoxiao away. Outside, the rain poured down, and the materialistic woman was thrown into the muddy water, shattering along with her ridiculous dreams of wealth. The room returned to silence. Chunya dismissed everyone. The spacious living room was left with only her and Zhou Ran. Looking at the stack of asset transfer documents worth billions in her hands, she suddenly felt a bit unreal. Having struggled and fought for these interests for over a decade in this circle, she never imagined that victory could come so simply and brutally. It was merely because of the man before her. What's wrong? Do you think I don't look like a good person? Zhou Ran raised the wine glass, gently swirling it. Chunya turned around, her beautiful eyes glimmering. She walked up to Zhou Ran, suddenly stretched out her arms wrapped around his waist, and buried her head into his solid chest. You are a bad person, the worst kind of bad person in the world. Her voice was somewhat muffled, carrying a sense of liberation. But I like you, brother. In that moment, this powerful woman in the business world shed all her armor. From now on, she could finally take off all her disguises and become the little woman who would only act spoiled beside Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran felt the dependence in his arms, and the demonic, killing intent gradually calmed. He raised his hand to stroke Chunya's long hair, a hint of warm spiritual energy flowing through his fingertips. Having a headache again, huh? Chunya stiffened for a moment, then softened. It's an old problem. I haven't slept well these past few days because of the bid documents. Sit down. Zhou Ran let her lean on the sofa, his fingers pressing against her temples. The yin-yang technique circulated, and a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into her through his fingertips. For ordinary people, this was the best elixir. The blocked meridians were cleared, and Chunya felt a warm current spreading in her mind. The stabbing pain, like needles, instantly dissipated. In its place was an unprecedented sense of comfort. Chunya couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her cheeks flushing with 2 shades of red. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ran withdrew his hand. Chunya opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering. She looked at Zhou Ran, her eyes shimmering. Tonight, sister, you get some rest early. Chunya's face flushed, and she spat. You little rascal. However, she was indeed extremely tired. After Zhou Ran's spiritual energy had smoothed her out, sleeping. Chunya's face flushed, and she spat. You little rascal. However, she was indeed extremely tired. after Zhou Ran's spiritual energy had smoothed her out, sleepiness surged over her. After settling Chunya, Zhou Ran returned to the guest room. Kid, you can really hold back. In his mind, the voice of Yi Futian carried a hint of teasing. That woman is utterly devoted to you. As long as you nod, you could have quite the night tonight. No rush, no rush. The spiritual energy of that peace charm is still abundant. Let Chunya replenish herself first. Zhou Ran sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the ink jade ring in his palm, which was taken from the ghost hand's severed finger. This thing is quite interesting. It's just a low-tier storage artifact. No one would pick it up in the cultivation world, but in this land of lost magic it is indeed rare. Yi Futian scoffed. With that person's cultivation, he absolutely cannot open this storage space. This indicates that this old man has a powerful backing. You need to practice hard and never be negligent. Zhou Ran did not respond, operating the yin-yang technique in his body to slowly absorb the spiritual energy within the peace charm. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the dark clouds. Zhou Ran had just finished his HIIT workout and had not prepared breakfast yet when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but he knew who it was. Zhou Ran, where the hell have you been? The frantic voice on the other end of the phone was Lu Chang, the manager of the extraordinary gym. You've been absent for 3 consecutive days. Do you not want to work anymore? If you don't want to work, hurry back to resign. By the way, all your wages for this week will be deducted. Lu Chang scolded. In the past, Zhou Ran had always swallowed his pride for that meager salary, which made Lu Chang develop a delusion that he could easily manipulate him. Zhou Ran moved his phone away for a moment. After Lu Chang finished cursing, he calmly said into the receiver, "Okay, I'll be there shortly," saying that he hung up directly. At 10 in the morning, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped at the entrance of the extraordinary gym. Old Zhang got out of the car and respectfully opened the rear door. A shiny leather shoe stepped onto the ground, followed by Zhou Ran, dressed in a perfectly tailored deep blue Brioni suit. On his wrist, a Richard Mille watch reflected a charming glow in the sunlight. Today his hair was slicked back, revealing his full forehead, and he emanated an aura of a formidable leader. Behind him were the lawyers and asset evaluators arranged by Chunya. A group of 8 people dressed in suits, briefcases in hand, exuding a fierce presence. The receptionist was engrossed in a short video when she heard the commotion and looked up stunned. Zhou, Coach Zhou, and she rubbed her eyes, scarcely daring to believe what she saw. In Zhou Ran, the ever-smiling Adidas-clad man who always cheerfully fetched takeout for everyone. How had he transformed overnight into a domineering CEO straight out of a drama? Yet this man truly was breathtakingly handsome. Zhou Ran gave a slight nod to the receptionist and strode confidently into the lobby. It was precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. The gym's membership was sparse. In-store manager Lu Chang stood in the personal training zone, spittle flying, as he berated several new intern coaches. Why drone on with such technical jargon? And wait, do you actually think you're imparting sacred knowledge? And what you're selling isn't expertise, it's emotional value. Emotional value. Do you even grasp that concept? Securing membership renewals. That's the ultimate goal. And the junior coaches nodded uncertainly and snapped to attention. Zhou Ran is the textbook example of what not to be. All theory and no instinct. Anyone would think he's preparing for graduate entrance exams. Teach your disciples well and starve your master. And if he dares show up today, I'll make him regret it. Just thinking of Zhou Ran made Lu Chang's blood boil. Every other coach's clients renewed their memberships for 10 years. Yet Zhou Ran's clients vanished the moment they mastered the fundamentals. And who exactly are you planning to destroy? A cool, detached voice rang out from behind. And Lu Chang instinctively whirled around, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to freeze mid-sentence at the sight before him. There stood Zhou Ran, hands tucked casually into his pockets, flanked by a cadre of elite lawyers, his gaze glinting with quiet mockery. And Zhou Ran. Lu Chang's eyes widened. He scrutinized Zhou Ran up and down, then burst into scornful laughter. And oh, dressed like a proper gentleman. Did you rent those clothes somewhere? And came here to audition for a tyrannical CEO role. He jabbed a finger toward Zhou Ran's chest. And let me tell you, don't think swapping suits makes you the boss. And get changed and get to work, now. Young Master Zhao gave explicit instructions just days ago to take special care of you. And clearly Zhao Tao's humiliating encounter the previous night had yet to reach ears as insignificant as his. Zhou Ran remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly. Ni's chief counsel stepped forward, adjusting his gold-rimmed spectacles, and withdrew a document from his briefcase, slamming it squarely onto Lu Chang's face. Lu Chang, is that correct? And this is the Equity Transfer Agreement, an official industrial and commercial registration amendment for Fifan Gym. NAS of yesterday, Mr. Zhou Ran has acquired full ownership of this establishment. From this moment onward, every brick, every floorboard beneath your feet, even the very air you breathe, belongs to Mr. Zhou Ran. In silence descended upon the entire gym. Members mid-lift, coaches mid-conversation, all froze, staring in utter disbelief. and Lu Chong fumbled desperately to catch the slipping papers, his eyes darting over the crimson official seal and bold signature. That was the owner's own handwriting. And impossible. This can't be real. And Lu Chong's face drained of color, cold sweat trickled down his temples. Nothing is impossible. And Zhou Ran advanced slowly, gazing down imperiously at the short, stout man who once tormented him. And you said earlier, you'd fire me. Lu Chong's knees buckled. He collapsed to the floor with a thud. And Zhou, President Zhou, and I failed utterly to recognize your true stature. And my eyes were blind, my judgment canine. Don't sully my trousers with your filthy hands. And Zhou Ran swept his gaze across the room, lingering on the veteran coaches who'd once joined Lu Chong in ostracizing him. Each met his stare and lowered their heads ashamed. In Lu Chong, embezzling interns' wages under your authority, pocketing commissions from private sessions, installing hidden cameras in the women's changing rooms. Zhou Ran paused, his expression hardening into glacial frost. In these sordid accounts will be meticulously settled by finance. And effective immediately. You are terminated. And you, pack your things and leave. Now, Zhou Ran pointed to several senior coaches. In this ragtag crew, secretly adulterating members' protein powder with instant milk tea. And worse still, illegally peddling banned muscle-enhancing drugs while claiming they're 100 natural. At that moment, Zhou Ran struck with the swiftness and finality of thunder. In no rhetoric, no mercy. In having purged the rot, he turned his attention to the trembling interns and the diligent, upright coaches. At that moment, Zhou Ran struck with the swiftness and finality of thunder. In no rhetoric, no mercy. In having purged the rot, he turned his attention. Work diligently, and I will never betray your loyalty. In long live the boss. In cheers erupted across the gym like wildfire. In Zhou Ran did not linger in the adulation. He issued concise instructions, tasked the remaining coaches with maintaining order, and then, guided purely by intuition, walked deep into the gym's recesses. In there stood a rust-eaten iron door bolted shut, its crevices choked with dust accumulated over untold years. President Zhou, this is just the storage room. An observant senior coach hurried over. In used to be Lu Chong's dumping ground for broken equipment. And what? Zhou Ran halted. And this place is cursed. The coach lowered his voice, face taut with unease. Once a bold cleaning lady entered to tidy up, and emerged burning with fever for a full week, babbling incoherent nonsense. Later, Lu Chong hired a fortune teller who declared the site afflicted by malignant feng shui, clashing energies, and locked it away forever. In hearing this, Zhou Ran's lips curled into a knowing faint smile. Malignant feng shui. Into ordinary mortals, perhaps it was mere uncleanliness, but to him, a cultivator of demonic arts, such filth often signaled rare potent energy. Understood. Return to your duties. And no one is to approach this door without my express permission. Zhou Ran dismissed the eager crowd with a wave. Once solitude reigned, he extended a long, elegant finger, resting it lightly upon the corroded iron lock. And click. And without tool or force, the hardened lock shattered like brittle tofu beneath his touch. He pushed open the heavy iron door. A wave of stale, putrid air rushed forth, thick with dust, stinging throats, and choking breath. Indeed, it was a storage room in legless treadmills, rusted weight plates, shredded yoga mats, piled mountainously, leaving barely space to set foot. Dim lights flickered overhead, crackling with electric static. And boy, something is deeply wrong here. Yefu Tian's voice echoed suddenly within his mind, laced with thrilling anticipation. I smell something revolting, yet intoxicatingly sweet. I sense it too. Zhou Ran narrowed his eyes. Since attaining the third stage of qi condensation, his senses had long transcended mortal limits. Beneath the pervasive mold and decay, an infinitesimal chilling aura seeped steadily from the farthest corner, cold, ancient, and unervingly alive. The yin-yang scripture within him stirred spontaneously. Dark qi churned violently in his dantian. Zhou Ran stepped over debris, advancing to the deepest recess, the far wall. There loomed several massive abandoned storage cabinets. With one hand gripping the edge, his arm muscles flexing subtly, he lifted the iron monoliths, hundreds of pounds, as if they weighed nothing. Behind them lay a mottled concrete wall, indistinguishable from any other. Yet in Zhou Ran's eyes it shimmered with a wholly different reality. Demonic eye, activate. He commanded inwardly. Knee's pupils dissolved into pools of deep violet shadow, rendering the solid wall translucent in his vision. Illusionary veil. Zhou Ran sneered. Not crude concealment array. Ordinary folk could hammer it for hours and still perceive only unyielding, load-bearing concrete. Yet to a cultivator such artifice was child's play. Shatter it. He roared low, and coiled black qi surged into his clenched fist. Boom. Knee's fist struck true, and the entire building trembled faintly. That seemingly impregnable wall exploded outward, like parchment torn by divine wind. Shards flew, dust billowed. Now a hundredfold surge of frigid, malevolent energy erupted from the breach, flooding the storage room like a frozen flood. The flickering bulb above popped with a sharp crack, plunging the chamber into absolute, suffocating dark. Yet for Zhou Ran, this darkness was nothing more than an illusion. He stepped into the cave entrance. A chilling aura mixed with blood and decay rushed towards him. Before him lay a narrow space of only 5 square meters. On the ground, a complex and bizarre circular formation was drawn using some kind of animal blood mixed with vermilion. The dark red lines faintly glimmered in the darkness, resembling the blood vessels of a living being. In the center of the formation stood a black altar, half a person tall. On the altar rested a palm-sized statue. The statue was entirely black with a sinister visage possessing 3 eyes and 6 arms. Each hand grasped a human figure contorted and struggling in agony. Surrounding the altar were the scattered remains of dozens of small animals, their bones blackened and eroded by some ominous force. What kind of sinister thing is this? Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. Quite interesting. In his mind, the voice of Yi Futian revealed a hint of seriousness for the first time. A crude version of the gathering, Yin Stealing Yang formation. Stealing Yang. That's right, Yi Futian explained. Look at the ends of the formation lines. They connect to the ventilation system of the entire building. In a place like the training room, there are many living people practicing daily, their qi and blood surging, and the yang energy is most abundant. The one who set this formation is using it to extract the yang energy from all those training here, thread by thread, gathered into this evil god statue as a sacrifice. Zhou Ran instantly understood. No wonder he had always heard his colleagues at the gym complaining. Some members would suddenly fall ill while training, feeling fatigued. Even though they came to strengthen their bodies, they ended up feeling weaker. This was no gym at all. This was clearly a slaughterhouse harvesting lives. Such a vicious method. Zhou Ran's gaze turned cold. If this continues, it is not just about making money, but also about taking lives. This kind of yang energy extraction won't kill in the short term, but over time the essence of a person's life will be severely overdrawn, shortening their lifespan, and ultimately leading to various strange illnesses and early death. Zhou Ran reached out to touch the evil god statue, and a chilling aura surged through his fingertips. This aura is from the old man called Ghost Hand from yesterday. It originates from the same source. He confirmed. This must be the handiwork of the Wuji sect behind Ghost Hand. The infiltration of the Wuji sect into the mortal realm seems to be deeper than he anticipated. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Kid, this is a great tonic. Yi Fuxian's voice in Zhou Ran's mind expressed admiration. This formation has been operating for at least 2 years, and although the gathered yang energy has been transformed into extreme yin and evil killing force, its purity is extremely high. For your yin-yang art, it surpasses all the spiritual elixirs in the world. Zhou Ran no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged, boldly, perfectly aligning himself in the center of the formation, facing the evil god statue across. Come, let me see the results of your 2 years of accumulation. Zhou Ran formed seals with both hands, and the yin-yang art cultivation method roared to life within him. Boom. A domineering, devouring force erupted suddenly from him, centered around him. The dark, malevolent energy that had been slowly flowing in the space seemed to be drawn towards him like a great whale. Transforming into countless small black snakes, they frantically burrowed into Zhou Ran's body. The evil god statue seemed to awaken, sensing a lethal threat. The 3 crimson stone-carved eyes suddenly glowed intensely, emitting a shrill and distorted scream. It was as if countless infants were wailing in the night, forming an invisible spiritual shock that pierced Zhou Ran's sea of consciousness. If an ordinary master of internal force were here, just this strike would cause their spirit to scatter, rendering them an idiot. But in Zhou Ran's sea of consciousness, the remnant soul of the once dominant demon emperor was seated. A fragment of a soul imprint dares to be arrogant before this emperor. Yi Futian snorted coldly. The spiritual shock had yet to touch Zhou Ran's divine sense before it melted and dissipated soundlessly. The red light on the evil god statue flickered violently for a moment before suddenly dimming, evidently suffering a backlash. Unappreciative of kindness. Zhou Ran's eyes widened, the magic flames surging deep within his pupils. He suddenly inhaled towards the evil god statue. Whoosh! A whirlwind materialized within the narrow. The rich black energy was forcibly pulled, coalescing into a visible black dragon entering Zhou Ran's body through his mouth and nose. A layer of white frost quickly formed on the surface of Zhou Ran's skin, and his eyebrows and hair tips were adorned with ice crystals. His complexion turned pale as paper, yet the veins beneath his skin swelled, showing an eerie bluish-black color, as if countless small earthworms were writhing madly. Submit to me. Zhou Ran ground his teeth, his mind sinking into his dantian. Within the dantian, the primordial magic energy cultivated from the yin-yang art transformed into a vast net covering the sky. It ensnared the violent foreign yin energy, tightly, forcefully crushing it. The domineering nature of the yin-yang art was fully displayed at this moment. Refine it. No matter whose incense it is, whose resentment it is, once it enters my belly, it must become my nourishment. Sizzle, sizzle. Terrifying sounds like frying meat echoed from within Zhou Ran. As time passed, the white frost on him began to melt, steaming into rolling white vapor. The Danshan's Qi sea, which had already been filled, was now expanding at an astonishing speed, growing ever larger. Mid-stage of Qi condensation, level 3. Latest stage of Qi condensation, level 3. Full circle of Qi condensation, level 3. Not enough. Still far from enough. The malevolent energy drifting in the air had been completely devoured by him, but the real prize was still within the core of that statue. Shatter. Zhou Ran suddenly raised his right hand, the magic energy surging in his palm, and he struck down fiercely onto the top of the evil god statue. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as the statue shattered. A concentrated surge of black-red blood energy erupted from the fragments. This energy was so immense that it even coalesced into a twisted, vengeful human face in midair. Letting out an unwilling roar, it attempted to escape through the wall. Still want to run? Zhou Ran stood tall, spreading his arms wide, directly pouncing towards it. To cultivate magic, one must have the resolve to do so, plunging from heaven and earth, devouring all things. At this moment, every pore of his body opened wide, forcibly pulling that struggling energy into his limbs and bones. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from within Zhou Ran. The violent shockwave exploded outward, centered around him. Surrounding storage cabinets were sent flying by the blast, crashing against the walls and twisting into piles of scrap metal. A faint jade-like luster appeared on Zhou Ran's skin before quickly fading. When all the dust settled, he had reached the Qi condensation level 4. Zhou Ran straightened his body, the bones throughout his body cracking with a series of crisp sounds. After entering the mid-stage of Qi condensation, he no longer needed to use spiritual energy to face someone like Ghost Hand. With just a single punch from his physical body, he could turn them into blood mist. Is this the thrill of a magic cultivator? This rocket-like speed of advancement was indeed irresistible. No wonder countless people throughout history, fully aware of the dangers of the demonic path, still fly into the flames like moths. Don't celebrate too early. Yi Fuxian's voice echoed softly, carrying a note of warning. Relying on power attained through devouring external forces is ultimately a shaky foundation. For the next period of time, you must diligently refine it, otherwise you will surely face the danger of going insane. I understand. Zhou Ran calmed his mind, the red glow in his pupils gradually fading, returning to clarity. He glanced down at the debris on the ground. The gathering Yin formation was completely rendered inoperative with the destruction of its core. This place is quite a good training spot. He happened to need a secluded chamber for undisturbed cultivation. He simply tidied up the traces at the scene, resealed the cave entrance, and made some inconspicuous disguises. After completing all this, Zhou Ran finally took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Rangu. A robust voice from Wang Pengzi came through the receiver, still carrying a hint of weakness, but it was clear he was in good spirits. I was just about to call you. This private clinic is amazing. The nurse is dressed in a way that's hard to describe. If you didn't know better, you'd think I walked into a film set for a certain kind of movie. Zhou Ran smiled, feeling a lot of his pent-up frustration dissipate. There are few people in this world who can make him smile. Without guard, Wang Pengzi is one of them. Now that he's on the rise, he needs to help his brother out. How's your health? I'm fine now. The doctor said I have tough skin and thick flesh, just external injuries, nothing broken. As long as I don't engage in intense exercise, I can eat anything I want. Wang Pengzi chuckled. By the way, Rangu, you were incredible yesterday. Really, I dream about those 2 kicks of yours that feels so satisfying. Zhou Ran chose not to linger on that topic. Pengzi, I need your help. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the line, then Wang Pengzi's serious voice came through. Rangu, tell me. Do you want me to take someone out? Or do you want me to take the blame for you? Just say the word, and if I frown, I won't be your brother anymore. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Zhou Ran couldn't help but chuckle. I want you to come work for me. Work? Wang Pengzi was taken aback. The extraordinary gym is now mine. Zhou Ran spoke plainly, but I can't manage alone, and I don't trust the original crew here. I need someone I can rely on to help me keep an eye on this place. What a... Wang Pengzi let out a scream that could shatter eardrums. Rangu, a rich woman, bought the gym for you. That's one of the largest chains in Jiangxing. How much did that cost? How did you manage that? Teach me. Enough chatter. Are you in or not? I'm in. Of course I'm in. I'm going to handle my discharge paperwork right now. Wang Pengzi was so excited he stuttered. Damn it, that Lu Chong used to give you a hard time. This time, I have to show off in front of him. All right, he must have been fired by you. Yes, he was fired, Zhou Ran replied. When you come, you'll be the vice president with an annual salary set at 500,000 plus year-end bonuses. Your task is simple: help me manage the accounts and keep an eye on those people to prevent any sneaky actions. Also, I have something more important for you to take care of. The gym is just a front. Zhou Ran's true intention is to leverage the gym's connections and resources to establish his own intelligence network and supply channel. Cultivating immortality emphasizes wealth partners' methods and land. Right now he has the techniques, but resources are scarce. To quickly enhance his cultivation, merely absorbing this malevolent energy isn't enough. He also needs a vast amount of medicinal herbs, ores, and even spiritual items. And these items in this era of diminished spiritual laws are often held by the powerful and hidden families. The extraordinary gym as a high-end venue is the best springboard to connect with these people. Though Wang Pengzi appears simple-minded, he is actually quite insightful. Having mingled in the electronic city for years, he knows all walks of life and is the best candidate to help him handle these trivial matters. Rangu. Wang Pengzi's voice trembled slightly. 500,000. I've never seen so much money in my life. If you give me that much, I'm afraid I won't do well. Stop being so sentimental. Cut the crap. Zhou Ran felt a tinge of displeasure. Wang Pengzi sniffed back his emotions. From the day you went to rescue me alone, my life has belonged to you. Don't say 500,000. Even if there was no pay, I would still come. All right, enough with the drama. It's quite sickening. Zhou Ran joked as he replied, get yourself ready and report to work tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhou Ran gazed out at the darkening sky, his expression deep and thoughtful. Now he has strength, assets, and helpers. 1,000 miles away, deep within the Tian-Duan mountain range, shrouded in mist, lies one of the most notorious forbidden lands in the Huaxia martial arts world, home to the Wuji sect. Inside an ancient temple built on a steep cliff, an elderly man in a gray Taoist robe with hair and beard all white sat cross-legged on a cushion, eyes closed in meditation. His breathing was long and deep, each inhale and exhale causing the surrounding mist to surge as if an invisible dragon were breathing. This elderly man is the second elder of the Wuji sect, Mo Yunhai. Suddenly, Mo Yunhai's once rosy face turned pale, and a wave of reverse blood surged up. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, splattering onto the blue stone floor in a shocking sight. Mo Yunhai abruptly opened his eyes, which had been cloudy, now filled with terrifying, killing intent and wrath. Who is it? A roar echoed like thunder within the temple. The terrifying sound wave mixed with internal energy shattered the temple door to pieces. Two disciples guarding outside were thrown back, their eardrums bleeding, terrified and trembling on the ground. Elder, what happened? Mo Yunhai paid them no mind. He clutched his chest, feeling the severed connection to his divine soul, his heart bleeding. That was an important piece he had placed in Jiangqing. The Yin gathering array was not only for collecting yang energy to refine evil techniques, but also a key part of solidifying his earthly, immortal realm. He had invested countless efforts nurturing it for 2 whole years, and it was just about to reach fruition. But just now that formation was violently destroyed by someone. Along with the evil deity statue that served as the formation's eye, it was completely obliterated. What is that Guisho doing? Hadn't he sent Guisho to guard Jiangqing? With that peak internal energy disciple present, how could anyone easily destroy the formation? Unless the one who acted possesses strength far exceeding Guisho. Come here. Mo Yunhai bellowed. A middle-aged Taoist hurriedly approached, kneeling on the ground. Master, immediately contact Lao Gui. Ask him which reckless fool dares to touch my formation. Master, I was just cleaning the supply room and found. Found what? Mo Yunhai snorted coldly. The middle-aged Taoist lowered himself even further. The life paper that Guisho left in the sect was destroyed last night. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Mo Yunhai. Dead. Guisho actually died. In this world where firearms are controlled, who else could kill a peak internal energy Guisho besides those grandmasters of the transformation realm? Good. Very good. Mo Yunhai laughed in rage, his laughter eerie and terrifying. You destroy my formation and kill my beloved disciple. It seems I've been absent from the world for too long, and people have forgotten our methods. Send my orders. Let Xinglai go to Jiangqing. Xinglai, the young master of the Wu Ji sect's next generation, and also Mo Yunhai's most prized disciple. At just 30 years old, he has already entered the ranks of great masters in the transformation realm. With skills that render him immune to blades and guns, his personality is ruthless and bloodthirsty, earning him the notorious title of Bloody Hand Butcher in the martial arts community. Tell Xinglai, regardless of who the murderer is or what background they have, Mo Yunhai said, his eyes bloodshot, enunciating each word. I want him alive. I want to extract his soul, light the heavenly lantern, and make him wish he had never been born. The next morning, the gym had just opened its doors. Sunlight poured in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the pristine floor. After a night of tidying up, the gym looked completely refreshed. Those employees who had been slacking off were cleaned out, leaving only the diligent and hardworking. Zhou Ran changed into a comfortable sports outfit and stood in front of the mirror. He casually picked up 2 100-kilogram dumbbells, as if he were lifting 2 5-kilogram weights. With his arms spread wide, he executed a textbook perfect fly exercise, the muscles in his arms bulging in the reflection, brimming with explosive power. This was no ordinary strength. The receptionist, with half a bun still in her mouth, had already dropped it on the floor, completely oblivious. Zhou Ran had not noticed that someone had already arrived for work. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Ran Gu. At that moment the gym's front door was pushed open. Wang Fatty limped and leaning on a cane, yet wearing his signature goofy smile. He was dressed in a somewhat ill-fitting suit, the buttons straining against his belly, but this did not affect his spirited demeanor at the moment. How's it going? New in charge, getting used to it. Zhou Ran asked with a smile, setting down the dumbbells. I'm totally adapted. Wang Fatty excitedly waved the folder in his hand, spitting as he spoke. Ran Gu, your move was brilliant. As soon as I announced the new salary system, those coaches were like they had been injected with adrenaline. The bookings for personal training sessions this morning doubled. These are all small matters. Zhou Ran walked over and sat on the couch, gesturing for Wang Fatty to sit as well. Have you made any progress on what I asked you to investigate? When it came to business, Wang Fatty put away his playful demeanor. He pulled out a printed list from the folder and handed it to Zhou Ran. Ran Gu, regarding those strange herbs and special stones you asked me to look out for, I inquired in black market forums and some antique groups. Most of them were unheard of names like dragon blood grass and starfall iron, sound like they are straight out of a fantasy novel. However, Wang Fatty pointed to a line on the list. This item seems to have a lead. Zhou Ran glanced down. His eyes landed on that line, and his pupils slightly constricted. 100-year thunderstruck wood. This is an excellent material for crafting magical artifacts with remarkable effects against evil entities. Moreover, the thunderous power it contains can also be used to temper the physical body. Where is it? Zhou Ran asked. Tonight at 8 in Jiangsheng's underground auction. Wang Fatty lowered his voice. This auction is by invitation only. You can only enter if you know someone. It is said that the organizer has deep connections and often has some hidden treasures. As soon as Wang Fatty finished speaking, a deep and powerful engine roar came from outside the gym. A red Ferrari like a blazing fireball blocked the entrance. The car door swung upward, and a foot clad in red-soled high heels stepped onto the pavement. Immediately after, the signature icy figure of Xiao Hongli appeared in front of everyone. Today she was dressed in a meticulously tailored Chanel haute couture business suit. The black fabric accentuated her perfect waistline, and her collar was slightly open, revealing her elegant swan neck. Wearing a pair of sunglasses that concealed much of her face, she still exuded an overwhelming aura that kept others at bay. The air inside the gym became thin. The receptionist, who had just been questioning about the 100-kilogram single-arm fly, now dared not even breathe. Her eyes were fixed on this big shot who had only ever been seen on the cover of financial magazines. Xiao. President Xiao. Wang Fatty, despite having seen the world, still stumbled over his words. Xiao Hongli took off her sunglasses, her gaze sweeping across the gym, before finally settling on Zhou Ran. Mr. Zhou, have you been sleeping well these past few days? Xiao Hongli's voice was cold, yet carried a hint of familiarity. Zhou Ran remained seated on the couch, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. Thanks to President Xiao, it's been quite good. Is President Xiao here to sign up? Wang Fatty and the receptionist gasped. This new boss was too bold, asking the young lady of the Xiao family to sign up. Xiao Hongli's lips curled up slightly. If Mr. Zhou is willing to personally be a personal trainer, a lifetime membership could certainly be arranged. She stepped forward, leaning down to Zhou Ran. Tonight does Mr. Zhou have free time? Zhou Ran brushed the magnesium powder off his hands. If it's business, it requires an appointment. If it's personal, it depends on my mood. Wang Fatty beside him was anxiously giving Zhou Ran meaningful looks, urging him, you little brat, you're really floating. She's Xiao Hongli. Who in Jiangsheng would dare refuse her invitation? Xiao Hongli, unfazed, slowly spoke. I believe you must be interested in the auction at Tianbao Pavilion. That auction is by invitation only. Without an invitation letter you can't enter, even if you have money. Zhou Ran's gaze flickered as he glanced at Wang Fatty beside him. Wang Fatty scratched his head awkwardly, clearly having only heard about it and not managed to get a ticket. Moreover, I heard that there is a featured auction item tonight called Thunderstruck Wood. Xiao Hongli continued to throw out bait. I believe Mr. Zhou would be very interested in this. A glint flashed in Zhou Ran's eyes. This woman had really been busy these past few days. She must have started investigating him from the moment she planned to destroy his identity. Xiao Hongli straightened up, resuming her high and mighty demeanor. Tonight's auction will be a mix of fish and dragons with many fakes. I need someone knowledgeable to help me identify the genuine items. In return, I'll take you in, and whatever you bid for I will cover the cost. Zhou Ran stood up, gently grasping the delicate hand extended by Xiao Hongli, her skin cool and smooth. Deal. Xiao Hongli gestured for him to follow. Zhou Ran turned to briefly instruct the still-dazed Wang Fatty, then got into the red Ferrari. The boss is incredible. That's Xiao Hongli. The receptionist excitedly slapped Wang Fatty's belly, unable to contain her excitement. What boss? That's my buddy. Ran Gu is on track to collect all the goddesses of Jiangxing. The Ferrari sped down the road like a streak of red lightning. The car smoothly drove through the gates of Yunding Tiangong. At the villa entrance, Chen Ya's black Maybach was quietly parked. Hearing the sound of the sports car's engine, the villa's door slid open silently. Xinya, dressed in an elegant silk loungewear set, stood gracefully on the steps, a perfect, gentle smile adorning her face. However, when she saw Zhou Ran stepping down from that dazzling red Ferrari, her smile remained unchanged. Yet that warmth faded in an instant, leaving only an impeccable curve. President Xiao is quite the rare guest. Xinya slowly walked down the steps, her voice soft enough to draw water, yet carrying the aura of a hostess. Uninvited, and you even took away President Chen's person. I hope President Chen won't be angry. Xiao Hongli removed her sunglasses, her aura fully unleashed, her words sharp and confrontational. Zhou Ran stood at the intersection of the gazes of the two women. One was alluring and fiery, her smile flawless, yet radiating an air of sovereignty. The other was as cold as ice, her demeanor proud and aloof, yet carrying an undeniable aggressiveness. The temperature in the air before the villa seemed to split into ice and fire. In his mind, the remnant soul of Yi Fu Tian cackled. Kid, you have the taste of my harem from back in the day. One is gentle as jade, understanding and kind, perfect as the main consort. The other is cold and stunning as frost, a supreme furnace. Capture them all. Must take them all. This is the style of the Demon Emperor. Xinya did not yield in the slightest to Xiao Hongli's assertiveness. She walked up to Zhou Ran and naturally reached out her hand to smooth the creases of his collar. This gesture was both intimate and perfectly natural, showcasing the demeanor of a hostess. Xiao Zhou, since President Xiao has kindly invited you, you should go. However, you must know your limits and not cause trouble for President Xiao. Xunya's voice was as gentle as water, her fingers lightly tapping on Zhou Ran's solid chest. These words held no hint of questioning nor a trace of obstruction. Yet they silently declared her authority. Xiao Hongli watched Xunya's actions, her gaze growing 3 degrees colder. She was also a woman who had fought her way through the business world, so how could she not understand the underlying tension? This woman was demonstrating her absolute possession of Zhou Ran in the gentlest of ways. Interesting. Initially, she hadn't considered it that way, but Xunya's demeanor stirred Xiao Hongli's innate competitiveness. Rest assured, President Chen, Mr. Zhou is my esteemed guest, and I will take good care of him. Then I must trouble President Xiao greatly. Xinya smiled, turning to look at Xiao Hongli, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. By the way, I've had someone draft the supplementary agreement for the project in the southern part of the city. However, I've changed my mind. On top of the originally agreed 3-point profit concession, I've decided to add another 3 points. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Ran sensed the intense smell of gunpowder in the air. This was not about giving away money. It was clearly a declaration to draw a line, leaving no opportunity for her to take him as a concubine. Xiao Hongli's brow furrowed slightly. She understood Xunya's intentions all too well. President Chen is indeed generous. Xiao Hongli glanced deeply at Xunya, her words laden with meaning. It's not about generosity. Xunya's smile remained impeccable as she stepped forward, taking the initiative to link her arm with Xiao Honglis as close as longtime friends. I just feel that collaborating with someone like my sister is an honor for Yaju Real Estate. Moreover, I trust Xiao. If he recognizes someone, I naturally wish to trust them a little more. She added, since my sister is so sincere, if I refuse again, it would seem rather petty. Xiao Hongli surprisingly reciprocated by linking her arm with Chun Yasa's subtle clash of wills. Then in the future, my sister must often come to Tiangong No. 1 and spend more time with me. The atmosphere was as taut as a bowstring. Zhou Ran stood between the Maybach and the Ferrari, listening to the verbal sparring of the two women, feeling his scalp tingle. Xunya linked her arm with Xiao Hongli, her smile radiant as if they were sisters. Xiao Hongli wore a faint smile, yet her body remained rigid like a proud peacock refusing to yield in momentum. All right then, I must leave a bedroom for my sister. Xunya laughed, brightly reaching out to pat Zhou Ran's chest. Go on, don't keep President Xiao waiting too long. Xiao Hongli withdrew her arm, adjusting her loose hair, regaining her icy demeanor. It's getting late, Mr. Zhou, please. Xunya's smile remained dignified as she personally opened the car door of the Ferrari for Zhou Ran. She raised her hand once again, adjusting Zhou Ran's collar, her fingertips deliberately brushing against his Adam's apple. Come back early. Oh, I've made soup at home. This mention of home made Zhou Ran's scalp tingle, and he nodded, bending down to get into the passenger seat. The Ferrari's engine roared like a wild beast darting out of the cloud-touched heavenly palace. It was only when the figure in the rearview mirror completely vanished that the low pressure inside the car slightly eased. Hell, women of the mortal realm. In his mind, Yi Fu Tian's voice carried a tone of schadenfreude. Kid, that scene just now, if it were in the cultivation world, would be the prelude to a contest between the demon queen and her favored concubine. That woman with the surname Chun is not simple. This Retriatotvant's tactic, if given a few hundred years of cultivation, she could very well become a woman warlord. Stop watching the show, Lao Deng, would almost turned into a fight just now. Zhou Ran sighed internally. You should enjoy it. Yi Fu Tian chuckled. That girl with the extreme physique has a tough mouth, yet her body is quite honest. When she touched you just now, the cold aura in her body fluctuated 3 times, indicating that she cares about you. The more proud such a heavenly beauty is, the more enjoyable it is to conquer her. Moreover, I observe that the black energy in her brow is accumulating, if she probably can't hold on much longer. Zhou Ran's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look at Xiao Hongli in the driver's seat. At this moment, she had already concealed the pretense she wore in front of Chunya, her exquisite face, now only exhibiting a layer of coldness. What's wrong, mister? Zhou still reminiscing about President Chen's tenderness. Xiao Hongli's gaze was fixed ahead, her tone indifferent. You misunderstood, President Xiao. Zhou Ran leaned against the back of the seat, changing to a more comfortable position. I was just thinking the value of that supplementary agreement from President Chen is at least 300 million. It seems that if I do not help President Xiao save some money tonight, this favor might never be repaid. 300 million, the Xiao family can afford it. She retorted. She just wants to tell me that you are merely someone she has lent to me for a while. I don't like this feeling of being given charity. Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. The competitive spirit of this woman was indeed etched into her bones. Regardless, our current goals are aligned. Zhou Ran changed the subject. Let's talk about the auction. Aside from the thunderstrike, what else will be there? Mentioning the matter at hand, Xiao Hongli's mood lightened somewhat. Tianbao Pavilion is the largest underground black market in Jiang Province. With a complex background, it is said to have ties to the capital. Every year around this time, a top-tier auction is held, attracting not only business magnates, but also many. She paused, lowering her voice. Many people like you. People like me, eh? Zhou Ran laughed. Martial artists. Exactly, Xiao Hong. In addition to the thunderstrike, I heard that there will also be a fragmentary ancient martial arts manual and a plant known as 9-leaf ice lotus that is said to cure all poisons. This herb is something I absolutely must acquire tonight. 9-leaf ice lotus. You want to use it to suppress the cold poison within you. Zhou Ran articulated clearly. Xiao Hongli's hand gripping the steering wheel trembled violently, causing the car to sway. How do you know? She turned her head, her eyes sharply fixed on Zhou Ran. Aside from my grandfather and that so-called miracle doctor, no one knows about my condition. Nothing can escape my eyes. Zhou Ran pointed to his own eyes. Your complexion is well concealed by makeup, but that coldness etched into your bones cannot be hidden. If you don't treat it soon, you won't live past 30. Squeak. The harsh screech of brakes pierced the night sky as the Ferrari suddenly halted at the red light. Xiao Hongli's chest heaved violently, clearly struck at the most painful point by Zhou Ran. Do you have a solution? She stared intensely at Zhou Ran, her eyes a mix of hope and skepticism. We'll talk after the auction. Zhou Ran didn't answer directly. His gaze shifted to the window. That thunderstrike, I must acquire it as well. If that ice lotus is real, I can help you appraise it. Xiao Hongli took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and restarted the car. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered an antique street in the old district of Jiang City. This place was different from the bustling crowds of Panjiayuan. Though brightly lit, it was nearly deserted. Xiao Hongli's car did not stop on the main street, but turned into a deep alley, finally halting at the entrance of an inconspicuous courtyard. This is the entrance to Tianbao Pavilion. Xiao Hongli stepped out of the car and produced a black invitation card embossed in gold from her bag, handing it to the security guard at the door. After inspecting it, the guard bowed respectfully and allowed her to pass. No sooner had she entered the courtyard than a clamor reached her ears. Unlike the hush outside, the interior revealed another world. Through a tranquil garden and down a spiraling jade staircase, a subterranean realm of opulence suddenly opened before her. Crystal chandeliers scattered dazzling light, perfumes and rustling silks mingled with the clink of glasses. Those gathered were all prominent figures of Jiang City and even the provincial capital. President Xiao. Xiao Hongli's arrival fell upon the hall like a shard of ice dropped into boiling water, instantly commanding every gaze. Countless magnates lifted their glasses and approached with eager smiles. Xiao Hongli was long accustomed to such scenes. Her exquisite face bore no superfluous expression. A slight nod sufficed to emit an aura that cautioned strangers to keep their distance. At that moment, a sarcastic voice drifted from the side. Oh, isn't this our great beauty, Xiao? What are you doing at a place like this? Shouldn't you be at the hospital keeping that dying old thing company? At that moment, a sarcastic voice drifted from the side. Oh, isn't this our great beauty, Xiao? What are you doing at a place like this? Shouldn't you be at the hospital keeping... The man possessed an effeminate beauty, dark hollows under his eyes from excess. His gaze at Xiao Hongli was shamelessly laced with greed and possessiveness. Xiao Hongli's eyes chilled. Song Yunfei, one day, I will tear your mouth apart. Tis President Xiao still has such a temper, someone murmured. Song Yunfei, far from intimidated, smiled ever more brazenly. He interposed himself before them and leered at Zhou Ran with flippant eyes. This fellow looks unfamiliar. President Xiao's new favorite. So soft and tender. Must be talented, right? He said, reaching out with his glass as if to tap Zhou Ran's chin. Xiao Hongli was about to lash out when Zhou Ran moved. A slap, swift as a phantom. The crisp smack rang through the lavish underground venue, sudden and jarring. The room fell dead silent. Everyone froze, glasses hung midair, and conversations ceased. A force spun Song Yunfei around, and he collapsed like a heap of rotten flesh. The influencer screamed with a cry that pierced the ears and stumbled back in terror, desperate to avoid any entanglement. Blood and a few broken teeth gushed from Song Yunfei's mouth, instantly staining the expensive carpet crimson. Most horrifying was the deep tear that ran from his lip to his ear. Flesh turned outward, exposing a patch. Zhou Ran slowly withdrew his hand, as if merely brushing dust from a sleeve. He did not spare Song Yunfei another glance, but turned his head to speak to Xiao Hongli. President Xiao, I have torn his mouth for you. At those words, Xiao Hongli felt dizzy, the world tilting. The sky itself seemed to collapse. Zhou Ran had unleashed a calamity. Behind Song Yunfei loomed a monstrous power entrenched in the capital, and he himself was the Song family's cherished second young master. Zhou Ran's slap did not merely strike Song Yunfei, it struck the honor of the entire Song family. The gathering erupted into tumult. He's mad. Who is that brat? How dare he lay a hand on Song Yunfei? It's over, even the heavens can't save him now. The Song family spares no one. That pretty face probably doesn't know the meaning of death. He'd throw away his life just to show off before President Xiao. Murmurs flooded the room like a tide, a mixture of shock, schadenfreude, and pity. Only then did Song Yunfei's two bodyguards react, roaring as they lunged forward with broad hands aimed at Zhou Ran's throat. Both moved with steady breath and billowing sleeves, clearly men who had mastered inner force. Yet Zhou Ran did not even look. He merely lifted a foot. Crack! Crack! Two dull snaps of bone resounded as the lead guard's knee was kicked backward and shattered. He cried out and dropped to his knees. The other guard had no time to recover before Zhou Ran flicked him aside, sending him crashing through a row of champagne towers, glass shattered into a chorus of fragments. The whole sequence was blisteringly swift. Zhou Ran did not even loosen his hold on Xiao Hongli's arm. At last Xiao Hongli came back to herself from the stupor of shock. She seized Zhou Ran's sleeve and, gathering every ounce of strength, tried to drag him outward. The only path to survival now was flight, return immediately to the Xiao family, and marshal every resource. Perhaps then his life might be spared. Zhou Ran, quick. Come with me. President Xiao, the auction hasn't even started yet, Zhou Ran replied, taking her cold hand in his with an air of composed calm. Setting aside that his cultivation now exceeded that of a transformative energy grandmaster and approached the province's legendary immortals, he was in his bones a demonic cultivator. How could he accept such petty indignity? Song Yunfei lay on the ground, clutching his bloodied face, emitting a wounded beast roar. Kill him! Kill him for me! The guests recoiled as from venomous creatures unwilling to be sullied by blood. This was, after all, the Song family's second young master. In Jiang province, no one had ever dared disgrace a Song family member so brazenly. As the scene risked tipping into chaos, and the remaining Song bodyguards readied their weapons, an aged yet sonorous voice came from the mezzanine staircase. Who dares make trouble in my Tianbao pavilion? The voice was not loud, yet it bore a magnificent inner force that made eardrums hum and caused the crystal chandeliers to tremble. An elderly man in a tang robe, leaning on a Zetan dragon head cane, descended the stairs. His beard and hair were white, his eyes sharp and penetrating, his gait was steady, the stride of a seasoned fighter. It's Elder Qin. Qin San has arrived. This is going to be interesting. Someone recognized him, the steward of Tianbao Pavilion and the venerable patriarch of Jiang City's martial world. Qin San. Qin San possessed the cultivation of a transformative energy grandmaster. In the province, his very presence could make the ground tremble. Even the patriarch of the Xiao family would show him courtesy. Qin San descended the stairs, his gaze like lightning as it swept over Song Yunfei and the maimed guards. His expression darkened at once. Young Master Song, what is the meaning of this? Seeing Qin San, Song Yunfei drew boldness and pointed at Zhou Ran, shrieking, Elder Qin, you arrive at the perfect moment. This scum attacked me in your establishment as if Tianbao Pavilion were nothing. Kill him. The Song family will take responsibility for whatever happens. Qin San followed the pointing finger to the young man, who stood with one hand in his pocket and a calm, untroubled. He was far too young. There was not the slightest ripple of martial aura about him. He looked every inch an ordinary university student. And yet that utterly unremarkable youth had in an instant crippled two guards who had spent years cultivating. Qin San's brow tightened, and he slammed his dragon head cane to the floor. Young man, was your blow unnecessary? Tianbao Pavilion forbids private fights. You broke my rules, do you not owe an explanation? Qin San gathered himself, projecting his inner force outward as he bore down toward Zhou Ran. Those closest felt their chests grow tight, and their breath snatched away. Xiao Hongli, pale, and forcing her composure, stepped forward to stand in front of Zhou Ran. Elder Qin, Song Yunfei provoked first. I am the one asking the questions. Qin San cut in without glancing at Xiao Hongli, his gaze locked upon Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran simply drew Xiao Hongli closer to his chest and effortlessly dissipated the incoming inner force. The difference between his spiritual sense pressure and ordinary inner force was like heaven and earth. He was confident he could awe Elder Qin. He took a single step forward. Qin San felt a momentary blur before his eyes. It was an aura that transcended ordinary inner force. A suppression born of a higher tier of life itself pressed down. The weight did not act upon the boat's surface, but felt like massive hands clutching at the heart. In that moment, Elder Qin felt like a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, facing a cataclysmic wave capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. It was a shudder that stemmed from the depths of his soul. This aura. Elder Qin's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips. His hand, gripping the cane, trembled violently. Cold sweat instantly soaking his back. A cultivator. A terrifying being whose cultivation level far surpassed his imagination. How could this be possible? This kid looks to be just over 20. How could he possess such astonishing cultivation? Unless he is a direct descendant of some hidden celestial sect. You want me to give you an explanation? Though Zhou Ran did not speak, his icy voice thundered directly in Elder Qin's mind. Divine sense transmission. Elder Qin's legs went weak, unable to support his own weight, and he staggered back, nearly kneeling on the spot. This method, which only existed in legends, he actually witnessed today. Misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Elder Qin's old face turned ashen, disregarding the astonished gazes of the crowd. He clasped his hands towards Zhou Ran, bending his waist at a 90-degree angle. Old and blind, I have offended a great person. Since it was young Master Song who provoked first, then it is only natural for you to teach him a lesson. The crowd gasped. Everyone thought they had misheard. The usually domineering Elder Qin actually backed down, and in front of so many people he bowed to an inconspicuous young man. Song Yunfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Qin, have you lost your mind? He attacked me. How much does my Song family give you every year for Tianbao Pavilion? How could you side with an outsider? Shut up. Elder Qin suddenly turned around and sternly scolded Song Yunfei. Young Master Song, this is Tianbao Pavilion. If you want to auction off the spiritual herbs, then sit quietly. If you don't want to participate, then roll out. Song Yunfei was stunned by the shout, and then resentment surged in his eyes. Although he was arrogant, he was not foolish. If Elder Qin was so wary of this kid, it meant this guy was indeed a bit formidable. Good. Song Yunfei gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, and glared viciously at Zhou Ran. The green mountains do not change, and the flowing waters remain eternal. Once we leave this door, let's see who can protect you. After saying that, he limped to a corner and sat down, taking out his phone to start sending messages. He was obviously trying to call for help. Zhou Ran, however, couldn't be bothered to give him even a glance. Embracing the still shocked Xiao Hongli, he walked straight to the front row of the VIP seats in the hall. Until he sat down, Xiao Hongli's icy soft hand was still trembling slightly. Her heart was in turmoil, wondering just how many secrets this man was hiding. Even the Foundation Establishment Master Elder Qin had to stoop low. To what terrifying level had his strength reached? Are you scared? Zhou Ran noticed the cold sweat in her palm, turned his head, and a playful smile played on his lips. The Song family started with smuggling, operating in both the dark and the light, and is thriving in the capital as if it were the sun at its zenith. Zhou Ran, you are too impulsive. The Song family started with smuggling, operating in both the dark and the light, and is thriving in the capital as if it were the sun at its zenith. Zhou Ran, you are too impulsive. The Song family will not let you off. So he's just a second-generation heir. Zhou Ran nodded, not taking it to heart. In his view, these pampered children of the secular world were no different from ants on the roadside. Zhou Ran, no matter what, you must return to the Xiao family tonight. Xinya must come too. While my grandfather is still around, I will ask him to intervene and save your life. Xiao Hongli bit her lip tightly. At that moment, she had completely lost interest in the auction. All right, I will comply with you. Zhou Ran looked at her pale little face and softly comforted her. The Song family's momentum has been strong in recent years. They started with smuggling in their early years, later washed their hands of the trade, but still hold absolute power in the underground world. Song Yunfei's father is a ruthless character who has always wanted to swallow our Xiao family's port business in Jiangdong. Swallow. It seems that your Xiao family's position as the wealthiest is not as stable as it appears. It's lonely at the top. Xiao Hongli's voice carried a hint of weariness. Grandfather's health is declining, internal conflict is brewing in the family, and outside there are hungry wolves like the Song family watching. If something were to happen to grandfather. She did not continue, but Zhou Ran understood her meaning. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. This is an unchanging truth. Good evening, distinguished guests. On the stage, Elder Qin steadied himself and strode onto the platform, announcing in a booming voice that the auction had begun. One so-called treasure after another was presented. Zhou Ran was disinterested. Xiao Hongli attempted to raise her paddle several times, but was stopped by Zhou Ran's gaze. Counterfeit. High imitation. Worthless. A few simple words carried an undeniable magic. The few big shots who were originally restless heard Zhou Ran's murmurs and also put down their paddles. Sure enough, not long after, someone recognized that one of the paintings was a late Qinghai imitation, who, although it was an antique, its value was greatly diminished. The crowd's gaze toward Zhou Ran grew increasingly respectful. Not only was he a master, but he was also a connoisseur of treasures. In the corner, Song Yunfei looked at Zhou Ran, who was being revered, his teeth almost grinding to dust. However, Zhou Ran had no interest in these secular antiques. He closed his eyes, allowing the divine sense of the old demon Yi to quietly spread out, enveloping the entire backstage storage. Amidst the mountains of gold, silver, and jade, only two items emitted special energy fluctuations. One was a piece of charred wood filled with a volatile, thunderous aura. The other was a lotus flower exuding an extreme chill. This thunderstruck wood has some age to it. As for that lotus, hee kid, that thing is quite interesting. Old dang, what do you mean? Zhou Ran asked in his heart. To refine a thunderbolt. As for that lotus, hee kid, that thing is quite interesting. Old dang, what do you mean? Zhou Ran asked in his heart. That is something nurtured by 9 nether cold poison. On the surface it looks like a spiritual herb, but in reality it is a death talisman. There will be a good show to watch later. Zhou Ran had a plan in mind. Soon the auction reached its midpoint. Next, this auction item is a piece of unknown black wood. Elder Qin pointed at the charred branch on the tray, looking somewhat embarrassed. According to expert appraisal, this wood is as hard as iron, impervious to water and fire, and is very likely to be the legendary thunderstruck wood. Starting bid, 500,000. The crowd erupted in boos. What is this thing? It's just a piece of firewood, right? 500,000 for a piece of charcoal. Elder Qin must have gone mad for money. Just when everyone was losing interest, a cool voice rang out. 600,000. Xiao Hongli raised her paddle. All eyes focused on her, and when they saw it was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, the chatter quieted down significantly, but it was still filled with confusion. However, before anyone could react, another sarcastic voice came from the corner. 1 million. Song Yunfei raised his paddle, looking provocatively at Zhou Ran. He wanted to discuss Zhou Ran. He wanted this trash to know that in terms of financial power, he could crush him to pieces. In the corner, Song Yunfei perked up upon seeing Zhou Ran's bid. Whatever Zhou Ran desired, he must see. 1 million. Song Yunfei shouted, covering his bleeding half-face with a sarcastic tone. Zhou Ran, expressionless, replied, 2 million. 3 million. Song Yunfei insisted, his face filled with a sense of vindication. Zhou Ran turned his head, looking at him, as if he were a fool, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 5 million. 10 million. Song Yunfei doubled the bet, provocatively staring at Zhou Ran. Pauper, if you can't afford it, don't come out to play. I can take it back to burn for warmth. 20 million. Zhou Ran raised the bid again. A gasp of shock swept through the crowd. 20 million for a piece of worthless wood. Has this kid gone mad? Xiao Hongli was getting anxious. This was something Zhou Ran had set his eyes on, and she was determined to obtain it at any cost. 30 million. Song Yunfei stood up, slamming his paddle on the table, his face contorted with rage and his voice hoarse. Compete with me. I can crush you with money. However, just when everyone thought Zhou Ran would continue bidding, he suddenly put down his paddle, leaning lazily against the back of his chair with an expression of amusement. Song Xiao indeed has a wealthy spirit. Since you like this firewood so much, I shall not snatch it from you. I admire you truly. The room fell into a deadly silence, followed by an eruption of laughter. Ha ha ha, this Song Xiao is such a fool. He's been played. This is clearly a trap. Song Yunfei's smile froze on his face. He looked at the charred piece of wood on the stage, and then at Zhou Ran's mocking expression, feeling a surge of blood rush to his head. 30 million. Although the Song family was wealthy, 30 million did not come easy. Most importantly, he had been made a fool by this kid. You. Song Yunfei pointed at Zhou Ran, trembling with anger. Song Xiao, please make the payment. A staff member approached with a POS machine, a professional smile on his face. The auction continued. For the next few items, Song Yunfei had learned his lesson and did not dare to bid recklessly, until a beautifully crafted official kiln blue and white porcelain vase appeared on stage. Zhou Ran showed great interest, frequently raising his paddle, looking as if it was a must-have. Song Yunfei thought to himself, this time you can't escape, right? He started raising the bid frantically. Ultimately, the price soared to 50 million. Just when Song Yunfei thought Zhou Ran would continue bidding, Zhou Ran put down his paddle again. Song Xiao has a good eye. Although this vase is a replica from the Republic of China, it is worth several 100,000. The 50 million price is indeed quite collectible. Having been tricked twice in a row and losing 80 million in pocket money, even the second young master of the Song family felt some pain at this moment. Just then, Zhou Ran took advantage of everyone's attention on Song Yunfei. At the base price of 500,000, he successfully bid for an unremarkable black stone. The spiritual energy contained within that stone was 10 times denser than the jade he had previously gambled on. As Yi Futian would say, in this depleted world of spiritual energy, this could be considered a genuine low-grade spirit stone. This was the true treasure found. As item after item was sold, the auction drew close to its end. Finally, the grand finale was about to take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the last item of tonight is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, the 9-leaf ice lotus. Qin Senya's voice was slightly raised, clearly holding this item in high regard. Accompanied by his elevated voice, 2 maids in qipao brought a jade tray onto the stage. On the tray was a transparent, temperature-controlled glass dome, within which a lotus flower, about 7 inches tall, shimmering like ice, floated silently. It had 9 petals, each carved from the purest ice crystal, and at the center of the lotus platform the stamen emitted a visible white chill. The 9-leaf ice lotus. Oh my, it's actually real. It is said that this item grows in the Tinta sandier ice cave of the extreme northern land, with 1 leaf growing every 100 years, and it takes nearly 1,000 years for all 9 leaves to form. This item is a priceless treasure for prolonging life and suppressing deadly diseases. The crowd erupted in commotion, countless scorching gazes converging on that lotus flower, making the air feel a few degrees hotter. Xiao Hongli's breathing quickened. In her usually cool phoenix eyes, desire and excitement filled her gaze. This was the sole objective of her journey. The starting bid is 30 million. Each bid must not be less than 1 million. As soon as Qin Sanni finished speaking, someone shouted, 50 million. A rough voice immediately raised the price by 20 million. The crowd turned to see a coal tycoon from Jinsi adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, looking determined to win. Xiao Hongli furrowed her brows, about to raise her paddle. Don't move. Zhou Ran's voice rang in her ear, a warm hand gently pressing down on her raised arm. Why, oi? Zhou Ran, this ice lotus is very important to me. Xiao Hongli's voice carried a hint of desperation. Did you not ask me to help you? Keep an eye out. Trust me. Zhou Ran grasped her icy hand, his gaze serious and unyielding. Xiao Hongli's heart trembled as she looked at Zhou Ran's determined profile, ultimately lowering her hand slowly. Unknowingly, this man had become her pillar of support. Under the scrutiny of the demonic eye, the 9-leaf ice lotus crystalline exterior was peeled away layer by layer. The lotus itself indeed contained a vast amount of pure cold energy, a rare spiritual herb. However, deep within the lotus heart, wrapped in the bud, lay a thread of black energy finer than a strand of hair. Old dang, what is this? Zhou Ran asked in his heart. Hee kid, this is the mother and child heart link goo. Yi Fuxian's voice carried a hint of glee. The person who placed the goo has planted this ice lotus on the mother goo, using the ice lotus spiritual energy to nourish the child goo. Whoever consumes this ice lotus will have the child goo hatch within their body, devouring their essence and soul, ultimately becoming a soulless puppet controlled by the master of the mother goo. Zhou Ran's heart sank. This sounded more like a means from the cultivation world. 60 million. In the corner, Song Yunfei glanced at the nouveau riche from Jinsi and raised his bidding paddle. He had come to Jiang City ostensibly to seek medicine for the old man. However, he had his own ulterior motives. 70 million. The coal tycoon did not back down. 80 million. A middle-aged man who had been silent raised his paddle. He was dressed plainly, his baseball cap pulled low. It was Wang Guoqing, the steward of the Wujiman sect in Jiang City. The 9-leaf ice lotus was bait he had intentionally let out. The higher the price went, the bigger the fish he could catch. This is a toxic strain cultivated by the leader of the Wujiman, using secret methods aimed at luring those top tycoons in the Jiangdong region who wish to buy their lives with money. Once the target consumes it, the sub-poison enters the body, turning them into a puppet controlled by the mother poison. At that point, the Wujiman can swallow their vast wealth without raising a finger. They have long mastered such sinister tactics. 100 million. Song Yunfei glanced at Wang Guoqing, subtly signaling agreement as he feigned raising the bid. Young Master Song, this item is crucial for the life of an elder of mine. Please show some leniency. Wang Guoqing stood up, offering a distant salute to Song Yunfei, his posture very respectful. Since Master Wang has spoken, I will definitely grant this favor. Song Yunfei sighed regretfully and put down. As the duet concluded, the atmosphere in the venue immediately stirred. The Song family from the capital has actually given up. Does that mean our opportunity has arrived? Seeing young Master Song sit down in disappointment, the entire auction's atmosphere was completely ignited. 120 million. A well-maintained, beautiful woman raised her bidding plate. 130 million. Ultimately, this 9-leaf ice lotus was acquired by a wealthy coal boss from Jinsi for an exorbitant price of 200 million. The entire audience cast envious glances. Only Xiao Hongli's beautiful eyes were filled with unmistakable disappointment and resentment, as she didn't understand why Zhou Ran. The entire audience cast envious glances. Only Xiao Hongli's beautiful eyes were filled with unmistakable disappointment and resentment, as she didn't understand why Zhou Ran wanted to stop her. At this moment, Zhou Ran suddenly stood up. Boss, I advise you not to touch that thing. Whoosh. All eyes in the hall instantly focused on Zhou Ran. The coal boss froze for a moment, his expression darkening with displeasure. Kid, what do you mean? Are you just bitter because— Wang Guoqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Where did this yellow-mouthed brat come from, daring to speak nonsense and disturb the order of Tianbao Pavilion? Qin, why haven't you thrown this person out yet? Song Yunfei found an excellent outlet for his frustration, his laughter sharp and piercing. Ha ha ha, if you have no money, just admit it. Why act like a master? I see you are purely jealous. You can't afford it, so you don't want anyone else to have it. Qin looked troubled, although he feared Zhou Ran's actions were indeed disrupting the event and breaking the rules. Zhou Ran ignored all the mockery and doubts, his gaze solely on the cold boss, his tone indifferent. Believe it or not, it's up to you. They'll just say this: the lotus before you is actually a transformation of the mother and child heart-connecting goo. If you wish to hand over the family fortune built over generations, feel free to consume it. Nonsense. Wang Guoqing stared at Zhou Ran, a storm brewing in his heart. If he hadn't known beforehand, even he wouldn't be able to see through the disguise of this heart-connecting goo. How did this kid know it at first glance? Ha, you crack me up calling it a heart-connecting goo. Do you think this is a novel? Song Yunfei laughed until tears nearly came out. The entire audience looked at Zhou Ran as if he were a fool, no one believing his words. Xiao Hongli's heart raced. She clenched her fists, not understanding why Zhou Ran had to place himself in opposition to everyone. Zhou Ran ceased speaking. He merely extended 2 fingers, lightly pointing at the ice lotus under the glass cover. A barely perceptible demonic aura quietly infiltrated. Open. Time passed second by second. The atmosphere in the hall shifted from initial mockery to something oddly strange. Don't worry, the goo will be out soon. Zhou Ran's voice rang out again, carrying a calmness that seemed to control everything. The cold boss began to sweat, staring at the surface of the ice lotus, seemingly seeing wisps of black energy swirling around, causing him to feel uneasy. Wang Guoqing's expression also darkened completely, as an ominous premonition wildly grew in his heart. Could this kid truly understand the secret arts of the southern wilderness? 10, 9, 8. Zhou Ran began to calmly count down. Just as he reached 3, an unexpected change occurred. The originally translucent 9-leaf ice lotus suddenly revealed a tiny black dot on the tip. Immediately, that black dot spread like ink, dropped into clear water, expanding at a visible speed. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the entire lotus transformed from crystal clear to pitch black. Splash! The 9 petals and lotus platform shattered simultaneously, turning into a pool of viscous, poisonous water emanating black smoke, a foul stench of decayed flesh and sewage exploding forth. As the poisonous water drained away, a hideous black worm about 2 inches long and still wriggling was revealed on the jade plate. A cheapao waitress standing closest to it inhaled just a hint of the scent and rolled her eyes back, foaming at the mouth, collapsing straight to the ground. The entire hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils shaking. Every face was frozen in sheer horror. It really is a goo worm. The cold boss was so frightened that his legs went soft, collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as paper, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. If he had been just a moment faster, the one lying on the ground would not have been the waitress, but his own rotting corpse. After the silence came a tsunami of astonished exclamations. Incredible! Truly a miraculous person. Countless gazes filled with awe and reverence were directed towards the young man, who stood calmly throughout. Xiao Hongli covered her mouth, her clear phoenix eyes sparkling with excitement, her heart racing. He saved her once again. If he hadn't stopped her, she would have been the one affected. Thud! The cold boss crawled desperately to Zhou Ran's feet, kneeling with tears and snot. Master God, thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have died today. I bow to you. As he spoke, he was about to knock his head against the ground repeatedly. Zhou Ran slightly turned aside, his gaze passing over him like a sword aimed at Wang Guoqiang. Saving you was merely a casual act. On the other side, Wang Guoqiang felt a chill run down his spine under Zhou Ran's gaze as murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The plan had been ruined. More importantly, he sensed a demonic aura from Zhou Ran that was of the same origin as the ghost hand, but even more domineering and purer. It was him. The one who killed the ghost hand and destroyed the gathering of Yin formation was this person. Wang Guoqiang said nothing, knowing he was no match. He snorted coldly, quietly retreating into the chaotic crowd. Swiftly pulling out his phone, he sent out an encrypted kill order, then disappeared into the night without looking back. The auction concluded hastily. Zhou Ran, amidst countless awe-filled gazes, took Xiao Hongli, still shaken, towards the parking lot. He could feel that from the shadows many malicious eyes were locking onto him like maggots. Old dang, it seems there is more action to be done tonight. Just in time for you to test the quality of your foundation establishment. Remember, in demonic cultivation, repay all grudges and eradicate the roots. The voice of Yi Fu Tian echoed in his mind. As she got into the Ferrari, Xiao Hongli still hadn't recovered from the shock. She started the car and left Tianbao Pavilion. The vehicle merged into the traffic, passing through the bustling city, gradually heading towards the riverside road leading to the cloud-top heavenly palace. She had already messaged Chunya, and now she was on her way to pick her up. At this late hour, the roads were sparse, and a heavy dump truck was directly blocking the middle of the road, completely cutting off the way forward. A heavy dump truck was directly blocking the middle of the road, completely cutting off the way forward. Xiao Hongli's heart sank, and she slammed on the brakes. Screech! The harsh sound of brakes pierced the night sky. At the same time, 4 black SUVs surged out from the rear and side roads, instantly surrounding the Ferrari. The car doors opened in unison. 8 men wielding tang swords, dressed in black tight-fitting gear, poured out one after another. A chilling murderous aura spread through the silent riverside. The river wind howled, mingling with a hint of briny moisture, causing the reeds by the roadside to bow low. A massive dump truck lay across the center of the road, blocking the path ahead and extinguishing all hope. The headlights cast a pale light, illuminating the area as if it were broad daylight. Inside the Ferrari, Xiao Hongli's face, perpetually marked by frost, now drained of all color. Unwilling to accept her fate, she called her second uncle Xiao Changfeng. "Sorry, the user you have dialed is busy." The cold mechanical voice pierced through her last. Unwilling to accept her fate, she called her second uncle Xiao Changfeng. "Sorry, the user you have dialed is busy." The cold mechanical voice pierced through her last flicker of hope like a needle. The phone slipped from her powerless hand. In that moment, Xiao Hongli understood. This was not an accident, nor was it revenge. It was a conspiracy, a betrayal from within her own family. With her grandfather gravely ill, the elders who usually greeted her with smiles finally revealed their fangs. Not only would they not save her, but at this very moment, they were likely toasting to her demise at some lavish banquet. An icy chill rose from her heart, surpassing even the ailments within her body. Yet Zhou Ran's expression remained unchanged. He held Xiao Hongli's cold, trembling hand. That warmth was her only source of solace at that moment. "Don't waste your efforts." Xiao Hongli suddenly snapped back to reality, her voice laced with a cold decisiveness born from despair. "Zhou Ran'll crash the car into the river. You take the chance to run. I'm the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. They wouldn't dare kill me immediately. They would only kidnap me. You still have a chance. Run." Zhou Ran laughed, a hint of amusement curling the corners of his mouth. "Xiao, are you misunderstanding something about me?" He unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door. "Close the windows tightly. Don't let the blood stain your car." Xiao Hongli reached out to pull him back, but only grasped at air. Zhou Ran took off his coat, wearing only a pristine white shirt, his figure appearing tall and elegant under the streetlight. Wang Guoqing stood in front of the car, his tang suit billowing in the wind. "Kid, didn't expect retribution to come so swiftly, did you?" Behind Wang Guoqing, 8 black-clad swordsmen formed a fan-shaped formation, their tang swords reflecting a cold gleam in the light. Each of their breaths was long and powerful, clearly masters of internal strength. But that was not all. A black Maybach silently glided up the window, lowered to reveal Song Yunfei's bandaged, menacing face. "I admit you have some skills, but now I intend to slice the flesh from your body piece by piece." Song Yunfei, cigar in mouth, cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze at Zhou Ran. He stepped out of the car, followed by 2 middle-aged men in Taoist robes. The presence of these two was several times stronger than that of the 8 swordsmen. As they walked, their footsteps were silent, their eyes flashing with brilliance. They were indeed 2 genuine masters of transformation. This was the depth of the Song family's influence in the capital. Just their casual outings were accompanied by masters in tow. Young Master Song, this person not only killed the Ghost Hand Master, but also destroyed the Gathering Yin formation. If we do not tear him to pieces today, the hatred in our hearts will not dissipate. Wang Guoqing pointed at Zhou Ran, his voice filled with resentment. Upon hearing this, Song Yunfei's facial muscles twitched. The Song family had deep ties with the Wuji sect, and they relied on the Ghost Hand in the shadows. Moreover, he had been publicly humiliated by Zhou Ran at the auction. He could not wait until tomorrow to settle this. "Kid, kneel down now and kowtow 100 times, then send that wench Xiao Hongli to my car. I might consider leaving you." Song Yunfei tossed his cigar away, crushing it under his expensive leather shoes, his eyes gleaming with the pleasure of imminent victory. Zhou Ran rolled up his shirt sleeves, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Finally, his eyes landed on Song Yunfei. "Is this your last words?" This single sentence rendered the air instantly silent. Arrogant. Ignorant. This was the first thought that sprang to everyone's mind. Faced with 8 masters of internal strength, Wang Guoqing, a Quasi-master plus 2 transformation masters from the Wuji sect, this kid still dared to speak so wildly. Wang Guoqing, furious to the extreme, waved his hand. "Charge. Cut off his limbs, leave him with a breath. I want to make him into a human puppet and keep him in a jar to extract yang energy daily. Kill." The 8 black-clad swordsmen let out a low roar, their blades flashing like snow, sealing off all of Zhou Ran's escape routes. Inside the car, Xiao Hongli gasped instinctively, closing her eyes, not daring to witness the impending gruesome scene. However, the anticipated cries of agony did not come. Zhou Ran stood his ground, not even shifting his feet an inch. No one could see how he made his move. Only a fleeting shadow could be seen. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed, forming a rapid succession like firecrackers. The foremost swordsman had his wrist bizarrely twisted backward, the tang sword slipping from his grasp, which Zhou Ran caught deftly. In the next second, a glint of cold light flashed. Zhou Ran wielded the tang sword, casually executing a horizontal slash. This strike contained no ostentation, only sheer speed and power. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistle. Blood gushed forth, blooming like a flower, and the swordsman did not even have time to scream before a thin red line appeared at his throat, and he fell backward stiff. Zhou Ran's figure sliced through the crowd like a ghost. Each strike of his knife carried a kind of artistic rhythm. As the blade flashed, an arm soared into the air. As the blade turned back, a pristine head rolled onto the ground. In just 10 seconds, all 8 masters of internal strength were annihilated. The ground was littered with bodies, blood pooling into streams winding through the cracks in the asphalt, the heavy scent of blood instantly permeating the air. Zhou Ran casually tossed the blunted Tang sword aside, his white shirt pristine and untainted. Under the stimulation of blood, the yin-yang art within him operated uncontrollably, transforming him into a frenzied state. He lifted his gaze, looking past the sea of corpses towards Song Yunfei and Wang Guoqiang in the distance. Next, the night wind grew even fiercer. The overpowering stench of blood in the air was nauseating. The cruel smile on Song Yunfei's face froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. 8 masters of internal strength, each capable of standing alone in Jiangxing. Yet now in just 10 seconds they lay scattered like harvested wheat, not even leaving a complete corpse. How is this possible? Song Yunfei instinctively took 2 steps back, only stopping when his back hit the cold car body. Wang Guoqiang's face was even more unsightly. A true expert knows immediately upon striking. The speed and power Zhou Ran just displayed were beyond what an ordinary martial artist could possess. That ruthlessness and decisiveness could only belong to one who had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. 2 masters, this kid is a bit sinister. I may need your assistance. Song Yunfei turned his head, looking at the 2 middle-aged men in Daoist robes behind him. This was his last trump card. Uncles, this kid is a bit sinister. I might need your help. Song Yunfei glanced at the 2 Daoist-robed men behind him. Their expressions grew serious. The man on the left was named Zhao Shanhe, and the man on the right was named Li Songhai. They were disciples of the Wujiman and also powerful guardians supported by the Song family at great expense. Zhao Shanhe squinted his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Ran with the intensity of lightning, letting out a cold snort. To possess such skills at a young age is indeed a sign of genius. Unfortunately, your heart is not in the right place, and you are too bloodthirsty. Today I shall act on behalf of heaven and cripple your cultivation. Before his words faded, Zhao Shan's toes tapped the ground. Boom. The asphalt road instantly exploded, creating a deep pit the size of a bowl. Using the reaction force, Zhao Shanhe propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Zhou Ran with unmatched ferocity. As a master of energy transformation, he could unleash his inner energy outward. Even the slightest movement could injure. Zhao Shan's punch, named Mountain Opening Cannon, was his ultimate technique honed over decades, capable of shattering stone. Before the punch arrived, the reeds behind Zhou Ran were already blown askew. Acting on behalf of heaven, Zhou Ran sneered, a flicker of purple light flashing in his eyes. Do you think you are worthy? Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting Zhao Shan's punch with a strike of his own. There were no flashy moves, only pure physical strength. The demonic energy in his dantian surged forth like a flood, racing along his meridians to his right arm. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a sound that resonated like thunder. Centered around them, a visible shockwave spread outwards, sending blood and debris flying. Zhao Shan's confidence froze, replaced by sheer terror. He felt as though his punch had struck an immense mountain. Not only did it fail to move Zhou Ran, but he was also invaded by an overwhelmingly cold force that surged through his meridians. That force, like a maggot burrowing into bone, drilled into his meridians along his fist, ravenously consuming the inner energy he had cultivated for decades. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones spread from his fist all the way up his arm. Zhao Shanhe let out a piercing scream, his body sent flying backward as his right arm broke apart midair. Senior brother. The other master, Li Songhai, saw this and swiftly lunged at Zhou Ran from the side like a ghost. His fingers curled like claws, aiming straight for Zhou Ran's throat. Eagle claw technique. This grip could pierce through steel. Get lost. Zhou Ran didn't even glance sideways, striking back with a palm. There was no imprint or brilliance. Li Songhai felt an irresistible, terrifying force emanating from Zhou Ran's palm, firmly binding him. His proud, protective inner energy felt as thin as a cicada's wings before that palm. Li Songhai's chest caved in before he could emit a scream. He felt his entire body's essence and inner energy being frantically drained by that hand. In merely 2 breaths, when Zhou Ran released his grip, Li Songhai had turned into a wrinkled corpse, his eyes bulging, falling straight down. Silence. A deathly stillness. Song Yunfei's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the cold ground, feeling a warm wetness spreading in his pants. He had sold himself. Those were 2 masters of energy transformation. They were the powerful guardians supported by the Song family at great expense. But in just one encounter, one was crippled and another drained to a husk. This was not human. This was a devil. A demon disguised in human skin. Meanwhile, Wang Guoqiang was already trembling in fear. He had naively thought that this person's techniques stemmed from the Wujiman, certainly a minor practitioner of some sinister arts. He assumed it was just luck that he had defeated the ghost hand. But now it seemed that this person's inner energy was so domineering that the Wujiman couldn't even touch it. Even if Master Mo Yunhai came, he wouldn't gain any advantage. He turned to run. With even the masters of energy transformation being killed in seconds, staying here would be nothing but a death sentence. Why hurry to leave when you've come so far? Zhou Ran's cold voice rang in his ears. Wang Guocheng felt a tightening around his neck as an iron-like hand firmly gripped the back of his neck. Zhou Ran lifted him as if he were a chick, his purple-tinged eyes coldly fixed on him. Wang Guocheng struggled, desperately kicking wildly, his face turning the color of liver, producing strange choking sounds. Spare me. The ghost hand is your senior brother. The formation at Extraordinary Gym was also set up by you. Zhou Ran's gaze was indifferent, and he tightened his grip. Crack. The sound of his cervical vertebrae shattering echoed. Wang Guocheng's head drooped lifelessly, his eyes bulging wide, unable to close them. Zhou Ran did not immediately release his grip, but instead activated the yin-yang technique. A swirling vortex of black energy formed in his palm, and in just a few breaths, Wang Guocheng's robust body visibly shriveled. Finally, he turned into a skeleton of skin and bones. Before Zhao Shanhe could kneel and beg for mercy, a hand crushed down on his crown, and he transformed into a dry corpse before he could even scream. Zhou Ran casually tossed the corpse into the river, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, and let out a comfortable sigh. At this moment, Qin San, hiding in the nearby bushes, was trembling all over. He had originally come at Song Yunfei's invitation to provide support. However, being cautious by nature, he sensed something was off and decided to observe from the shadows. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for his caution. If he had rushed in just now, the corpse drifting in the river would likely have one more body. Zhou Ran turned around and slowly spoke. Have you seen enough? Qin San shivered violently, feeling a chill shoot down his spine. He had been discovered. He dared not hesitate for a moment, scrambling out of the bushes and kneeling on the ground with a thud. Mr. Zhou, your might is unparalleled. This old man means no harm. He knocked his head repeatedly, his forehead bloodied and bruised. This place is too dirty. Qin San was a clever man and naturally understood Zhou Ran's implied meaning. He felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and knocked his head even harder. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, this place has strong winds and slippery roads. Accidents happen frequently. This old man guarantees that before dawn it will be cleaner than when it was just repaired, leaving not a trace behind. Qin San spoke rapidly, fearing that a second's delay might anger this god of death. Zhou Ran remained non-committal, his gaze falling on the crumpled Song Yunfei. Qin San understood, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke solemnly. Tonight Master Song indulged excessively in the car and accidentally drove it into the river. Qin San smiled with his mouth, but not his eyes, looking at Song Yunfei, as if he were a corpse. Song Xiao, I'm sorry. Blame it on yourself for provoking the heavenly gods and demons. With that, before Song Yunfei could plead for mercy, he struck down with a hand knife. Song Yunfei didn't even have time to let out a scream before he slumped down. The female internet celebrity beside him let out a short, sharp scream. He was then grabbed by Qin San, who tore apart the expensive shirt, creating traces of intimacy inside the car. In the next life, keep your eyes open and don't choose the wrong partner. Qin San showed no mercy, locking the doors and windows of the Mercedes-Benz, then easily pushing him into the pitch-black river. Glub glub. Bubbles appeared on the river surface, which quickly returned to calm. After doing all this, Qin San knelt down again beside the Ferrari, his posture even more respectful than before. He knew that from the moment he pushed Song Yunfei into the river, he was completely tied to Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran finally showed a hint of satisfaction. Take good care of that thunderstruck wood for me. Follow me. A mere grandmaster of transformation is not beyond reach. He dropped a promise that made Qin San ecstatic, ignoring him afterward. The car windows slowly rose, isolating the bloodshed and cold wind from the outside. Zhou Ran turned his head, revealing a gentle smile to Xiao Hongli, who was already speechless from shock in the car. Inside the car, Xiao Hongli's pupils had yet to fully focus. The scene outside the car, along with the smell of blood blowing from the air conditioning vents, made her stomach churn. Yet this young man with a gentle smile inside the car gave her an overwhelming sense of safety. At this moment, she felt fear, shock, and more importantly, dependence. The smell of blood on Zhou Ran was mostly dissipated by his spiritual power, but still carried a faint metallic scent. Drive. Xiao Hongli came back to her senses, her hands trembling as she started the vehicle. The Ferrari let out a low roar, swerving around the dump truck and disappearing into the night. The night rain in Jiang City was falling rather heavily. At the foot of Cloud Peak Mountain, the Xiao family manor, covering hundreds of acres, was brightly lit, but exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression and chill. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was so tense it could be twisted into water. Old Master Xiao Xiaojingwu lay in a special care ward on the second floor, relying on a ventilator to maintain weak vital signs. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was so tense it could be twisted into water. Old Master Xiao Xiaojingwu lay in a special care ward. Sitting in the main seat was the second eldest of the Xiao family, Xiao Chongfeng, who was also Xiao Hongli's uncle. He took a sip from his teacup, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold. She wore a dark green cheongsam, holding a silk handkerchief in her hand, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, but her eyes betrayed an undeniable greed. Sitting in the main seat was the second eldest of the Xiao family, Xiao Chongfeng, who was also Xiao Hongli's uncle. He took a sip from his teacup, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. I just received news that at the auction that little white face of Hongli offended the second young master of the Song family in the capital. The second young master of the Song family not only brought 2 grandmasters of transformation, but also allied with Wang Guochang of the Wujuman. With such a lineup, let alone that girl having only a freeloading companion. Even if we filled the entire Xiao family's bodyguards, it would still be a dead end. That girl is too domineering, too eye-catching. With the old man ill, she still holds the power of the group, completely disregarding us elders. If we let her continue to hold power, we might not even be able to get a bowl of soup in the future. Exactly. Xiao Yufan immediately echoed sharply. She's a woman, she will eventually have to marry. Are we to let her take our Xiao family's fortune and give it to an outsider? Several collateral relatives in the corner nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Once Xiao Hongli dies, and the old man passes away, the Xiao family's commercial vessel will be reshuffled. They will have the opportunity to get a seat at the table. But she is still a niece after all to do this. The usually silent fourth uncle Xiao Chonglin felt a bit uneasy. Old fourth, save your ridiculous maternal kindness. Xiao Changfeng's gaze turned sharp as he coldly snorted. This is the Song family targeting her. What does it have to do with us? We were just unaware. This time young Master Song is coming for the port. The Song family will acquire our port business at 3 times the premium. Don't you want this money? Mentioning that piece of fat meat, Xiao Chonglin shrank his neck and fell silent. This port, rather than manage it ourselves, how could it compare to selling it to the Song family at a premium? Unfortunately, with Xiao Hongli around, we must develop overseas trade. By the time it shows progress, it will be a long wait. Interests are enough to make familial ties worthless. Just then the hall door was hurriedly pushed open. Xiao Changfeng's trusted steward stumbled in, his face pale, and, "Second master. No, it's bad." Xiao Chongfeng frowned displeased and said, "What's the panic? The sky isn't falling. Is the news from that side in? Has Hongli left?" The steward gasped for breath, wiped the rainwater off his face, his voice trembling. Not. The young lady is missing. Missing. Xiao Chongfeng suddenly stood up, the teacup in his hand smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. How is that possible? Where are Wang Guocheng and the Song family members? What are they doing? The steward swallowed hard. Just now the television reported that there was a serious car accident on the Riverside Highway. It is said that over a dozen corpses were cleared from the scene. The second young master of the Song family and the Song family's master practitioner were among them. But there was no sign of the young lady. In an instant the hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's face changed dramatically. Shock, confusion, and deep disappointment. Xiao Chongfeng sat back down in despair, his face as dark as thunder. Meanwhile, the black Ferrari sped through the rain. The heating in the car had been turned up to maximum, yet Xiao Hongli felt as though she were in an ice cave, trembling with cold. Her lips had turned a bluish purple, and a thin layer of white frost coated her eyebrows and hair tips. That bone-deep cold erupted from her lower abdomen, quickly spreading through her meridians to all limbs and bone. So cold. Xiao Hongli's teeth were chattering violently, her hands gripping the steering wheel, stiff and unresponsive, her vision starting to darken. This was a sign of the cold poison acting up. Tonight the betrayal of her family, the shattering of hope, and the threat of death, a series of blows triggered the cold energy that had accumulated in her body for over 20 years. This explosion was 100 times more ferocious than any previous one. Stop the car. Zhou Ran sensed the turmoil in her aura, his voice suddenly deepening. I can hold on. Xiao Hongli weakly shook her head, afraid that pursuers were behind her, afraid that Chunya was also in danger. She feared she wouldn't be able to explain to Zhou Ran. I told you to stop. Zhou Ran ceased any further discussion, directly reaching out to grip the steering wheel, guiding the speeding Ferrari steadily to the side of the road. He unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over. At this moment Xiao Hongli's consciousness was beginning to fade. Her skin was pale and translucent, icy to the touch, and even her breath carried a white mist. Zhou Ran's brow furrowed into a deep line. This was not a simple cold poison backlash. This was a life-threatening crisis triggered by despair. If not immediately rescued, within half an hour her heart veins would be completely frozen by the cold, leading to her demise. Go to the back seat. Zhou Ran would not tolerate any argument and picked up Xiao Hongli in a horizontal embrace. The biting cold seeped through the thin fabric, and even Zhou Ran's strong physique felt a shiver of ice. He placed Xiao Hongli on the cramped back seat and squeezed in beside her. Outside the car, thunder rumbled and heavy rain poured down. Inside the car, however, was a life-and-death crisis. Zhou Ran activated the yin-yang technique, releasing a strand of pure yang energy from his palm and placing it against Xiao Hongli's cold abdomen. But this was far from enough. The cold poison within her had already spread like wildfire. It required pure yang energy from within to completely break through the defenses, bringing about a balance of yin and yang to reverse life and death. A flash of purple light flickered in Zhou Ran's eyes as he leaned down and gently patted her snow-white icy cheek. Xiao Hongli, can you hear me? Xiao Hongli struggled to open her eyes, her gaze already scattered. Following her instinct for survival, she frantically burrowed into Zhou Ran's embrace, greedily absorbing the warmth emanating from him like a heated furnace. So cold. Give me. She murmured unconsciously, her hands frantically tearing at Zhou Ran's clothing, her nails leaving red marks on his firm chest. A fleeting moment of resolve flashed in Zhou Ran's eyes. To save her was to save himself. This explosive extreme yin body was for him the most exquisite furnace in the world, an unparalleled ladder to a higher realm. You've got yourself into this. Zhou Ran whispered, no longer hesitating, and kissed her already purple, icy lips. The rain hammered violently against the car roof, creating a chaotic symphony that drowned out everything inside. As a torrent of dominating warmth surged in Xiao Hongli's, pained groans gradually transformed into a soft, sultry hum. Her tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. The extreme cold of near death was being pushed away by a relentless force. It was as if a red-hot piece had fallen onto a 1,000-year-old icebound chessboard. Wherever the warm current passed, ice and snow melted, and all things revived. Her consciousness was forcibly pulled back from the abyss of chaos. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Zhou Ran's arms in a rather embarrassing position, her pretty face instantly reddening. Yet instead of pushing him away, she clung to his waist even tighter. Zhou Ran. Xiao Hongli's voice was weak and soft, filled with relief from surviving the ordeal, yet also carried a hint of dependence and yearning that she herself was unaware of. Don't get distracted, focus your mind, and sense the changes in the game. Zhou Ran calmly stated as he placed a piece. Xiao Hongli immediately closed her mouth and obediently complied. She let out an impatient low moan. The usual commanding ice queen had completely melted, turning into a little woman who only knew how to seek. This move suppressed the cold poison, filling her with an unprecedented sense of relief. It felt too wonderful, like a weary traveler who had borne the weight of 1,000 burdens, finally shedding all shackles. Xiao Hongli's eyes were hazy, savoring the moment. This game was too comfortable. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Ran's neck like an octopus, wanting to continue. Continue. Her voice was tinged with a whimper laced with uncontrollable seductive allure. Zhou Ran looked at the bewitchingly charming Xiao Hongli, feeling a sense of emotion rise within him. Truly, she was an extreme yin body. The pure primal yin leaking from her body made his yin-yang technique operate frantically, causing the solid boundary of his realm to crack under this force. This is what you asked for. Don't cry when you lose. Zhou Ran roared, his eyes ablaze with purple light. The dominance of the demon emperor laid bare. The beauty sacrifices herself. If one refuses, it would be a disgrace for a demon cultivator. The game has begun, and there is no chance for mercy. As the words fell, the Ferrari shook violently in the wind and rain. This match was wilder than any life and death struggle. Zhou Ran was the player. His offense surged like a tidal wave, using knight cannon and rook along the back line, each move aimed directly at the vital points, executed seamlessly. Xiao Hongli stared at the chessboard, helplessly enduring, retreating step by step. From initially robbing Peter to pay Paul to later being completely routed. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her brows slightly furrowed. On the chessboard of her consciousness, her pieces had been slaughtered, leaving only a single king struggling in the narrow confines of the grid. She did not want to lose, desperately gripping Zhou Ran's shoulders, her nails digging deep into his muscles. Just as Zhou Ran shifted his strategy, preparing to promote a pawn and deliver a checkmate, the moment arrived. Buzz. His spiritual sea suddenly trembled. A wave of extremely dark, deathly, and vengeful energy abruptly pierced into his spiritual sense range. This aura was familiar to him. It was the unique, evil aura of the Wuji sect. Its direction pointed straight to the Cloud Summit Palace where Chunya was. Zhou Ran's movements abruptly froze, and the temperature inside the car seemed to plummet to freezing point. What happened? Xiao Hongli opened her eyes, still reluctant, her watery gaze filled with confusion and a desire to discuss the game. Zhou Ran took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the swirling demonic energy and killing intent within him. That wave was too intense. Oi Chun, you must be facing a powerful enemy, one whose strength far surpassed that of the two masters from tonight. Sorry, the game must come to a halt. Zhou Ran's voice was cold as iron, devoid of any warmth. He had no time to proceed cautiously and could only end it in the most brutal manner. Under his mental control, that piece suddenly transformed into a domineering seal, directly locking the source of her cold poison within. Unexpectedly caught off guard by a sudden blow, Xiao Hongli let out a short gasp. Subsequently, she collapsed, entirely lacking any strength. Again she lost. She slumped against the back seat. Zhou Ran quickly stood up, grabbed the torn suit jacket, and covered Xiao Hongli's delicate body. He wiped the sweat from her forehead, a trace of barely noticeable affection flickering in his eyes. Stay put in the car and wait for me. The Chen family's villa, which should have been ablaze with lights, was now shrouded in an eerie silence. The doors were tightly shut, and the streetlights were extinguished. The entire estate was enveloped in boundless darkness and rain resembling a prehistoric beast. The Chen family's villa, which should have been ablaze with lights, was now shrouded in an eerie silence. The doors were tightly shut, and the streetlights were extinguished. The entire estate was enveloped in boundless darkness and rain resembling a prehistoric beast waiting to devour. It was too quiet. This tranquility exuded an eerie vibe, as even the guards at the entrance had vanished. Zhou Ran climbed over the wall, and the moment his toes touched the ground, a sticky sense of obstruction enveloped him. He felt as if he had sunk into an invisible quagmire, each step heavy and laborious. The air was thick with a colorless, odorless fine powder that not only obstructed his vision, but also suppressed his perception. The moment his divine sense extended, it was forcibly compressed back within 5 meters by an invisible force. The Wu clan's spirit-sealing powder paired with a low-tier soul confusion array. Zhou Ran understood in his heart. Such petty tricks dare to show off in front of me. No wonder the other party was. Such a formation would be a dimensional strike against ordinary martial artists. Even a master of the transformation realm entering would have their senses nullified, rendering them helpless. At that moment, within the pitch-black hall of the villa, a cold, hoarse voice echoed eerily. Your little man has finally returned. Your little man has finally returned. Xinya was tightly bound to a chair in the center of the living room, her mouth sealed with thick tape, only able to emit desperate whimpers. Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks bruised, and her beautiful eyes were wide open, staring intently in the direction of the sound. 3 meters away on the sofa, a man dressed in a loose black robe slowly stood up. His face was covered with strange black patterns that seemed alive, and he was playing with a shiny bone knife in his hand. The man's name was Xinglai, known as the Bloodhand Butcher of the Wujiman. He walked up to Chunya, the cold back of the blade slowly moving against her delicate and smooth face. Chunya's body was instantly covered in goosebumps. Tsk tisk, what a rare specimen. In Xinglai's murky yellow eyes, lustful intent flickered without concealment. Delicate skin, extraordinary temperament. Once I've dealt with that kid named Zhou, I'll refine you into my exclusive corpse bride. He lowered his voice like a venomous snake flicking its tongue by her ear. You will retain your consciousness, yet be unable to control your own body, serving me day and night. That feeling must be utterly intoxicating. Xinya's eyes were almost bursting with fire. If looks could kill, Xinglai would have been dismembered 1,000 times over. Yet she still held on to hope. Hoping that man would come, betting he could descend like a god as he did last time. Bang! A terrifying explosion erupted without warning. The thick bulletproof glass door seemed to have been struck directly by a battering ram, instantly exploding into countless shards. A violent wind swept in, carrying the torrential rain, causing the curtains in the entire hall to dance wildly. Xinglai's pupils constricted sharply as he quickly turned around. Not probing, not breaking the formation, just using the most brutal method to smash through the door. Where did this reckless fool come from? A figure stepped through the debris, walking against the wind and rain. Lightning illuminated Zhou Ran's face, cold and devoid of any emotion. Let her go. Such bold words. Xinglai's figure flickered and vanished into thin air, completely merging with the darkness. The hall fell into silence once more. A chilling voice echoed from all directions, now left, now right, unpredictable. Since you've entered my domain, is that so? Zhou Ran's response was merely 2 words laced with extreme disdain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several barely perceptible sounds of air being sliced through echoed from the dark corners. Several pitch-black scorpions, their tails gleaming with deadly blue light, leaped at Zhou Ran's vital points from the most cunning angles concealed by the darkness. Zhou Ran did not even raise an eyelid. The spirit-sealing powder could block demonic eyes, and the bewitching array could suppress divine sense. But what Xinglai had calculated, he had entirely overlooked. In his mind there remained a remnant soul of a tyrannical demon emperor. This bewitching array was nothing more than a child's trick to Yifu Tian. At the moment when the scorpions were merely 3 inches away from his skin, Zhou Ran's movements were as fluid as flowing water, too fast for the naked eye to catch. Puff, puff, puff. The scorpions, capable of killing an adult elephant with their poison, were crushed into a mass of black goo with just a light pinch from his 2 fingers. Is this your method? Zhou Ran shook off the grime from his hands, his tone contemptuous. A child's play with bugs dares to show off in front of me. In the darkness, Xinglai's breath obviously paused for a moment. You do have some skills, and no wonder you could kill my junior brother. Xinglai's voice grew sinister. But in my domain you are a dragon that must coil and a tiger that must lie low. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinglai abruptly activated a piece of pale bone jade in his hand. Thousand June spine. Boom. The air in the hall instantly became unbearably heavy. The gravitational field shifted. The tiles beneath Zhou Ran's feet cracked inch by inch, emitting mournful cries under the unbearable burden. The gravity, which was originally only his body weight, surged to more than 10 times in an instant. His internal organs were squeezed, and his movements inevitably became slow and stiff. Zhou Ran's form did indeed slightly pause. Gotcha. Xinglai, hidden in the shadows, was overjoyed. Warriors cultivate their physical bodies, even a master of transformation. Faced with this sudden gravitational pressure, their insides would be squeezed, even ruptured, and they would only be able to exert 50% of their strength. Is this your method? He was a cultivator. This amount of gravity was not even enough to tickle him. He lifted his foot, preparing to break the crude formation with sheer force. You can't be crushed, huh? Seeing that the gravity hadn't forced Zhou Ran down as he had expected, Xinglai chuckled darkly, a glint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Then how about this? He suddenly pulled a very thin thread in his hand. Crack! Beneath the chair where Chunya sat, the floor suddenly cracked open, revealing a dark hole. At the bottom of the hole, a multitude of shining steel knives were stuck, each blade tip facing upward, aimed directly at Chunya. Oh! Chunya felt her body lose weight. Although she couldn't make a sound, the fear in her eyes reached its peak. Will you save her, or save yourself? Xinglai laughed maniacally. This was his trump card. Under the pressure of 10 times gravity, to save someone, one must unleash their maximum speed. But this would also expose Zhou Ran's back to attack. If he didn't save her, he would only be able to watch helplessly as his woman was pierced through by countless blades. This was a deadlock. Zhou Ran did not hesitate or waver for a moment. Boom. The ground beneath his feet instantly exploded into a deep pit. Zhou Ran actually unleashed a speed more terrifying than usual, turning into a black flash rushing towards the descending black hole. Seeking death. Xinglai's eyes shone brightly. This was the best opportunity he had been waiting for. Just as Zhou Ran reached out to grab the rope of the chair that was falling, pulling Chunya along with the chair up with one hand. His back was completely exposed to Xinglai. Die. Xinglai swooped down like a hawk diving for a rabbit, all his internal energy converging into his single palm. From the palm, a blood-red sinister insect emerged, letting out a piercing scream. Heart-devouring insect. The signature poison insect of the Wujiman. As long as it made contact with the skin, it would instantly dissolve the internal energy. Even a grandmaster would have their heart pierced within 3 breaths, turning into a puddle of pus. As long as it made contact with the skin, it would instantly dissolve the internal energy. Even a grandmaster would have their heart pierced within 3 breaths. You've been struck by my heart-devouring insect. Even a celestial being cannot save you. Having landed a hit, Xinglai used the momentum to bounce back, landing several meters away, his face filled with pride and madness. But the next second his smile froze. Zhou Ran slowly placed the still trembling Chunya in a safe spot, then turned around slowly. Is this it? Zhou Ran looked at Xinglai's tone so flat it made one uneasy. Impossible. How can you be fine? My heart-devouring insect. Xinglai's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. The blood-colored insect that should have drilled into Zhou Ran's heart was now stuck on the surface of his skin, twisting and struggling madly, but could not penetrate. What it faced was not flesh and blood, but a domineering abyss of demonic energy. In just a breath, the heart-devouring insect let out a wailing scream, instantly turning into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipating without a trace. Zhou Ran's demonic body was impervious to all evils. It is no exaggeration to say that the yin-yang formula is the ancestor of these crooked ways. Run. At that moment, Xinglai finally realized that he had provoked a monster that could not be measured by common sense. He turned to flee, but his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to move at all. He was horrified to discover that Zhou Ran, who was still 3 meters away, was already enveloped by an invisible, terrifying pressure that had completely immobilized him. Unable to move. Not even a finger. This was not internal energy. This was spiritual power. A terrifying thought began to sprout in his mind. He had encountered this technique only once before. On his master Mo Yunhai, the mastery of inner force refined to perfect control and flowing freely through all acupoints, a hallmark of terrestrial immortals who had transcended mortal limits. Immortal? Spare my life. Xinglai could no longer suppress his terror. He longed to kneel and beg for mercy, but his legs, as if possessed of unyielding pride, refused to bend. The moment you laid your schemes upon my woman, you ceased to exist. No, you cannot kill me. I am a grand master of harmonized qi. If I die, the Wujia sect will never let you go unpunished. Zhou Ran's eyes shimmered with violet light as the yin-yang art activated. Reverse absorption. What sorcery is this? My inner force, my life essence. Xinglai let out a shriek unlike any human sound. In horror, he watched his 20 years of cultivated inner force, and the residual vital essence of his remaining life-bound worms, surge into Zhou Ran like a floodgate torn open. His vaunted strength as a grand master of harmonized qi crumbled before this youth's demonic art, fragile as parchment. Zhou Ran's eyes blazed with violent violet radiance. True demonic majesty descended unrestrained and absolute. Zhou Ran released his grip. Xinglai, the grand master of harmonized qi, lay collapsed as a desiccated corpse. Zhou Ran released his grip. Xinglai, the grand master of harmonized qi, lay collapsed as a desiccated corpse, flesh drawn taut over bone. Silence returned to the hall. Zhou Ran reined in the terrifying demonic aura and turned toward Chunya. With gentle precision, he untied the ropes binding her wrists and peeled away the tape sealing her mouth. Seeing the angry red welts on her wrists, a flicker of remorse crossed Zhou Ran's gaze. My fault. No apology, only stark, unadorned accountability. Had it not been for him, the Wujia sect, a persistent fly, would never have alighted upon Chunya. Her face pale, she trembled faintly, still caught in the aftershocks of terror. Yet the instant those dark crimson eyes pierced the darkness, every trace of fear dissolved. She neither wept nor broke. Instead, she opened her arms and clung to Zhou Ran with fierce, unyielding embrace. Don't speak nonsense. Chunya's voice was hoarse with deliverance, yet each word rang with unwavering resolve. You are an eagle soaring above the 9 heavens. Your realm is destined for storms and tempests. Having chosen you, I never dreamed of retreating to some quiet corner. She lifted her gaze, her fingertips tracing the sharp, sculpted contours of his face, her eyes blazing with unmasked pride and rapturous devotion. I wasn't strong enough. I became your burden. Those words warmed Zhou Ran deep within. Before he could speak, Chunya's delicate nose twitched faintly, and she leaned forward, inhaling softly against the fabric of his shirt. Zhou Ran's heart lurched. Trouble. This scent. Chunya's expression shifted into something predatory, the gaze of a hunter sizing up its quarry. She stepped back half a pace, her eyes sweeping slowly, deliberately over his frame. Chanel No. 5, Classic Edition. Her voice regained its customary languor, yet carried a glacial, penetrating edge. While I stood guard against blades and arrows, you went off to savor moonlight and blossoms. Chunya extended her slender hand and smoothed the creases from his shirt with unhurried elegance, a gesture so graceful it sent a chill down Zhou Ran's nape. Take me to meet her. The rain had eased, only droplets fell steadily from the eaves, tapping a quiet rhythm. Chunya linked her arm through Zhou Ran's, her stiletto heels striking the puddles with crisp, rhythmic taps, each one landing precisely upon the pulse of his heartbeat. The Ferrari's door swung open. Interior lights flared, illuminating the intimate tableau in the rear seat with merciless clarity. Xiao Hongli had awakened, draped loosely in a man's suit jacket. Her long hair tumbled in disarray, of faint rosy marks lingered across her porcelain skin. Her gaze was languid, seductive, radiating the rare, smoldering allure born only after a storm of passion. Any woman would know instantly what had transpired here moments before. At the sight of Zhou Ran, joy first bloomed in Xiao Hongli's eyes. But then she caught sight of Chunya standing silently behind him. The blood drained from Xiao Hongli's face, then flooded back in a deeper burning flush. Their eyes locked. The air grew thick with awkward silence. Shame, embarrassment, and the raw sting of being caught by the rightful owner transformed the formidable business magnate into a chastened girl who'd just been found out. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the jacket, lowering her lashes, unable to meet Chunya's gaze. Chunya simply stood there motionless. No accusation, no fury, only quiet observation, calm, unblinking scrutiny of the disheveled woman in the car. After a long, suspended moment, she sighed softly. Don't catch cold. Chunya slipped off her windbreaker and leaned into the car, draping it gently over Xiao Hongli's bare legs. That simple act made Xiao Hongli lift her head, eyes wide with disbelief. Yeah? E.g., there was death here tonight, bad omen. Chunya's tone betrayed neither anger nor warmth. You said it yourself, let's go to your place. A single sentence, leaving no room for refusal, yet offering grace with surgical precision. Xiao Hongli was no fool. She grasped Chunya's meaning instantly. It was acceptance and warning. Gratitude and reverence dissolved her lingering envy and rivalry like morning mist beneath the sun. The Xiao family welcomes E.G. anytime. Then let us go. Chunya turned elegantly, opened the front passenger door, and settled inside. Zhou Ran watched in silent awe, gaining a profound new understanding of Chunya's artistry. Victory without battle. This was the true apex predator, the woman who stood atop the pyramid. The Ferrari glided smoothly through the night. Zhou Ran recounted the night's events in full detail. Chunya paused thoughtfully, then glanced into the rearview mirror at Xiao Hongli's tense, uneasy figure, her voice cool and clear. Zhou Ran is no ordinary man. He cannot be confined by one person alone. Xiao Hongli raised her eyes, listening intently. Tonight's abduction was not solely aimed at Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran is no ordinary man. He cannot be confined by one person alone. Xiao Hongli raised her eyes, listening intently. Tonight's abduction was not solely aimed at Zhou Ran. From now on, we are allies. One more ally aiding him is always preferable to one more enemy opposing him. She looked directly at Xiao Hongli, her gaze imbued with sovereign authority. Hongli, do you understand my meaning? This was no longer about romance. It was about delineating spheres of influence and forging a mutual defense pact. Hongli, do you understand my meaning? This was no longer about romance. It was about delineating spheres of influence and forging a mutual defense pact. Familiar sharpness and unwavering all resources of the Xiao family, effective immediately, are at Zhou Ran's command. That, e.g. was spoken with genuine reverence and heartfelt allegiance. At last a faint enigmatic curve touched Chunya's lips. A harem in flames. None exists where absolute interest and shared enemies prevail. At 3 a.m., the Ferrari entered the brilliantly lit Zhao family estate. The air after the rain was infused with a refreshing clarity mingled with the fragrance of earth and foliage. The Ferrari quietly parked in front of the intricately carved bronze doors of the Zhao family manor. Inside the car the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Zhao Hongli tightly clutched the men's suit in her hand, casting a complex gaze towards Chunya in the passenger seat. Throughout the journey she envisioned countless scenarios in which Chunya would lash out. Would she mock her shamelessness? Would she angrily accuse her of seducing men? Or would she simply leave without a word? But none of that happened. Chunya acted as if nothing had occurred, even asking Zhou Ran to stop at a convenience store to buy her a bottle of hot milk. "We're here." Chunya unfastened her seatbelt and opened the car door with a swift motion. Her high heels clicked sharply against the damp ground. Zhou Ran turned back to look at Zhao Hongli. "Can you still walk?" Zhao Hongli's cheeks flushed slightly. The frenzy from earlier in the car had indeed left her legs a bit wobbly. However, she was still the leader of the Zhao family, and her pride remained intact. She gritted her teeth and nodded, "No problem." The three of them stepped out of the car. The security guard at the entrance had clearly been informed beforehand and did not immediately grant them entry. Instead, he scrutinized them through the gap in the door, his gaze examining them with a hint of hostility. "Miss Second Master has instructed that there are distinguished guests at home tonight, and outsiders are not permitted inside." Zhao Hongli's expression turned cold as she was about to explode when a warm hand pressed on her shoulder. Zhou Ran simply lifted his foot and lightly kicked the heavy bronze door. Bang! The massive bronze doors weighing 1,000 pounds collapsed inward with a thunderous crash, sending a splash of water everywhere. Now does this count as an outsider? Zhao Hongli watched the scene unfold, her heart skipping a beat. This man, no matter the time, always had a domineering presence that brought her comfort. The three of them strode past the fallen doors towards the main residence. Instead of heading straight to the bustling main hall, Chun Yi skillfully pointed to a separate, small building on the side. "That's your room, right? Go tidy up a bit. You look too disheveled to face those relatives who devour people without leaving bones behind." Zhao Hongli was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded. Upon entering the room, warmth enveloped her. Chunya did not treat herself as an outsider. She scanned the sparsely decorated room, which was only dressed in black, white, and gray. "This room is too cold, lacking vitality. No wonder the cold poison in your body is so hard to suppress." As she spoke, Chunya effortlessly sat down on the expensive leather sofa, her legs crossed, exuding an elegance, as if she were in her own living room. She gestured to the chair opposite her, indicating for Zhao Hongli to sit down. "Hongli, let's speak frankly." Chunya's voice was not loud, yet it carried a penetrating quality. "Tonight in the car you were not only there to detox, but also acted with genuine feelings, right?" As soon as Zhao Hongli sat down, she nearly jumped up upon hearing this, her face reddening like a ripe tomato, stammering and unsure how to respond. "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to accuse you." Chunya waved her hand, her expression becoming serious. "I am a few years older than you, and have spent more time navigating this circle than you have. Zhou Ran is a rare gem, and the women who will flock to him will only increase, not decrease." She paused, her gaze piercing as she stared at Zhao Hongli. "I cannot single-handedly stand in the way, nor do I wish to. That would only push him further away. Since you are his choice from now on, we are in the same boat." Zhao Hongli did not expect Chunya to say such a thing, momentarily caught off guard. However, Chunya's tone shifted sharply. "Being Zhou Ran's woman requires more than just a pretty face and a good body. You must be useful." "Useful?" Zhao Hongli instinctively repeated. "Exactly. You lost terror." Chunya pointed this out bluntly. "You are too focused on expanding the business landscape, neglecting the decay within the family. Do you think that as long as you can make money you can silence those relatives? You are gravely mistaken. For those parasites, maximizing family interests is not the goal, maximizing their own interests is. If you block their financial paths, they will seek your life." Chunya stood up and walked in front of Zhao Hongli, extending 3 fingers. "When we go to the main hall, remember 3 points. First, never attempt to clear your name. If they throw mud at you, throw it back. Second, seize the core conflict. Who holds the power in the Zhao family now? It's neither your second uncle nor those fence-sitters, but the old master lying in bed. As long as the old master still draws breath, or you can cure him, the sky won't fall. Third, and most importantly," Chunya pointed towards the bathroom, "leverage the situation. Since Zhou Ran is here tonight, you are not fighting alone. Maximize the intimidation factor, instill fear, make them second-guess, and keep them from acting." Zhao Hongli listened intently, a newfound spark igniting in her eyes. Previously she had fought alone, feeling the chill of being at the top. Now, however, Chunya's words opened her eyes. Is this the demeanor of a main wife? The last remnants of doubt in Zhao Hongli's heart dissipated, replaced by deep admiration. She stood up and solemnly bowed slightly to Chunya. "Sister Ya, I will remember this." Under the shower, Zhou Ran washed away the grime. He did not eavesdrop on the conversation between the two women, but with his keen hearing, it would be hard not to catch what was said. Suddenly, an old wild laugh echoed in his mind. Huh. Interesting. This girl is quite intriguing. The voice of Yi Futian resonated in his consciousness, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Kid, you have quite the fortune with women. This girl's disposition and cunning, if placed in the world of cultivation, she would be a fine candidate to manage an entire sect's internal affairs. If I had such a sensible and understanding main wife to manage the harem back in the day, I wouldn't have had to endure daily disturbances from those jealous women. I wouldn't have had to sneak into the righteous path's imperial palace to steal that divine maiden, only to be betrayed by those jealous women, resulting in a siege by the 9 great sects of the righteous path. Zhou Ran's mouth twitched. What kind of wild past did this old demon have? Old dang, did you often get beaten in the past? Zhou Ran faintly asked in his mind. Nonsense. That was just sparring. I, your master, do not stoop to their level. Yi Futian's voice suddenly rose, then quickly lowered again, carrying an almost imperceptible sense of loneliness. But speaking of it, internal strife is indeed a great taboo. You kid are lucky, these 2 girls, one Yin and one Yang, one literary and one martial, complement each other. Zhou Ran did not respond. His fingers lightly stroked the low-grade spirit stone in his pocket, as well as a piece of bone jade he had scavenged from Xing Lai earlier. This bone jade, while exuding a sinister aura, contained a significant amount of spiritual power. Kid, stop. Yi Futian's voice became somewhat urgent. The spiritual energy in that bone jade is chaotic and disorganized. It would be a waste for you. But for me, it is a great supplement. And as for that low-grade spirit stone, although the spiritual energy is sparse, it can barely help stabilize my soul. Zhou Ran's eyes narrowed. A sense of crisis. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him, reborn from the night, returning to the present. Although I have always regarded myself as a beast of burden, assisting him in analyzing the situation and even imparting martial arts, yet the old demon's seemingly relaxed demeanor, resembling that of a benevolent grandfather, only heightened Zhou Ran's unease. In the realm of cultivation, where is there love without reason? Seizing a body. These 2 words hung like a sword over his head. Tonight he had devoured the essence and internal energy of 4 masters, his cultivation subtly approaching the threshold of foundation establishment. If Yi Futian were to absorb this bone jade and spirit stones, his soul power would surely increase significantly. If one day, once his cultivation advanced, and he could bear his demonic soul. Zhou Ran's thoughts churned, yet his expression remained calm. Old dang, my foundation is still unstable, and the Wuji sect may send stronger individuals at any time. These items must be kept as a trump card. Yi Futian clearly sensed Zhou Ran's evasion and snorted coldly. Little fox cub, you are quite— I have lived my life with integrity. How could I plot against you? After saying this, the old man unexpectedly fell silent, no longer speaking. Zhou Ran twitched the corner of his mouth. Where is there a demon cultivator who boasts about their integrity? He took a deep breath and stored the bone jade and spirit stones safely. Although tonight's battle appeared easy, it was fraught with danger. That last move from Xing Lai, heart-devouring bug, would have posed a significant threat to an ordinary cultivator. Fortunately, the yin-yang art is domineering, restraining such evils. At this moment, within his dantian, a massive energy absorbed from Xing Lai was roiling like magma. The essence of a grandmaster of energy transformation is indeed extraordinary. After playing chess with Xiao Hongli, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now he sat cross-legged under the shower, continuously refining the essence he had devoured tonight. Who? A breath of turbid air was expelled, and white qi shot out like an arrow for over 3 feet, elevating his cultivation to the 6th level of qi condensation. The late stage of qi condensation, akin to an earthly immortal, was just around the corner. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Xiao Hongli, dressed in a sharp black suit, emerged, her face adorned with light makeup concealing her fatigue and pallor. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Xiao Hongli, dressed in a sharp black suit, emerged, her face adorned with light makeup concealing her. Xinya also stood up, adjusted her skirt, and walked to Zhou Ran's side, presenting him with a suitable suit. Let's go, my great hero. Let's see what kind of grand performance those clowns from the Xiao family have prepared for us. Seeing this, Xiao Hongli hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage to link her arm with Zhou Ran's. One on the left and one on the right. Accompanied by 2 stunning beauties, Zhou Ran felt the contrasting softness and elasticity on either side of his arm, momentarily diluting his wariness towards Yi Futian in this tender embrace. Now he somewhat understood Yi Futian's joy. The hall of the Xiao family's main residence was exceedingly spacious. In a space capable of accommodating over 100 people, it now appeared exceptionally crowded. The air was thick with the aroma of high-end cigars and the sour stench of corrupted interests. The central seat reserved for the old man Xiao Jingguo remained empty. On the left side, seated in the prominent position, was Xiao Chongfeng, who was toying with a pair of lionhead walnuts. Below him sat many elders and collateral relatives of the Xiao family. To the right sat a rather plump middle-aged man, Xiao Hongli's uncle Wu, to the head of the Wu family, a top-tier family. True to his name, Wu De was a man with dubious morals. His triangular eyes were fixed on the entrance, clearly waiting for tonight's protagonist to arrive. Second brother, why hasn't that girl arrived yet? Xiao Yufan was becoming restless, frequently glancing towards the door. What's the rush? Xiao Chongfeng didn't even lift his eyelids. If she doesn't come back, it's even better. If she doesn't return, it will confirm her connection to Song Xiao's death, fleeing in fear of retribution. Once the old man takes his last breath, the board will directly dismiss her from her position, and it will be justified. Just as he spoke, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Immediately after, 3 figures walked in against the light. The previously somewhat noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze was drawn like iron filings to a magnet fixated on the combination of 1 man and 2 women. The scene was too bizarre. The 2 top queens of Jiangxing, Chunya and Xiao Hongli, were actually linked to the arm of a young man like a bead. Oh, isn't this our young lady? Xiao Chongfeng was the first to react. He did not stand up, but merely forced a smile, saying in the dead of night, bringing a wild man and outsiders into the house, is this the demeanor of the Xiao family's leader? A big hat of shamelessness was thus placed on her head. In the past, Xiao Hongli would have been furious and turned pale, but now she merely glanced sideways, her voice icy. Second uncle, this is the Xiao family's main residence. Not. Do I need to report to you who I bring back? Xiao Hongli's voice was cold, carrying an air of authority from someone used to high positions. Xiao Changfeng's hand suddenly paused, as he did not expect his niece to dare to publicly humiliate him. Outrageous. Xiao Yufan screamed, pointing a finger at Xiao Hongli's nose. You're the chairman, but how can you speak to your second uncle like that? With elders present, don't you have any sense of propriety? You disgrace yourself outside and offend the Song family and Wuji sect, and now you want to bring disaster back home. Let me tell you, if you don't give a proper explanation tonight, don't even think about walking out of this door. Explanation. Zhou Ran, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. He released the arms of the 2 women and stepped towards the center of the hall. These walnuts are quite nice, they've been around for a while. Xiao Chongfeng instinctively tightened his grip on the walnuts, watching Zhou Ran warily. What do you want? This is the Xiao family, we won't allow an outsider to act recklessly. Outsider? Am I an outsider? How about him? Zhou Ran turned to the plump Wu Da. You are Wu Da. Wu Da felt a chill run down his spine under Zhou Ran's piercing gaze. However, relying on his numbers and the 2 highly paid bodyguards beside him, his courage swelled. Kid, since you know who I am, why don't you kneel and bow? Perhaps I can speak a few good words for you in front of the Song family, leaving you with a complete corpse. Wu Da waved his cigar, wearing a condescending expression. Zhou Ran nodded. It seems so. I heard you want to acquire that piece of land in the south of the city, and that Hongli has to go to your room to sign the contract. Hee, that shows I value her. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap interrupted Wu Da's vile words. The slap was too swift and fierce. Wu Da's over 200 pounds of flesh was sent spinning twice in midair before crashing heavily onto the coffee table. The coffee table shattered and glass shards embedded in Wu Da's body as he let out a pig-like wail. Ah. Someone's killed. Someone's killed. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. No one expected this young man to dare to strike in front of everyone. Moreover, he was so ruthless on his first strike. Brat, take him down. Xiao Chongfeng was furious, slamming his hand on the table. The 2 black-clad bodyguards standing behind him moved. Zhou Ran didn't even glance at them. He merely raised his hand, casually waving it gently to the sides, as if swatting flies. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed simultaneously. The bodyguards, who seemed fierce, flew backward at a speed even faster than they had come, crashing directly into the concrete pillars on either side of the hall. Their bodies were embedded into the wall like a mural, unable to let out even a scream before they fainted. At this moment, the hall was truly silent. Xiao Yufan, who had just been shouting, was now like a duck with its throat grasped, mouth open, but unable to make a sound. The walnut in Xiao Changfeng's hand fell to the ground with a thud, rolling to Zhou Ran's feet. Zhou Ran lifted his foot and gently stepped down. Crack. The priceless lion head ornaments instantly turned to dust. Now can we speak properly? Zhou Ran pulled over a chair and sat down next to the main seat, then waved at Xiao Hongli and Chunya. Sit. Chunya smiled coyly, stepping in a catwalk manner, gracefully sitting beside him. Xiao Hongli's chest heaved as she suppressed the turmoil within, complying and sitting on the other side. Xiao Changfeng's face turned pale as he looked at the 2 clueless bodyguards, his throat constricting painfully. What kind of monster is this kid? He couldn't help but recall the reports from the television station. 2 master experts died in a car accident. Now it seemed clear that it was this kid's cunning escape. Zhou Ran, don't be too arrogant. Even if you have some skills, so what? In this day and age, problems can't be solved with fists. You have offended the Song family and the Wujiman. I've heard that Xing Lai has already come to Jiangxing. If he comes to kill you, even 10 of your lives wouldn't be enough to pay. Xing Lai. Zhou Ran pulled out the bone jade from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the table. The moment Xiao Chongfeng saw the bone jade, his pupils suddenly constricted to the size of needle tips. That was Xing Lai's personal treasure. He had seen Xing Lai use this bone jade to crush people into pulp, treating it as his life, never parting with it. Now that this item was in Zhou Ran's hands, it meant that Xing Lai, He is dead. Zhou Ran sipped his tea and said indifferently. Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap that exploded in Xiao Changfeng's mind. Dead. The one revered as a god and master who killed mercilessly Xing Lai is dead. Killed by this 20-something young man. Not just Xiao Changfeng, but everyone present felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their greatest reliance, the confidence that allowed them to confront others, came from the martial power of Wujiman and the Song family. Now this backing had crumbled. If Xing Lai is really dead, it means that this young man in front of them possesses the strength to crush a master of transformation. Such a being was like an immortal on land. Killing him would be easier than squashing an ant. Gulp. The previously most boisterous Xiao Yufan was now huddled in the corner, her silk handkerchief twisted into an unrecognizable shape in her hands. Her eyes flickered, not daring to look at Zhou Ran, fearing that making eye contact would bring about her doom. As for Wu Da, who had his jaw shattered and his face bloodied, he was now being gagged by two of his subordinates, only able to emit muffled sounds, his eyes filled with a mix of resentment and fear. Since no one is speaking, it means there are no objections. Zhou Ran stood up, walked in front of Xiao Changfeng, and bent down. Xiao Changfeng instinctively wanted to retreat, only to find his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Zhou Ran reached out, taking the cup of still steaming biluacun from Xiao Changfeng's stiff hand. The tea is good, but unfortunately the person is too anxious to appreciate its flavor. He tilted his wrist, pouring the scalding tea all over Xiao Changfeng's expensive handmade leather shoes. The tea flowed over the shoe surface and into the shoe, scalding Xiao Changfeng's face, causing it to twitch. Yet he dared not utter a word, even struggling to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, your lesson is well taken. Since my second uncle understands, then let's turn the page on tonight's events. Zhou Ran gently placed the empty teacup on the table, producing a crisp sound. Hongli is still the head of the Xiao family. No one has any objections to that, right? No one dared to object, nodding their heads vigorously. Very good. Zhou Ran turned around, his gaze sweeping over Chunya and Xiao Hongli. Let's go, the air here is bad, and staying too long can dull the mind. Chunya covered her mouth and chuckled, her peach blossom eyes filled with mockery. Xiao Hongli appeared much quieter. She looked at these former relatives who now feared the man beside her as if they had seen a ghost. This feeling was complex. There was both the satisfaction of avenging a great hatred and an indescribable sadness. Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for my second uncle to keep you for supper? Zhou Ran's voice rang in her ear, tinged with a hint of teasing. Xiao Hongli came to her senses, took a deep breath, straightened her back, and regained her demeanor as a cool, aloof CEO. She linked her arm with Zhou Ran's and strode out of the suffocating main hall. It wasn't until the three figures disappeared into the night that the oppressive atmosphere in the hall slightly dissipated. Second Master, are we just letting it go like this? A distant relative asked tremulously. Slap. Xiao Changfeng retaliated with a slap, venting all the indignation he had just suffered onto this unfortunate soul. Let it go? What else can we do? Are you going to kill him? Huh, you. Not only did he kill Xing Lai, but he also said he would go to cure the old man. Meanwhile, in Xiao Hongli's standalone villa, he trembled as he took out his phone and dialed a number from Beijing. The moment the call connected, he poured all his resentment into a howl. Not only did he kill Xing Lai, but he also said he would go to cure the old man. Meanwhile, in Xiao Hongli's standalone villa, the air in the Xiao family villa was particularly fresh after the rain, and the occasional sound of unknown insects could be heard. The three did not go directly to the old man's hospital room. According to Zhou Ran, since the so-called divine doctor was still administering acupuncture, he wouldn't die anytime soon. Instead, the three of them had stirred up quite a commotion that night and needed to rest a bit. In reality, Zhou Ran needed time to calm the restless demonic energy within him. The energy he absorbed from killing Xing Lai and the two masters was too immense. Although it had transformed into cultivation, if not consolidated, it could easily cause his meridians to go awry. In Xiao Hongli's bedroom, soft warm yellow light dispelled the chill of the night. Chunya kicked off her high heels, slumping on the sofa, without any regard for her image, her long legs wrapped in stockings casually resting on the edge of the coffee table, exuding a sense of lazy charm. Oh, I'm exhausted to death. Chunya rubbed her sore calves, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Ran. I said, Great Demon King, weren't you very capable in the car just now? Why are you silent now? Have you exhausted yourself? Zhou Ran, who was closing his eyes to rest, opened them at her words and looked at the enchanting woman with a helpless expression. Sister Yi, the teasing tactic doesn't work on me. Besides, I'm not exhausted. TCH stubborn. Chunya's eyes sparkled, pointing toward the bathroom. Hongli is running the waters, saying she's going to serve you a bath and change your clothes. TSK tisk, when has our President Xiao ever served anyone? You, my friend, are in for a treat tonight. Just as she was saying this, the bathroom door opened. Xiao Hongli emerged wearing a loose silk bathrobe, her damp long hair draped over her shoulders, her face flushed from the steam, lacking her usual sharpness, and instead radiating a hint of shy femininity. The water is ready. Xiao Hongli's voice was barely audible as she dared not to look at Chunya's playful gaze. Xinya remained silent, merely extending her slender finger to lightly trace over Xiao Hongli's tense collarbone. Oh. Xiao Hongli flinched as if struck by electricity, her cheeks instantly flushed. We should split it evenly, doesn't that seem fair? Xiao Hongli was startled, quickly, waving her hands. No. You all wash, I'll just wait outside. Zhou Ran stood up and gently flicked Xiao Hongli's forehead. I'll go expel the impurities within me. You two stay outside and make sure no one disturbs. After saying that, he walked straight into the bathroom. As the frosted glass door closed, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Only the two women remained in the room. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Xinya withdrew her seductive demeanor, sat up straight, took out a lattice cigarette from her bag, lit it, and took a deep breath, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. Hongli, you're in deep. Xiao Hongli, who was drying her hair with a towel, froze at these words. I am not. Stop deceiving yourself. Xinya gazed at her nails amidst the swirling smoke. A woman's intuition is quite accurate. Just look at his gaze, it's one that wishes to crush you and envelop you entirely. Xiao Hongli bit her lip, offering no rebuttal. It's fine to be trapped. Xinya flicked the ashes from her cigarette, her tone becoming somewhat distant. In this world, men like him are akin to poison. Knowing full well that drinking it would lead to internal turmoil, yet still unable to resist wanting a taste. Yujieyu. Xiao Hongli looked at Xinya in surprise. What about me? Xinya chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery flashing in her eyes. I am not like you. You are a well-bred lady, a clean slate. As for me, I crawled out of the mire. I approached him initially indeed for personal gain, but now. She paused, extinguishing her cigarette. Now I feel that being his housekeeper doesn't seem so bad. In the bathroom, Zhou Ran sat cross-legged in the large massage bathtub. The hot water reached his chest, and the rising steam enveloped him. At this moment, he was fully focused on guiding the two forces within him. One force was the extreme cold energy from the Taiyin coming from Xiao Hongli. The other was the violent blood energy from Xinglai. One yin, one yang, one righteous, one evil. Ice and fire, the two forces clashed violently within his dantian. Fool, hold your spiritual platform. The roar of Yi Fu Tian exploded in his sea of consciousness. Yin and yang are in conflict. Either become a deity or become debris. Merge them, old man. Intense pain erupted. It was not like scraping bones, but like being crushed. Every single meridian in his body was being torn, restructured, and then torn again by the two opposing forces. Zhou Ran gritted his teeth, the veins in his neck bulging, yet he remained silent. In the world of the strong, there was no room for groans. What he desired was the power to control everything. Uncertain of how long it had been when the water in the bathroom had completely cooled, Zhou Ran suddenly opened his eyes. Two bolts of purple lightning flickered in his pupils. Boom. The water in the entire bathtub was violently pressed down by an invisible force, then erupted with a thunderous roar. Water splashed everywhere. His cultivation at the peak of the 6th level of qi condensation was thoroughly stabilized. Zhou Ran stood up, his muscular lines smooth and full of explosive power. He could feel that his strength had multiplied several times over. Xiao Hongli leaned against the sofa, still gripping the small electric shock device tightly in her hand. Zhou Ran's gaze softened. He took a blanket from the cabinet, intending to cover the two of them. Xiao Hongli leaned against the sofa, still gripping the small electric shock device tightly in her hand. Zhou Ran's gaze softened. He took a blanket from the cabinet, intending to cover the two of them. However, Xiao Hongli suddenly opened her eyes wide, and upon seeing Zhou Ran, the bloodshot look in her eyes revealed a hint of relief. Is it over? Her voice was extremely hoarse. MHM. Xiao Hongli grasped his hand, her beautiful eyes filled with it. My grandfather, Master Bien from the capital, said he has already exhausted all his energy. Xinya also woke up, retracting all her demeanor, her expression gravely serious. If old Master Xiao dies, this newly formed alliance would collapse in an instant. Zhou Ran walked to the window, his gaze piercing through the dawn mist, landing on the distant hospital room, surrounded by doctors and bodyguards. Divine Doctor. He turned his head, looking at the two extraordinary women before him, revealing an extremely arrogant curve. A bunch of quacks who can't even sense a breath dare to call themselves divine. The King of Hell requires a person to die at 3, but I, Zhou Ran, do not permit it. Lead the way. Today I will show you what it means to defy fate. The first ray of morning sunlight penetrated the mist, shining upon the special care ward on the west side of the Xiao family's main residence. This was originally the Xiao family's library, a tranquil environment which was later transformed into a fully equipped ICU, standard medical room, for the old master's recovery. At this moment, there were already quite a few people gathered outside the ward. In addition to the relatives who had not left last night, there were also several doctors in white coats whispering together, their faces filled with anxiety. Master Bien has been administering the needle for an entire night. Why is there still no response? Shoo! Lower your voice. That's a descendant of the Ghost Valley from the capital. We who wield scalpels know nothing of his mystical medical arts. But the old master's heart rate just dropped to 40. The crowd discussed fervently, yet no one dared to push open. When Zhou Ran brought the two women over, the crowd automatically parted to create a path. After last night's incident in the hall, everyone now looked at Zhou Ran as if he were a living king of hell. Is this where the divine doctor is? Zhou Ran stood at the door, wrinkling his nose. Even through the thick door, he could still smell a nauseating odor. It was not the fragrance of medicine, but a bizarre stench that mixed the smell of rotting corpses with cheap incense. Xiao Hongli's face turned a bit pale, clearly reminded of some unpleasant memories by this smell. Master Bian said this is return soul incense. It must be burned for 12 hours to summon Grandpa's soul back. Return soul incense. Zhou Ran scoffed. I'd say it's more like a death-prompting smoke. After saying that, he lifted his foot and was about to enter the door. Stop! A stern shout came from the side. A middle-aged man with a goatee blocked the entrance. This man was Master Bian's apprentice, looking at Zhou Ran with a haughty expression. The master is currently performing the heaven-defying 7-star needle inside. It is said that heavenly secrets cannot be leaked, and unauthorized personnel must not enter. If you disturb his sacred task and harm old Xiao, can you bear the consequences? This big hat was expertly placed, clearly something he often used to intimidate others. Zhou Ran stopped his footsteps, sizing up the apprentice from head to toe. Heaven-defying 7-star needle. I've only heard of Beidou for death, Nandu for life. Is your master's needle art trying to stab people into the pile of corpses? Impudent. What does a young brat know about medicine? The apprentice's beard quivered with anger. My master is a national expert, specially invited by the Song family in the capital. Even the imperial physicians must show him respect. What are you to dare spout such wild words here? The young apothecary continued to chatter incessantly, his spittle nearly spraying onto Zhou Ran's face, his inverted triangle eyes filled with disdain. If you don't leave, I'll have someone throw you off the mountain to feed the dogs. You should take a look at where this is. His words were abruptly cut off. A long and powerful hand suddenly clasped his entire face without warning. Annoying. Zhou Ran's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable chill. He exerted a slight force on his wrist. The young apothecary didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was slammed against the iron box of the fire hydrant at the end of the corridor like a broken sack. The iron box dented, the glass shattered. The apothecary's body slumped to the ground, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. The corridor fell into instant silence. Zhou Ran clapped his hands, then lifted his foot and kicked the heavy closed mahogany door. Boom! The door thunderously swung open inward. A thick stench of smoke rushed towards him, choking him to the point where he could barely open his eyes. The ward was shrouded in swirling smoke. In front of the hospital bed, an elderly man with a goat beard was drenched in sweat, holding a shimmering silver needle, trembling as he aimed it towards the Baihui acupoint on the head of the old Master Xiao. He was the so-called successor of the Ghost Valley, invited from the capital, Master Bian. Stop! Upon seeing her grandfather's condition, Xiao Hongli let out a piercing scream. The old man on the bed had turned a bizarre golden-purple color, his chest heaving violently. Each breath emitted a wheezing sound like a broken bellows, and black blood seeped from his 7 orifices. This was not healing, it was clearly a death sentence. Master Bian was startled by the scream, causing his wrist to tremble and the silver needle to veer off by half an inch. He turned around abruptly, his murky, old eyes flashing with rage. Who let you in? I am in the crucial moment of using the needle to prolong life. If you disturb my work and cause any harm to Master Xiao, can you bear this responsibility? Crucial moment. Zhou Ran sneered, his form flickering as he appeared by the bed. His fingers moved like lightning, precisely pinching Master Bian's descending wrist. If you continue, this old man will truly be beyond saving. Master Bian struggled desperately, only to find that the fingers of his opponent were like red-hot iron pincers, firmly locking his wrist in place, rendering him unable to move an inch. His old face flushed a pig-liver color, and he shouted angrily. You young brat, what do you understand? What I am performing is the long-lost heavenly reversal 7-star needle, defying the natural order to prolong Master Xiao's life. Heavenly reversal 7-star needle. Zhou Ran's mouth curled into a cruel arc. I think it's more like the 7 evil locking soul nails. Before his voice fell, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a flick of his other hand, he swept across the silver needles already inserted into the acupoints. Buzz. Several silver needles seemed to be struck by an invisible force, producing a piercing tremor, and were forcefully ejected, embedding themselves deep into the solid wooden wall behind their tails, shaking wildly. You dare to ruin my needle formation. Master Bian trembled with rage, pointing at Zhou Ran while his lips quivered. Your needle technique, seemingly activating potential, is actually burning life essence and exhausting his last breath. Once this set of needles is done, he will indeed awaken, but it will just be a brief flicker of life. Within 3 days, even a great immortal cannot save him. Zhou Ran released his grip, even too lazy to wipe his clothes, his disdain evident. Nonsense. Master Bian shouted, his expression fierce, yet his gaze could not help but dart around. He was completely exposed. He could not cure the strange illness within Xiao Jinghua. He only wanted to use this vicious method to momentarily awaken the old man, so he could collect the exorbitant consultation fee promised by the Song family and run away. As for the patient's life or death, what did it matter to him? Get aside and learn what true medical skill is. Zhou Ran ignored this clown and turned to face the hospital bed. In his mind, the voice of Yi Fu Tian echoed. Tsk tisk, this is not a disease, it's a curse, quite a rare soul-devouring curse. I can tell. Zhou Ran responded in his heart. He reached out and tore open the old gentleman's hospital gown at his chest. There on the old man's emaciated chest, a mass of thick black energy coiled beneath the skin. Something alive seemed to be slowly writhing, outlining a terrifying and grotesque silhouette. The lineage of the devil doctor uses poison to counter poison, violence to subdue violence. Kid, let me borrow some of your blood and show him what true defiance against fate looks like. Zhou Ran's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly sliced his right index finger across his left palm. A wound appeared, but blood did not drip. A drop of dark red blood enveloped in his spiritual energy slowly floated above his palm, emanating an eerie and domineering aura. Rise! Zhou Ran called out, flicking his finger. That drop of blood transformed into a bloodline, precisely imprinting itself at the center of the black energy on the old man's chest. Rise! Zhou Ran called out, flicking his finger. That drop of blood transformed into a bloodline, precisely imprinting itself at the center of the black energy on the old man. The previously unconscious old man suddenly opened his eyes wide, emitting a scream that was not human-like. His body convulsed violently on the bed, as if he were undergoing the most brutal torture in the world. Grandpa! Xiao Hongli felt her heart wrenching, losing control as she was about to rush forward. Don't move. Chunya firmly grabbed her peach blossom eyes now filled with solemnity. She fixed her gaze on Zhou Ran's back and spoke clearly, trust him. Zhou Ran's hands moved so quickly they left only afterimages, frantically tapping at the major acupoints around the old man. Each fingerfall carried a faint hint of black energy that swiftly sealed off all possible escape routes for the cursed insect. Come out. Zhou Ran's fingers formed claws as he reached for the old man's chest. With a grasp, the old man violently spat out a mouthful of foul black blood. The black blood splattered onto the expensive carpet, rising in puffs of green smoke, corroding holes into it. In the center of that pool of black blood, a completely black beetle adorned with a grotesque human face pattern on its back was struggling desperately, emitting sharp shrieks. The cursed insect let out a shrill wail like a crying baby, instantly turning to ash. As the insect was extinguished, the golden-purple hue on the old man's face quickly faded. This was a deadly creature recorded in ancient texts. Once it entered the body, it would consume one's essence, leaving no chance of survival. Zhou Ran's gaze turned icy, and a cluster of ghostly purple flames shot from his fingertips. The cursed insect let out a shrill wail like a crying baby, instantly turning to ash. As the insect was extinguished, the golden-purple hue on the old man's face quickly faded, and his breathing miraculously stabilized. Zhou Ran let out a long breath of turbid air, his figure slightly swaying. This technique of devil's blood for life was extremely taxing. Open the windows and throw out all that garbage incense. Zhou Ran commanded, walking to the window. Xiao Hongli had already rushed to the bedside, holding her grandfather's hand, tears streaming down her face. Chunya handed her a handkerchief and softly said, "Thank you for your hard work." Zhou Ran wiped the fine sweat from his brow, but his expression became profoundly serious. This cursed insect was the work of the Wujiman. Upon hearing this, Chun Ya's beautiful eyes narrowed. Wujiman, why would they target the old man? For the port. Zhou Ran gazed at the continuous river view outside, his tone chilling. The deep-water port in the Shao family's hands is the throat of Jiangsheng and even the entire southeast province. The Song family wants to transport northern goods south and open overseas channels. This port is a crucial battleground. The Wujiman wants to infiltrate the secular world, which requires massive financial support, and the Song family is their benefactor. So they hit it off perfectly. If they eliminate the old man and support that useless Xiao Chongfeng to take power, the port will fall into their hands without a fight. Chunya felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, a weak cough came from the hospital bed. Water. Xiao Zhenghua had awakened. Chunya reacted quickly, immediately bringing warm water. Xiao Hongli carefully moistened the old man's lips with a cotton swab. The old man had indeed become astute. Xiao Zhenghua's murky eyes turned with great difficulty. His gaze moved away from his granddaughter's face, eventually landing on the young man standing by the window with his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression. In his unconsciousness, he clearly remembered the domineering force that had pulled him back from the boundless darkness. Was it this young friend who saved me? Zhou Ran did not respond, merely taking out a tissue to wipe the bloodstains from his fingertips, his tone flat. Don't celebrate too early. The worm has resided in your heart's pulse for too long. Although it has been removed, your organs have already been gnawed to tatters. I am merely using qi to sustain your life. The worm has resided in your heart's pulse for too long. Although it has been removed, your organs have already been gnawed. Zhou Ran turned to look out the window. To fully restore, we need a specific medicinal catalyst to reshape the foundation. This medicine cannot be bought on the market. What medicine? As long as it exists in the world, I will spare no effort from the Xiao family to find it. Xiao Hongli said eagerly. 7-leaf Lingji, and it must be grown in a place of utmost ease. Zhou Ran mentioned a name. Hearing this name, Master Bien on the ground's pupils shrank sharply. This spirit herb only exists in ancient texts said to grow deep within ancient tombs or mass graves, feeding on the earth's energy, being both utmost yin and utmost yang, and extremely rare. How could this young man know about such obscure remedies? Zhou Ran and Xiao Hongli exchanged glances, both thinking of the same person. Xin Sangui. In his mind, the old voice of Yi Futian echoed with a hint of mockery. Kid, this old man's foundation is indeed destroyed, but as long as you are willing to use that blood demon revitalization technique, sacrificing 10 years of your own lifespan, it's not impossible to make him lively again. Zhou Ran coldly snorted inwardly. Old Lantern, stop trying to trap me. I have no kinship with him. Saving his life is still based on Hongli's face. Make me sacrifice my lifespan. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Xiao Jinghua seemed to regain some strength, struggling to rise, but was pressed down by Xiao Hongli. Heir, where is that unfilial son? The old man's voice was weak, but held an undeniable authority. Xiao Hongli bit her lip, unsure how to respond. Chunya sneered and answered for her. Your second son colluded with outsiders to place a curse on you, and just now he brought people to forcefully seize power, trying to expel your granddaughter from the Xiao family. Now he is probably busy calling his master for help. Xiao Jinghua closed his eyes, his chest heaving, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. The family's misfortune. The family's misfortune. After a moment, the old man opened his eyes again, the pain in his gaze transformed into resolve. He looked at Xiao Hongli. Hongli, go fetch a lawyer. Additionally, convey my order from now on, strip Xiao Changfeng's faction of all power and expel them from the family. In the Xiao family, your word is law. This is the determination of the head of a wealthy family. Even if the heart aches like a knife, the hand will not tremble when cutting flesh. Zhou, my young friend, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Just then, Xiao Jinghua on the sickbed coughed violently twice. His eyes, which had just regained some vitality, looked at Zhou Ran, straining to raise his hand and point beneath his pillow. Hongli, take it. Out. Xiao Hongli quickly lifted the pillow and saw an ancient purple sandalwood box pressed underneath. The wooden box was not locked. When opened, it revealed a rusted bronze key lying quietly inside. This key had a unique shape, with a grotesque beast's head carved at the end, resembling neither dragon nor tiger, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. At the sight of this key, Zhou Ran's pupils constricted slightly. This is... Zhou Ran reached out to take the key, feeling its heavy weight and the chilling aura it emitted. Xiao Jinghua gasped and said, this is the greatest secret of the Xiao family. That port is not just for cargo transport. Years ago, we unearthed a strange entrance from the mud beneath the port. This key is the key to unlocking it. The Song family and the Wujimen, what they truly want is not the port itself, but that ruin. As he reached this point, Xiao Jinghua seemed to exhaust all his strength, his complexion turning gray again. Zhou, my young friend, I entrust this key to you. If you can find that 7-leaf Lingji to save my life, everything in that ruin. The Xiao family will take nothing, it will all belong to you. Zhou Ran held the key, feeling the subtle fluctuations of spiritual power within it. If you can find that 7-leaf Lingji to save my life, everything in that ruin. The Xiao family will take nothing, it will all belong to you. Zhou Ran held the key, feeling the subtle fluctuations of deal. Zhou Ran put away the key and instructed, Hongli, stay here to guard the old man. The Xiao family's internal cleansing has just been completed, and the people's hearts are unstable, plus the Song family is watching closely. We cannot be without protection here. Sister Yu arranged for a few trustworthy experts to surround this building. Not even a fly should get in. Half an hour later, a black Maybach drove out of the Xiao family estate, speeding toward the old district of Jiang City. Inside the car, Zhou Ran closed his eyes to rest. He was replaying the treatment process he had just conducted. That so-called medical skill was merely the reverse application of the demonic arts taught by Yi Futian. 10,000 spirits decay and prosperity technique. Demonic cultivators saving people have never been about being gentle and courteous. It is about plundering. Plundering the life force of the heavens and the earth, forcibly infusing it into the human body. Kid, that key has some significance. Yi Futian's voice echoed again. The aura above feels somewhat familiar to me. If I am not mistaken, the ruin beneath the port might be a corpse nurturing ground. A corpse nurturing ground. Zhou Ran's heart stirred. Wouldn't that mean there is likely 7-leaf Lingji there? Clever. However, a corpse nurturing ground usually comes with great dangers. With your current cultivation at the 6th level of qi condensation, it might be a bit daunting for you to enter. Unless... Yi Futian hesitated. Unless what? Unless you can consume the essence blood of a few experts or find a spiritual vein. Break through to the later stage of qi condensation, which is what you here call a land god. Zhou Ran opened his eyes, watching the rapidly retreating street scenery outside the car window, murmuring. Experts. The Song family and the Wujimen should send them right to my door soon. In the old district of Jiang City on Antique Street. Zhou Ran got out of the car and made his way to the underground hall with ease. As soon as he descended the stairs, two burly men responsible for guarding the entrance stepped forward to block him. Stop. The rules inside. Zhou Ran did not even glance at them, simply saying indifferently to one of them, "Go tell Qin Sangui that Zhou Ran has arrived." The burly man was taken aback, then immediately sneered. "Our third master is not someone you can meet at will. Have you made an appointment?" Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. This young man before him had done nothing, yet he felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, and even his breathing stopped. His companion beside him had already weakened in the legs, stammering Zhou Yi. Moments later, a flurry of footsteps came from inside. Dressed in an exquisite tang suit and twirling two top-grade Tianju beads in his hands, Qin Sangui stumbled out, and upon seeing Zhou Ran, this big shot, who commanded respect in the underground world of Jiang City, instantly bent his waist at a 90-degree angle. "Oh, my Zhou Yi, you arrive at our humble abode without a word of notice. I could have sent a palanquin to..." Regarding everything that happened at the Shao family last night, he had already learned about 70 to 80% through his own channels. Master of the great Master Xing Lai died suddenly. The one who made the move was none other than the young man before him. Zhou Ran ignored his courtesies and walked straight to the Grand Master's chair, symbolizing the highest power in the black market, sitting down. His slender fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest made of Wangwali wood. "I want one thing." Zhou Ran finally spoke. "7-leaf Lingji." Qin Sangui's smile instantly froze, cold sweat breaking out all over. "Zhou Yi, this thing is a legendary cursed object. It grows in heaps of corpses meant for zombies. Do you have it?" Zhou Ran's voice turned 3 degrees colder, and his fingers stopped tapping the table. Qin Sangui felt a wave of overwhelming fear choking his throat. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He frantically kowtowed, his voice trembling. Yes, I know where there is one. I don't have any stock on hand, but I just received news that the Song family has spent a huge price to dig one out from an old grave beyond the border. It is in their secret base in Jiang City." The Song family. Zhou Ran's lips slowly curled into a cold arc. "Yes, it's the Song family from the capital city." Qin San lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Master Zhou, to be honest, the Song family has been making significant moves in Jiang City recently. They not only want the port of the Shao family, but are also scouring for extremely cold and dark medicinal materials. A few days ago, some of my men saw Song family members transporting a batch of goods from the north, among which was the 7-leaf spirit mushroom." Zhou Ran appeared to be deep in thought. The Song family's collection of such medicinal materials is surely not for saving lives. It is most likely for cultivating some kind of evil technique or to offer to the old monsters of the Wuji sect. There's another piece of news, but I don't know if I should mention it. Qin San cautiously observed Zhou Ran's expression. "Speak." "The Song family has begun to suspect that the disappearance of young Master Song Yunfei is related to you. That Zhao Shijiang and his son ran to the Wu family for refuge last night. It is said that the Song family has made serious preparations, inviting an elder from the Wuji sect out of retirement and hiring a foreign mercenary group known as Shadow, intending to take action against you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran smiled instead of getting angry. "This is excellent. It saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one." He then turned to Qin San, his gaze sharp. "Qin San, you've been stuck at the master level for 5 or 6 years, haven't you?" Qin San was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. "Master Zhou has keen eyesight. I was injured in my early years and my meridians are blocked. It seems I will never break through in this lifetime." "Who says that?" Zhou Ran suddenly stood up and without warning slapped the top of Qin San's head. "I was injured in my early years and my meridians are blocked. It seems I will never break through in this lifetime." "Who says that?" Zhou Ran suddenly stood up, and like surging magma, it instantly broke down the stagnant blood and impurities that had accumulated in his body for many years. "Oh!" Qin San let out a miserable cry, his bones cracking, and a layer of black, greasy dirt seeping out of his skin. Pain to the bone. But after this intense agony, there was an unprecedented sense of clarity. That was the feeling of breaking through the master barrier. "Calm your mind and guide your qi," Zhou Ran shouted, his voice ringing like a great bell in Qin San's ears. Qin San felt a surge of inspiration and quickly began to circulate his techniques. 10 minutes later, Qin San suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. He looked at his hands, feeling the surging power within him, overwhelmed with emotion and tears streaming down his face. With a thud, he knelt before Zhou Ran and bowed 3 times heavily. "Thank you, Master Zhou, for granting me a new life. From now on, my life belongs to you. Going through fire and water, I will not hesitate." Zhou Ran withdrew his hand, his expression calm. "I don't need you to go through fire and water. I only need you to be my eyes and ears. Watch the movements of the Zhao and Wu families and report immediately at the slightest disturbance. This is also the technique of controlling people used by the demonic path. Watch the movements of the Zhao and Wu families and report immediately at the slightest disturbance. This is also the technique of controlling people used by the demonic path. Yes, you can rest assured, Master Zhou. At this moment, Qin San regarded Zhou Ran as a deity. By the way, Master Zhou, the Zhao father and son, are currently in Wu De's villa. As far as I know, the Wu family is secretly gathering people, and it seems there will be some major action tonight. Zhou Ran adjusted his collar, turned, and walked out, leaving Qin San with an indifferent back. Rather than waiting for them to strike, it is better to send them on their way first. Qin San. Zhou Ran paused for a moment. Bring all your people tonight. Come with me to the Wu family. Tonight the debts of the Zhao and Wu families should be settled. What if a land immortal comes? The demonic energy within me is not something ordinary spiritual energy can compare to. As night fell, Jiang City was shrouded in a sea of neon lights. In the hillside villa area located in the south of the city, however, every light was on and defenses were tight. As night fell, Jiang City was shrouded in a sea of neon lights. In the hillside villa area located in the south of the city, however, every light was on. Wu De was bound in thick bandages, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes and half of a swollen mouth. He slumped in a wheelchair, his only remaining functional hand gripping the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white. Damn it, that little bastard. I want to tear him to pieces. Wu De spat out indistinguishable curses from his throat. Opposite him sat two men who looked like lost dogs. Zhao Shijiang's hair was disheveled, having lost the demeanor of a former real estate tycoon. He held a cigarette in his hand, but due to his severe trembling, the ash fell all over his pants without him noticing. Sitting next to him, Zhao Tao was even more frantic. His eyes were bloodshot, his eye sockets sunken, holding a pitch-black pistol, nervously pointing it at the ceiling, muttering to himself. I have a gun. I have a G63. That bitch Su Xiaoxiao. Zhou Ran. I want to kill you. Enough. Put the gun away. Be careful not to fire it. Zhao Shijiang shouted irritably. Zhao Tao was startled, turning his head suddenly, and the gun was now pointed directly at his father, his face showing a strange smile. Dad, do you think Zhou Ran will suddenly jump down from the ceiling? Just like that day in the car. Slap. Zhao Shijiang slapped his son across the face, shocking Zhao Tao momentarily. Don't go insane. Tonight is that little bastard's death day. Zhao Shijiang took a deep breath and looked at an elderly man in black sitting in the main seat. This old man was not from the Wu family, but was sent by the Song family as an envoy known as Ghost Shadow. He sat there like a lifeless shadow, exuding a chilling aura that made people very uncomfortable. Ghost Shadow slowly raised his head, revealing an old face like dry tree bark, his voice hoarse. Xinglai. That fool is too arrogant. Ghost Shadow slowly raised his head, revealing an old face like dry tree bark, his voice hoarse. Xinglai. That fool is too arrogant, and only knows how to play with insects. What I have set up is the spirit-severing killing formation. Coupled with the 3 breaking barrier thunder provided by the Song family, even a grandmaster of transformation will be turned into minced meat if they enter. Upon hearing the words breaking barrier thunder, hope instantly ignited in Wu De and Zhao Shijiang's eyes. That is a military-grade explosive weapon specifically designed to deal with the protective chi of high-level warriors. Moreover, Ghost Shadow said with a sinister smile, to ensure nothing goes wrong, I also specially prepared a big gift for that little brat. He clapped his hands. 2 strong men dragged out a woman who was tightly bound. The woman had a cloth gag in her mouth, her hair disheveled, and her face showed obvious tear stains. It was Zhou Ran's vain former girlfriend, Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao saw Zhao Tao and revealed a pleading look in her eyes, desperately twisting her body. This woman may be a loose woman, but she has been with that little brat for several years. Using her as bait to disturb his mind, even if just for a moment, is enough to kill him 10 times over. Ghost Shadow said cruelly. Zhao Tao, upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao, became even more frenzied. He rushed forward, grabbing Su Xiaoxiao's hair and cursing viciously. Bitch, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could Zhou Ran target me? Tonight, I will let you watch how your old lover dies. A dozen black land cruisers tore through the night, charging across the lawn like steel beasts. The blinding headlights illuminated the Wu family villa as bright as day. The car doors swung open simultaneously. Qin San was the first to leap out, the heavy mountain-cutting knife in his hand reflecting a chilling gleam under the lights. Behind him, dozens of men in black combat gear poured out, one after another, exuding an overwhelming aura. These men were the entirety of Qin San's assets amassed over years of struggle in the underground world of Jiangxing, each having tasted blood. Surround this place. Qin San roared, his voice echoing through the night sky. Not a single rat gets out. He was filled with confidence now. In Jiangxing, the Wu family was a powerful clan, and even Qin San had to give them some respect in the past. But tonight was different. Standing behind him was a deity capable of crushing all the rules of Jiangxing. The last car door swung open. Zhou Ran stepped down leisurely. His gaze casually fell upon the villa above, where an imperceptible layer of energy mist lingered. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Array! Inside the villa hall, Wu De, through the large floor-to-ceiling window, saw the scene outside, and was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body, almost collapsing from his wheelchair. Ghost Shadow Lord. He really came. How dare he come? The withered face of Ghost Shadow displayed an extremely cruel smile, playing with a pitch-black jade token in his hand. Good arrival. I'm just afraid he wouldn't dare to come. Absolute Spirit Killing Array activate. Ghost Shadow commanded in a low voice, his fingers suddenly exerting force. Bang! The black jade token in his hand shattered with a sound. Buzz! A deep tremor akin to an ancient bell tolling resonated from the depths of the villa. The layer of black mist enveloping the villa suddenly boiled and rolled. It transformed into a visible black light curtain, like an overturned giant bowl, completely sealing off a space of 50 meters. Just as Qin San and his men rushed to the entrance, their bodies suddenly felt heavy. The air became thick as if it had turned into an invisible swamp, a terrifying pressure squeezing in from all directions. Crack! Several of the weaker subordinates had their kneecaps shatter on the spot, screaming as they knelt on the ground, their faces turning a pig liver color, their eyes bulging, as if they would be crushed into meat paste at any moment. What is this ghostly thing? Qin San was horrified, desperately channeling his internal strength to resist, but it felt as if he was sinking into concrete. Even lifting his arm became exceedingly difficult. He was a master of the transformation realm. Inside the villa, Ghost Shadow's triumphant and hoarse laughter came through the loudspeaker. Welcome to my absolute spirit killing array. Within the array, there's tenfold gravity and spiritual energy is cut off. Zhou, I know you are not an ordinary person, but here all your divine abilities will be suppressed, and your physical body will be your only prison. Right now you are merely a slightly stronger live target. Before his words faded, on the second-floor balcony and rooftop of the villa, several ghostly figures emerged. They wore special forces camouflage and held heavy weapons, their cold tactical goggles glinting with inhuman light in the night. Two of them were prominently shouldering fearsome individual anti-tank rocket launchers. The dark muzzles were locked dead on Zhou Ran at the center of the array. Two of them were prominently shouldering fearsome individual anti-tank rocket launchers. The dark muzzles were locked dead on Zhou Ran at the center of the array. Two dazzling tongues of fire instantly erupted with rockets trailing long tails of flame, emitting a piercing scream that tore through the air, heading straight for Zhou Ran's face. Qin San shouted in despair. It's over. Under such a saturation attack from modern heavy firepower, no master, no deity, could be torn into pieces. However, Zhou Ran stood still, not moving an inch. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He slowly took out a palm-sized, entirely black wooden seal from his pants pocket. The wooden seal was simple and unadorned, but it bore a seemingly natural purple lightning pattern emanating a chilling aura. It was the low-grade magical artifact he had painstakingly refined in the afternoon. Thunder Seal. Zhou Ran's thin lips parted slightly, uttering a single word. Thunder. The voice was not loud, but its command was immediate. Boom. The clear night sky unexpectedly exploded into a mass of thick, dark clouds. A fierce purple lightning bolt, like a dragon's claw, mercilessly tore through the night, striking the two high-speed rockets. The deafening explosion thundered in the air. The terrifying shockwave even sent debris flying from the ground. Yet the purple lightning did not dissipate. Instead, it exploded into countless fine electric snakes. They crazily darted along the energy lines of the black light curtain, spreading. Crackle. The sound of glass shattering echoed like 1,000 shards breaking simultaneously, crisp and piercing. The seemingly indestructible black light curtain was instantly filled with cracks, then shattered inch by inch, dissolving into countless particles of light. The terrifying gravity pressing down on Qin San and the others dissipated in an instant. Puffed. Inside the villa, Ghost Shadow spat out a mouthful of black blood, his once smug smile completely frozen, replaced by boundless horror and fear. Drawing lightning for one's own use. Controlling heavenly might. This is impossible. This is a technique only Foundation establishment experts possess. What kind of monster are you? His understanding, his worldview was shattered at this moment. Zhou Ran did not. He merely formed a hand seal, and the thunder seal suspended in the air erupted with brilliant purple light, the lightning patterns on its surface seemingly coming to life, exuding a breath of destruction. Since you are all here. Zhou Ran raised his gaze, his indifferent eyes sweeping over the mercenaries on the rooftop who had fallen into a daze. Let's keep them all. He pointed downward and uttered the second word. Fall. As he pressed down with his finger, the dark cloud in the sky seemed to be punctured at the bottom. Dozens of lightning bolts, as if they had eyes, accurately struck those mercenaries lurking on the roof and balcony. Oh shit. Goose Girl. The top mercenaries, who usually killed without blinking, let out terrified shrieks at this moment. But against the speed of thunder, humanity's reaction seemed utterly laughable. Boom, boom, boom. Where the lightning struck, flesh was charred to ash. The high-explosive grenades and ammunition they carried detonated in an instant, blasting the Wu family's luxurious villa, which cost billions, into ruins, flames soaring into the sky. In a single encounter, the pride of the Song family, the absolute spirit-killing array, was shattered. The elite, shadow, mercenary squad hired at great expense was annihilated. Zhou Ran retracted the thunder seal, the purple light on the wooden seal, dimming slightly, feeling warm to the touch. He stepped forward, treading on the debris and scorched earth, walking step by step towards the villa's entrance. Everywhere he walked there was thunder and destruction behind him. Where he was heading, despair and death lay ahead. Qin San and his subordinates had long been left dumbfounded, their bodies freezing, forgetting even how to breathe. This is no longer martial arts nor spells. This is divine punishment. Are you still dazed? Zhou Ran's voice came without turning back. Deal with the trash. Qin San jolted, a fervent worship rising from the depths of his heart. He raised the mountain-cutting knife, shouting with all his might. Brothers, follow Zhou Yi. To uphold justice. Kill. The battle cries shook the heavens. Zhou Ran stepped into the hall. The smell of gunpowder and blood rushed at him. The Zhao family, father and son, and Wu De, cowered in a corner of the sofa like three dead dogs, trembling uncontrollably. The warmth of blood and moisture beneath Zhao Tao was audible in the dead silence of the hall. In the center of the hall, Ghost Shadow stood, alone, desolate. His black robe was torn, his hair disheveled, blood staining the corner of his mouth, and the backlash from the broken array made it hard for him to even stand. Who are you? Ghost Shadow stared intently at Zhou Ran, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. Which hidden sect's true disciple are you? Long Hushan or Shengxiaopai? In his impoverished imagination, only those ancient Taoist sects with thousand-year legacies could nurture such a prodigy. Zhou Ran halted, his indifferent gaze landing on him as if looking at an ant. Long Hushan, Shengxiaopai. He let out a light laugh filled with disdain and contempt from the depths of his soul. In front of the heir of the Demon Emperor, how could you dare to call it a sect? A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the ghostly figure's eyes. Kid, don't be arrogant. Even if you rely on your magical device, how much spiritual energy can you have left? Though I may be defeated, I am still half a deity. Today I will burn with you. Before his words fell, the ghostly figure suddenly erupted. His speed was so fast that it left a shadow in the air, and he inexplicably held a venomous dark green dagger, stabbing directly at Zhou Ran's throat. This strike gathered his lifetime's power, carrying a resolute determination to perish together. Die! The ghostly figure's face twisted as he let out a fierce shout. Faced with this lethal blow, Zhou Ran's face showed no sign of fluctuation. Too slow. A crisp sound of ding was heard. That dagger, capable of cutting gold and jade, was effortlessly pinched in midair by Zhou Ran using only 2 fingers. No matter how the ghostly figure urged his internal strength, the dagger seemed to have taken root between Zhou Ran's fingers, not moving an inch. How is this possible? The ghostly figure's pupils contracted violently. Is this your trump card? Zhou Ran looked at the ghostly figure, who was close enough to touch. Zhou Ran's fingertips trembled slightly. The dark green dagger shattered instantly. Following that, Zhou Ran reached toward the ghostly figure's heart. No! The ghostly figure let out a piercing scream, desperately attempting to retreat. But it was all too late. His chest was a bloody mess, and a large hand had already crushed his heart. The fragments of his internal organs were clearly visible, yet the ghostly figure was still gasping for breath, his vengeful eyes fixed on Zhou Ran. With the crisis averted, Qin San's men had already firmly subdued the Wu family's bodyguards. He could expend a large amount of spiritual energy to forcibly extract the soul under Yi Fu Tian's guidance. A domineering divine sense violently invaded the ghostly figure's sea of consciousness. The ghostly figure's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back. After a moment, Zhou Ran withdrew his hand. Through the soul extraction, he obtained quite a bit of interesting information. It turned out that the Song family and the Wu family were not only searching for the 7-leaf spirit grass, but were also collecting a type of ore called Insha stone. This type of ore could only be found in places of extreme yin. The so-called ruins were indeed a massive corpse-raising ground, and it was a living corpse-raising ground. Interesting. Zhou Ran stood up, his gaze sweeping past the burn marks on the ground, landing on the 3 people in the corner of the hall, Zhao Shijiang, Zhao Tao, and Wu De. These 3 were now completely frightened. They had witnessed the powerful mercenary group struck down by lightning, and the Grand Master ghostly figure was crushed to death like a chicken. This completely exceeded their understanding. Zhou Ran. Zhao Tao stuttered, his gun having long been thrown aside. He watched Zhou Ran approach step by step, the sense of oppression choking him. Suddenly Zhao Tao seemed to remember something and lunged towards Su Xiaoxiao, who was tied to a chair. Zhao Tao grabbed her by the neck, pulling out a folding knife to press against her carotid artery. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Zhao Tao screamed hysterically, his eyes vacant and crazed. She is your woman, your most beloved ex-girlfriend. If you dare take another step, I will kill her. If I die, I will take someone down with me. This bitch betrayed you, but I know you still have her in your heart, right? Zhao Tao seemed to grasp the last straw, the knife in his hand, leaving a cut on Su Xiaoxiao's neck. Su Xiaoxiao, with her mouth covered, could only emit muffled cries, her tears and snot smearing her face, her eyes filled with pleading. She hoped Zhou Ran would compromise for her as he once did, disregarding everything for her. After all, they had been together for 3 years. After all, this man once held her in his palm. The air in the halls. At this moment, Qin San and the others rushed, and seeing this scene, they dared not act rashly and looked toward Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran halted his steps. He looked at Zhao Tao, then at Su Xiaoxiao. My woman. Zhou Ran chuckled lightly, his tone chillingly calm. Zhao Tao, have you misunderstood something? A woman who loves wealth over poverty, who is ungrateful, and who can climb into a brother's bed for money is a treasure in your eyes, but in mine. Zhou Ran tilted his head slightly, his gaze revealing a disdainful coldness. She is not even worth the garbage. Su Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated sharply. You? Stop pretending. I don't believe you can just watch her die. Zhao Tao tightened his grip, blood flowing down the blade. Do it. Zhou Ran crossed his arms, watching him with a mocking expression. Just right, I also find it dirty to kill her with my own hands. If you kill her, I will kill you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, this pair of dog, man and woman, can accompany each other. Wouldn't that be beautiful? That indifferent attitude was not feigned. It stemmed from a deep-rooted coldness within his soul. Su Xiaoxiao's heart shattered completely in that moment. More terrifying than death was being utterly ignored. Zhao Tao completely collapsed. The bargaining chip in his hand turned into a scrap of paper, and this psychological disparity made him let out a desperate howl. Oh, I will fight you to the end. He pushed Su Xiaoxiao away and charged at Zhou Ran with the knife like a madman. However, he had only taken a couple of steps. A foot suddenly kicked him sharply on the back of his knee. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed. Zhao Tao screamed as he knelt on the ground. The one who kicked him was his biological father, Zhao Shijiang. Unfilial son. Do you want to kill me, eh? Zhao Shijiang's face was full of rage as he lunged at his son, punching and kicking him, each blow with all his strength, beating him to death. Master Zhou, I was forced. This is all this unfilial son's fault. Zhao Shijiang pleaded with Zhou Ran, while beating, tears streaming down his face. I mean you no harm. The Wu family forced me to take sides. Now I am renouncing my family ties for righteousness. Please spare me a dog's life. At this moment, Zhao Shijiang had lost all the majesty of a property tycoon in Jiang City. To save his life, he was even willing to cripple his own son. Zhao Tao was beaten to the point of spitting blood, looking at his father in disbelief. Dad, you. Shut up. Who is your dad? I don't have a troublemaking son like you. Zhao Shijiang picked up a piece of marble from the ground, ready to smash it on Zhao Tao's head. This ugly scene made Qin San and the others frown. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. This Zhao Shijiang was so desperate for his own life that he was less than a beast. Enough. Zhou Ran spoke indifferently. Zhao Shijiang's hand was suspended in the air, a sycophantic smile on his face. Master Zhou, you see. Zhou Ran walked up to the father and son, his gaze terrifyingly calm. Father and son, so touching. However, I have a habit. I do not like leaving behind future troubles. As his words fell, Zhou Ran snapped his fingers. A wisp of ghostly purple flame gently landed on Zhao Shijiang's body. Ah! Zhao Shijiang let out a scream 100 times more tragic than that of a slaughtered pig. The flame appeared weak, yet like a maggot in the bones, it instantly burrowed into his flesh, burning not just the body, but also the soul. No! Spare me! Spare me! Zhao Shijiang rolled on the ground madly, trying to extinguish the flame, but this demonic fire ignited upon contact and could not be extinguished. Zhao Tao was also unable to escape. The fire spread, engulfing him as well. The father and son twisted and struggled in the sea of flames, eventually falling silent and turning into 2 piles of human-shaped ashes. The hall fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene in terror. The flames were too strange, too tyrannical. Having dealt with the Zhao father and son, Zhou Ran did not look at Su Xiaoxiao even once. Instead, he turned around, his gaze landing on Wu De. Zhou Ran's gaze fell upon Wu De, his eyes filled with an indifference that looked down upon mere ants. Wu De felt all the blood in his body freeze in an instant, a shudder of uncontrollable dread resonating deep within his soul. The image of the Zhao family being turned to ash by demonic flames flashed uncontrollably in his mind. He thought he was doomed. However, Zhou Ran did not make a move. Instead, he walked over to a pristine single sofa and casually sat down. Qin San, prepare the tea. Yes, right away. Old Qin hurriedly went to brew the tea, moving nimbly like a seasoned waiter. Zhou Ran took the teacup, lightly caressing the warm cup wall with his fingertips. He blew gently on the tea leaves before shifting his gaze back to the limp Wu De on the floor. Wu De, tell me who is in charge of the Wu family now. He suddenly rolled off the remnants of his wheelchair, crawling on the ground and forcefully banging his forehead against the cold, hard marble floor, making dull, thudding sounds. If his life was lost, then he would truly have nothing left. The figure before him was not human, it was a demon. I won't kill you. Those 4 words were like celestial. The Wu family's. All of its assets, I am willing to offer them all. Wu De was a thoroughly clever man. Money could be earned again. If his life was lost, then he would truly have nothing left. The figure before him was not human, it was a demon. I won't kill you. Those 4 words were like celestial music, allowing Wu De to ascend from hell back to heaven. He erupted with joy at having survived, fervently bowing his head. Thank you, Lord Zhou, for your mercy. Thank you, Lord Zhou. But Zhou Ran's tone suddenly shifted, the knocking motion ceased, and the air in the hall dropped to a freezing point. Death can be avoided, but the living sin cannot escape. The Wu family has been entrenched in Jiang City for many years, deeply rooted. Killing them all would create too much trouble with the aftermath. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Thus I want you to be my dog. It was a blatant humiliation. Yet at this moment Wu De's heart surged with, to be a dog. What could be wrong with being a dog? Hadn't he seen how that old fellow Qin San was nearly wagging his tail off? I am willing. I Wu De am willing. Wu De knocked his head even louder. From now on I will be the most loyal dog under Lord Zhou's feet. Whoever Lord Zhou asks me to bite, I will bite. Wu De raised his head and a hint of pride emerged in his eyes as he looked at Qin San. Words alone are not enough. Zhou Ran extended his right hand, the tip of his index finger, slowly gathering a drop of crimson blood. Within that droplet it seemed like countless wailing souls were imprisoned, exuding a terrifying aura. Open your mouth. At those words Wu De's body trembled violently, but he knew he had no choice. Zhou Ran flicked his finger. The blood droplet transformed into a red line and vanished into Wu De's mouth. Ugh! Wu De clutched his chest, his expression contorted, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart. This is the blood demon curse. Zhou Ran's voice remained as indifferent as ever. Submit to me, and it will protect your heart veins, even prolong your life. But if you dare to harbor even the slightest disloyalty. Zhou Ran's thoughts flickered. Oh! Wu De let out a scream that was more beastly than human, curling into a cooked shrimp. Cold sweat instantly drenched his clothes as he felt his soul being crushed by that invisible hand. Just 1 second. The pain vanished. Yet that brief second felt to Wu De longer than a century. Zhou Ran looked down at him. I understand. I understand. Wu De crawled on the ground, no longer harboring any defiance against Zhou Ran, only a deep-rooted awe. Additionally, stop all those shady businesses under your command. I do not wish for my dog to soil my territory by relieving itself in Jiang City. Additionally, stop all those shady businesses under your command. I do not wish for my dog to soil my territory by relieving itself in Jiang City. Yes, yes, it will be done. Wu De replied repeatedly. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been forgotten in the corner, finally snapped back from her extreme fear. She looked at the man who seemed like a god or demon, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Fear, regret, unwillingness, and fervor. She struggled to break free from her restraints, tearing off the cloth from her mouth, crawling and rolling towards Zhou Ran, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Ran, look at me. I'm Xiao. We've been together for 3 years, have you forgotten? I truly know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, okay? I don't mind if you have other women. Whether it's Chunya or Xiao Hongli, I don't mind. As long as I can stay by your side, even if I have to be a servant without a name, I'm willing. Having witnessed Zhou Ran's godlike capabilities, Su Xiaoxiao's vanity was thoroughly ignited. This was the man she had always dreamed of. This was the man who could help her stand at the pinnacle of the world. Zhou Ran halted his steps, but did not turn around. He merely glanced at the disheveled woman from the corner of his eye. Qin San. Here. Throw her out. Zhou Ran's voice was devoid of any ripple. From now on I do not wish to see this face in Jiang City again. Yes. Old Qin waved his hand, and 2 subordinates immediately stepped forward, lifting Su Xiaoxiao, as if she were a dead dog. No. Zhou Ran, you can't do this to me. You will regret this. You will definitely regret it. I love you the most. Su Xiaoxiao's piercing screams faded into the night, gradually disappearing. Zhou Ran stepped out of the villa. The night wind was cool, dispersing the last traces of blood in the air. Tonight was fruitful. Not only did he sever ties with the past, but he also tamed the local snake of the Wu family. More importantly, from the memories of the ghostly figure, he glimpsed a tremendous opportunity that could allow him to break through the foundation establishment stage. Lord Zhou, where to next? Qin San respectfully bent down and asked. Back to the Xiao family. Zhou Ran got into the car and closed his eyes. Once the location of the 7-leaf Ganoderma is confirmed, report back to me. The Song family and the Wuji sect will definitely not let this go after suffering such a great loss. I must return to the Xiao family and plan long-term. If nothing unexpected happens, the next trouble will be from someone at the level of a land immortal. By the time he returned to the Xiao family estate, it was already 3 in the morning. Yet the luxurious mansion atop the mountain was still brightly lit. The security level inside and outside the estate had been increased several times, with elite bodyguards walking their guard dogs, vigilantly patrolling every corner. Upon seeing Zhou Ran's convoy, the main gate silently slid open. As Zhou Ran stepped out of the car, 2 alluring figures wrapped in fragrant air rushed over to him. You're back. Chunya almost ran over her captivating peach blossom eyes now filled with bloodshot veins and a sense of relief. Seeing Zhou Ran safe and sound, the tension she had held all night finally relaxed, and her eyes instantly turned red. Xiao Hongli followed behind her steps, still steady, but her clear phoenix eyes were fixed on Zhou Ran. When she noticed a singe mark on the hem of his clothes, her delicate brows furrowed unconsciously. "Are you alright? Just a few annoying flies who I swatted them away easily." Zhou Ran smiled lightly, his carefree demeanor instantly calming all the anxiety in the hearts of the two women. Entering the hall, Zhou Ran wasted no time and placed several items on the coffee table. A broken blade stained with dried blood. Several exquisite warm jade pieces suffused with spiritual energy salvaged from the Wu family. And an ancient yellowed threadbound book of unknown origin. Zhou Ran handed the book Liangxi Technique to Xiao Hongli, a fragment obtained from the ghostly figure. "Hongli, your physique is special like a pearl in the dark. If you do not learn to conceal your brilliance, you could easily attract wolves." Zhou Ran passed the ancient text to Xiao Hongli. "And this?" Zhou Ran picked up the warm jade pieces, flipping them in his palm, causing a cluster of dark purple demonic flames to ignite out of thin air. To the astonished gaze of the two women, the few pieces of hard warm jade melted in his hand, turning into a pool of viscous jade liquid. Zhou Ran used his finger as a pen, swiftly inscribing profound runes upon the molten jade. A protective talisman that can withstand the full force of a Qi master's strike. Wear it close to your body and do not remove it, even while bathing. Zhou Ran handed the two jade talismans, still warm from his body, to the hands of the two women. The moment their fingertips touched, both women's delicate bodies trembled imperceptibly. The warmth did not just linger in their palms, it felt as if a domineering force had directly imprinted into the depths of their souls. Chunya tightly clutched the jade talisman, feeling the warmth flow from her palm to her heart. She looked up, her peach blossom eyes shimmering like rippling waters, as if they could draw in a person's very soul. Such a precious gift. She leaned closer to Zhou Ran, her voice sweet and soft, tinged with a hint of a playful pout. "Sister will probably never be able to repay this in her lifetime. Tonight shall we play chess at my place?" Before her words faded, Xiao Hongli's exquisite face had already turned a deep crimson. She lowered her head, her toes drawing anxious circles, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzz. The chessboard in my room is actually quite large." Zhou Ran felt a long-suppressed demonic thought explode within him. Who could withstand this? What official could endure such a test? Chunya's spirit energy from the peace token had almost been absorbed. It was time for her to replenish. And although Xiao Hongli's cold aura was suppressed, it still needed consolidation. Only children make choices. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window. The two were snuggled against Zhou Ran, lethargic and unwilling to move even a finger. However, their complexions were better than the previous night. Especially Xiao Hongli, who now bore a hint of indescribable allure amidst her originally cold demeanor, her eyes sparkling with a mix of ice and fire, captivating all. Chunya too resembled a ripe peach, exuding astonishing charm with every gesture. Zhou Ran opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils a glimmer of solid purple light flashed momentarily. His cultivation at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi consolidation was thoroughly stabilized, even showing faint signs of a breakthrough. Playing chess with Chunya was too simple. Had it not been for the spirit-laden peace token, she would have checkmated him within 5 moves. The 3 games he played with her were purely for emotional value. It seemed he needed to find her more spirit-infused accessories in the future, which would not only enhance her chess skills, but also subtly influence her cultivation foundation. As for Xiao Hongli's tiny body, it was indeed as reputed. Her chess skills had skyrocketed, especially after Zhou Ran captured her double cannons. She grew bolder with each match. Engaging in these games benefited Zhou Ran greatly. He could continually draw experience from the chess matches, and it wouldn't be long before he could use chess to enter the Dao, grasping the threshold of Qi consolidation. This inevitably stirred a sense of crisis within Zhou Ran. His fingers gently traced Xiao Hongli's smooth back, eliciting a soft moan. Daylight has arrived, but it's time for a family meeting. At these words, Xiao Hongli's face turned crimson as she nestled closer into Zhou Ran's embrace. Chunya's eyes brightened, propping herself up the silky sheets, slipping down to reveal breathtaking sights. "Oh, tell me what regulations shall govern our household." "Hongli, I have already subdued your second uncle's family. This morning Wu Do will bring over the accounts. You and Sister Yu will take over the Wu family's business as soon as possible. If we want to compete with the Song family, we must have sufficient capital." Upon hearing this news, both women instantly sobered, shock evident in their beautiful eyes. The Wu family, a prestigious family that had dominated Jiang City for decades, just ceased to exist overnight. This man's methods had far surpassed their imaginations. "Don't worry, leave it to me." The allure in Chunya's eyes faded, replaced by the sharpness and excitement of with the funds and channels from the Wu family combined with the Xiao and Chen families, we will lay out an intricate web in Jiang City. If the Song family wants to stretch out their hands again, they will first have to ask if we agree. Only you are responsible for stabilizing the internal affairs of the Zhao family. Zhou Ran looked at Zhao Hongli. Hongli, you must stabilize the Zhao family. Although the old man has awakened, his foundation has been destroyed, making it the best opportunity for you to seize power completely. Take advantage of the chance to cleanse the remnants of Xiao Chongfeng, uproot all the fence-sitters. I know what to do. Zhao Hongli nodded vigorously, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. After experiencing this night, she understood that to stand by this man's side, mere beauty was far from enough. She wanted to be his sword, cutting down all obstacles in his path. After arranging everything, Zhou Ran went to a secluded pavilion in the back mountain of the Zhao family's estate. This was the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy in the entire estate. He sat cross-legged, taking out the bronze key he had received from the old man. The key emitted a faint blue light under the morning sun. Old Deng, what is the origin of this thing? Zhou Ran wondered in his heart. The voice of Yi Fu Tian sounded, carrying a hint of gravity. The runes on this key appear to be the handiwork of the ancient corpse sealing sect. That so-called relic should be a place of sealing. The thing sealed within is definitely not simple. It could be a 10th of Sandy-year-old zombie king or some kind of demonic artifact. However, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The malevolent energy leaking from inside is lethal to ordinary cultivators, but for you training in the yin-yang technique, it is a great supplement. If you can enter the core region and harness the immense yin energy they're breaking through to foundation establishment, should not be a difficult task. Zhou Ran's eyes sparkled with intensity. Foundation establishment. That is the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation. Once successfully established, one can fly with a sword, doubling their lifespan, truly transcending the mortal realm. At that time, what Song family, what Wujiman would merely be ants in his eyes. It seems I must hasten my progress. Zhou Ran closed his eyes and began to operate his cultivation technique, drawing in the thin spiritual energy from the world to consolidate his post-battle cultivation. In the capital city at the Song family's estate. Inside an ancient and elegant study, a priceless Ming Dynasty porcelain cup was violently shattered on the floor. The head of the Song family, Song Tiancheng, was currently listening with a grim expression to his subordinate's report. What did you say? The entire army has been wiped out. The ghost shadow is dead. The shadow mercenary group has also perished. Even the Zhao father and son have been turned to ash. The informant kneeling on the ground trembled in fear. Yes, that's correct. According to our spies in Jiang City, there was a huge explosion at the Wu family's villa last night, and also, there was a lightning strike. A white-haired elder sitting in a grandmaster's chair suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was wearing a gray Taoist robe with a Tai Chi pattern embroidered on his chest. This person was none other than the grand elder of the Wuji sect, Lingshu Taoist. Could it be that the kid possesses a lightning-attracting artifact? Or perhaps, he is a descendant of the Celestial Master sect. Lingshu Taoist furrowed his brows tightly. Whoever he is, anyone who dares to kill members of my Song family and thwart my grand plans must die. Song Tiancheng gritted his teeth and shouted. Master Song, please remain calm. Lingshu Taoist stroked his beard, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The relic in Jiang City is about to open. If we can capture him and extract his heritage, then use his blood to sacrifice the array, it might greatly increase our— The relic in Jiang City is about to open. If we can capture him and extract his heritage, then use his blood to sacrifice the array, it might greatly increase our chances of entering the core of the relic. The relic in Jiang City is about to open. If we can capture him and extract his heritage, then use his blood to sacrifice the array, it might greatly increase our chance. Lingshu Taoist smiled sinisterly. I've heard this kid is loyal and righteous. Although he killed the Zhao father and son, he still has many classmates and friends in Jiang City, doesn't he? Song Tiancheng's eyes brightened. What do you mean, Taoist? Lingshu Taoist took out a small black vial from his robe. Since this kid is quite formidable, let's use this to drug his drink. This is Sanling Ruanjin, San specifically targeting cultivators. As long as he drinks it, even a Daluo Jingxian would turn into a soft-shelled shrimp. At that time, won't he be at our mercy? Upon hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on Song Tiancheng's face. Excellent. We shall do as you say, Taoist. At that moment, Zhou Ran with the setting sun concluded a day's worth of cultivation. He opened his eyes and exhaled a long, turbid breath. His phone vibrated. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. After answering, a somewhat familiar voice came through, laced with hints of probing and flattery. Hello, is this Director Zhou? I'm your university counselor, Old Wang. Tomorrow marks the 10th anniversary of our school, as well as a class reunion. You were the star of our department back, then you must come. By the way, I heard Su Xiaoxiao will be there too, and she wants to publicly apologize to you. Hearing that name, Zhou Ran's lips twitched. Apologize? It seems some people still haven't learned their lesson. Director Zhou, this gathering will be at the Jiang City Grand Hotel, and you, our department's best performer, are the one we're all waiting for. On the other end of the line, Counselor Old Wang continued to chatter. Zhou Ran did not directly refuse. He sensed the unnatural tone in old Wang's voice. With Zhou Ran's current sharp spiritual sense, he could even hear the faintest breaths on the other end of the phone. It wasn't just old Wang, there were others present as well. This was a setup, a trap specifically designed for him. All right, I will arrive on time. Zhou Ran replied calmly before hanging up. Since the Song family and Wuji's sect wanted to make a move at the reunion, he would go and see what tricks these clowns had left to play. Just after hanging up, Chunya walked over with dinner. Hong Li went to the company to deal with those fence-sitters. Today, I'll keep you company. She wore a loose silk loungewear, her long hair, casually tied back, lacking the sharpness seen in the marketplace, instead exuding a gentle, homey warmth. Whose call was that? Chunya casually asked, handing Zhou Ran a cup of hot milk. It was my former counselor asking me to attend a class reunion. A class reunion? Chunya raised her eyebrows slightly, then chuckled softly. Such occasions are merely about comparisons, showing off who is doing better and who is married well. What are you going for? Of course to show off. Zhou Ran scoffed. I managed to get 2 rich women. I must give those sports department guys a good show. Chunya couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Do you need me to arrange anything? No need to be too flashy. But, Zhou Ran glanced at his own shabby Adidas t-shirt. I really should change into something more presentable. Chunya's eyes lit up as she set down the tray in her hands, eagerly pulling Zhou Ran along. Leave it to me. I promise to make you the most eye-catching one there, letting them see what a true male god looks like. A few minutes later, Zhou Ran was brought by Chunya to a pair of double-opening mahogany doors next to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Upon opening the door, even Zhou Ran, who had seen much, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was a walk-in closet of at least 200 square meters. Under the soft, warm lighting, countless unopened high-end menswear watches and leather shoes were neatly arranged in glass cabinets. It was a walk-in closet of at least 200 square meters. Under the soft, warm lighting, countless unopened high-end menswear watches and leather shoes were neatly arranged. It was a walk-in closet of at least 200 square meters. Under the soft, warm lighting, countless unopened high-end menswear watches and leather. The next hour turned into Zhou Ran's day of suffering. Chunya was enthusiastic, treating him like a beloved doll. This one is too old-fashioned. This one is too showy. Oh, I don't like other women staring at you. This one, Tisket hides your muscle lines. Finally, under Chunya's insistence, Zhou Ran donned a handmade suit in the style of Naples, Italy. He did not wear a tie, and the collar of his shirt was slightly undone, revealing a glimpse of collarbone and hinting at his chest muscles. When Zhou Ran stood in front of the full-length mirror, he did not wear a tie, and the collar of his shirt was slightly undone, revealing a glimpse of collarbone and hinting at his chest muscles. When Zhou Ran stood in front of the full-length mirror, Chunya's breath noticeably caught for a moment. The man in the mirror shed some of his usual laziness. At this moment, he had sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a powerful aura. The inherent nobility and dominance radiating from him made it hard to believe he was merely a recently graduated college student. He looked more like the head of a powerful family wielding life and death. I really want to lock you here and not let you go anywhere. Chunya stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Zhou Ran's waist from behind, her cheek pressed against his broad back, her voice trembling slightly. Zhou Ran grasped her delicate hand from behind, a slight smile on his lips. Let's go. If we don't hurry, those old classmates will be waiting impatiently. Arriving at the garage, Chunya pointed at a row of Rolls Royces and said, Tiangong, no. One can no longer be used for living. Yesterday, I had old Zhang bring all the cars from the garage over. Which one shall we choose? Too ostentatious. Zhou Ran shook his head, his gaze landing on a deep blue Panamera in the corner, dust covering it. Let's take that one. Chunya was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, your taste is quite sharp. This car was specially modified by me years ago. It is bulletproof all over. Even the chassis can withstand C4 explosives, and the power system has been heavily modified. Though it looked a bit old, that's how one pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. At the Jiangxing Grand Hotel, a landmark building in the city, the entrance was bustling with activity. The enormous revolving door was already filled with various luxury cars. BBA was everywhere, and occasionally a few Porsches could be seen. Today was the 10th anniversary celebration of the history department, and a reunion ostensibly to rekindle friendships, but in reality, it was a gathering for fame and fortune. At the entrance, 2 men were standing there to greet guests. One was old Wang, the counselor from back in the day, now smiling broadly as he handed a cigarette to a fat man driving a big G. The other was class leader Zhao Gang, dressed in a suit with his hair slicked back, a bright green Rolex standing out on his wrist. Zhao Gang was a distant cousin of Zhao Shijiang, but their family conditions differed greatly, so he had been hanging around with Zhao Tao ever since. However, that guy didn't regard him as an uncle at all, often ordering him around, which gradually distanced the two families. Isn't that Mr. Li? Wow, it's been years. You've really put on some weight. Looks like your business is doing well. Zhao Gang greeted loudly, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Turning his head, he saw a boy arriving on a shared bicycle, and Zhao Gang's expression immediately grew cold, not even bothering to look at him. A little Lu has come, really eco-friendly. This blatant difference in treatment made many classmates who were doing just okay feel embarrassed. Zhou Ran should be arriving soon, right? Old Wang leaned over and asked in a low voice, his eyes flickering. Soon I heard this kid has hooked up with a rich woman. Zhao Gang sneered, secretly thinking today's gathering is just a funeral set for him. Just then a low rumble of an engine came from afar. A deep blue Panamera slowly drove into the parking area. Although the car was a bit dusty, and even from over a decade ago, that license plate number, Jiang A00006, instantly silenced the noisy entrance. This was a license plate that money couldn't buy, symbolizing absolute power. The car door opened. A long leg stepped out, and soon Zhou Ran's distinctly featured face appeared before everyone. Zhou Ran. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Gang was the first to react. A flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes as he strode forward, raising his voice dramatically. Oh, isn't this our department's grass, Zhou Ran? Why are you here to show off in a rich woman's car? As soon as he said this, the gazes that were once amazed turned to ridicule. I told you, I heard he works as a trainer at the gym. How could he afford this car? Probably snuck out with the car keys while the rich woman was showering. Seeing everyone agreeing, Zhao Gang became even more pleased, pointing at Zhou Ran's nose. Zhou Ran, we all know each other well. What are you pretending to be a big shot for? You used to rely on your looks to get by now. Haha, I heard you're relying on special talents to make a living. Laughter erupted from the crowd, filled with malicious speculation. Zhou Ran's expression remained indifferent, as if this group of people were merely wild dogs barking by the roadside. This was quite normal. They all used to be poor together. But suddenly one of them struck it rich, through modeling skyrocketing to success. If one does well, it's fine, but to be uniquely irreplaceable, who wouldn't feel angry? He walked directly through the crowd, locking onto a figure in the corner of the hotel lobby. She sat quietly on a corner sofa, like an old book forgotten by the world. Dressed in a loose dark gray sweater with faded cuffs, her black hair was casually tied with the most ordinary rubber band. A pair of thick black-rimmed glasses obscured most of her face, hiding her stunningly beautiful features that could captivate time. That striking beauty was tightly concealed by her. In her hands, she held a thick, ancient book, completely out of place in the noisy world around her. Although she was a top-tier beauty, her charm was entirely different from Chunya's softness or Xiao Hongli's aloofness. Yet in Zhou Ran's perception, this girl emitted an extraordinarily unique aura of spiritual energy. It was cold, obscure, yet astonishingly pure. The moment Zhou Ran activated his basic magic eyes, the girl seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting her head. Behind the thick lenses, her pupils were not the usual black, but displayed a strange grayish-white. This kind of disregard was even more painful than a slap in the face. Zhou Ran, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Zhao Gang yelled angrily. This kind of disregard was even more painful than a slap in the face. Zhou Ran, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Zhao Gang yelled angrily, wanting to chase after him, but was pulled back by Old Wang. Old Wang shook his head, as if to say, don't stoop to the level of a dead man. Originally, the 10th anniversary celebration was not intended to be a student reunion. But he couldn't afford to offend the Song family from the capital. He had some influence at the school, so he temporarily persuaded the school leaders to set up this gathering. When Zhou Ran stood in front of the girl, she clearly flinched, her whole person resembling a startled quail, wishing to bury her head in the book. Lin Xingxue. The girl trembled, and the book in her hands fell to the ground with a thud. The cover prominently displayed the title, The Burial Scripture. Zhou Ran picked up the book, first casually flipped through a couple of pages, and his gaze fell on her face. Have you been feeling like someone is whispering in your ear at night? Are you struggling to breathe while sleeping and waking up with bruises? Lin Xingxue suddenly raised her head, her gray-white pupils contracting violently, her face filled with shock. How do you know? She was once the beauty of the history department, a well-known bookworm who remained at the university after graduation to become the youngest assistant archaeologist. But no one knew that from the moment she could remember, she had lived in endless fear because her eyes could see things that did not belong to this world. I not only know, Zhou Ran leaned down close to her ear, but I also know that your eyes can see ghosts, a naturally yin-yang sensitive body. In the cultivation world, this is a top-tier furnace and a natural compass for exploring all ghostly and malevolent places. If she leads the way to the so-called port ruins, it would be like entering a place with no one around. Zhou Ran had already labeled her as a personal item in his mind. People with such a constitution can absorb the yang energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into pure yin cold energy. Born as a vessel for yin energy, they attract countless wandering souls and ghosts to come and feast, but because of this they also attract even more malevolent beings coveting her physical body. Moreover, they can communicate between yin and yang, perceiving all illusions and falsehoods. Thus, the more yin cold energy there is, the more wandering souls and ghosts come to absorb it. Over time, a delicate balance is achieved, preventing the accumulation of cold energy from causing illness, like what happened to Xiao Hongli. Therefore, she can not only see ghosts, but also witness the battles between malevolent spirits plotting against her and the ghosts protecting her. The bruises on her body are the marks left by the ceaseless battles of spiritual entities day and night. To break this condition, one must either have a profound master draw symbols for suppression, or one must stay close to an existence more powerful than all evil ghosts. Can you help me? Lin Qingxue seemed to have grasped the lifeline, her voice urgent. She had truly had enough of nearly 30 years of torment. Of course, Zhou Ran returned the book to her. But you must agree to one condition. They'll agree to any condition. Lin Qingxue blurted out. Just then the piercing sound of high heels shattered the atmosphere. Oh, isn't this my ex-boyfriend? How is it? After being bored by the rich woman, you are back to flirt with our bookworm goddess. Su Xiaoxiao approached dressed in a deep back red gown, linking arms with Zhao Gang. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, yet it could not conceal the harshness and weariness lurking in her eyes. The extreme humiliation she suffered that night at the Wu family's villa haunted her with nightmares every night, and her hatred for Zhou Ran ran deep. The Song family offered her an irresistible price. As long as she played her part in this act, she would receive 5 million along with a ticket to go abroad. This was her last chance. Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, and in the next moment her eyes instantly reddened, tears shimmering and rolling down her cheeks. Zhou Ran, are you even human? She cried, hysterically filled with endless grievance. I worked hard to support your living costs, and what did you do? Once you hooked up with a rich woman, you kicked me aside, and even warned me through messages to get out of Jianshan. She cried like a blooming pear blossom, as if she had endured the greatest injustice. You said, if you see me in Jianshan again, you want me to completely disappear from this world. Whoa, how could you be so cruel? Are you even a man? Zhou Ran. This sudden turn of events nearly left Zhou Ran bewildered. The surrounding classmates, who were unaware of the truth, erupted in an uproar. What the heck? Is this for real? That's too scummy. Eating soft food and still being so arrogant. You're simply the worst of the worst. I can't believe I thought he was quite handsome back then, turns out he's this kind of person. But today is a happy day, let's not let this rat ruin our mood. Saying this, he reached out to push Zhou Ran, clearly intending to provoke him. Scoundrel is indeed the disgrace of our department. But today is a happy day, let's not let this rat ruin our mood. Saying this, he reached out to push Zhou Ran, clearly intending to provoke him. Get out. You are not welcome here. However, before his hand could touch the corner of Zhou Ran's clothing, it felt as if he had slammed into an invisible wall of energy. Bang! A muffled sound. Zhao Gang was sent flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily onto a marble round table, wincing in pain, half of his body numb. You dare to hit someone? Zhao Gang shouted in terror. The crowd gasped in shock. No one saw how Zhou Ran made his move. Zhao Gang had just flown out. You talk so much nonsense, you deserve a beating. Zhou Ran brushed off his clothing, his expression indifferent. Just as everyone was intimidated by Zhou Ran's aura and dared not approach. Lin Qingxue, who had been hiding behind Zhou Ran, suddenly stepped forward. She adjusted her thick glasses and pointed at Su Xiaoxiao, speaking clearly, she is lying. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Qingxue stared at Su Xiaoxiao's face and continued, your fate is clouded and your brow is entangled with a thick aura of resentment and evil. This indicates that you have committed great sins against your conscience and harmed others recently. She paused, her eyes behind the lenses flashing a strange gray white. Moreover, there are the resentful souls of a father and son clinging to your back, crying out at you. They want to drag you down to hell. Moreover, there are the resentful souls of a father and son clinging to your back, crying out at you. They want to drag you down to hell. What are you babbling about? Crazy. She was genuinely scared. The scene of Zhao Tao and Zhao Shijiang, father and son, being burned alive by demonic fire was her eternal nightmare. Lin Qingxue's words struck like a heavy hammer, completely shattering her psychological defenses. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Zhao Gang endured the pain and crawled up from the ground, shouting loudly. Lin Qingxue's words struck like a heavy hammer, completely shattering her psychological defenses. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Zhao Gang endured the pain. He didn't want to compete with Zhou Ran in verbal sparring anymore. After all, the wine was poisoned, and there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. The banquet hall was resplendent and magnificent. Dozens of round tables were filled to capacity, but the central seat at the main table was intentionally left empty. Zhao Gang forced a smile as he led Zhou Ran to the main table and personally pulled out a chair for him. Here, Zhou Deshitsai, your seat. Zhou Ran was not polite and sat down confidently. Shortly after, a waitress in a qipao began serving wine. In front of everyone else was ordinary red wine, but in front of Zhou Ran the glass contained an extraordinarily enchanting deep red liquid. If it were an ordinary person, they would certainly not notice, but Zhou Ran was a cultivator with demonic eyes. Zhao Gang raised his glass, wearing a magnanimous expression. Zhou Ran, we are classmates. Whatever grievances we had in the past, let's drink this glass and erase everything. Come, I toast you. I will drink first as a sign of respect. Zhao, class leader, is impressive, just got slapped in the face and immediately offers a toast. What a demeanor. Wasn't that all learned from his nephew? Back then in front of Zhao Tao he was like a damn lapdog. Oh, why hasn't Zhao Tao come? I heard the Hongyuan group has been sold. He must have gone abroad to enjoy life after washing his hands of the dirty work. Some onlookers among the classmates began to whisper. However, their gazes were all focused on Zhou Ran. Su Xiaoxiao stared intently at that glass of wine, her fingers digging into her palm. Drink it. As long as he drinks it, he will become a disabled person who can't even walk. At that moment, Zhou Ran raised the wine glass and gently swirled it. The liquid in the cup clung to the walls, emitting a sweet and greasy aroma that only cultivators could detect. What? Zhou Dashit's eye has gotten so proud now that he won't even give me his old class leader face. My butt has been smashed into 8 pieces here. Seeing him, unmoving Zhao Gang started to press with words. Zhou Ran merely asked in his mind, "Old dang, this poison seems much stronger than what I've seen before. It's quite interesting." Knight's defiance laughed arrogantly in Zhou Ran's mind. Huh, a mere corrupted spiritual medicine, how can it be called poison? Such garbage in my era was used as brewing material for spiritual wine. However, the little bit of decayed spiritual power within it is just right for your yin-yang technique. Drinking it would be like an appetizer and could help you break through your bottleneck. Zhou Ran smiled. He sniffed the wine glass and gave Zhao Gang a slight nod. Good wine. I apologize to the old class leader. I will drink this and you all can enjoy yourselves. Saying this, he tilted his head and drank it all in one go. The liquid slid down his throat, not as spicy as he imagined, but transformed into a cold stream, rushing straight to his dantian. That was the poison taking effect. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even a land god with an insufficient foundation would probably have their meridians corroded and rendered powerless, collapsing like mud. But within Zhou Ran's dantian, a black vortex suddenly accelerated its rotation. The yin-yang technique was operating frantically. Zizizi. A very faint sound came from within his body as the toxins were instantaneously decomposed, transformed into the purest energy, nourishing Zhou Ran's limbs and bones. One word. Delightful. Zhou Ran felt all his pores open up and the bottleneck at the peak of the 6th layer of qi condensation surprisingly loosened a bit under this external force. Zhao Gang and Su Xiaoxiao stared at Zhou Ran, revealing relieved smiles. Zhou Ran put down the empty glass, disdainfully shaking his head. This glass is too small. Oh, it's not satisfying. Saying this, he directly reached for the decanter in front of him. It was filled with 3 bottles of red wine, mixed with ingredients. Zhou Ran began to drink heartily from the decanter. The Sanling soft muscle powder is a poisonous substance specifically targeting cultivators. For ordinary people at this table, it merely results in loosened muscles and a quicker intoxication. Thus Zhao Gang and Old Wang decided to go all out, adding a hefty dose to every bottle of red wine. This kid really knows how to put on a show. No wonder he can serve rich women. His drinking capacity is truly unfathomable. Of course, if he doesn't make the rich woman drunk, how would he get his chance? Suddenly, the entire venue erupted into cheers, everyone watching Zhou Ran as if it were a performance. They looked down on him, a man living off a woman standing out in this occasion. Glug glug. In less than half a minute, he drained an entire pot of toxic wine without leaving a drop. Ah! Zhou Ran set down the decanter, wiped his mouth, and looked at Zhao Gang with eagerness. Is there more? This wine packs a punch. I like it. Zhao Gang let out a sigh of relief, though beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. That was enough to kill an elephant. When the effects of the drug kicked in, he feared Zhou Ran would directly turn into a puddle of blood. Remembering the promise of 10 million from the Song family and the chance to travel abroad with the beautiful Su Xiaoxiao, Zhao Gang's last hesitations vanished. Bring more. We must make Chairman Zhou drink to his heart's content today. Zhao Gang clapped and cheered, and more bottles of special red wine were brought out. Zhou Ran welcomed it all like a great whale swallowing water, pouring all the toxic wine into his belly. As a massive influx of toxins surged in, rather than weakening, his aura deepened and grew more profound. Beneath his skin, a faint purple glow pulsed. This was a sign of an impending breakthrough. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhou Ran's face merely flushed with a healthy glow, his eyes clear, while the other students at the table were already swaying intoxicated. This kid can really drink, can't he? Zhao Gang checked the time and thought it was about time. He suddenly smashed his wine glass on the floor. Crack! A clear sound of shattering echoed in the quiet banquet hall. Suddenly the screens around the hall toppled, and dozens of men in black wielding machetes rushed out instantly, surrounding the main table. The students who had been watching the excitement screamed in fright, scrambling under the tables. Only Lin Qingxue, though trembling with fear, rushed to Zhou Ran's side, gripping his clothing tightly and refusing to let go. In contrast, Zhou Ran merely sighed and pulled Lin Qingxue to sit beside him. To Zhao Gang and the black-clad men, it looked like Zhou Ran had lost even the strength to shout under the effects of the Sanling powder. Zhou Ran, this is the Song family's order for your death, don't blame me. Zhao Gang's face twisted, tearing off his mask. Just then a chilling voice emanated from backstage. Zhou Ran, today is your day of demise. As the crowd parted, a middle-aged man in a tang suit stepped forward slowly. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble. He was indeed a grandmaster of strength. Kid, you do have some skills to withstand the Samling's soft muscle powder for this long. However, today you won't escape. He then looked greedily at Lin Qingxue, who was hiding behind Zhou Ran. Kid, you do have some skills to withstand the Samling's soft muscle powder for this long. However, today you won't escape. He then looked greedily at Lin Qingxue, who was hiding behind Zhou Ran. And this girl with the yin-yang eyes, the Taoist specifically requested her. Come with me obediently, and you won't suffer any harm. Lin Qingxue was so frightened that she nearly burst into tears, instinctively shrinking behind Zhou Ran. Su Xiao, seeing Song Kuei appear, immediately crawled over like a little dog, pointing at Zhou Ran and screaming, Song Yi, it's him. Kill him. I want to see him die. She knew that if Zhou Ran wasn't killed, she would never achieve her ambitions in this lifetime. Faced with this life-threatening situation, Zhou Ran still remained seated, even too lazy to stand. He wrapped an arm around Lin Qingxue's delicate waist, shielding her in his embrace. Feeling the girl trembling violently, Zhou Ran spoke softly. Close your eyes. Huh. Lin Qingxue was taken aback. Don't look, it's dirty. The moment the words fell, Zhou Ran moved. But he didn't stand up, he simply extended a finger. At the tip, a ball of highly compressed air suddenly formed, imbued with dark, thunderous power. Puff! A soft sound like a balloon deflating. When everyone regained their senses, they could only see a small blood hole where Song Kuei's brow was. The sneer on Song Kuei's face remained frozen at the corner of his mouth, yet he seemed to have had his soul sucked away, falling straight back. Bang! His body hit the floor with a muffled thud. The entire venue fell into silence in that instant. Dozens of black-clad swordsmen maintained their charging stance, yet no one dared to take another step forward. The Grandmaster of Strength, who they had viewed as a deity, just died, killed by a mere finger. Zhou Ran retracted his finger, his gaze sweeping over the trembling Zhao Gang and Su Xiao. Kneel down. As Zhou Ran's words fell, Zhao Gang and Su Xiao suddenly felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Not only did their legs go weak, but in terror they realized that their entire bodies were being suppressed by some invisible force, unable to even lift a finger. What is happening? Zhao Gang lay on the ground, desperately trying to prop himself up, but it was futile. The black-clad men who had been holding knives around them were also slumped on the ground. Zhou Ran took a bite of a fish head, remaining silent. Facing these ordinary people, he merely emitted a faint aura of pressure from the condensing cheese stage. He glanced at Zhao Gang's knees, and the pressure suddenly intensified. Oh! Zhao Gang let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Weren't you just shouting happily? Zhou Ran, please spare me. I was forced. It was the Song family that forced me. Zhao Gang cried and pleaded, all his dignity evaporating in that moment. Zhou Ran kicked him away, turning his gaze to Su Xiao. At this moment, Su Xiao was so frightened that she lost control of her bladder, a foul smell permeating the air. Zhou Ran, I beg you, for the sake of our past. She cried until her makeup was ruined, looking like a clown. Zhou Ran wrinkled his brow in disgust. Past feelings. Long ago, the moment you climbed onto Zhao Tao's bed that was already fed to the dogs. Qin San. Zhou Ran called out faintly towards the entrance. Master, him here. Qin San led 100 people charging in with great momentum. They had been waiting outside ready for Zhou Ran's command. Upon seeing this scene, the students hiding under the tables were utterly dumbfounded. That was Qin San, the underground emperor of Jiang City. How could he be so respectful to Zhou Ran? Old Wang, the counselor, even slapped himself twice, regretting it deeply. Clean this place up. Zhou Ran pointed at the rubbish on the ground. As for her, as I said last time. Qin San's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Zhou Ran paid no mind to the wails, and pleased behind him, taking Lin Qingxue's hand. Let's go, the air here is bad. Lin Qingxue's consciousness remained in a state of confusion. It wasn't until she was seated in the armored Porsche Panamera holding hands with Zhou Ran that she regained her senses. Inside the car, it was dim and quiet. There were only the two of them. Zhou Ran turned around, his deep gaze falling upon her, and she still appeared to be in a state of shock. Now let's discuss serious matters. What do you want me to do? Lin Qingxue instinctively clutched the burial scripture in her hands. I want you to take me to that port ruin. Zhou Ran stated directly. Only your eyes can see the way there. Zhou Ran pinched the bridge of his nose, as he actually didn't want to bring Lin Qingxue along. Besides her special eyes, she was just a burdensome weakling. Unfortunately, before reaching Foundation Establishment, his magic eyes could not fully penetrate the illusion. Lin Qingxue did not respond immediately. Everything that had happened tonight had completely shattered her worldview. Especially when Zhou Ran pointed out, and in an instant lightning flashed. She could see the cold, ghostly shadows that had been lingering around her dissipate, like ice melting under the scorching sun. At that moment, the heavy burden that had suffocated her for 22 years suddenly lightened. As long as she was near this man, all the evil spirits would retreat. She bit her lip, making up her mind. I can take you there, but I have one condition. Speak. You must help me completely seal these eyes, or teach me how to control them. I no longer want to see those things every day. I want to live a normal life. She gathered her courage and removed her heavy black-framed glasses, revealing her unusually gray-white pupils. In the dim light, those eyes, without the lens's obstruction, emitted a shattered and eerie beauty. Zhou Ran reached out, his fingertips cool as he gently touched her warm eyelids. Her delicate skin quivered slightly. It's too much of a pity to seal them. Zhou Ran's voice was low, carrying a hint of seduction. This is a gift bestowed upon you by heaven, not a curse. As long as you follow me, I will teach you how to wield it, turning it into your capital to look down upon all living beings. As the words fell, a warm, yet domineering magical aura flowed from his fingertips, slowly seeping into Lin Qingsu's eye meridians. Lin Qingxue shuddered, feeling an unprecedented coolness wash over her eyes. The long-standing stinging and burning sensations vanished without a trace. In her vision, those persistent twisted shadows also disappeared without a trace. The world was clearer than ever. Is this it? She incredulously touched her eyes. It's just a temporary suppression, as long as you don't think about it, you want. See? Zhou Ran withdrew his hand, the lingering sensation making his heart stir. Once this matter is settled, I will teach you a set of methods specifically for cultivating eye techniques. Lin Qingxue looked at Zhou Ran and nodded vigorously. Just then Zhou Ran's phone rang urgently. It was a call from Qin San. As soon as he answered, Qin San's anxious voice came through. Master Zhou, there's trouble. My people discovered the trace of the seven-leaf spirit mushroom at an abandoned factory in the west of the city, but what? Zhou Ran's expression hardened. But there's a formidable formation there. We've already lost 2 brothers and still can't get in. And I feel like the Song family is doing some kind of ritual inside. The stench of blood is terrifying. Send me the location. Zhou Ran hung up the phone, killing intent surging in his eyes. Hold on tight, he told Lin Qingxue, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Panamera roared, tearing through the night as it sped towards the west of the city. Tonight that factory must be turned to ashes. In the west of the city, at the abandoned chemical factory. This was originally Jiangsheng's heavy industrial zone, abandoned for years, overgrown with weeds. But at this moment a layer of dark red mist, barely visible to the naked eye, shrouded the factory. Zhou Ran turned off the engine from a distance, stopping 500 meters away from the factory. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Qingxue covered her mouth, her face pale. So thick with resentment. The soil here is red. In her vision, the entire factory resembled a massive blood-dripping maw, with countless wronged souls wailing within. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhou Ran held her cold hand, a warm current instantly dispelling the chill in her heart. What he sensed was something much more fundamental than what Lin Qingxue could see. A surging aura of malice and resentment. It seems the Song family has killed many for this herb. The two stealthily approached the factory's perimeter. Indeed, as Qin San had said, a bewitching formation was laid out here. Ordinary people who entered would only find themselves going in circles until they exhausted all their strength and died. This formation was hundreds of times more sophisticated than what Xing Lai had set up, clearly crafted by a true formation master. Breaking through it forcefully would indeed require some effort. Can you see the formation, IA? Zhou Ran asked. Lin Qingxue suppressed her discomfort, the glimmer in her gray-white pupils flowing again. Over there, under that abandoned chimney, there's a black stone. All the dark energy flows from there. She pointed to the southeast corner. Very good. Zhou Ran's figure flashed, instantly crossing dozens of meters to appear beneath the chimney. Without any flashy movements, he directly unleashed a punch. Boom. The black evil stone used to suppress the formation eye exploded into powder. As the formation eye was destroyed, the mist enveloping the factory dissipated, revealing its true appearance. It was a hell on earth. The entrance to the factory's basement swung open, and a strong stench of blood assaulted them. Zhou Ran charged into the basement with Lin Qingxue. The scene before her made Lin Qingxue unable to hold back any longer, and she vomited directly. In the center of the basement, a massive pit had been dug out. The pit was not filled with water, but with thick, fresh blood. Countless stark, white bones floated in the blood pool, and at the very center of the pool. In the center of the blood pool was a bizarre spirit mushroom, entirely blood red, with 7 leaves. It pulsed slightly like a heart, greedily absorbing all the essence of life from the pool. Who goes there? 3 dark shadows sprang from the shadows, blocking their path. These were 3 death warriors, their skin an eerie gray-blue, their eyes vacant, clearly controlled by drugs, feeling no pain. Who goes there? 3 dark shadows sprang from the shadows, blocking their path. These were 3 death warriors, their skin an eerie gray-blue, their eyes vacant, clearly controlled by drugs, feeling no pain and possessing immense strength. Who goes there? 3 dark shadows sprang from the shadows, blocking their path. These were 3 death warriors, their skin an eerie gray-blue, their eyes vacant, clearly controlled by drugs. He set her down while he floated down like a fallen leaf. The 3 death warriors roared as they charged. A silent purple flame ignited in Zhou Ran's open palm. Fire Cloud Whip. The demonic fire under his mental control instantly elongated, transforming into a long whip engulfed in purple flames. This was the demonic technique he had exchanged for that small black spirit stone with Yi Futian. The wound was charred and blackened with not a drop of blood flowing out. Instead, wisps of blood energy were greedily devoured by the demonic flames. With a crack, Zhou Ran's wrist trembled, and the fire whip traced. The wound was charred and blackened with not a drop of blood flowing out. Instead, wisps of blood energy were greedily devoured by the demonic flames. With a crack, Zhou Ran's wrist trembled, and the fire whip traced 2 deadly arcs in the air. The remaining 2 death warriors didn't even get close before they were torn apart, transforming into struggling, human-shaped torches. Strangely, even when reduced to ashes, they did not emit a single cry of agony. They merely dragged their remaining bodies, instinctively crawling towards Zhou Ran. Until the demonic flames devoured the last remnants of their flesh and blood, Zhou Ran finally approached the 7-leaf spirit mushroom had gained sentience, and sensed the threat of death suddenly retracting and stirring the blood water with its roots, attempting to escape to the bottom of the pool. Trying to escape. Come to me. Zhou Ran grasped at the air, and a gigantic hand formed from pure demonic chi emerged from thin air. The hand gripped the root of the spirit mushroom, tightly, forcibly pulling it out of the blood pool. With a squeak, the spirit mushroom emitted a high-pitched scream akin to that of a mouse. Too much resentment, filthy thing. Zhou Ran frowned. The demonic fire in his palm surged, enveloping the entire spirit mushroom. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless black, resentful energies evaporated in the flames, producing a harrowing wail. This was the true face of the 7-leaf spirit mushroom. Zhou Ran took out a jade box, carefully sealing it within. He expanded his divine sense, confirming that there were no survivors before bringing Lin. This was the true face of the 7-leaf spirit mushroom. Zhou Ran took out a jade box, carefully sealing it within. He expanded his divine sense, confirming that there were no survivors before bringing Lin Qingxue along. Let's go, there's no value left here. Before leaving, Zhou Ran discovered several boxes of ore in the corner of the warehouse. Insha stones. These are excellent materials for setting up a gathering spirit array. Though inferior to spirit stones in a place like Earth where spiritual energy was scarce, they were still rare treasures. Zhou Ran was unceremonious, waving his hand to store all the boxes of ore into the storage ring of the ghostly hand. Finally, he stood at the factory entrance, a flame flickering at his fingertips. The flame fell onto the ground that had already been doused in gasoline. Boom! The roaring fire instantly engulfed the entire corrupt factory. The firelight illuminated Zhou Ran's stern face. Lin Qingxue looked at his profile, feeling both fear and an inexplicable sense of security within. In the distance, on a high-rise rooftop, the avatar of Ling Su Daoist, dressed in a gray robe, coldly watched the sea of flames. What a remarkable heir of the demonic path, such tyrannical methods. His eyes gleamed with unabashed greed. Destroying my medicinal garden, yet delivering a top-grade demonic cultivator as a furnace, this deal is quite profitable. Kid, the moment you step into the port ruins will mark your death. As his words fell, his figure transformed into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. Zhou Ran felt a sudden awareness whirling around sharply, his gaze like lightning directed at the high-rise building. What's wrong? Lin Qingxue asked softly. Nothing. Zhou Ran retracted his gaze, an unshakable chill lingering, as if a poisonous snake had its sights on him. Someone was watching him, and their cultivation was certainly not beneath his own. As the Palamara smoothly entered the Shao family estate, the horizon had already begun to lighten. The estate's security had been completely overhauled. All posts had been filled with the most elite warriors under Qin Sanyi, who recognized only Zhou Ran, with even Xiao Hongli having no authority to command them. The car door opened, and Zhou Ran stepped out first. Lin Qingxue, holding the hefty funeral classics, awkwardly followed behind him. Waiting at the entrance, Chunya and Xiao Hongli's eyes locked onto Lin Qingxue the moment they saw her. What a cold and refined woman. Her face was bare, without makeup, yet she exuded an aura of aloofness that repelled others. Especially her grayish-white pupils, barely concealed by thick glasses, radiated a mysterious and shattered beauty. A strong sense of crisis surged within her. Xiao Hongli quickly stepped forward, asserting her claim by linking her arm with Zhou Ran's. Chunya then glanced at Lin Qingxue a couple of times. Her gaze briefly lingered on the 2 characters inscribed on the cover of the ancient text in Lin Qingxue's arms, a flicker of realization crossing her eyes. She said nothing, merely moving to Zhou Ran's other side and naturally smoothing out the wrinkles in his collar. Who is she? Lin Qingxue, my university classmate, a professor at Jiang University. Zhou Ran answered succinctly. She will be living with us from now on. Professor? Chunya chuckled lightly, her tone unreadable. Studying archaeology. Lin Qingxue found herself sandwiched between 2 imposing beauties, her palms sweating with nervousness, and could only nod vigorously. All right, the main matter is urgent. Zhou Ran interrupted this subtle standoff. How is the old man? Upon mentioning her grandfather, Xiao Hongli's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Not good at all. I've called in the best experts in Jiang City, and they all said his vital signs are failing and his heart rate keeps dropping. He could go at any moment. Her voice choked, unable to continue. Quack doctors lead to ruin. Zhou Ran uttered 4 words, pulling Xiao Hongli towards the special care ward on the west side. Chunya and Lin Qingxue exchanged glances and quickly followed. Outside the ward, the atmosphere was stifling. Several top cardiovascular experts in the country surrounded a pile of reports, helpless, sighing deeply. His vitality seems to have been inexplicably drained. This completely contradicts medical common sense. Upon seeing Zhou Ran approach, they all cast puzzled glances. Zhou Ran ignored them, directly pushing the door open. On the hospital bed, Xiao Jinghua lay covered in deathly pallor, his breath so weak it was barely detectable. The parasitic insects had been removed, but the vitality and heart vessels he had lost were beyond the reach of medicine. Zhou Ran's divine sense swept through, and the situation was worse than he had anticipated. The old man had truly run out of oil, with 1 foot already in the gates of hell. Zhou Ran. Xiao Hongli's voice was tinged with despair. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhou Ran comfortingly patted her hand, retrieving the warm jade box from his bosom. As the box opened, a fragrance that penetrated the bone marrow instantly erupted, filling the entire room. In the corner, a pot of withered orchids sprouted new shoots at a visible speed, blooming anew. The experts outside the door, catching the scent, felt rejuvenated, their years of fatigue swept away. Heavens! What kind of divine medicine is this? An elderly expert stared intently at the spirit mushroom, which shimmered with colors, utterly shocked. Zhou Ran offered no explanation. He pointed his fingers like a blade, gently slicing into his palm. A drop of dark golden blood containing the essence of his cultivation slowly oozed out. He flicked his finger, and the drop of blood accurately fell onto the 7-leaf spirit mushroom. Sizzle! The contact between the blood and the mushroom produced a sound like boiling oil hitting water. Zhou Ran cradled the spirit mushroom in his left hand, while his right palm erupted in a burst of dark purple demonic fire. He was going to use himself as the furnace, with the heavenly spirit medicine as the material to refine pills on the spot. This scene shattered the understanding of everyone present. The 7-leaf spirit mushroom rapidly melted in the demonic flames, transforming into a swirling green liquid mass. The drop of dark golden blood raced through the liquid mass, completely refining the last vestige of resentment from the spirit mushroom. In the end, all the liquid coalesced into form. A pill the size of a longan, entirely emerald green, embedded with a mysterious golden line, floated into existence. The pill was complete. An indescribable fragrance burst forth, condensing into a fleeting pill cloud in the air of the ward. The heavenly transformation pill is complete. Zhou Ran flicked his fingers. The pill instantly transformed into a streak of emerald light, precisely flying into Xiao Zingguo's mouth. Though this elixir may have limited effects for cultivators, it was nothing short of a miraculous transformation for a mundane martial artist. As the pill touched his throat, it dispersed into a torrent of scorching life magma, instantly washing over Xiao Zingguo's long-exhausted limbs and bones. Originally as silent as a wooden statue, Xiao Zingguo's body trembled violently. The layer of deathly aura that clung to his face seemed to vanish in an instant, and beneath his withered skin a healthy flush rapidly emerged. In fact, his graying hair began to turn black at an astonishing speed from the roots. The heart monitor by the bedside emitted a shrill alarm, as if it had gone mad. The nearly flat line of death now surged upward like a bamboo shoot after rain. Heart rate at 120. It's restored. Blood pressure is rising. Holy cow, all vital signs are returning to normal. This is a medical miracle. The experts outside were utterly frantic. Each one pressed their old faces against the glass, their eyes bulging, filled with enthusiasm. The medical views they had built over a lifetime collapsed in an instant. Boom. A dense and powerful aura suddenly erupted from Xiao Zingguo's body. He sat up abruptly, his eyes snapping open with a divine light flashing in his gaze. No trace of the sickly figure remained. What is happening to me? Xiao Jinghua looked down at his hands, now filled with strength, as the inner force surged within him like a roaring river, his face filled with indescribable shock. Not only had he recovered from his illness, but he had also turned misfortune into fortune. The unmatched potency of the elixir had not only repaired his shattered meridians, but had also shattered the barriers of cultivation that had stagnated for years. Late stage of the transformation realm. The power of his peak period has returned. Only one step remains to reach the legendary master realm. Grandfather. Xiao Hongli could no longer hold back, tears bursting forth as she leaped into Xiao Zingguo's arms, crying like a child who had suffered great grievances. The Xiao family was in a festive uproar. All gazes toward Zhou Ran were now devoid of any disdain or doubt, leaving only pure reverence. Even worship. After a brief moment of excitement, Xiao Zingguo's expression turned serious, commanding with authority, "Hongli, have everyone leave. I have urgent matters to discuss privately with Mr. Zhou." Soon the large hospital room was left with only Zhou Ran, Xiao Hongli, Chunya, and Lin Qingxue, who stood in the corner desperately trying to shrink herself. Xiao Jinghua took out a dusty sheepskin scroll from a hidden compartment at the head of his bed. "Mr. Zhou, I owe you a great debt. I previously promised that if you could save me, the greatest secret of the Shao family, which has been passed down for 100 years, would belong to you. He slowly unfolded the scroll on the table, revealing an ancient map depicting a port and a deep sea. The Qingtong key in your hand does not unlock mundane treasures, but an ancient dojo submerged beneath the port's silt. Jinhuan Temple. Jinhuan Temple. Zhou Ran's thoughts stirred. In his sea of consciousness, the voice of Yi Fu Tian resonated with a hint of gravity. Kid, you've stumbled upon a treasure. Jinhuan Temple was built by ancient Buddhist masters to suppress countless malevolent souls. Beneath it surely lie heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and secret tools for refining corpses. Countless cultivators attempted to breach it, only to become mere bones, intensifying the resentment within. If you can obtain even a fraction, it would be a tremendous blessing. Just as Zhou Ran was pondering, Xiao Jingwa spoke again, his voice lowered. At the deepest part of that temple lies a drought corpse. Drought corpse. Even Zhou Ran's expression sharpened at the mention of those two words. It was a legendary being that could alter the weather with its very presence. Once it emerges, it would spell disaster not just for Jiang City, but for all of China. The Song family, along with the Wuji sect behind them, are filled with treacherous ambitions. Their true objective is to release this drought corpse and refine it into a guardian beast for their mountain, thus dominating the entire martial arts world of China. Xiao Zingwo's words were like a thunderclap, unraveling all mysteries. At that moment, Zhou Ran took it. As the key appeared, it resonated intensely with the sheepskin scroll. Buzz! A blinding light burst forth from the key, directly projecting onto the ancient scroll. The originally flat map suddenly transformed into a three-dimensional image suspended in midair. The layered structure of Jinhuan Temple and the core danger areas marked by crimson light points became clear before everyone's eyes. Extreme entity. Zhou Ran's gaze was fixed on the deepest part of the image, where the brightest red point representing the drought corpse was located. In his eyes there was not a hint of fear, but rather a surging desire. For others, the drought corpse represented doom and catastrophe. But for him, the heir of the Demon Emperor, it was nothing short of a feast. As long as he devoured it, he would surely break through the bottleneck of Foundation establishment. I have my own plans regarding this matter. Zhou Ran waved his hand, dispersing the image, and spoke lightly to the tense crowd. However, some preparations are needed before entering the ruins. He turned to Xiao Jingwa and asked, in the Shao family estate, where is the best feng shui? Xiao Jingwa, though puzzled, immediately replied, it is the purple bamboo forest at the back mountain, where I once invited the top feng shui master from the island to point out the living I position. The vitality of the entire estate converges here. Very good. Zhou Ran nodded, his thoughts shifting. He retrieved dozens of dark stones scavenged from a factory in the west of the city from the storage ring of Ghost Shadow. As these pitch-black stones appeared, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, of bone-chilling cold spreading throughout. This is Insha stone. Xiao Jingwa, well-versed in knowledge, recognized it at a glance, his expression changing dramatically. This object is a dire omen often found accompanying ancient tombs. What does Mr. Zhou want it for? To set up a formation. Zhou Ran replied succinctly. He no longer explained, and led everyone to the bamboo forest at the back mountain. This place was serene and elegant, with purple bamboo and lush greenery. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, filling the air with a refreshing scent. Zhou Ran surveyed his surroundings, an intricate array diagram already constructed in his mind. The formation he intended to set up was a basic formation recorded in the Yin-Yang technique, the small gathering spirit formation. This formation could forcibly gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius, merely an entry-level item in the realm of cultivation. However, on a spiritually depleted earth, its effects were comparable to recreating a paradise. These Insha stones would serve as the foundation for the formation, drawing upon the earth's Yin energy and forming a cycle, with the Yang energy of heaven and earth achieving a balance of Yin and Yang, flourishing endlessly. These Insha stones would serve as the foundation for the formation, drawing upon the earth's Yin energy and forming a cycle, with the Yang energy of heaven and earth. With a single hand he grasped the air, and a stone the size of a human head floated up in response. Zhou Ran's fingers transformed into a sword, with a wisp of condensed, tangible, pale purple demonic energy swirling at his fingertips, rapidly inscribing symbols on the stone. His movements were so swift they left only afterimages, as intricate and profound runes were deeply etched onto the hard stone surface under the erosion of the demonic energy. Chen Yashao Hongli and Lin Qingxue stood at a distance, their spirits swaying, their breaths held in awe. This ability to manipulate objects from thin air and inscribe symbols in midair shattered their worldview completely. Especially Lin Qingxue, in her gray-white pupils one could clearly see. With Zhou Ran's movements, the previously sparse and mist-like energies of heaven and earth began to converge towards this bamboo forest. Soon the first piece of the Insha stone, serving as the core of the formation, was engraved and completed. Zhou Ran flicked his finger, and the stone transformed into a beam of black light, accurately shooting into the ground at the center of the bamboo forest, silently sinking deep into the earth. Next came the second and third pieces. Zhou Ran's figure flickered among the bamboo forest, and with each falling Insha stone, the surrounding spiritual energy grew denser. When the last Insha stone returned to its position as the hub of the formation, Zhou Ran suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest and whispered, "Rise." Buzz. An invisible ripple of energy surged forth from the bamboo forest, sweeping outwards in all directions. Throughout the Zhao family estate, whether it was the standing guards or the gardeners trimming the flowers, everyone suddenly felt invigorated, as if they had shed a 1,000-pound burden, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort. Inside the bamboo forest, the phenomenon intensified. The purple bamboos shot upwards at a visible speed, and their leaves became lush and glistening, as if dyed in emerald. What was once merely fresh air now carried a hint of sweetness upon a deep inhalation filling the lungs. Zhou Ran clapped his hands, feeling the spiritual energy, now more than tenfold denser, due to the formation, and nodded in satisfaction. With this gathering formation, not only would his own cultivation be greatly enhanced, but Chunya and Xiao Hongli, who lived here long-term, would also improve their constitutions and be free from ailments under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Especially Chunya, a mortal, found the path of cultivation to be particularly arduous. Zhou Ran's lips curled into a smile as he gently pulled the mesmerized Chunya into his embrace and brought her to the center of the formation. "Sister, you close your eyes and feel it." He transmitted a stream of pure spiritual energy into Chunya's body, guiding her to sense this newly birthed paradise. "Mr. Zhou, I admire your ability to seize the natural transformations of heaven and earth." Xiao Xinguo approached and bowed deeply to Zhou Ran. He could feel that his recently restored cultivation was experiencing a trend of advancement within this bamboo forest. As long as this grand formation existed, the Zhao family could thrive for at least another 100 years. Zhou Ran calmly accepted the bow, then turned his gaze towards Lin Qingxue, who had been quietly standing nearby. "Old master, let me introduce you to Lin Qingxue, my university classmate. She possesses the yin-yang spiritual body and is the key to our exploration of the ruins." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhengguo's gaze fell upon Lin Qingxue, and when he saw her unusual gray-white pupils, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly turned serious. He cupped his hands towards Lin Qingxue and said, "Miss Lin, I will be counting on you this time." Lin Qingxue was momentarily flustered by the solemn treatment from a long-established master and hurriedly waved her hands. "Sister Yahongli, please take Qingxue to settle in first." Zhou Ran noticed her discomfort and stepped in to alleviate the situation. Chunya and Xiao Hongli exchanged glances and approached knowingly. "Sister Lin, please follow us." Chunya's smile was as charming as ever as she took Lin Qingxue's hand. Zhou Ran watched the three stunning women leave together, feeling no worry at all. As long as Chunya was there, the backyard would not catch fire. Xiao Xinguo also cupped his hands to bid farewell. During his recent illness, the Xiao family's affairs had been fraught with challenges. After sending everyone off, Zhou Ran sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. With the gathering formation established, the spiritual energy density throughout the Xiao family estate was steadily increasing. He could feel the demonic energy in his dantian, which was about to overflow, becoming even purer. The threshold for the 7th level of qi condensation could be broken with a snap of the fingers. It is known that once one reaches the 7th level, they could be considered a latest-stage qi condensation cultivator. Based on paper strength alone, they would be capable of contending with an earthly immortal. However, Zhou Ran believed that he was on a different path of cultivation compared to the martial masters from Earth. Just then, Zhou Ran's phone rang. It was a call from Qin-san. "Master Zhou, everything you requested has been gathered." Chunya and Xiao Hongli each held on to one of Lin Qingxue's arms, introducing her around the estate, appearing very close. However, as soon as they entered the standalone small building, the two released their hands, and the sense of intimacy. She and Xiao Hongli sat on the sofa, their gazes fixed on Lin Qingxue with an evaluative intent. An invisible pressure enveloped them, making Lin Qingxue feel slightly breathless. "Sister Lin, how old are you this year?" Chunya spoke first, her voice languid. 22. Lin Qingxue replied softly. 22 years old, a blooming age. Both Chunya and Xiao Hongli felt a strong sense of crisis rising within. This girl before them was not only young and beautiful, but her unique aura was also compelling. The innate fragility and innocent charm she possessed were qualities they did not have. Even Chunya felt a surge of protectiveness upon seeing her, let alone the vigorous Zhou Ran. Moreover, she possessed a special ability that they lacked, acknowledged by Zhou Ran as a key figure. This made both of them feel an unprecedented sense of threat. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense. Ultimately, it was Chunya who broke the silence. Even Chunya felt a surge of protectiveness upon seeing her, let alone the vigorous Zhou Ran. Moreover, she possessed a special ability that they lacked, acknowledged by Chun Ya's voice was soft as she cupped Lin Qing's face, gazing intently at her enchanting and beautiful gray-white pupils, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes before turning into understanding. Chun Ya's voice was soft as she cupped Lin Qing's face, gazing intently at her enchanting and beautiful gray-white pupils, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes before turning into, rather than treating her as an enemy, it would be better to make her one of us. Since they could not stop more women from appearing around Zhou Ran, they might as well bind everyone tightly to the same chariot. Soon Xiao Hongli's wardrobe was opened. Various top luxury brand clothing bags and shoes filled the space. Sister Lin, your outfit is too plain, it doesn't match your aura. Chun Ya pulled Lin Qingxue to sit in front of the vanity. Today, let us sisters give you a makeover. Initially Lin Qingxue felt some resistance and unease. But as Chun Ya and Xiao Hongli selected clothes for her, styled her long hair, and even applied light makeup, the heart she had closed off for over 20 years due to her uniqueness began to warm up. When she changed into a moon-white long dress, her long black hair was styled into a gentle bun. After lightly applying makeup, she looked into the mirror and was momentarily stunned. The girl in the mirror had eyebrows and eyes resembling a painting, her aura cold, yet imbued with a hint of ethereality. Her gray-white pupils, no longer obscured by lenses or enhanced by delicate eye makeup, appeared less strange. Instead, they resembled two rare gems embedded on a snow-capped mountain, mysterious and enchanting. Truly beautiful, Xiao Hongli exclaimed sincerely. Chun Ya smiled with satisfaction and turned to take out a royal green bracelet. From today onwards, you will be our Lin Qingxue was puzzled, sensing the Xiao family's immense wealth. No, sister, this is too precious. Lin Qingxue hurriedly pushed the bracelet towards Chun Ya, her face filled with embarrassment. She was already grateful that they had taken her in and let her stay with the Xiao family for her own safety. How could she still be so bold as to accept their items? If I tell you to take it, you take it. You are Zhou Ran's person now, there's no need to be polite with family. Chun Ya said, feigning displeasure. Lin Qingxue. As the spirit-gathering array operated, Zhou Ran felt as if he were immersed in warm jade liquid. The demonic energy within him, on the verge of overflowing, completed its final transformation. The bottleneck shattered. He achieved the 7th layer of qi condensation. He did not rise, but instead focused inwardly, his divine sense quietly reaching deep into the sea of consciousness. As he entered the late stage of qi condensation, the remnant soul of Yi Futian visibly coalesced around him. This old man is recovering faster than I am. His urgency to send me to the demon suppression temple likely indicates that the opportunity there holds tremendous benefits for him as well. Zhou Ran's thoughts turned as cold as iron. Raising a tiger for trouble. It all depends on who is the true fierce tiger. At that moment, an excited voice from outside the bamboo forest reached him. Master Zhou, the items have arrived. Zhou Ran got up and walked out, where several large boxes were placed on the ground, personally guarded by Qin San. As the lid was lifted, a mixed smell of hot blood and stale dust rushed at him. A bucket full of steaming black dog blood awaited. A pile of high-quality vermilion yellow paper and strings of copper coins covered in dirt. Zhou Ran's demonic eyes swept over, pausing momentarily on a string of 5 rusty copper coins. The Great 5 Emperor coins. This item is not one of those imitations on the market. It genuinely carries the imperial aura of the human emperor from over 2,000 years ago, making it a top-tier talisman for warding off evil. Qin San, that old fox, indeed handled the matter flawlessly. Master Zhou, this is a tribute from that old man Wu De, claiming it to be the Wu family's treasure. Qin San held up a long object wrapped in yellow silk. As the silk was unveiled, a piece of unusually black metal about 3 feet in length was revealed. Its surface was pockmarked with molten craters left by meteorites streaking across the sky. Upon contact, an extreme chill and weight penetrated to the bone. Heavenly meteor iron. Zhou Ran traced his fingertip over the surface of the meteor iron. It seems Wu De truly spared no expense for his life. Well done. Continue to investigate. Within Jiang City, gather all similar oddities, no matter what they are, or how many. Understood, Master Zhou. Qin San bowed in acknowledgement, unable to suppress his curiosity as he asked, Master Zhou, what do you intend to do with these items? Refine weapons. Zhou Ran uttered 2 words, ignoring Qin San further as he turned and re-entered the depths of the spirit-gathering array in the bamboo forest. Seeing that Zhou Ran was not one for pleasantries, Qin San discreetly followed behind. As the materials were laid out one by one, Zhou Ran sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in deep concentration. For a cultivator of his level, refining weapons was an extremely mentally taxing task. Half an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes. With a slight shift of his thoughts, the broken blade he had seized from the ghostly figure flew out from his storage ring, hovering before him. The material was decent, but unfortunately, it was just an ordinary weapon. Rise. Zhou Ran shouted softly, his right palm facing upward as a cluster of ghostly purple flames silently surged forth. Pure world demonic flame. This was the demonic spell he obtained by exchanging for that black spirit stone from Yi Futian. This flame, being extremely dark and sinister, was said to be able to incinerate all things in the world, making it perfect for weapon refinement. As the fire erupted, the surrounding purple bamboo forest seemed to be dragged into a frigid abyss, with a thin layer of white frost instantly forming on the bamboo leaves. Qin San was so shocked that he stepped back 3 paces, feeling as if his blood was about to freeze. Zhou Ran flicked his finger. The demonic fire, like a living creature, silently pounced, wrapping around both the broken blade and the heavenly meteor iron. Without the sounds of violent burning, the 2 exceptionally hard metals quietly melted within the purple flames. Zhou Ran's expression was focused as his hands traced numerous shadowy paths in front of his chest, casting profound spells. Under his divine senses control, the small droplet of liquid formed from the heavenly meteor iron began to be forcibly pressed into the droplet of the broken blade. 2 different primal powers violently clashed, the surface of the droplet constantly bulging with bubbles, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Qin San held his breath beside him. He couldn't understand it, but he could feel that within the purple fire a heart-stopping power was being nurtured. Condense. As all impurities were devoured by the demonic flames, a sharp glint flashed in Zhou Ran's eyes as he suddenly brought his hands together in front of his chest. The agitated liquid metal was instantly squeezed by an invisible force, reshaping itself into the form of a long blade. The blade was longer and narrower than before, with extremely smooth lines presenting a dark purple color that seemed to absorb light. Quench the fire. Before Qin San could marvel, Zhou Ran's gaze sharpened as his left hand reached out towards the bucket of black dog blood, grasping it in midair. The entire bucket of boiling dog blood transformed into a robust blood arrow roaring skyward. Simultaneously, the vermilion yellow paper, great 5 emperor coins. All the materials soared into the air, explosively bursting open, transforming into a golden powder containing righteous energy and dragon energy, all merging into the blood arrow. Hiss! Like a divine dragon entering the sea, a thunderous explosion reverberated. The blood, containing supreme yang and rigidity, poured over the blade of extreme yin and evil. A dense white mist mixed with an unusual fragrance surged into the sky, nearly obscuring the entire bamboo forest. The blade shrieked violently in the blood. The dark purple patterns on the blade seemed to move like living creatures, ultimately gathering near the hilt to form 2 ancient seal characters. Severing the soul, Zhou Ran reached out and grasped the hilt. A sense of blood connection and mutual understanding surged within him. This was now a genuine low-grade magical weapon, also his personal magical weapon. Good blade. Zhou Ran couldn't help but exclaim, feeling the joy of wielding it, as if it were an extension of himself. However, just as he prepared to sheath the blade, it suddenly vibrated. The severing soul blade emitted a deep hum, conveying an extreme thirst for blood. Zhou Ran smiled. He did not turn back, but extended a finger to lightly flick the dark purple blade, seemingly unconcerned. A crisp and distant sound of metal echoed, transforming into a visible sound wave that penetrated the bamboo forest, spreading outward beyond the back mountain. Since you have come, why hide in the shadows? As his voice fell at the periphery of the bamboo forest, 2 shadows that had originally blended into the darkness suddenly froze, forced to reveal themselves. It was 2 old men dressed in Taoist robes. The one on the left was as thin as a stick, holding a peach with sword, his gaze cold like a poisonous snake. The person on the right was stout, carrying a massive yellow cloth bag on his back with fragmented arcs of electricity flickering around him. Such keen perception, no wonder you are capable of killing a ghostly figure. The stout old Taoist chuckled coldly. Although his presence was revealed, he showed no fear, only a sense of haughty arrogance. A discarded disciple of Longhu Mountain Zhang Tianlei. Although expelled from the sect, he had nonetheless cultivated his 5 Thunder True Law to a profound level, making him a genuine grandmaster. In his view, Zhou Ran was merely a young brat, with a few fortunate encounters. The commotion from that spirit-gathering array was mostly due to some rare treasure. A guest elder from the Lingshu sect, Li Xianyin. The thin old Taoist voice was like a night owl, ominously stating, Zhou Ran, our master, has ordered you to hand over the bronze key, and to cripple your cultivation, you may keep your corpse whole. Zhou Ran finally turned around, regarding them with the gaze of one looking at the dead, and smiled. That old coot from Lingshu dares not come himself, so he sends 2 ways to deliver death. His demonic eyes had already seen through these 2 so-called grandmasters at their peak. They were nothing but castles in the air, with shallow foundations and chaotic chi and blood. Such scum would be looked down upon even when offering the freshly forged severing soul its blade. You arrogant brat. Zhang Tianlei fumed. Senior brother, why waste words with him? The master awaits our report. Kill him and seize the treasure. Just as the words fell, Zhang Tianlei stomped his foot and the ground cracked. He transformed into a cannonball, surging forward with a booming thunder, violently charging towards Zhou Ran. 5 Thunder Palm. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a burst of electric light from his palm, weaving several blinding electric serpents into a great net that descended from above. This lightning was no ordinary phenomenon. It bore the destructive aura of utmost yang and utmost rigidity. Any ordinary master who came into contact with even a trace would instantly be reduced to char. The gaunt old Taoist was not to be outdone, and with a flick of his peach-wood sword several talismans ignited spontaneously. Transforming into several emerald fire serpents, they blocked all possible escape routes for Zhou Ran. The lightning and fire intertwined their offensive seamlessly, connecting a testament to their long-standing partnership as seasoned practitioners. Confronted with this deadly combined attack, Zhou Ran stood his ground, not budging an inch. He couldn't even be bothered to activate his protective aura. Seeking death, Zhang Tianlei, witnessing this scene, felt his murderous intent intensify, and his palm's power increased several-fold. Just as the electric net was about to touch Zhou Ran's brow, clang! A resounding blade chant pierced the clouds and split the stones. In a moment of thought, no one could discern how Zhou Ran drew his sword. A flash of ghostly purple light swept out, though it was a beat too late. It nonetheless sliced through the electric net. There was no explosive sound, no noise at all. The seemingly violent lightning vanished the instant it made contact with the blade's light. The blade's momentum did not cease, slicing directly through Zhang Tianlei's body. Zhang Tianlei's forward posture froze in place, a cruel grin still on his face, but he was suspended midair. In the next breath, a thin line of blood extended from his brow, trailing down. This cannot be. Zhang Tianlei's throat emitted his last sounds, and then his body was cleaved in two. Organs spilled onto the ground and blood stained the bamboo grove. One blade, two parts. The gaunt old Taoist had yet to comprehend what had transpired when he witnessed his companion transform into two heaps of flesh. The fire serpents he had unleashed under Zhou Ran's indifferent gaze began to timidly dissipate. Who are you? The gaunt old Taoist was horrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, and he turned to flee. Did I allow you to leave? Zhou Ran's indifferent voice echoed in his ears. Without any visible action, he casually waved the Zhanpur in his hand. An invisible blade, chi sliced through the air, accurately severing the gaunt old Taoist's legs. Ah! The scream startled the birds resting in the forest. Zhou Ran stepped on the old Taoist's chest, applying slight pressure. The old Taoist convulsed in pain, wanting to plead for mercy, but no sound escaped his lips. He extended his left hand, placing it directly on the old Taoist's crown. The soul-searching technique activated. A surge of demonic energy unceremoniously invaded the old Taoist's mind, violently rummaging through his memories. Moments later, blood flowed from the old Taoist's 7 orifices, and his breath ceased entirely. Zhou Ran disgustedly shook his hand, a ball of demonic fire rising from his palm, incinerating the 2 corpses into ashes. As expected, through the soul search he unraveled the entire scheme of the Lingshu Taoist. This old schemer had intricately plotted not only to use him to open the ruins, but had also laid out the dragon lock formation around the port. He intended to capture him once his spiritual power was exhausted. Moreover, the 2 had not come for the bronze key. Instead, they sought to place a tracking mark on him. Unfortunately, their plans were exposed, forcing them to take action. Qin San. The ever-watchful Qin San was already in a state of shock and hurried over, using both hands and feet upon hearing his name called. Seeing the 2 piles of still warm ashes on the ground, he felt a chill run down his spine. Those were 2 grandmasters. In Zhou Ran's hands, they hadn't even managed to make a single move. Clean this place up. Zhou Ran sheathed his sword. Additionally, I will head to the gym. You don't need to follow. Guard the Xiao family well. Yes, Master Zhou. After Zhou Ran left the back mountain, he walked towards the standalone building where Chunya resided. As he pushed open the door, a wave of warmth welcomed him. Yes, Master Zhou. After Zhou Ran left the back mountain, he walked towards the standalone building where Chunya resided. As he pushed open the door, a wave of warmth welcomed him. Zhou Ran's gaze swept across, and when he saw the figure in the center, even with his vast experience with women, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Lin Qingxue was wearing a custom-made long dress in moon white. The formerly loose fit was completely transformed, perfectly outlining her slender and curvaceous waist thanks to Chun Ya's skilled hands. Her long hair, which usually appeared somewhat disheveled, now flowed smoothly over her shoulders, the tips curling naturally. Her eyes were particularly striking. The removal of the heavy lenses revealed her gray-white irises shimmering with a peculiar brilliance under the light. Combined with her ethereal charm, she resembled a celestial spirit stepping out of a painting. Noticing Zhou Ran's focused gaze, Lin Qingxue felt a bit uncomfortable and lowered her head. Her hands tightly grasped the hem of her dress, and a blush spread across her cheeks. Are you mesmerized? A sharp pain in her waist made her realize Chunya had come to her side, twisting his fingers on her waist, her beautiful eyes filled with 3 parts annoyance and 7 parts bitterness. Sister spent 2 hours dressing this girl up, and the moment you return, your soul gets stolen. Zhou Ran snapped back to reality, instinctively grasping Chun Ya's teasing hand and placing a kiss on her lips, smiling as he said, Sister Ya's skills are naturally top-notch. But in my eyes, Sister Ya is still the most captivating. Qinya lightly huffed, knowing well that this little man was flattering her, yet she felt pleased. Smooth talker. At that moment Xiao Hongli also walked over, casting Zhou Ran a reproachful glance. She handed a set of keys to Lin Qingxue. Qingxue grandfather said that you can freely enter the Xiao family's library. Inside there are quite a few rare texts on metaphysics and ancient scripts which may be useful to you. Lin Qingxue initially showed joy but quickly reverted to her previous timidity, repeatedly shaking her head. This is too precious. Just take it. Zhou Ran spoke up. Your eyes are key for this trip to the ruins. The more you understand, the more self-protection you will have. Hearing Zhou Ran's words, Lin Qingxue finally nodded vigorously. I still need to go to the gym. Zhou Ran checked the time. I have some personal matters to attend to. Extraordinary gym. Qinya raised an eyebrow. What matter could warrant your personal appearance as the boss? Zhou Ran shook his head. Nothing major, just an old friend might want to see me. That was his only asset in the mundane world, a place where he collected worldly qi. This afternoon Wang Pengzi had sent a message saying someone was causing trouble at the gym. Moreover, Wang Pengzi emphasized that this person would certainly pique his interest. The extraordinary gym, located at the edge of the bustling commercial district in Jiangxing, was currently closed with a sign stating internal reorganization. Zhou Ran casually parked the Palamara by the roadside and pushed the door open to enter. The gym was not as chaotic as he imagined. The equipment was orderly, yet an odd smell lingered in the air. It was a compound scent of aged glutinous rice, quicklime, and some decaying herbs. Brother Ran, you finally made it. A weak call came from above. Zhou Ran looked up to see Wang Pengzi, who weighed over 200 pounds, hanging upside down from the squat rack held up by a thick jute rope. His face had turned the color of a pig's liver, straining as he gestured wildly at Zhou Ran. And in the depths of the gym on the bench press sat a person. A girl of about 15 or 16 years old. She wore a set of faded, deep blue coarse cloth clothing with the cuffs of her trousers tied tightly, and on her feet were a pair of cloth shoes with layered soles caked in yellow mud. Next to her stood a wooden box about half her height, particularly striking. The box was dark and dull, covered in vermilion with twisted runes, its lid tightly closed, emanating a bone-chilling cold. The girl held a canister of protein powder in her hand. She grabbed a handful of the powder and eagerly chewed it. When Zhou Ran entered, the girl's actions paused. She patted the powder off her hands and scrutinized Zhou Ran from head to toe with her large, distinctly black and white eyes. Are you the boss this fat guy spoke of? The girl's voice was bright, carrying a local accent from Shaanxi. Zhou Ran did not respond to her question, his attention entirely focused on the dark wooden box, his magic eyes narrowing. A corpse-rearing coffin. Moreover, it was crafted from locust wood and soaked in corpse oil for at least 10 years, a high-quality item. Such things are rarely seen, even in the world of cultivation, let alone in a mundane city. Put him down. Zhou Ran walked to the squat rack, his voice steady. The girl tilted her head and pulled out a silver bell from her waist, playing with it in her hand. This fat guy has a special physique with plenty of yang energy hidden in his fat, just perfect to serve as a snack for my Big Black. If you are the boss, then you should compensate me. Big Black. Zhou Ran glanced at the wooden box. That's my iron corpse. The girl patted the box, producing a dull thud. Since you are the boss, I'll perform a ritual to eliminate the yin energy from the gym. I don't ask for much, just 100 pounds of glutinous rice, 10 pounds of vermilion, and this white powder. Give me 10 barrels. She pointed at the canister of protein powder in her hand. Zhou Ran couldn't help but chuckle. She came to his territory, tied him up, and her goal was to extort a few barrels of protein powder. Is the Shaanxi corpse-rearing lineage so destitute that they have to rob gyms to survive? Zhou Ran's words made the girl's expression change drastically. She sprang up from her seat, the silver bell in her hand, producing a sharp ring. Dingling. After the bell rang, the dark wooden box that had been standing on the ground began to shake violently. A heavy aura of yin energy surged from the gaps, causing the temperature around to drop sharply. Who exactly are you? How do you know my background? The girl watched Zhou Ran warily, her right hand already gripping several copper coins. Who I am is not important. Zhou Ran took a step forward, a pressure originating from his soul, causing the girl to momentarily catch her breath. What is important is that you are causing trouble on my turf and haven't figured out how to end this. The girl's gaze turned fierce. Unappreciative. Big Black, come out and stretch your legs. She shook the silver bell vigorously. Bang. The lid of the box flew open and a tall black shadow leapt out, heading straight for Zhou Ran's face. Big Black, come out and stretch your legs. She shook the silver bell vigorously. Bang. The lid of the box flew open and a tall black The iron corpse's strength was comparable to a peak inner strength master in the martial arts world. With its indestructible nature, it could withstand a master of chi transformation. As the iron corpse charged at him, Zhou Ran didn't even flinch. He made no extraneous movements, simply raising his right hand and swinging it. Slap. A resounding and clear sound of a slap echoed through the empty gym. The iron corpse, capable of easily tearing apart tigers and leopards, was sent flying like a ball, spinning 3 times in the air before crashing violently into the wall in the distance. Boom. The wall caved inward, debris flying everywhere. The iron corpse was stuck in the wall, half of its facial bone shattered. Its originally ferocious red eyes now held a hint of confusion, struggling several times, but unable to crawl out. The entire gym was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Wang Pangxi's eyes bulged, completely forgetting to struggle. The silver bell in the girl's hand fell to the ground with a clang, her mouth forming an O shape, her face filled with astonishment. This is an iron corpse, she muttered to herself, realizing it was a treasure passed down by her master, refined through secret methods, fearless even of bullets. How could it be so easily damaged by a single slap? Zhou Ran picked up a damp towel nearby and leisurely wiped his hands, his demeanor suggesting he had merely swatted. If it were a copper-armored corpse, perhaps I would have been more interested. Such a low-grade thing, how dare you bring it out to show off? Zhou Ran approached the girl, looking down at her from above. Now can we have a proper talk? The girl instinctively took a step back, her back pressed against the squat rack like a small beast cornered. You? Don't do anything reckless. My master is Corpse King Wu Sanqing. If you dare to touch me, the 10,000 mountains of Shaanxi will not spare you. Wu Sanqing. Zhou Ran's eyebrows twitched. He had never heard of it. This name might carry some weight in the mundane martial arts world, but in his eyes it was merely that of a lowly practitioner manipulating corpses. However, there was no heavy blood key on the girl. This indicated that although she acted strangely, she had not used living people to refine corpses. This was also the reason Zhou Ran had not killed her. Put him down. Zhou Ran pointed at Wang Pangxi above him. The girl dared not resist, her finger curled, and an invisible force cut through the hemp rope. Ouch! Wang Pangxi screamed as he fell to the ground, his fat body jiggling. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled behind Zhou Ran, pointing at the girl and complaining. Ran go. This girl is too ruthless. She insisted that our gym has Yin energy, claimed you are not a good person, and said my meat is abundant with Yang energy, planning to turn me into a corpse oil lamp. Zhou Ran glanced at Wang Pangxi and pressed his hand against his greasy belly. There is indeed plenty of Yang energy. A thought flashed through Zhou Ran's mind. This girl must have passed by here, attracted by the residual energy from the gym's Yin-absorbing formation. Although the formation had been destroyed, the residual Yin energy in this bustling city center was indeed more apparent than elsewhere. His gaze returned to the girl. What is your name? What brings you to Jiangxing? Don't give me some excuse about seeking me. The girl bit her lip, glancing at the half-dead iron corpse embedded in the wall, realizing she had kicked a hardboard today. My name is Miao Yingying. I tracked that aura all the way here and discovered they entered Jiangxing. The people who stole the token had a strong scent of corpse decay. Yes. Miao Yingying nodded, a hint of resentment revealing in her eyes. Half a month ago, a group of people invaded Shaanxi, injured my master, and stole a corpse suppressing order. I tracked that aura all the way here and discovered they entered Jiangxing. The people who stole the token had a strong scent of corpse decay, similar to that in your gym. Miao Yingying said, pointing at the mezzanine. Zhou Ran's mind raced. The corpse suppressing order. This item is usually used to suppress extremely Yin places. The Song family collects 7-leaf spirit mushrooms, seeks Yin energy stones, and now has stolen the corpse suppressing order from the corpse-rearing lineage. It seems they understand the things in the port ruins better than he had imagined. They not only plan to release the drought corpse, but also intend to use these items to control that fiend. Do you know where that group is? Zhou Ran asked. Miao Yingying first shook her head, then nodded. Earlier I could sense it, but upon arriving at Jiang City, that aura was cut off, likely isolated by some kind of formation. However, she lifted her face and gazed at Zhou Ran. The aura you emitted just now caused my lifebound Gu to react. Are you also going to that place where the Yin energy gathers? The girl was quite perceptive. Zhou Ran did not deny it. Since our goals align, you might as well stay. Oh. Miao Yingying was taken aback. Stay? For what? As a sparring partner, Zhou Ran pointed to the chaotic gym. You broke my things, and without money to compensate, you will repay with labor. Just right, I need someone familiar with corpse energy to guide me. Miao Yingying's face turned pale, her hands crossed over her chest. You are unreasonable. Zhou Ran disdainfully explained, then turned to Wang Fatty. Fatty, do you want to stop being beaten by others? Upon hearing this, Wang Fatty's eyes lit up. I do. Brother Ran, I've dreamed of it. Are you going to teach me some unparalleled divine skill? There are no unparalleled divine skills, but I do have a set of skills for taking hits. Zhou Ran's finger pointed at Wang Fatty's forehead, and an obscure flow of information surged into his mind. The immutable king body technique, a fragment. This was a body refining art obtained from a ghostly corpse. It required no meditation or breathing techniques, only continuous consumption of food and enduring strikes to transform the energy from the food into the power of the golden body. From today onward, you will follow her. Zhou Ran pointed at Miao Yingying. Let her use that iron corpse to hit you. When you can shatter the iron corpse with a counterattack, you will be considered to have entered the threshold. Wang Fatty stared blankly at the terrifying monster embedded in the wall, then glanced at his own bulk. Isn't this going to get someone killed? Don't worry, this technique has one advantage. Oh, as long as your head doesn't relocate, you won't die no matter what. Zhou Ran patted Wang Fatty's shoulder, causing him to shrink slightly. Fatty, if you want to stand with me until the end, this bit of hardship is just the beginning. With that, Zhou Ran ignored the reactions of the two and turned to walk outside. The little incident in the gym was an unexpected delight. With Miao Yingying, who was particularly sensitive to corpse energy, and Lin Qingsu's Yinyang, the ruins would hold no secrets for him. As night fell at Jiang City's port, the sea breeze howled, stirring up layers of murky waves crashing against the shore's rocks. The usually brightly lit container terminal was devoid of light tonight. A 5-kilometer radius had been cordoned off, publicly declared as a military exercise. Yet in Zhou Ran's demonic eye vision, this area was already shrouded in heavy yin energy. On the sea surface, massive whirlpools slowly rotated, as if some gargantuan creature was inhaling and exhaling beneath. Zhou Ran stood atop a lighthouse 1 kilometer from the port, the night wind billowing his clothes, making a rustling sound. Behind him stood Lin Qingxue and Miao Yingying. Lin Qingxue had changed into a sleek black windbreaker, her face somewhat pale. It seemed she was intimidated by the towering resentment from afar. Miao Yingying carried a repaired wooden box on her back, holding that silver bell with a solemn expression. Brother Zhou, down there. There are likely many unclean things. Miao Yingying pointed to a distant area of the sea, her voice trembling. The yin energy is 100 times heavier than in my master's corpse refining cave. The silver bell in her hand emitted a faint yet rapid sound without being shaken. Ding, 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 ding. This sound sent chills down the spine. Lin Qingxue stood beside Zhou Ran, unable to see the specific objects. Yet the chill originating from deep within her soul made her instinctively hug her arms tightly. However, the terrifying situation that enveloped the entire sea was something she had only seen in the illustrations of ancient texts from her sect. It resembled the formation of 100 ghosts paying homage. Lin Qingxue stood beside Zhou Ran, unable to see the specific objects. Yet the chill originating from deep within her soul made her instinctively hug her arms tightly. I see. Lin Qingxue suddenly spoke, a faint grayish-white glow appearing in her pupils. Under the water there are all people. Countless people wearing clothing from different dynasties are moving below. This statement caused the temperature around them to drop several degrees. Zhou Ran's expression remained unchanged, showing no surprise. Prepare to go down. Zhou Ran took out the purple sandalwood box from his pocket and retrieved the rusty bronze key. As soon as the key touched the yin energy in the air, it immediately began to change. The originally dim bronze surface started to shed its rust, revealing an inner dark green metallic sheen. A low resonant sound emanated from inside the key. Zhou Ran flicked his fingertip, injecting a thread of condensed demonic energy into it. The bronze key flew out, hovering in midair. It spun in the air like a compass for a few circles, then suddenly fixed in place, pointing towards the largest whirlpool in the center of the sea. A blue light pillar pierced through the heavens and earth, shooting straight into the sea surface from the tip of the key. Go! Zhou Ran shouted in a low voice, not caring whether the two girls were mentally prepared. He wrapped his left arm around Lin Qingxue and grabbed Miao Yingying by the collar with his right hand, stepping forward. This step was like a lotus blooming in the void. The three did not fall into the sea, but instead firmly stood on that blue light. Zhou Ran made a hand sign, split. The water avoidance technique. As his voice fell, the dark ink-like sea surface was forcibly split open. A rumbling sound echoed. The seawater rapidly rolled back on both sides, rising into two towering glass-like water walls of 100 meters. A vacuum passage about 10 meters wide appeared beneath the three, leading straight to the depths of the sea. Miao Yingying lay on Zhou Ran's arms, staring in awe at the towering water walls on either side, rendered speechless. Within the water walls, fish panically fled. They could even see several large sharks getting stuck in the water flow barriers, unable to move. Zhou Ran paid no attention to her astonishment as he quickly descended with the two. As they went deeper, the light completely vanished. Only the bronze key emitted a faint blue light, illuminating the path ahead. When they descended to 500 meters, the pressure around them was enough to crush steel into shape. However, the layer of pale purple protective energy surrounding Zhou Ran kept all the pressure at bay. That is, Lin Qingxue tightened her grip on Zhou Ran's arm, her nails almost embedding into his flesh. Through the water walls on both sides, they saw a scene that would be etched in their memories for life. Above the seabed sediment, it was not empty, but instead densely packed with sunken ships. There were ancient wooden warships, modern ironclad ships, and even a few submarines from World War II. These sunken ships were not scattered chaotically, but rather arranged in an extremely symmetrical circular pattern. Layer upon layer, even though the hulls had decayed and the masts had broken, that aura of slaughter still surged forth. Most horrifyingly, on each sunken ship's deck stood countless people. They were clad in rotting armor, holding long spears or rusty guns. Even though their flesh had long been consumed by fish and shrimp, leaving only skeletal remains, they still maintained a standing posture. Their hollow eye sockets uniformly stared at the three in the center of the passage. This was not a sunken ship graveyard. It was clearly an immortal army spanning centuries. They are bowing in respect. Lin Qingxue's voice trembled. They are paying homage to us. Know it is the key in your hand they are honoring. Zhou Ran's expression was calm as he glanced over the skeletal water ghosts. It is not respect, but is fear. This key carries the essence of the powerful being who once suppressed this place. For these lonely souls and wild ghosts, it is a suppression that originates from the level of their souls. The three continued to descend, plunging deeper until they reached the seabed 2,000 meters down. The mud beneath their feet rolled aside, revealing a black basalt platform. In the center of the platform stood a magnificent ancient building towering in the darkness. This was not a tomb as understood by the mundane world, but a temple. A black ancient temple constructed entirely of massive black stones with flying eaves and impressive momentum. Even more bizarre was that the structure of this ancient temple was entirely abnormal. Its foundation was not below but above, resembling a massive upside-down Buddhist pagoda with its spire deeply penetrating the ground. Only the wide base and the grand hall at the top were exposed. Soul Suppression Temple. Zhou Ran looked up at the half-decayed plaque above the hall. What was inscribed on the plaque was not the name of the temple, but four blood-red characters exuding a strong or boundless sea of suffering. The lettering was as firm as iron, and even after a century one could still sense the writer's overwhelming killing intent. This is far from a pure land of Buddhism. Miao Yingying reigned in her playful thoughts, pulling out a handful of glutinous rice from the wooden box and tightly clenching it in her palm. The murderous aura on this plaque is heavier than the fiercest vengeful spirit I have ever seen. In Zhou Ran's sea of consciousness, the long-silent Yi Futian let out a sigh. To stop killing with killing the path of the Azura Buddha. It seems the master of this place was also a ruthless character in life. He did not seek to redeem the things below, but rather, to kill them so they could never be reborn. As Zhou Ran stepped onto the basalt platform, a chilling gaze pinned on his back like a thorn in his flesh. It was the feeling of being watched coming from above and from the shadows. Zhou Ran's expression remained unchanged, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He knew who it was. Lingshu Daoist. That old rat hiding in the shadows had ultimately followed him. But he did not expose it. Since the other party wanted to play the role of the yellow bird waiting behind, he might as well let them watch. Open the door. Zhou Ran approached the towering 10-meter high bronze doors. The carvings on the doors did not depict Buddha statues, but countless faces of twisted evil spirits wailing in an oil pot. He did not push forcefully. Instead, he gently pressed the floating key into a notch on the door. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanisms turning echoed clearly in the silent depths of the sea, sending chills down the spine. The heavy bronze door swung open inward. What surged out from behind the door was not concealed weapons or poisonous smoke, but a solemn, deep atmosphere mingled with the sounds of countless people crying out in a choral tone, crashing against them like waves. Woo. Hum. The life-bound Gu in Miao Yingying's arms, the fierce golden silkworm, Gu buried its head into its body, trembling incessantly, completely playing dead. What? What is that sound? Lin Qingxue covered her ears, her face showing anguish. The sound did not transmit through her eardrums, but resonated directly in her mind. Zhou Ran stepped inside. The demonic energy circulated, and that discomfort instantly dissipated. He turned back to glance at the two women and casually flicked out a barrier of demonic energy, isolating the disturbing sound from their minds. The world behind the door opened up. It was a main hall the size of a football field. There were no lights in the hall, instead hundreds of luminous pearls embedded in the surrounding walls illuminated the place with a ghastly whiteness. In the center of the hall there were not any statues of Buddha kneeling, but rather hundreds of corpses draped in tattered dark red robes. They had not turned to skeletons like the water ghosts outside. Their flesh was dried and shriveled, clinging to the bones, presenting a purple-black metallic texture. These 100 or so monks knelt in a concentric circle around a giant black hole at the center of the hall. Even after a century of death, their backs remained straight, hands clasped together, foreheads pressed against the ground. Don't go near. Lin Qingxue screamed, her body recoiling. Blood tears streamed from her yin-yang eyes as she pointed at a corpse kneeling at the outermost edge. He is looking at me, he said. To get out quickly. Lin Qingxue's scream had not yet faded in the hall. Creak. A crisp sound shattered the silence in the hall. The corpse pointed out by Lin Qingxue, which had been hanging its head close to the ground, suddenly lifted its head in an extremely stiff manner. Not only him. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of bones grinding echoed endlessly like exploding beans in the vast hall. Those hundreds of corpse monks who had been asleep for a century all twisted their long stiffened necks in unison. Over 100 withered purple-black faces turned simultaneously toward the three by the door. Their eye sockets were deeply sunken and their eyeballs had rotted away, leaving only 2 deep cavities. Yet from the depths of those hollow eye sockets, eerie green ghostly flames ignited. Off. Miao Yingying jumped 3 feet high, her hands shaking the corpse controlling bell like a rattle. This. They are rising from the dead. And they are all over 100 years old. How is that possible? There is no corpse-raising ground, no one to sacrifice. How could they collectively rise from the dead? This is unscientific. No, this is not metaphysical. Miao Yingying's understanding was shaken. In her knowledge of the corpse-controlling lineage from Xiangxi, the conditions for the formation of zombies were extremely strict. It's not rising from the dead. Zhou Ran stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the group of corpse monks rising from the ground. There was no fear in his eyes, but rather appreciation. This is an obsession that refuses to disperse. They in life turn themselves into human stakes. Using their physical bodies as the eye of the formation, their souls are trapped in their shells after death, unable to transcend. This is the price of the soul suppression temple. Lin Qingxue had already collapsed to the ground in pain. The blood tears streaming from her eyes increased, and those were not her blood but the burden caused by the illusions before her impacting her spirit. In her vision, the hall was not as it was now. She saw scenes from 100 years ago. Countless cultivators clad in golden armor and high monks draped in red robes were attacking a mass of black mist that was impossible to discern. Blood stained the floor, severed limbs flew. Those high monks fell one by one from exhaustion. But before they died, they all bit their tongues, spraying the last drop of their essence blood onto that black mist. Then they became their own prison, transforming into the formation that suppressed it. Pain. So much pain. Lin Qingxue covered her head. The despair and suffering of the monks before their deaths crashed over her nerves like a tide. It kicked off the ground, and the hard floor exploded. That withered body shot forward like a cannonball, carrying a fierce bloody wind directly pouncing towards Zhou Ran. It kicked off the ground, and the hard floor exploded. That withered body shot forward like a cannonball, carrying a fierce bloody wind directly pouncing towards Zhou Ran. So fast that it even left a residual shadow. Dahe, go. Block him. Miao Yingying felt a surge of fear, but in the face of life and death her instincts reacted swiftly. She shook the bell in her hand urgently, and the wooden box that had been on her back automatically sprang open. The iron corpse Dahe which Zhou Ran had flung away in the gym roared out again. Though it had been injured before facing a kindred spirit, now Dahe was exceptionally excited. Its arms swept out like iron rods attempting to intercept that corpse monk. Bang! The two zombies collided heavily in midair. But the result was a one-sided crushing. Dahe, the iron corpse that Miao Yingying was proud of, was as fragile as paper caught by the neck by that corpse monk. The skeletal fingers of the corpse monk pierced into the tough flesh of Dahe, producing a chilling sound of bone separating from flesh. Crack! Amidst the crisp sound of breaking, Dahe's neck bone was forcefully snapped by that hand. With a wave of the corpse monk's arm, the heavy Dahe was thrown away, crashing into the distant wall, stirring up a large cloud of dust, and lying motionless in the ruins. Puff! The critical blow to her life-bound corpse puppet caused Miao Yingying's mind to waver. A sweetness surged in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The color drained from her face instantly. Puff! The critical blow to her life-bound corpse puppet caused Miao Yingying's mind to waver. A sweetness surged in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The success of the first corpse monk triggered all its kind. The remaining over 100 corpses all stood up, transforming into swift black shadows enveloped in 1,000 years of accumulated corpse energy and murderous intent, lunging towards the three at the door from all directions. This assault bore no skill, only the most primitive force and speed. Even if a land deity faced it, one glance would be enough to be torn to shreds. Blood vessels seeped from the corners of Lin Qingxue's eyes, the intense pain destabilizing her stance, yet she did not retreat, an inch, still fixating on the approaching tide of corpses, her grayish-white pupils shimmering, searching for a glimmer of hope. Zhou Ran. Their source of power is in the Dantian. She strained to shout this phrase, her body already swaying. Zhou Ran's gaze fell on Lin Qingxue, who stood trembling in front of him, his expression slightly shifting. He extended his hand, gently pressing on Lin Qingxue's shoulder, pulling her behind him. Shut up. He uttered 2 words, his tone flat. Facing the horde of corpses that aimed to devour everything, he couldn't even be bothered to draw his sword. You couldn't shake the heavenly might in life, or do you dare to obstruct my demonic chariot in death? At the moment his words fell, Zhou Ran's eyes transformed into bottomless abyssal pools of profound blackness, engulfing all light. A force of unparalleled dominance surged from within him. It was neither spiritual energy nor murderous intent. This power originated from the 9 nether, transcending reincarnation, belonging to the essence of the demonic Emperor Yifutian. If these corpse monks were ferocious beings birthed from a sea of corpses and blood, then Zhou Ran was the master of that sea. Buzz! An invisible aura radiated from Zhou Ran, sweeping across the hall. The leader of the corpse monks, charging at the front and leaping into the air, suddenly halted midair. In the next breath, slap! It plummeted straight down to the ground. It did not rise again to launch an attack, but instinctively fearful knelt on both knees. It pressed its head forcefully against the hard stone slab, its entire skeletal frame violently trembling. Following closely. Slap! 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 The sound of kneeling echoed throughout the hall. More than 100 corpse monks that surged forth seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand at their life gate. The malevolent army that sought to devour just a moment ago now hastily knelt on the ground facing Zhou Ran, prostrating themselves. There were no roars, no struggles. Only fears stemming from the essence of their souls compelled them to bow their heads. In an instant, the entire hall transformed from a scene of slaughter into a solemn place of pilgrimage. Miao Yingying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, staring blankly at this, seeing her mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a word for a long while. This. Her thoughts came to a complete halt. No need for talismans, no need for ritual bells, just standing here can make thousands of corpses submit. Is he human or demon? In her experience, even her master, revered as the corpse king, would have turned to flee in the face of such a scene. However, Zhou Ran simply stood there, suppressing the entire scene. This was not about the superiority of skills, but a fundamental suppression of life levels. Zhou Ran's expression was calm as he strode into the horde of corpses. Those fierce corpse monks shrank their bodies as he passed, fearing that their very existence would disturb the footsteps of this king. Zhou Ran walked up to the leader of the corpse monks and casually extended his right hand. Pucci. His palms smoothly penetrated the corpse monk's dantian, which was harder than gold or stone. When his palm withdrew, it held a glossy black bead the size of a pigeon egg. Corpse Dan. The crystallization of a 1,000-year-old zombie's vital energy, a treasure sought after by those who cultivate the Incold path. The corpse monk, having its corpse Dan taken away, began to rapidly decay, turning to powder. Yet until it completely dissipated, it maintained its kneeling posture, not daring to harbor any resentment. The quality is decent. Zhou Ran glanced at it and casually tossed the corpse Dan behind him. Take it. Miao Yingying, still dazed, instinctively reached out to catch it. The bone-chilling yet energy-rich sensation made her body shudder. Is this for me? Your iron corpse is destroyed. With this you can refine something better when you return. Miao Yingying tightly clutched the corpse Dan, gazing at that proud figure, her earlier resentment over Dahe's destruction having entirely vanished. An uncontrollable thought of clinging tightly to the thigh surged within her. So extravagant. After the leader corpse monk turned to dust, hundreds of corpse monks completely became sculptures. Passing through the horde of corpses, the three arrived at the depths of the hall. There was no way forward. Only a solitary stone bridge spanned over an unfathomable darkness. At the bridge's head stood a stone tablet inscribed in blood-red characters with the two large words judgment. Below the bridge lay the true abyss. A dark gale blew up from below, emitting a sharp wail. Dong, dong, dong. The sound, akin to a massive heartbeat, echoed clearly here. With each beat, it resonated with the souls of the listeners. Yinyang Road, a judgment bridge. Lin Qingxue approached the edge of the bridge, her complexion pale, her voice somewhat shaky. She tugged at Zhou Ran's clothing. Zhou Ran on the bridge. There are all shadows. Countless shadows of severed limbs and broken arms drift back and forth on the bridge. They are waiting to drag those who cross the bridge down with them. In her vision, the bridge was densely packed with translucent, vengeful spirits. They were fixating their greedy gazes on the few living blood meals before them. Vengeful spirits. Zhou Ran let out a cold snort. Perfect, my Zanpakuto hasn't tasted a soul yet. Just as he was about to step onto the stone bridge, a loud crash came from behind. A violent explosion occurred at the entrance behind the three. The rampant energy swept the kneeling corpses into a cloud of bone dust. Zhou Ran, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A boisterous laugh accompanied by a foul demon wind filled the entire hall. As the demon wind subsided, the Lingshu Taoist stood in the center of the hall, holding a whisk, his expression dark. His Taoist robe was already tattered and his skin was covered in black-purple patches. Gone was any trace of a mortal grace, his appearance resembling that of a living corpse just crawled out of a grave. Behind him, there were two figures cloaked in large black robes. They were stocky, exuding an unsettling aura of death. The red pupils of the Lingshu Taoist locked onto Zhou Ran at the bridge's head, unabashedly revealing his greed. Thank you for clearing the way for me, getting rid of these bothersome watchdogs. As a token of appreciation, let this temple of soul settling be your burial place today. Your body, your soul, and the yuan yin of those two women, I won't let a single one escape. The remaining over 100 corpses all stood up, transforming into swift black shadows enveloped in 1,000 years of accumulated corpse energy and murderous intent. Lunging towards the three, he cast a lecherous gaze at Miao Yingying and Lin Qingxue beside Zhou Ran. The yin-yang spiritual body, along with the pure yin of the corpse controlling lineage. Truly the heavens have favored this poor Taoist. As long as I swallow these two girls and seize your flesh, I can harness the malevolent aura of this place to pursue the elusive path to immortality. As his words fell, he flicked his whisk. With a crash, the robes of the two black-cloaked figures behind him instantly shredded, revealing their true forms. Hiss! Miao Yingying drew in a sharp breath, almost losing grip of the corpse pill in her hand. They were two creatures covered in silver scales. They lacked flesh and skin, exposing muscle fibers with a metallic texture. Each strand bore intricate blood-red runes. Their claws extended half a foot long, reflecting a chilling blue glimmer. Silver armored corpses. Miao Yingying's voice was piercing. This is the legendary silver armored corpse. Impervious to blades and bullets, immune to fire and water, their physical strength comparable to the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Such beings, even my master has never created before. How many people have you killed? To forge a silver-armored corpse not only is a body with an extremely rare extreme fate required, but it also needs the souls of at least 1,000 living beings to nourish it, allowing the corpse to undergo a qualitative change and grow silver scales. This is true dark magic, a forbidden practice that offends heaven. Kik. Daoist Lingshu cackled triumphantly. The little girl has some discernment. For these two treasures, this poor Daoist has frequented numerous orphanages. However, as long as I can kill Zhou Ran, all of this will be worth it. Mentioning orphanages, Zhou Ran's expression darkened. Within his originally calm eyes, murderous intent nearly solidified into reality. Using orphans to forge corpses? Zhou Ran's voice was soft, yet it caused the temperature in the hall to drop several degrees. Lingshu, you truly deserve to die. Daoist Lingshu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Die? In this soul-subduing temple, I am the master. Activate the formation. Daoist Lingshu shouted, slamming his hands down suddenly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 small black flags flew out from his sleeves, accurately pinning themselves into the void surrounding the Judgment Bridge. Buzz. The air trembled. Dark pillars of light shot up into the sky, intertwining to form a semicircular blacklight shield that enveloped Zhou Ran and the entire Judgment Bridge. 9 Nether Soul Locking Formation. Daoist Lingshu proclaimed proudly, this is a formation that took me 10 years of effort to refine, capable of summoning the 10th Ascendier malevolent wind from the depths of this abyss. Within this, your protective energy will be corroded in an instant, and your soul will be shredded inch by inch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the formation completed, the gale from the abyss below surged violently, transforming into a roaring dragon that ferociously charged towards the bridge's surface. This wind was not merely wind, it was akin to blades. Even though Lin Qingxue and Miao Yingying were sheltered behind Zhou Ran, they felt a stabbing pain on their skin. Is this all you've got? In the center of the killing formation, facing 2 terrifying silver-armored corpses and the raging gale, Zhou Ran remained unfazed. He even casually commented with one hand behind his back. This formation was indeed superior to the ghostly shadows of the Song family, but in the eyes of the descendant of the Demon Emperor, it was utterly inadequate. The formation is crude, riddled with flaws. Forcing the activation of the Earth's energy without understanding how to guide it, relying solely on brute force to suppress it. As for these 2 silver-armored corpses, Zhou Ran glanced at the 2 monsters, shaking his head in disdain. In pursuit of hardness, you forcibly infused them with the energy of metals, resulting in stiff joints and a complete lack of intelligence. A fine material has been wasted by your hands. The Wuji sect, is this all the foundation you possess? The smile on Daoist Lynx's face froze quickly, morphing into extreme embarrassment and rage. To be so defiant even when death is imminent. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. Daoist Lingshu urged, anxiously executing his technique. Roar. Roar. The 2 silver-armored corpses received their command, stomping heavily on the ground. Boom. The incredibly solid Judgment Bridge was stomped into 2 deep pits. For claws glowing with blue light, accompanied by a thunderous roar, lunged towards Zhou Ran's throat and heart. This strike, in perfect coordination, was as swift as lightning. Not to mention a human, even an armored vehicle here, would be dismantled on the spot. Be careful. Lin Qingxue screamed in terror. But the change occurred in the next instant. Clang. A clear and resonant sound of a blade echoed, drowning out all the winds and roars. Zhou Ran's mind stirred slightly. Everyone only caught a flash of a dark purple blade light, resembling a waning moon gliding through the darkness. The 2 silver-armored corpses capable of withstanding rocket fire suddenly halted. On their metallic, gleaming waists, a black line as thin as a hair appeared. Following that, the upper halves of the 2 undead creatures slid down simultaneously. The cuts were smooth as a mirror, even the spine, harder than gold or iron, was effortlessly severed by this blade. Only when the corpses hit the ground did black corpse blood spurt out. Zhou Ran lightly turned his wrist, the blade stained, not a trace of blood returning to his sleeve. This is impossible. Daoist Lynx's eyes were about to burst. These 2 silver-armored corpses were the hard work of 2 generations of the Wuji sect, his greatest reliance this time. How could they not withstand a single strike from that young man? The overwhelming sense of fear shattered his reason, yet as an elder of the sect, he did not submit easily. You force my hand. Let me show you the Mountain Ghost technique of my Lingshu sect. Daoist Lingshu bit his tongue, a mouthful of essence, blood spraying onto the remaining half of his whisk. He stepped into a strange stance, his hands forming a bizarre and twisted seal, chanting incantations, completely diverging from the Taoist principle of tranquility and nature. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, 5 manifest, swift as the law orders. Malevolence turns to dragon devouring souls and spirits. As his incantation progressed, the howling wind beneath the judgment bridge began to coalesce. Transforming into 3 giant pythons made of black mist, they opened their massive mouths and lunged at Zhou Ran. This was not true martial energy, but genuine sorcery. Though modified beyond recognition, it exuded a malevolent aura, yet it indeed touched upon the realm of law. Miao Yingying turned pale with fear, unable to ring the bell in her hand any longer. This kind of attack had surpassed her cognitive limits. However, faced with the menacing black mist pythons, Zhou Ran's response was only a light chuckle. A grain of rice can shine as brightly as a pearl. He didn't even draw his blade. He merely raised his right hand, and a dark purple inferno ignited in his palm. Without any incantation, without any wind-up. Go! He flicked his finger. That small ball of magic fire swelled in the wind, transforming into a fearsome, demonic visage. Opening its enormous mouth, it was several times larger than the 3 black mist pythons. The demon head swallowed 3 giant black mist serpents in one gulp. Crunch! Without even letting out a burp, the demon head charged straight at the Lingshu Taoist. Demon Cultivator. You are a Qi condensation stage demon cultivator. The Lingshu Taoist finally saw the true nature of that purple flame, which was more tyrannical and purer than the Yin Sha Qi, demon essence. In this age of magic depletion, how could a true demon cultivator exist? Moreover, one as terrifying as this demon path giant. His remaining fighting spirit was completely shattered. In this age of magic depletion, how could a true demon cultivator exist? Moreover, one as terrifying as this demon path giant. His remaining fighting spirit, as the demon fire closed and a fierce light flickered across the Lingshu Taoist's face. He took out a dark jade talisman from his bosom and crushed it with force. Blood escape. Boom. His left arm exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Using the explosive force of this blood energy, he resolutely leaped into the seemingly bottomless abyss. Zhou Ran. The grudge of today for the severed arm will surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. The hateful voice echoed in the abyss, growing fainter. Zhou Ran walked to the bridge's edge and looked down. Below was an endless expanse of ink blackness with gale-force winds howling, capable of disintegrating any flesh and blood body that fell within. He ran decisively. Zhou Ran withdrew his gaze, having no intention to pursue. Brother Zhou, has he died? Miao Yingying cautiously approached, staring at the all-consuming darkness, swallowing hard. Hard to say. His demonic eyes pierced through the darkness. At the bottom of the abyss, a thick, viscous barrier of corpse qi formed a buffer. If the Lingshu Taoist was lucky, he might just pick up his life. Let's go. Zhou Ran turned around, his gaze falling on the end of the judgment bridge. There was not the eerie sight he had anticipated. Instead, a grand hall radiating soft golden light stood at the end of the darkness, incongruous with the surrounding malevolent spirits. It resembled a pure lotus blooming on the road to the Yellow Springs. So warm. Lin Qingxue unconsciously walked forward. Ever since entering this sea area, her eyes had been stinging. Yet when she gazed upon that hall, a refreshing sense of comfort flowed through her eyes. The 3 of them crossed the judgment bridge and pushed open the heavy golden Namu door together. A distant bell chimed, resonating in their souls. This sound cleansed their worldly thoughts, causing the earlier slaughter and fear to fade away. The hall was magnificent, with countless flying murals carved on its walls. Moreover, large scrolls of scriptures circulated on their own, exuding a righteous aura that suppressed all evil spirits. And at the center of the hall, a figure sat atop a 90-year lotus platform. It was neither a clay sculpture nor a wooden carving, but a true flesh body. Draped in a long-decayed, tattered robe, his skin was bronze-colored, though dehydrated it shimmered with a jade-like luster. Time had eroded his visage, rendering its contours indistinct. Yet that compassionate aura of pity transcended time, still filling the entire space. This is... Miao Yingying covered her mouth. She had never seen such a shocking sight. This is the remnant of a saint who achieved flesh form. It is the ascetic Arhat. Zhou Ran's mind echoed with a hint of emotion in Yi Fuxian's voice. I never expected to see such a figure in this place of depleted spiritual energy. With a mortal body, he achieved the Arhat's golden body, whose such perseverance is rare in the cultivation world. It's a pity he has been dead for a long time. Zhou Ran activated his demonic eyes, his gaze penetrating the surface of the golden body, witnessing the internal workings. At its Dantian position, a relic was rotating at a steady rhythm, releasing an endless stream of willpower, suppressing the underlying meridians through the lotus platform. And at the center of the golden Bodhis brow, a tiny inch-tall image of a primordial spirit sat cross-legged, resembling a Buddha with closed eyes. The main body had been dead for a millennium, yet this fragment of obsession, transformed into a primordial spirit, still held its ground. As long as hell is not empty, I vow not to become a Buddha. Zhou Ran understood the meaning of that obsession. This high monk willingly sat here, using his golden body. His lifelong cultivation and merits transformed into the last and strongest seal of this soul suppression temple. Zhou Ran stood before that flesh-golden body motionless for a long time. The ascetic Arhat before him had been in nirvana for 1,000 years, and that serene Zen aura still made the air around them slow down. Lin Qingxue and Miao Yingying did not dare to act recklessly. That pressure originating from the level of life compelled them to bow their heads, hands clasped together respectfully, offering a salute. With this bow, the dehydrated golden body responded. A faint ripple spread outward. A visible circle of golden ripples centered around the lotus platform rippled outwards. The ripples touched Lin Qingxue. The redness and pain from her eyes due to the backlash of the yin-yang eye instantly dissipated, a refreshing sensation seeping into her depths. And the corpse-repelling bell at Miao Yingying's waist was swept by the golden light. The originally restless insect calmed down and lay dormant. Is this a return gift? Lin Qingxue touched the corner of her eye, raising her head in surprise. Zhou Ran nodded, his gaze fixed on the faint spiritual light at the brow of the golden body. He received your salute and returned the favor. This golden light contains pure willpower that can cleanse your souls and greatly benefit your future cultivation. After saying this, Zhou Ran took a step forward. He did not kneel, but stood at eye level, cupping his hands towards that Arhat. I do not cultivate Buddhism, nor do I believe in fate. But I respect your unwavering obsession in suppressing evil for 1,000 years today. If you have a spirit, rest in peace. The rest will be left to me. As soon as his words fell, the tiny primordial spirit seated at the brow of the golden body actually opened a line of eyelids. At the moment of opening its eyes, a pure and flawless golden light shot out, not as an attack, but directly aimed at Zhou Ran's brow. Zhou Ran did not dodge, but allowed the golden light to enter his body. Within his spiritual sea, demonic energy surged, and a playful tone emerged in Yi Fuxian's voice. This old bald donkey has good taste, noticing the heavy evil energy within you, and sending you a great sun, subduing demonic golden light to stabilize your formation. This bit of Buddhist light is merely firefly light to me. But for you now, it's an exceptional material for harmonizing yin and yang during foundation establishment. Zhou Ran received this golden light, and in addition to the sharp, sinister demonic energy surrounding him, a layer of solemn aura was added. Within the demon resides the Buddha, and the Buddha is inherently a demon. Thank you. Zhou Ran lowered his hand, turning to look at the deep corridor behind the hall. On both sides of the corridor stood not benevolent bodhisattvas, but 18 statues of various postures, all revealing fierce expressions. These statues were all cast from dark, heavy Xian. On both sides of the corridor stood not benevolent bodhisattvas, but 18 statues of various postures, all revealing fierce expressions. These statues were all cast from dark, heavy Xian iron, with bulging muscles and menacing visages. They wielded heavy weapons such as steel whips, giant axes, and snake spears, embodying an angry demeanor. They were neither Buddhas nor bodhisattvas, but the guardians of the Buddhist sect responsible for slaying and suppressing evildoers, the Jinyu Mingwang. Each of the 18 Jinyu Mingwang statues exuded a palpable aura of killing intent. Their cold gazes seemed to penetrate through eons, locking onto every living being that stepped into the corridor. Miao Yingying's teeth were chattering. This is not an array, these are 18 killing puppets. Lin Qingxue was just about to take a step when Zhou Ran reached out to stop her. Step back. As soon as Zhou Ran's voice fell, a sudden change occurred. The sound of mechanisms turning echoed through the enclosed corridor. The two black iron statues closest to them had their surface rust instantly crumble, revealing a trunk covered in runes below. Although they had no life, they moved with lightning speed under the control of the formation. Whoosh! One of the statues on the left, wielding a demon-suppressing pestle, swung down with the force of 1,000 tons. This blow had enough power to crush a tank into a flat piece of iron. Furious Vajra specialized in killing those who breached the formation. Zhou Ran coldly snorted, remaining still as he clenched his right fist, purple-black, demonic energy instantly enveloping his fist. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw a punch, striking directly at the descending demon-suppressing pestle. Bang! A metallic crash sounded loud enough to shatter eardrums. The three-metal black iron Vajra was actually pushed back several steps by Zhou Ran's punch. The demon-suppressing pestle in hand had bent at a 90-degree angle. This hardness. Zhou Ran retracted his fist and glanced at a white mark on his knuckle. It's mixed with mysterious iron. Not bad, just right for me to practice my skills. At this moment, the remaining 16 black iron Vajras also fully awakened. In the narrow corridor, 18 steel giants charged forward like bulldozers, leaving no room for evasion. You guard the entrance. Zhou Ran left a single sentence and transformed into a shadow as he rushed into the formation. The ensuing scene was an incredibly violent visual feast for Lin Qingxue and Miao Yingying. There were no fancy spells, only brutal fist-to-flesh clashes. Zhou Ran was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With every punch he threw, one statue would be sent flying. Whether it was an arm breaking or a chest collapsing, Zhou Ran let out a low shout and the speed of his punches skyrocketed. Sonic booms even appeared in the air. The last sturdy statue wielding dual knives was struck under the chin by Zhou Ran's explosive punch. Boom. The statue's head exploded, and its massive body fell backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. In just 3 minutes, all 18 black iron vajras were reduced to scrap metal. Zhou Ran stood in the center of the ruins, pulling out a fist-sized crystal stone that emitted a faint red glow from the formation's core. Using inferior spirit stones to power the core, no wonder it could last this long. Zhou Ran weighed the crystal stone in his hand, then tossed it back to Miao Yingying without even looking. This is for you. It will save you a lot of effort when powering your corpse-reviving formation in the future. Miao Yingying instinctively caught it, and the pure surging energy flowed into her palm, causing her to shiver. She stared intently at the crystal stone, her breathing quickening. Is it the legendary spirit stone? Just this one could trade for an entire estate in the black market. Don't act like you've never seen the world before. Keep up, there's even better ahead. Passing through the corridor, they arrived at a side hall. Above the hall door were the words Scripture Pavilion, but the main door had long since rotted. Upon entering, most of the bookshelves had collapsed and the books turned to dust at a mere touch. What a pity, Lin Xingxue said with some regret. These must have been unique copies. Common paper can't withstand the ravages of time. Zhou Ran's gaze swept around, finally fixing on an inconspicuous stone niche in the corner. He walked over and took out a zetonwood box from the niche. Upon opening it, a string of Buddhist beads carved from unknown beast bones lay quietly inside. The beads numbered 108, each intricately carved with a Buddha figure exuding a faint sandalwood fragrance. This is quite good. Zhou Ran handed the beads to Lin Xingxue. This string of calming beads is not a magical artifact, but it can nourish the soul. Wearing it will allow you to avoid the torment of malevolent energy when opening the yin-yang eye in the future. Lin Xingxue took the beads, and as her fingertips touched the warm bone beads, an indescribable warmth surged through her entire body. The dizziness and pain from peering into too many illusions dissipated in an instant. She lifted her head, and her gaze towards Zhou Ran held a hint of softness. Zhou Ran spoke calmly, turning to walk deeper. Keep up, the temperature here is starting to rise. The deeper they went, the more the eerie damp chill gradually faded, replaced by a kind of dry heat. Yet this was not normal heat, but a disturbing parching warmth. It felt as if one were standing next to a volcano ready to erupt, with moisture in the air being gradually drained. Passing through the side hall, the three arrived at a spacious courtyard. This place should have been a medicinal garden for growing spiritual herbs. However, at this moment the black soil in the garden had cracked into chunks, and all the plants had withered. Only some twisted dry roots remained, reaching towards the sky like the fingers of a corpse. Watch your step, Zhou Ran reminded. Before he finished speaking, a clump of soil suddenly exploded near Miao Yingying's feet. A vine as thick as a child's arm and dark red all over shot out like a poisonous snake, heading straight for Miao Yingying's ankle. Up! Miao Yingying reacted quickly, shaking the corpse-reviving bell in her hand, sending an invisible sound wave crashing towards the vine. However, the vine was exceptionally tough, completely ignoring the sound wave attack. It tightly wrapped around her left leg, rapidly tightening as sharp barbs pierced through her jeans, and even more frighteningly, after drawing blood, the vine swelled up and bloomed a stunning human-faced flower at it. In the center of that flower, there was a small face that resembled a crying baby. Wah! The piercing cry gave Lin Xingxue a splitting headache. It's a variant of the corpse-fragrance devil yam blood-sucking vine. A cold glimmer flashed in Zhou Ran's eyes. He flicked his fingers, and a strand of purple-black demonic fire accurately landed on the root of the vine. Sizzle! As the demonic fire ignited upon contact, the vine emitted a sound akin to a scream, quickly releasing Miao Yingying and attempting to burrow back into the soil. Trying to escape. Zhou Ran's fingers curled. The demonic fire swept along the vine, burning its entire body along with the underground roots to charred remains. Miao Yingying fell to the ground, watching the blackened wound on her leg, cold sweat pouring down from the pain. There's corpse poison. Zhou Ran approached and squatted down. Miao Yingying let out a painful grunt, gripping the dried grass tightly. In the next moment, several drops of black blood were forced out, and the blackness around the wound. Miao Yingying let out a painful grunt, gripping the dried grass tightly. In the next moment, several drops of black blood were forced out, and the blackness around the wound rapidly faded, revealing bright red blood. It's fine now, I take this half of a pill. Zhou Ran casually tossed her half of a black pill. Miao Yingying swallowed the pill, feeling a cool sensation spreading throughout her body as the wound visibly began to scab over. After treating the injury, the three continued onward. At the end of the medicinal garden, there was a relatively well-preserved stone house. Pushing the door open, a rich medicinal aroma, mixed with a burnt smell, rushed towards them. This was an alchemy room. In the center stood a bronze alchemy furnace about half a person tall, its fire long extinguished for 1,000 years, but the furnace itself still emanated a warm glow. Shelves all around were filled with various bottles and jars. Lin Xingxue picked up a small porcelain bottle and as soon as she removed the cork, the pills inside turned to a wisp of green smoke and vanished. They're all useless. Lin Qingxue shook her head in disappointment. Zhou Ran, however, walked straight to the alchemy furnace. He reached out to stroke the cloud patterns on the furnace, feeling a faint fluctuation of spiritual power at his fingertips. Made from earth core fire bronze inscribed with a gathering fire formation. Although it's just a low-grade artifact, it can be considered a rare treasure on this earth now. Zhou Ran grabbed one of the furnace's feet with one hand and exerted a slight force. The several thousand gene heavy furnace was easily lifted by him. The ring on his hand emitted a pulling force directly sucking the large furnace inside. Let's go, the heat here is getting heavier. Zhou Ran looked towards a stone door at the back of the alchemy room. Pushing open the stone door, the world before him starkly contrasted with the solemnity of the previous Buddhist hall. A spiraling stone staircase sloped downward, flanked by rock walls that displayed a charred dark red hue. The further he descended, the more the air twisted. With each breath, he felt the painful sensation of swallowing burning blades. Lin Qingxue's condition deteriorated rapidly. Being of extreme Yin constitution in this environment of utmost yang and heat, the Yin energy within her was subjected to unprecedented burning and provocation. Her skin turned an abnormal crimson, and as soon as sweat began to surface, it vaporized under the high temperature. Zhou Ran, I feel so uncomfortable. Lin Qingxue's steps faltered, her body leaning heavily against Zhou Ran, her consciousness gradually fading. At that moment, countless pairs of crimson eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness below. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Amidst the piercing shrieks, a horde of flaming monkeys climbed up the stone wall. They had no fur, their crimson muscular fibers exposed with jagged fangs and sparks continually spewing from their mouths. Fire spirit monkeys, low-level demon beasts, derived from the breath of the drought demon. Zhou Ran's brow furrowed tightly. These demon beasts were not strong, but their numbers were endless, making them extremely troublesome. The most concerning factor was that Lin Qingxue's current state could not withstand any disturbances. Ying, protect her. Zhou Ran pushed Lin Qingxue to Miao Ying and summoned the Zanpakuto from his dantian with a swift motion. Clang! The blade enveloped in purple flames carved an eerie crescent moon in the darkness. Slash! With a single swing, the black blade energy swept down. The dozen or so fire spirit monkeys at the front were instantly bisected, their bodies exploding into bursts of flames. Terrifyingly, amidst the flames, even more fire spirit monkeys reformed, their ferocity intensified. Endless and ceaseless. Zhou Ran could not find a way to break the situation for the time, being only able to hold the stone steps, continuously slashing with his sword, blood and flesh flying. Damn it, these things won't stop coming. Zhou Ran thought furiously. These creatures are condensed from the fiery essence of the earth's veins. Unless we find the driving formation, they won't die or be extinguished as long as their energy persists. Yi Fuxian's voice also carried a hint of gravity. You haven't entered Foundation establishment yet. The demon I can't pierce through illusions. Hold on a little longer, wait for this emperor. Before he could finish, a chilling scream came from behind. Zhou, big brother. Sister Qingxue. She's on fire. Zhou Ran suddenly turned back, his pupils constricting. In the corner, Lin Qingxue curled up on the ground, her body covered by an invisible flame. It was not an external fire, but an inner flame. It was the violent clash between the Yin energy in her body and the Yang evil from the outside, causing an internal imbalance that led to spontaneous combustion. It was not an external fire, but an inner flame. It was the violent clash between the Yin energy in her body and the Yang evil from the outside, causing an internal imbalance. Her whole body was burning, her lips cracked, her brow furrowed, and her body trembled violently. Yin and Yang are in turmoil, the fire poison attacking the heart. Yi Fuxian's voice became exceedingly serious. If we don't save her in less than half a minute, she will be burned into a dry corpse from the inside out, her soul scattering. How can we save her? Harmonize the Yin and Yang. Zhou Ran's voice was icy. Quickly absorb the fire poison from her body, while channeling your life force into her, helping her restore the balance of Yin and Yang. At this critical moment of life and death, there was no room for hesitation. Zhou Ran supported Lin Qingxue's scorching body, gripping her chin with one hand, his gaze devoid of any tenderness, only determination. He leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. In the instant their lips met, a torrent of violent fire poison surged from Lin Qingxue's mouth, forcefully rushing into Zhou Ran's body. Zhou Ran's body shook, enduring the excruciating burn of his meridians as he frantically operated the yin-yang technique. The fire poison capable of incinerating a master was forcibly absorbed into his dantian and refined into nourishment. At the same time, a cool and pure life force slowly flowed from his tongue into Lin Qingxue's body, like a nourishing rain descending upon a parched, cracked earth. Lin Qingxue's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The rampaging yin and yang energies within her began to form a subtle cycle under Zhou Ran's powerful guidance. Zhou, big brother, why are you still addicted to kissing? Hurry and save me. Miao Yingying's desperate cries rang out as she was besieged by 3 fire spirit monkeys, flames already igniting on her arm, perilously close to danger. At that moment, Lin Qingsu's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes slowly opened. In that instant, the dark corridor was illuminated by an invisible light. One of her pupils displayed an extreme blackness that seemed to devour all, while the other exhibited an extreme whiteness that represented purification. The black and white colors swirled within her eyes, resembling a living Tai Chi diagram. "I see clearly," Lin Qingxue murmured to herself. Her gaze pierced through the rock walls, through the darkness, penetrating the fiery appearances of those fire spirit monkeys. Breaking illusory spirit eye, Zhou Ran sighed in relief and revealed a faint smile. Lin Qingxue looked at the fierce spirit monkeys, her gaze directly penetrating their flesh and bones. "Their weakness is located 3 inches below the left chest." Lin Qingxue looked at the fierce spirit monkeys, her gaze directly penetrating their flesh and bones. "Their weakness is located 3 inches below the left chest, where there is a red energy crystal, the source of their power. Shatter that spot, and they will completely disintegrate." Hearing this, Zhou Ran let out a long breath. With this radar, the slaughter would become exceedingly simple. "Hold on tight," Zhou Ran whispered, wrapping one arm around Lin Qingsu's soft waist, while the other hand wielded the Zanpakuto, his figure disappearing in an instant. Squeak! The leading fire spirit monkey lunged at his face, its claws trailing a blazing afterimage through the air. Yet the tip of the Zanpakuto struck, first piercing through the flesh of the fire spirit monkey's left chest. The blade energy penetrated, shattering the red crystal core. Bang! The fierce spirit monkey didn't even have time to let out a scream before its entire body exploded into a splendid shower of sparks, completely dissipating. Next, 2 overlapping at the 2 o'clock direction on the right. Lin Qingsu's calm voice rang in Zhou Ran's ear. Zhou Ran moved with the sound. He slid to the right, sweeping his long knife. The 2 fire spirit monkeys attempting to launch a sneak attack were abruptly cut in half as they leapt from the rock wall, exploding into a burst of flames. Miao Yingying, hiding in the back, watched the figure before her akin to a ghost, astonished and speechless. The corpse-fetching bell in her hand was uncertain whether to ring or not. The 2 of them coordinated seamlessly. One was responsible for observing the overall situation, guiding the weaknesses of the demons, while the other executed violent output, delivering lethal strikes. The once endless fire spirit monkeys were now visibly diminishing in numbers. Squeak! Just as the monkey horde was about to be slaughtered entirely, a more savage roar echoed from the depths of the corridor. The entire stone staircase trembled violently, debris raining down from above. A giant fire ape, twice the size of an average person, smashed through the stone wall and charged out in a frenzy. Its whole body was engulfed in ghostly blue flames, its eyes red as blood, and in its hand it wielded a thick bone club fashioned from polished white bones. "It's the Monkey King." The voice of Yi Fu Tian echoed in Zhou Ran's mind. "This beast has consumed a considerable amount of earth fire essence and has formed a false core within. Be wary of its fiery poison." The fire ape king glared at Zhou Ran, slamming its bone staff fiercely against the ground. Boom! A wave of blue flames swept towards Zhou Ran along the ground. There was no escape within the narrow passage. Zhou Ran, its crystal core is in its throat. It's blocked by a bone. Lin Qingxue shouted loudly. In its throat. Zhou Ran pressed forward instead of retreating. He infused demonic energy into his legs, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, charging toward the wave of flames. At that moment, he activated the defensive posture of his demonic body. The blue flames collided with his protective barrier, sizzling as they failed to break through even a fraction. Seeing that this human dared to face its attack heat, in the fire ape king's eyes brimmed with ferocity. It raised its bone staff and brought it down toward Zhou Ran. This strike was as powerful as a mountain. If it landed, even an armored vehicle would be flattened. Zhou Ran did not dodge. He released his grip on Lin Qingxue, sending her to a safe zone behind him. Then he gripped his knife with both hands, cutting upward with the simplest of slashing techniques. Hard against hard. When the sound of collision echoed in the narrow corridor, Miao Yingying covered her ears in pain, feeling as if her eardrums might burst. The incredibly hard white bone staff broke into 2 pieces upon making contact with the slashing knife. The momentum of the slash did not diminish, piercing through the fire ape king's jaw, driving straight through to the back of its head. Poof! The blade emerged from its body. The massive body of the fire ape king stiffened in place, the red light in its eyes rapidly dimming. Zhou Ran twisted his wrist, stirring the blade, and a bead emitting a blue glow was extracted, falling into his palm. The corpse of the fire ape king crashed to the ground, transforming into a pool of scalding magma that flowed across the ground. Huff! Lin Qingxue leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply, beads of fine sweat covering her forehead. Although she was only responsible for observation, the consumption of mental energy by the breaking illusion spiritual eye was immense. In Zhou Ran's palm, the bead he had extracted from the fire ape king's throat radiated a ghostly blue light. The bead was about the size of a pigeon egg, smooth on the surface, yet it appeared as though blue magma was flowing slowly within. If an ordinary person were to touch it, they would instantly have their skin burned off. This is a fine item. In Zhou Ran's mind, Yi Fu Tian's voice conveyed a hint of approval. A mid-stage qi condensation demon core. Demon core. Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. Indeed. In the realm of cultivation, only beasts that have awakened intelligence and can comprehend the ebb and flow of the heavens can form cores. However, due to the deficiency of spiritual energy on Earth, this beast's ability to form a core does not stem from a noble lineage. Rather, it is because it has long resided here, consuming vast amounts of earth fire essence leaking from underground fissures. Yi Fu Tian paused, saying, "This fire ape king has merely been tainted by a wisp of the drought spirit's aura, resulting in its mutation. If a true drought spirit were to emerge, it would indeed possess the ability to scorch the earth." At this moment, Lin Qingxue also regained her composure, her unusual eyes fixed on the bead in Zhou Ran's hand, as she softly remarked, "The energy within is very violent, filled with fiery poison." Fiery poison is also a form of energy. Zhou Ran clenched his 5 fingers, directly squeezing the demon core in his palm. In his palm, the black, demonic energy transformed into countless tiny tendrils that swiftly penetrated the demon core. The demon core seemed to sense impending doom, trembling violently and releasing an astonishing heat in an attempt to resist. However, before the inheritance of the demon emperor, such resistance was akin to an ant shaking a tree. Zzz. The demon core shrank at a visible rate. A pure and domineering fire attribute spiritual energy surged through Zhou Ran's arm veins, forcefully rushing into his dantian. Pain. It felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of molten iron. Zhou Ran emitted a muffled grunt as veins bulged on his forehead. Yet he did not stop. Instead, he intensified the absorption. The demonic energy spun like a grinding wheel, extracting that violent fire spiritual energy bit by bit, ultimately forcibly merging it into his own true energy. The originally pitch-black, demonic energy now bore a layer of dark red hue. Minutes later, the demon core had completely been reduced to powder, falling through the gaps between Zhou Ran's fingers. Zhou Ran exhaled a long breath, the breath carrying a heat that produced white smoke. Peak of the 7th layer of qi condensation, just a bit more, and I can break through to the 8th layer. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. Although his cultivation had not directly broken through, he could clearly perceive that the extreme heat surrounding him, which could dry a person out, had now become somewhat warm and comfortable. His physical body, tempered by fiery poison, had greatly enhanced its resistance to fire attributes. Let's go. Zhou Ran looked deeper into the passage. With this layer of resistance, along with Lin Qingxue's breaking illusion spiritual eye, the journey ahead would be much smoother. The three continued down the spiral stone steps. The further down they went, the more spacious the area became, and ancient murals began to appear on the surrounding rock walls. The earth-cracked rivers dried up, and countless commoners knelt on the ground praying for rain, only to be met with falling fireballs from the sky. Zhou, how exactly did this drought spirit come into being? The earth-cracked rivers dried up, and countless commoners knelt on the ground praying for rain, only to be met with falling fireballs from the sky. Zhou, how exactly did this? The so-called drought spirit is not merely a transformation of a corpse. He pointed to the path beneath their feet. This place was originally a dragon confinement formation. According to feng shui principles, Jiang City lies by the sea, with abundant water vapor, making it a treasure land for gathering wind and qi. However, 1,000 years ago, someone altered the earth veins here, killing the water dragon and forcefully extracting the earth's energy. With the death of the water dragon, resentment arose. This is the extreme yin of the earth veins, yet due to a broken seal, it connected to the deep earth fire. Yin gives rise to yang, and extremes must reverse. When an ancient corpse buried in this location for 1,000 years simultaneously absorbs the extreme yin's resentment and the extreme yang's earth fire. Due to the inability of the two to fuse, a strange balance would form within the corpse. Once this balance is disrupted or reaches a grand completion, it will transform into a massive energy source. Lin Qingxue's breaking illusion spiritual eye focused on the mural, her black and white pupils reflecting the shattered shadows of 1,000 years ago. I saw. Her voice was dry. A water dragon was pinned deep within the earth. Endless resentment surged into the sky. The formation of this drought spirit is a creation of the heavens and earth with yin and yang as fuel, resulting in this unparalleled evil being. As they spoke, the front opened up suddenly. No longer a narrow passage, but a vast natural cave. The cave's ceiling was adorned with countless stalactites, each exhibiting a bizarre blood-red hue, resembling swords hanging above their heads. Zhou, the corpse energy here is very heavy. Miao Yingying stopped in her tracks, timidly clutching Zhou Ran's clothing. So many wrong souls. Lin Qingxue covered her mouth. This place was simply a realm of the dead. The ground was littered with highly decayed white bones. Shadows in midair wore garments from different dynasties, some headless, others missing arms and legs wandering aimlessly. The pit of 10,000 souls. Zhou Ran came to a halt. Zhou Ran halted his steps. Most of these wandering souls were mindless specters and restless ghosts drawn here by the oppressive enslaying aura and trapped in this realm unable to transcend. Zhou Ran, look over there. Lin Qingxue suddenly pointed toward the cavern's center. Upon a protruding black monolith grew a crimson-red Lingji mushroom, its leaves arranged in 7 distinct pagoda-like tiers. No wandering soul dared approach the Lingji, all surrounding energy was drawn into it and transmuted into pure fire spiritual energy. 7-leaf fire Lingji. Yi Futian gasped aloud. Remarkable. This is one of the principal ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills, and it must be at least 800 years old. Even consumed raw, it would fortify your cultivation foundation. A flash of sharp resolve gleamed in Zhou Ran's eyes. Such a celestial treasure, once encountered, must never be abandoned. Yet coiled beside the Lingji lay a peculiar serpent, barely a meter long, yet covered head to tail in scarlet scales. Though small in stature, its aura radiated greater peril than the colossal fire ape king they had faced moments before. Crimson serpent, extremely venomous. Zhou Ran stepped forward, shielding Lin Qingxue and Miao Yingying behind him. His Jampa blade unsheathed once more. Remain still. I will retrieve the herb. The crimson serpent flicked its tongue, unleashing a torrent of crimson venom mist. Instantly the air thickened with a cloying metallic stench. This poison possessed devastating corrosive power, where droplets struck the bleached bones littering the ground. Acrid smoke rose as the bone dissolved into viscous sludge. Beware, the lotus flame venom. Contact means instant rot. Zhou Ran's expression remained unshaken, not even his stride faltered. He raised his palm. The void trembling as dark demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into an invisible barrier that held the advancing mist precisely 3 chi away. Clearly sentient, the serpent recoiled, its body arching taut like a drawn bow. Snap! It launched, a blazing scarlet arrow cleaving the air at blinding speed, aimed straight for Zhou Ran's throat. Blue light shimmered along its needle-sharp fangs. Beasts remain beasts, Zhou Ran murmured, gaze cold and detached. The Jampa blade flashed free, wreathed in violet black, demonic flame, and sliced once, deceptively slow yet faster than thought, across empty space. That single stroke severed the serpent precisely at its vital 7th-inch point. A soft shhk, and mid-leap its head parted from its body. No blood gushed from the wound, instead the cut edge blackened instantly beneath the searing demonic flame. The severed body thudded to the ground, convulsing violently, yet Zhou Ran had already stepped past it, grasping the 7-leaf fire Lingji and uprooting it whole. The moment his fingers closed around it, scorching heat flooded his meridians. Potent chi indeed. At Jiangxing Harbor, the colossal channel carved by Zhou Ran's sword, parting the sea itself, had long since sealed. Yet the cataclysmic surge of demonic energy and the violent tremors rippling through the seabed's ley lines had already alerted every major sect and faction across the land. Now upon a desolate stretch of beach near the harbor, several figures materialized out of thin air. To the left stood a group clad in bright yellow Taoist robes, wearing mixed yuan caps and bearing peachwood swords, each exuding solemnity and a serene, balanced aura. At their forefront stood a white-bearded elder wielding a whisk of horsehair, his eyes piercing and unwavering. Senior Uncle, the compass has gone mad. A young Taoist stared anxiously at the wildly spinning needle in his hand. The geomagnetic field here is utterly disrupted, and I smell overwhelming corpse chi and demonic energy. The elder furrowed his brows, gazing toward the churning sea. This is a millennium-old sealed site. Someone has forcibly broken the seal. That azure light piercing heaven and earth. It was clearly the water parting art. The water parting art. That is a lost high-tier technique. It seems a master has preceded us. The elder sighed deeply, and likely with ill intent. We are orthodox disciples of the celestial master mansion of Mount Longhu. Having witnessed this, we cannot stand idly by. Should whatever lies imprisoned beneath the sea break free, all living beings shall perish. But senior uncle, the sea route is sealed. No matter. The elder withdrew a violet talisman from his sleeve, a flicker of reluctant pain crossing his face. We'll use the water-splitting talisman. Though its effect won't last long, it suffices for our descent. This was true orthodox Taoist lineage. Mount Longhu, a 1,000-year tradition cultivating righteous chi and mastering thunder arts. Meanwhile, at another entrance a kilometer from the harbor. This was true orthodox Taoist lineage. Mount Longhu, a 1,000-year tradition cultivating righteous chi and mastering thunder arts. Meanwhile, at another entrance, she appeared no older than 30, her skin pale, beyond natural limits. Her lips bore deep purple-black rouge, and silver ornaments chimed softly with each step she took. Yet no living creature dared draw near her. Swarming across her ornaments were countless minuscule black insects no larger than rice grains. Elder Lon, the enslaying aura here is suffocating. Even our southern border, 10,000 insect cavern pales in comparison, muttered a hunched elder trailing behind her, inhaling the putrid air with unsettling relish. The heavier the slaying aura, the more ferocious what lies beneath. The woman addressed as Elder Lan was Lan Caifa, third elder of the southern border bug cult. She extended a finger painted in crimson lacquer, lightly touching the damp cave wall. A brilliantly iridescent spider scuttled up her fingertip and vanished into the darkness. The intelligence was accurate. This place truly seals a drought demon. If I can refine it into my life-bound familiar, I shall break through to Foundation Establishment realm. Her eyes burned with feverish ambition. Behind her trailed 7 or 8 men whose auras dripped with chilling malevolence. Men who outside the cult would reign as terrestrial immortals commanding entire territories. Yet here they were merely her personal guards. Who was that? Suddenly the hunched elder stiffened, his gaze locking onto the opposite bank of the subterranean river. Their figures in bright yellow Taoist robes strode effortlessly across the water's surface. Their leader, a venerable elder with snow-white hair and beard, held a peachwood sword and wore a Bagua mirror upon his back, his very presence radiating incorruptible righteousness, starkly alien amid the gloom. Ah, the nose-twitching Taoists of Mount Longhu's celestial master mansion. Lan Caifa sneered, her voice honeyed, yet edged with frost. Zhang Xuansu, why abandon your sutras atop the mountain to meddle in this netherworld? Across the river, Zhang Xuansu paused. His gaze sharp as lightning swept over the bug cult members before settling coldly on Lan Caifa, his brow deeply furrowed. I observe the heavens. The malign chi from the southeast pierces the firmament. A supreme fiend stirs, poised to ravage the mortal world. So, the southern border bug cult has arrived. Zhang Xuansu snorted contemptuously. Lan Caifa, what lies below is a primordial abomination. Your heterodox arts stand no chance of controlling it. Leave now, or you'll die without even a grave to mark your end. Old man, your arrogance knows no bounds. Lan Caifa laughed softly, covering her mouth, but her eyes held no mirth. The drought demon belongs to the bug cult. If you wish to exorcise demons and uphold justice, then lead the way ahead, and shield us from the malignant aura. With that, she turned her back on the celestial master disciples, and with her entourage dissolved into streaks of afterimage, vanishing into the abyssal dark. Senior uncle, those heretics are insufferably arrogant. A young Taoist behind Zhang Xuansu clenched his fists in outrage. Qingfeng, do not let anger cloud your heart. Zhang Xuansu sighed, withdrawing a stack of golden talismans from his robe and distributing them among his disciples. Though the bug cult's methods are unorthodox, their target is likewise the drought demon. Yet beneath this seal may lie far graver anomalies. His compass, still clutched in hand, spun wildly before shattering with a sharp crack. An omen of utmost calamity. Staring at the scattered fragments, Zhang Xuansu felt a profound dread settle in his chest. Yet as a pillar of the orthodox sect, retreat was unthinkable. Forward, we take the Qian position, to reinforce the seal. Zhou Ran sat cross-legged at the rim of the cavern, cradling the blood-red 7-leaf fire Lingji in his palm. In his spirit, Yi Fuxian's voice rang out, barely able to contain its excitement. Boy, this Lingji is 1,000 years old. Paired with the alchemy I will teach you and a few auxiliary herbs, it can certainly yield a foundation establishment pill. Once you succeed in foundation establishment, your cultivation will soar. You could walk this earth with impunity. Zhou Ran's eyes flickered. Outwardly he asked with composed courtesy. What auxiliary herbs are required? Very simple. In his spirit, Yi Fuxian rattled them off like prized possessions. A century-old ginseng, a millennium, He Wu, a purple Lingji, a shard of cold marrow jade. His enthusiasm grew. He even described the furnace placement, the control of the flame, and the incantation to seal the pill. Zhou Ran did not answer. He lowered his gaze to the Lingji in his hand, a trace of deep thought passing through his eyes. Yi Fuxian's words were flawless, even laced with apparent magnanimity. The more so, the more Zhou Ran's vigilance tightened. That old fiend was by no means benevolent. From treating him like a mere furnace to suddenly teaching him arts, and now to appearing considerate in every way, this change had come far too quickly. Zhou Ran never believed in unmotivated kindness. Moreover, the other party had lived untold years, and was famed for guile and cruelty as a grand master of demonic ways. The more solicitous Yi Fuxian acted, the more it proved the extent of his designs. Thanks for your guidance, master, Zhou Ran replied with continued respect. In the next instant, to Yi Fuxian's stupefied gaze, he suddenly opened his mouth and stuffed the priceless 7-leaf fire Lingji wholly into his mouth. You insolent brat, how dare you? What are you doing? Yi Fuxian's furious shouts detonated across the spirit sea. Swallow it. Are you mad? This Lingzi's potency is overwhelming, a waste of heaven's treasure. Zhou Ran ignored him. The Lingji melted on his tongue like molten or becoming a searing torrent that shot down his throat and into his dantian. Boom. The demonic chi in his dantian boiled at once, colliding violently with the Lingzi's medicinal force. Two utterly different energies waged war inside him, his meridians tore with agonizing pain. Zhou Ran's skin flushed crimson, before their eyes veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring like rain. Zhou Ran. Lin Qingxue cried out, moving to rush forward, only to be held back by Miao Yingying. Don't go. He's breaking through. Any outside interference now will doom him. Miao Yingying, though fearful, had witnessed too many corpse drivers' perilous breakthroughs to know that only Zhou Ran himself could endure this. Zhou Ran gritted his teeth and hurled himself into the Yinyang Ju. That old rascal's motives were suspect, yet the technique itself was undeniably real. Within his dantian, the previously saturated demonic qi began to reconsolidate. The bulwark at the peak of condensing qi's 7th tier cracked under the assault of the herb's potency. Crack. The fissure widened. Boom. A mighty aura erupted from Zhou Ran's body. Condensing qi 8th tier. He opened his eyes, with streak of purple gold flowed through his gaze. Now the demonic qi inside him was purer by far, and his meridians had been widened by the Lingzi's force. Most crucially, the Lingzi's fire spirit power had completely fused into his true qi. From this moment, every attack he unleashed would be laced with intensified demonic flame. Huff, you. In the spirit sea, Yi Fuxian's voice sounded odd. He hesitated, his tone turning sullen. Do you not trust this old man? Zhou Ran wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, Master, you worry too much. He hesitated, his tone turning sullen. Do you not trust this old man? Zhou Ran wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly. Yi Fuxian sneered and fell silent, but Zhou Ran could feel the old demon's temper growing markedly. Indeed, there was trouble. He likely meant ill even in the formula he taught. In any case, Zhou Ran resolved to raise his cultivation as swiftly as possible. Only when his spirit grew formidable would the old lecher's chance to usurp him diminish. Once they left Jinhuan Temple, he would find a way to fully refine Yi Fuxian's remnant soul and turn him into a true tool. Otherwise, this ticking bomb would one day explode catastrophically. Zhou Ran, are you all right? Lin Qingxue hurried over, worry filled her pale gray-white eyes. I'm fine. Zhou Ran rose, flexing his joints as bones crackled. Let's go. It's time to deal with that ham. No sooner had he spoken than the cavern began to quake violently. Countless stones rained from the ceiling, the ground split with yawning fissures. An earthquake. Miao Yingying cried hurriedly, unleashing her life-bound goo insect for protection. Lin Qingxue's piercing spirit eyes flared with a blinding white light as she fixed her gaze on the cavern's shadowed depths. Something has awakened. So terrifying, such overwhelming resentment. And Buddha light. Why is there Buddha light? Zhou. Hamba awakened. No, Hamba is pure yang and fierce, it would not radiate Buddha light. Could it be that golden-bodied Luohan? But that Luohan had entered nirvana 1,000 years ago, left only with a single lingering attachment. How could it suddenly awaken? It's not the Hamba, Lin Qingxue said through clenched lips, tears of blood tracking down her cheeks. This aura is from that Taoist earlier. He's not dead. He ate the corpse of that ancient monk. Zhou Ran's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Run, he decided in an instant, seizing Lin Qingxue and Miao Yingying by the wrists and sprinting back the way they had come. But it was too late. The passage collapsed with a roar, countless boulders sealed their escape. From the cavern's depths came a strange, unsettling laughter. The laughter shifted between madness, compassion, rancor, and serenity, as if two different voices spoke. From the cavern's depths, a figure slowly emerged. Its left half was the Lingshu Taoist skin shard, and cracked the left arm reduced to bare bones, stinking of rot and resentment. Its right half, astonishingly, was the solemn body of the golden-bodied Luohan. Pale golden skin glowed, and concentric rings of Buddha light shimmered about it. Most bizarre of all was its face. The front was the Lingshu Taoist's snarling, twisted visage, eyes mad and covetous. The back of the head bore the Luohan's face, wearing a look of compassionate smile. Two voices issued from the monstrosity at once. One cold and vicious, the other mournful and merciful. The effect was utterly uncanny. Zhou Ran. I could have become an immortal, but you drove me into a corner. Reverend. From the rear face, a gentle smile. Lay down the butcher's knife and instantly become Buddha. I am willing to help you cross over. Shut up. The Lingshu Taoist's voice suddenly crushed the Luohan's. He sneered and raised his left arm. Today I will devour you. Seize your body. Your cultivation. Everything that you are. In the next moment, the grotesque Buddha demon figure vanished from where it stood. In the dark river, Zhang Xuansu and his companions walked on the black water as if it were solid ground. Master Uncle, the Yin energy in this place is growing heavier, he remarked. With the seal lasting 1,000 years, it is only natural for changes to occur. Zhang Xuance's face was taut, though he did not voice his concerns. Just moments ago, his magical compass had shattered, and they were relying solely on the conviction of the righteous path to force their way through. Remember, the evil spirits here are not to be trifled with. Form the 7 stars formation and do not lose your composure. Yes. Before his words could fade, the dark river ahead suddenly erupted. Splashing water surged skyward as distorted human-shaped shadows broke through the surface, silently opening their hollow mouths, emitting piercing shrieks that pierced the soul. Water ghosts. Form the formation. Zhang Xuanzu commanded sharply. The 7 disciples instantly took their positions, intertwining their figures to form the Northern Dipper formation. Heaven and earth are limitless. Borrow the laws of the universe. Command. 7 golden light talismans flew out, weaving into a giant net of flickering thunder in midair, descending upon the enemies. Crackling sounds echoed. Where the thunderlight passed, the water ghosts melted away like ice under the blazing sun, screaming as they turned into wisps of black smoke. The young Taoists were about to show a hint of relief. However, Zhang Xuanz's expression darkened. Something is wrong. These water ghosts have too much resentment. When the seal was intact, it was impossible for them to gather here. Before he could finish, a rumble erupted. The entire underground space began to shake violently. The rock wall ahead collapsed with a loud crash, revealing a deeper passage. At the other end of the passage, the way back was blocked by massive stones, and an eerie laughter, faint yet tangible, wormed its way into their ears. Zhou Ran looked around, realizing they were already 1,000 meters beneath the sea. "We need to find the seal of the drought demon. There should be another way out there," he said to comfort them. He could break through these boulders, but the consequences were uncertain, risking the influx of seawater or attracting the mysterious Ling Su Daoist, which would be too costly. Miao Yingying's face turned pale as she nodded, but she tightly covered her mouth. "What's wrong?" Zhou Ran asked suspiciously. "Ugh, the stench of corpses is so strong." Before she could finish, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Miao Yingying's face turned pale as she nodded, but she tightly covered her mouth. "What's wrong?" Zhou Ran asked suspiciously. "Ugh, the stench of corpses is so strong." Before she A foul wind mingled with the stench of corpses, and sandalwood rushed toward them. Zhou Ran's pupils constricted, and he instinctively pushed Lin Qingxue and Miao Yingying behind him. The demonic energy of the 8th layer condensed explosively, forming a pitch-black barrier in front of him. Boom. A skeletal hand, eerily white and bony, slammed down on the barrier of demonic energy. Zhou Ran was pushed backward by an irresistible force. His feet carved 2 deep grooves in the hard rock. His throat turned salty, and a thin line of blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his mouth. "Seize the body." In his mind, the previously listless Yi Fuxian's eyes sparkled with golden light once more. That Ling Su Daoist is about to be possessed by that ancient monk. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran's brows furrowed even deeper, feeling as if he was facing a great enemy. Does this mean that the monk could successfully possess? That old demon could do the same. At this moment, the sense of pressure brought by Yi Fuqian was far greater than the half-demon, half-Buddha Ling Su Daoist before him. "Master, didn't you say that the spiritual energy on earth is too sparse to support?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran's brows furrowed even deeper, feeling as if he was facing a great enemy. Does this mean that the monk could successfully possess? That is natural. This old monk is at best at the golden core stage, and his soul power is too weak. Even if he successfully possesses, he will suffer from memory loss. Moreover, the longer the possession process takes, the more advantageous it becomes for the possessed. If not handled well, it could lead to the annihilation of the soul. Zhou Ran raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. "So that's how it is. It's not that this old fellow is kind enough to spare me. It's that the spiritual energy on earth is too thin to force a possession. However, this ancient monk's method of possession has given me a reminder. Yi Fuqian could completely emulate him, imprisoning his own soul. Then, like the ancient monk before him, he could slowly devour the Ling Su Daoist soul. He absolutely could not give this old demon a chance." Zhou Ran, Lin Qingxue, and Miao Yingying's cries brought Zhou Ran back to reality. No wonder he's at the golden core stage, he's quite strong. Zhou Ran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes not showing an ounce of fear, but instead igniting with a fierce battle intent. Why not seize this opportunity to expend the spiritual energy that Yi Fuqian had accumulated over these days? Once they got out of this soul-suppressing temple, he would think of a way to completely absorb his remnants. "Come again." Zhou Ran charged forward, his Zanpakuto letting out a bloodthirsty hum, and purple-black demonic flames surged 3 feet high. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. From the entrance of the passage that had just been blasted open, several figures in bright yellow Taoist robes stepped through the water. Leading them was an elder with white hair and beard, holding a peachwood sword radiating righteous energy that was at odds with this place. It was indeed Zhang Xuanzu and his group from the Tianshi mansion of Longhu Mountain. Such intense demonic energy. And the stench of corpses. A young Taoist exclaimed in shock. Zhang Xuanz's gaze flickered like lightning as it swept across the scene. On one side was Zhou Ran engulfed in demonic flames. On the other side was that half-human, half-demon Ling Su Daoist. 2 vile beings. Zhang Xuanzu was furious. His purpose for coming was to suppress the evil, and he instinctively categorized both as the same kind of vermin. Form the formation. First, eliminate the stronger, demonic Buddha. With a shout he aimed directly at the Ling Su Daoist whose aura was the most bizarre and powerful. Heaven and earth are limitless, borrow the laws of the universe. Heavenly thunder, righteous method swiftly. Zhang Xuansu pointed his peachwood sword into the air. A golden thunderbolt as thick as an arm carrying the majestic might to vanquish evil and dispel illusions tore through the darkness, heading straight for the Ling Su Daoist's back. This strike was enough to turn a terrestrial immortal into ashes. However, the Ling Su Daoist didn't even turn around. He merely raised his right arm, which flickered with golden light, and lightly flicked it at the void. A soft golden imprint floated out. Boom. Thunder and the Buddha seal collided. The raging thunderstorm, like a mud cow entering the sea, did not stir up the slightest ripple before dissipating into nothingness. What a... Zhang Xuance's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His proud heavenly thunder righteous method was neutralized. You old nose, get lost. The Ling Su Daoist spoke with great impatience as his left hand, with its skeletal grasp, reached for Zhang Xuansu from the distance. A pitch-black handprint of corpse energy condensed in midair, carrying a foul wind that could nauseate both gods and spirits, pressed down upon the Tianshi Mansion disciples. Not good. Formed the Tian Gang Beidou formation. Zhang Xuance's heart sank, and he and the other 6 disciples instantly changed formations. 7 beams of golden light shot into the sky, weaving a splendid star map to barely block the descending corpse claw. But the star map only held for a moment before its brilliance flickered and began to crumble. All 7 Taoists simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, and the formation collapsed in an instant. In just one move, the elite of the Tianshi Mansion of Longhu Mountain was defeated. In the shadows, another group of figures watched everything unfold. The 3rd elder of the southern Gu clan, Lan Caihua, covered her mouth in shock, her eyes filled with fear and relief. Fortunately, she hadn't acted rashly just now. This Ling Su Daoist had already become incomprehensibly powerful. Longhu Mountain was defeated, and the black-clad boy regarded by the Ling Su Daoist as the primary target would only face a worse fate. Everyone's gaze was focused on Zhou Ran. In the face of absolute power, he had already fallen into a desperate situation. However, the expression on Zhou Ran's face was eerily calm. Deep within the earth, the dark river surged. Zhou Ran stood atop a pile of rubble, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The Daoist Ling Su had half of his face charred black as viscous black water dripped down. The once benevolent visage on the back of his head had now shifted to the right side of his face. The ancient monk's appearance was solemn, even carrying a hint of compassionate smile, subtly shimmering with golden light. One eye was blood red, while the other shone brilliantly with golden radiance. This extreme sense of disjunction made one feel as though their stomach was churning at just a glance. All eyes were focused on the young black silhouette. Zhou Ran held the Zampakeo in his hand, its tip angled towards the water surface. Drops of purple-black demon blood slid down the blade, falling into the water and instantly spreading into large patches of ink. Zhou Ran. Lin Qingxue clutched her chest, the pressure from deep within her soul making it difficult for her to breathe. In those eyes that could pierce through illusions, only a blinding chaos of golden light and black mist remained. It was inscrutable. One could not discern the weaknesses of that monster at all. Run! Miao Yingying wanted to say something, but was sent flying several meters away by a gentle push from Zhou Ran. You should go too. I will not. Zhou Ran glanced back at the swaying Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth, blood tears welling at the corners of her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the half-compassionate, half-menacing face of Daoist Ling Su. His aura is chaotic. That monk's consciousness is resisting. As long as I can hold on and not die right. Opposite him, Daoist Ling Su tilted his neck, bones cracking audibly. Benefactor, why do you not leave? The solemn face of Daoist Ling Zu's right side spoke, his voice booming like a bell imbued with compassionate pity. Immediately after, his left side with its dry and decayed skin suddenly twitched, producing a shrill laugh akin to that of a night owl. Keek. Where to run? Just swallow him whole. This kid's demon body is even more perfect than my silver-armored corpse. Zhou Ran tightened his grip on the hilt, the Zampakeo, emitting a clear ringing sound. The blade was enveloped in purple energy, and the battle intent surged wildly. Ignorant child, Daoist Ling Su spoke. The two voices overlapped. One was the sinister hoarse voice of Ling Su, while the other was the grand, ethereal sound of the Dharma. Today I shall grant you salvation, and borrow your flesh to certify my supreme Tao. Before the words fell, that golden-tinged right arm slowly lifted. There were no flashy movements, just a simple boom. The originally calm space instantly collapsed. A golden palm print the size of a grinding disc appeared out of thin air. The palm lines were clearly visible, radiating a terrifying oppressive force that descended upon Zhou Ran. Before the palm fell, the rock beneath Zhou Ran's feet could no longer bear the weight, cracking inch by inch into powder. Zhou Ran. Dodge! Lin Qingxue's terrified scream was torn apart by the immense wind pressure. Dodge! A hint of madness flickered in Zhou Ran's eyes. Why should he dodge? He stomped his feet violently, his entire being like a cannonball charging forward towards the golden palm print. In his sea of consciousness, Yi Futian, who had been watching leisurely, suddenly jumped up. Fool! That is the Golden Core Stage's great Vajra wheel seal. It doesn't matter if you die, just don't drag me down with you. Zhou Ran completely ignored the roar in his head. One could say he was aiming for this very effect. He gripped the sword tightly, infusing his demonic energy into the blade without reservation. The Zampakeo glowed in purple light, trembling violently, emitting a mournful cry of being unable to bear the burden. Slash! Zhou Ran roared, bringing the blade down upon the golden palm print. Clang! A deafening sound erupted like the ringing of a great bell. A visible shockwave swept out forcibly, stripping away a layer of the dark river's surface in the distance. Crack! Clear sounds of bone fractures echoed through Zhou Ran's arms. Although the low-grade magical weapon Zampakeo blocked the palm print, the tremendous backlash surged into his body without reservation. Rubble tumbled down, dust engulfed the space. Cough, cough. Zhou Ran struggled to crawl out from the pile of rubble, his face covered in blood. Rubble tumbled down, dust engulfed the space. Cough, cough. Zhou Ran struggled to crawl out from the pile of rubble, his face covered in blood. His arms hung limply, clearly broken. Yet he smiled. Golden Core Stage is nothing much after all. Zhou Ran spat, continuing to provoke. In the sea of consciousness, Yi Futian was already furious. Idiot. This is the critical moment for that ancient monk to seize the body. Escaping is the best strategy. Zhou Ran leaned against the rock wall, panting heavily, responding coldly in his heart. Master, I could just walk away, but what about Qingxue and Yingying? You felt that blow just now, right? That monster wants to crush my soul along with me. This kid was ruthless not only to his enemies, but even more so to himself. You are indeed ruthless. Yi Futian cursed his once solid. This kid was ruthless not only to his enemies, but even more so to himself. You are indeed ruthless. Yi Futian cursed his once solid spiritual shadow, dimming significantly. A pure and ancient aura of soul power surged from the sea of consciousness into Zhou Ran's limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Ran's broken hand bones healed at a visible speed. The previously depleted Dantian was once again filled with dark black demonic energy. Moreover, this demonic energy was even more tyrannical and purer than before. Come again. Zhou Ran flexed his neck, gripping his sword and charging forward once more. A hint of confusion flashed in Taoist Ling Zu's golden eye. Clearly at the end of his strength, why did his aura appear to be stronger? Interesting. The Grand Dharma sound resonated again. Since you are a demon cultivator, then taste the flavor of this red lotus karma fire. Taoist Ling Zu's right Buddha hand swung violently. The water of the dark river instantly boiled. Countless purple-black flames leapt from the water, transforming into vicious fire serpents, overwhelming Zhou Ran as they surged forward. Wherever these fire serpents passed, even the air was scorched and distorted. Zhou Ran had nowhere to hide. Those fire serpents coiled around him, searing his skin. The sizzling sounds made one's scalp tingle. Master, save me. Zhou Ran shouted desperately in his heart. Yi Futian was truly going mad. That is corpse fire. You damn thing. That is corpse fire, specifically meant to taint one's soul. You are burning my soul power. As Yi Futian cursed, he had no choice but to once again mobilize his source powers. A layer of black membrane formed around Zhou Ran's body, isolating the corpse fire. Zhou Ran observed the increasingly transparent figure of Yi Futian. In the sea of consciousness, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing more pronounced. This old demon was indeed more reluctant to die than he was. As long as this battle exhausted Yi Futian's foundation, once they escaped this hellish place, who seized whose body would be up for debate. In the distance, Zhang Xuansu and the others watched in astonishment. He gazed at the figure that bravely confronted a golden core monster to protect the two women behind him, an indescribable emotion surging in his chest. Master Uncle. A young Taoist, clutching his chest with blood at the corner of his mouth, looked on in disbelief. That person clearly practices demonic arts, so why would he act with such self-sacrifice? Why did he not flinch in the face of a terrifying enemy far beyond his own strength? Zhang Xuansu did not answer. His gaze was fixed tightly on the center of the battlefield. Each charge of Zhou Ran, each time he was sent flying, each time he spat blood, felt like a resounding slap in the face of this elder from the Longhu Mountain Taoist temple. Another Taoist murmured to himself, confusion and shock evident in his eyes. Another Taoist murmured to himself, confusion and shock evident in his eyes. Master Uncle, ancient texts say that the Buddhist sect has great powers that can attain enlightenment through slaughter and perform Buddhist deeds with a demonic heart. Could this senior have entered the Tao through demonic means, practicing the legendary Mahayana Buddhism? Upon hearing this, the surrounding Taoists were greatly shaken. They prided themselves on being a righteous sect dedicated to subduing demons and evil spirits. Yet against the half-Buddha, half-demon Lingshu Taoists, their prideful heavenly thunder righteous law seemed like child's play. With a single glance, they were overwhelmed. Even when 7 of them joined forces to form a formation, they could not withstand a casual strike from their opponent. Had it not been for the demonic youth attracting the monster's full attention, they would have likely already been reduced to a pile of bones. Shame. An indescribable feeling of shame burned like fire in Zhang Zuansis' Dao heart. They, the righteous ones, were utterly helpless in the face of true evil. They could only watch helplessly as a young man they had labeled a demon fought bloody battles ahead. What a profound— As members of the righteous path, how can we allow a righteous man to bleed alone? Zhang Xuanzu suddenly bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him awake. His eyes turned bloodshot, hair standing on end. He shouted loudly. Form the Big Dipper exorcism formation. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we must assist that young friend. Yes. The other 6 disciples were inspired by their master uncle's determination, suppressing their fear and forcing out the little remaining spiritual energy within them. The 7 of them changed their positions again, their figures intertwining, tossing their talismans into the air. Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian, Quan Yu Heng, Kai Yang Yao Guang. Big Dipper stars, heed my command. Exorcise evil. Buzz. The 7 golden talismans transformed into 7 brilliant stars in midair, connected by golden threads, forming an intricate star map. A pure vast force of suppression emanated from the star map. Go. Zhang Xuanzu pointed like a sword, directing it fiercely at the Lingshu Taoist. At that moment, the Lingshu Taoist seemed to have finally lost his patience. He joined his hands together. Though he was a Taoist, he made the gestures of a monk. A terrifying wave that could change the color of heaven and earth gathered in his palms. The surrounding dark river water was instantly evaporated, revealing a cracked riverbed. A gigantic blood-colored Buddhist seal slowly rotated behind him. I've had enough. The Lingshu Taoist expression was devoid of emotion. Shura, annihilation seal. In his sea of consciousness, Yi Fu Tian gripped his hair, tightly screaming. Damn it, run. The blood-colored Buddhist seal descended like a millstone. It was the true essence of annihilation. Not even a chi condensation cultivator could withstand this pressure. Even a heavy tank would be crushed into a flat pancake under this seal. Zhou Ran felt as if his body were filled with lead. Moving even a finger was exceedingly difficult. That was the absolute suppression from his realm. Run. Run away. Not far away, Miao Yingying shouted with a crying tone, wanting to unleash her iron corpse to save him. But the moment she thought of it, that half-disabled iron corpse was crushed to the ground by the oppressive force, unable to move. Lin Qingxue was even paler, tears of blood streaming from her eyes that could pierce through illusions. She saw it. At the center of that blood-colored seal, there was only death. There was no escape. Run. Zhou Ran slowly lifted his head under the suffocating pressure. Blood trickled down his forehead into his eyes, dyeing his world crimson. Master, save me. Zhou Ran silently cried out in his heart, claiming he was not afraid would be a lie. But he was certain that this old man must have some trick up his sleeve. Master, it seems that without using some real skills today, I will meet my end here. He said softly in his sea of consciousness, it doesn't matter if I die, but I pity your fragment of soul, master, which might be refined by this bald donkey, and forever unable to be reborn. Yi Fu Tian was nearly driven mad. He, the demon emperor, had roamed the cultivation world for thousands of years, and had seen all manner of treacherous opponents. But he had never seen a reckless rogue like Zhou Ran. This kid was forcing his way into a palace with his life. You little brat. You dare to scheme against me. Yi Fu Tian cursed, but he could sense that the power in the Lingshu Taoist palm was enough to completely obliterate Zhou Ran. If the physical body was destroyed, he would perish as well. Damn bald donkey. Damn brat. Yi Fu Tian let out a reluctant roar. The concentrated black soul power that had originally resided in Zhou Ran's sea of consciousness was forced out in large amounts, rushing into Zhou Ran's limbs and bones. Hold on for me. Zhou Ran, who had originally been weak, suddenly erupted with a terrifying wave of power that was suffocating. This was the source power belonging to the demon emperor. Though it was only a trace for a cultivation wasteland like Earth, it was a dimensional strike. Fake Dan realm. Although it was only temporary at this moment, Zhou Ran possessed the capital to face the Lingshu Taoist Heathen. This aura. The previously indifferent Lingshu, his once withered muscles swelled as if inflated, and strange golden patterns emerged on the surface of his skin. An aura that surpassed chi condensation and even transcended foundation establishment erupted from his body. Fake Dan realm. Although it was only temporary at this moment, Zhou Ran possessed the capital to face the Lingshu Taoist Heathen. This aura. The previously indifferent Lingshu Taoist's golden eye suddenly widened. Zhou Ran's figure left a trail of afterimages as he charged toward the Lingshu Taoist. Old bald donkey, haven't you eaten? With a roar, the blade light surged like a black dragon emerging from the abyss. In that instant, Zhou Ran's body became light as a feather. After a drop of blood entered his body, the pressure of the annihilation Buddha seal was reduced by 70 to 80%. Slash. He transformed into a stream of golden light, swinging his right hand as the slashing soul blade howled. That Shura annihilation seal was forcibly cut in half by this strike. The momentum did not fade. The blade light surged like a golden dragon roaring toward the Lingshu Taoist. No. The Lingshu Taoist let out an unwilling roar, trying to cross his arms in front of his chest. Umatba. His left face was filled with horror, while his right face remained calm as a deep well. He lightly pushed his right palm forward. Bang! The golden light exploded. It easily dispelled Zhou Ran's demonic aura. The entire underground cavern shook violently, and countless stalactites fell like raindrops. As the dust settled, Zhou Ran stood in place, gasping for breath. The terrifying power within him receded like a tide. What followed was a bone-deep sense of weakness. Stop fighting. A voice of extreme weakness came from Yi Fu Tian in the sea of consciousness. Even just by hearing the voice, Zhou Ran could imagine the frail appearance of the old demon at that moment. Quickly, catch that drought demon. As long as we obtain the drought demon's corpse, I can help you. Zhou Ran narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this old thing was not ready to give up. Although that last strike was fierce, it was definitely not Yi Fu Tian's limit. Knight Futon is willing to pay a heavy price to obtain that corpse of the drought corpse. Does he intend to use the drought corpse's body as a vessel for possession? Or is there a deeper conspiracy hidden behind this? Drought corpse. A cold smile crept into Zhou Ran's heart. That kind of extremely malevolent being is not something I can handle right now. Despite this, he endured the excruciating pain threatening to tear his body apart. He pulled out a handful of chi replenishing pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth, like candy, chewing vigorously. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, confronting the terrifying pressure of the golden core stage, inching closer to Lingshu Taoist. What are you trying to do? In the sea of consciousness, Knight Futon emitted a terrified scream. You can't defeat him. Zhou Ran's eyes burned with fire, his voice laced with a chilling ruthlessness. He has harmed me so severely, of course I will take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. If the roots of the grass are not eradicated, they will grow back with the spring breeze. Master, this is what you taught me. Above the dark river, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. In the distance, Lin Qingxue bit her lip tightly. While she could not comprehend the intricacies of the battle, she could clearly sense that Zhou Ran was risking his life to protect her. A heat she had never experienced before surged from the depths of her cold heart, causing a layer of mist to shroud her grayish-white eyes. Growing up due to her eye condition, she was seen as an outcast by her peers. Attracting too many wandering souls and ghosts brought misfortune to her family, leading her parents to view her as a harbinger of bad luck. So this is what it feels like to be unreservedly protected by someone else. On the other side, Zhou Ran was completely unaware of Lin Qingxue's thoughts. He only wanted to squeeze out the last trump card of this old monster. Master, if you don't step it up, we might really become this old monster's nourishment today. In the sea of consciousness, Knight Futon's originally solid soul had thinned to nearly half, becoming almost transparent. The old demon's soul shadow quivered in anger. In the sea of consciousness, Knight Futon's originally solid soul had thinned to nearly half, becoming almost transparent. The old demon's soul shadow quivered in anger. Knight Futon roared, yet his actions were filled with no hesitation. A surge of pure, ancient primal soul power gushed into Zhou Ran's limbs and bones like a dam breaking. Crack! The rock beneath Zhou Ran's feet shattered with a thunderous roar, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly around. His momentum surged, and within his dantian a phantom magic core the size of a pigeon egg as black as ink faintly materialized. The realm of the faux core. This old fellow indeed had a hidden card. Opposite him, Lingshu Taoist's half of the Buddha face lowered its eyelids, reciting sutras. Benefactor, your obsession is too deep. This is demonic. However, the ghostly face on the left extended a crimson tongue, taking a heavy step forward. Stop talking nonsense. Devour him. His flesh and blood are more fragrant than the legendary Tang Seng's meat. Kill. Zhou Ran, too lazy to waste words, stomped his foot fiercely. His entire being transformed into an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a blur of afterimages. The Zanpakuto sliced through the air, creating a bizarre purple-black arc. This strike held no technique, only sheer force and speed. Umatba. Lingshu Taoist raised his golden glowing right arm. The great Vajra will seal. The golden palm imprint swelled with the wind, transforming into an insurmountable golden wall, sealing all of Zhou Ran's paths. Simultaneously, the ghostly claw on his left arm hid behind the golden light, reaching for Zhou Ran's dantian. This attack was extremely venomous. Withstanding the golden seal would surely shatter his dantian. Defending the lower half, his head would turn to mud. In an instant, the offensive and defensive situation reversed, and Zhou Ran fell into a deadly predicament. In the distance, Zhang Zuance's eyes widened in horror. In his eyes, although Zhou Ran practiced demonic arts, he had loyalty and righteousness. He had fought desperately to protect the two girls behind him from beginning to end. In contrast, that Lingshu Taoist, cloaked in both Buddhist and Taoist layers, was engaged in the wicked act of devouring souls. Which is right, and which is wrong? Uncle Master. That kid is about to give in. A young disciple shouted. Zhang Zuance's hand holding the peachwood sword trembled violently. He recalled the ancestral teachings of the Heavenly Master's office: eradicate demons and uphold justice. What is justice? Watching a young man fighting bloodily to protect his companions die at the hands of evil is utter nonsense for justice. No. Infinite, you son of a heavenly deity. Zhang Xuanzu bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the peachwood sword. All disciples heed my command. Form the Big Dipper exorcism formation. Target Lingshu demonic Tao. Yes. 7 figures instantly changed positions, stepping with righteous steps, and the originally scattered righteous energy surged once more into the sky. Heaven and earth, the mysterious ancestral teachings, the roots of all energies. Cultivating for countless eons, prove my divine power. Zhang Zuance's hair and beard stood on end, pointing the peachwood sword to the sky. Buzz. 7 golden talisman chains shot out, piercing through the swirling black mist, disregarding the distance of space. Just as Lingshu Taoist's ghostly claw was about to touch Zhou Ran's abdomen. Clatter. The golden chains tightly bound Lingshu Taoist's limbs. The strength of a golden core stage expert is terrifyingly unmatched. The moment the chains wrapped around, they started to crack inch by inch. But this was already enough. In a contest between experts, life and death hang by a thread. Lingshu Taoist's movements paused for a mere tenth of a second, just a fleeting opportunity. Zhou Ran's eyes sparkled with divine light. What a good assist. He laughed wildly in his heart as the long knife that was initially aimed at the golden seal actually changed direction midair, using strength against strength. The Zanpakuto did not clash heat-in, instead the blade tip slid along the edge of the golden palm imprint, creating a dazzling fire dragon. Zhou Ran's figure spun wildly, propelled by the released immense force, his speed doubling in an instant. Old fellow, leave your life behind. The blade pointed straight at Lingshu Taoist's half-human, half-ghost face. No. The ghostly face on Lingshu Taoist's left side let out a terrified scream. He wanted to retreat, but his hands and feet were firmly shackled by the formation's chains. The purple-black blade light flashed and disappeared. The Zanpakuto struck fiercely against Lingshu Taoist's half-demonic body. Night Futon's last trace of primal soul power detonated at this moment. The pressure from the ancient demon emperor, although weak, was incomparably pure. For Lingshu, who relied on devouring chaotic souls to accumulate power, it created a natural bloodline suppression. Zzz. The left half of Lingshu Taoist's demonic body was directly ignited by the pure demonic might on the blade edge, sizzling and rising with thick black smoke, flesh and blood dissolving. Aunt! A piercing scream echoed throughout the underground cavern. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Lingshu Taoist completely fell into madness. The vast Buddhist power belonging to the ancient monk within him lost balance due to the weakening demonic energy and instantly ran amok. Boom! Blinding golden light erupted. The 7 talisman chains entangled around him instantly turned to ash. Uft! 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 In the distance, Zhang Xuanzu and the others were sent flying out, blood spraying wildly, crashing heavily to the ground unconscious. Zhou Ran bore the brunt. An unstoppable immense force slammed into him, and Zhou Ran crashed heavily into the dark river, splashing up black water several meters high. Cough, cough. Lingshu Taoist clutched his nearly cleaved left shoulder where the wound had no blood. Only black flesh sprouts writhed along with purple demonic fire continuously eroding his bones and flesh. That ghostly face was filled with resentment, staring fiercely at the water's surface. But in the next second his expression changed. It was the pain emanating from the right half of the Buddha face. Amitba, sinful being. If not now, then when? The remnants of the ancient monk's soul began to backfire. Taking advantage of the injuries to the flesh as the demonic energy weakened, the suppressed Buddhist nature began to frantically vie for control of the body. Lingshu Taoist's body convulsed violently, golden light and black gas flickering alternately on him, now bright, now dim. No, this body is mine. Get out. Old bald donkey, get the hell out of here. Lingshu Taoist let out a roar that did not sound human. Yet he dared not linger. This was his most vulnerable moment. A slight misstep could lead to the old bald donkey successfully seizing his body. If that brat were to stab him again, Zhou Ran, I shall remember this debt. The Lingshu Taoist cast a resentful glance at Zhou Ran. Then he suddenly struck his chest and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Blood escape. His entire being transformed into a stream of crimson light crashing through the rock wall as he fled downstream of the dark river. The underground cavern finally fell silent. Only the sound of falling rubble and the rushing waters of the dark river remained. Zhou Ran. Lin Qingxue rushed towards the riverbank without a care. Splash. A pale hand grabbed the rocks at the edge. Zhou Ran, drenched and in a pitiful state, crawled ashore. He plopped down on the wet stones, gasping for breath. He felt as if his entire skeletal structure was about to collapse. Especially after forcibly enduring the soul power of that old demon knight, Fu Tian, his meridians felt as if they were being tugged by countless dull blades. He felt as if his entire skeletal structure was about to collapse. Especially after forcibly enduring the soul power of that old demon knight, Fu Tian his meridian. Old Deng. No one answered. After searching thoroughly, he finally discovered a shadowy figure. Knight Fuxian's soul was now over 90% diminished. It had turned into a dim little black ball floating in the corner. Zhou Ran grinned. This is what it means to seek fortune amidst danger. He had guessed correctly. This old Deng was indeed more careful about his life than himself. To preserve his own body, he had truly drained all the spiritual energy Zhou Ran had accumulated over the past few days. Currently, Knight Fu Tian was in a deep slumber. Not only was he unable to seize a body, he probably couldn't even send a message with his divine sense. The fact that this old Deng taught me without holding back indicates that he is not afraid of his techniques being disclosed. In his plans, this body of mine was likely already in his grasp. Zhou Ran let out a long sigh, feeling an unprecedented lightness in body and mind. Once this old Deng awakens, I will feign offering some treasures to nourish his soul, tricking him into revealing the cultivation path after the Golden Core stage. By the time he is capable of seizing a body again, I would have probably reached the late foundation establishment stage as well. Zhou Ran got up to stretch his limbs. Although his body was in excruciating pain and several bones were broken, it was nothing too concerning. As long as this body remained under his control, everything would be manageable. Cough, cough. From not far away, a weak coughing sound could be heard. The old priest Zhang Xuanzu, who had been slammed into the rock wall by the Lingshu Taoist, was struggling to make his way over with the help of a few disciples. With his hair disheveled, the old master's purple Taoist robe, which once represented the prestige of Longhu Mountain, now resembled that of a beggar full of rips and mud. Young friend. Zhang Xuanzu pushed away the hands of his disciples and bowed deeply to Zhou Ran. I am Zhang Xuanzu, and on behalf of all Longhu Mountain, I thank you for saving our lives. Young friend. Zhang Xuanzu pushed away the hands of his disciples and bowed deeply to Zhou Ran. I am Zhang Xuanzu, and on behalf, old master, you are too polite. Zhou Ran waved his hand, took out a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring, and took a swig, speaking casually. I didn't do it for you, mainly that old monster was blocking my way and wanted my life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanzu not only wasn't angry, but his gaze was filled with even more admiration. In his eyes, this young man practiced demonic arts, but acted with great integrity. Unlike those so-called righteous hypocrites who preach morality, yet are filled with greed and debauchery. Regardless of your intentions, the result is that you saved us. Zhang Xuanzu was a principled man. He reached into his bosom and pulled out a small white jade bottle he had kept close. This is the 9-turn soul-returning pill, specially crafted by Longhu Mountain. Although the name is a bit exaggerated, it is exceptionally effective for internal injuries. Zhou Ran didn't act coy, accepting it and pouring out a pill. The pill was entirely crimson and emitted a refreshing medicinal fragrance. He tossed it directly into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it like a jelly bean. A warm current flowed through his limbs, indescribably comfortable. Good stuff. Zhou Ran's eyes lit up. If my young friend does not mind, once this matter is settled, you are welcome to visit me at the Tianshi mansion of Longhu Mountain. Zhang Xuanzu extended the invitation. I still have a few ounces of insight tea hidden away, perfect for discussing Tao with my young friend. Zhou Ran felt a stir in his heart. He was utterly in the dark about the current cultivation system on Earth. Although Knight Fu Tian was knowledgeable, that was all ancient history from over 100,000 years ago. In fact, it was from a completely different realm. The old Taoist before him, however, was the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, the top Taoist sect of this era. Judging by his aura, his cultivation had already surpassed the so-called Earth Immortal realm. It seemed that there were indeed experts on this earth. Forming a good relationship with him to explore the truths and fictions of the current cultivation world would be advantageous. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ran laughed heartily. Then I shall not be rude. I will surely disturb you when the time comes. Zhou Ran accepted with a smile. As Zhou Ran accepted, the slight barrier between them caused by their differing methods dissipated significantly. He patted the rocks beside him, indicating for Zhang Xuanzu to sit down, and seemingly casually asked, Old master, that Lingshu Taoist just now seemed to have some connection with a place called the Wuji sect. He patted the rocks beside him, indicating for Zhang Xuanzu to sit down, and seemingly casually asked, Old master, that Lingshu Taoist, a bunch of heartless beasts. Zhang Xuanzu snorted coldly and slowly said, This sect is not a domestic sect of Huaxia, but a branch of evil cultivators that flowed back from overseas 100 years ago. Their founder, it is said, was a demonic cultivator from over 100 years ago, specializing in the vile arts of corpse refining and soul snatching. In this current age of depleted spiritual energy, we Orthodox Taoists advocate aligning with the times and cultivating a peaceful heart. We Orthodox Taoists emphasize harmonizing with the celestial order and maintaining a serene disposition. But the Wuji sect is different. They take a shortcut. What kind of shortcut? Zhou Ran asked eagerly. Plunder. Zhang Xuanzu spat out 2 words, his voice chilling. They plunder the life force of others, seize the essence of the earth's veins, and even snatch the souls of the living. In their eyes, all beings are mere materials. Many missing persons cases that have occurred in recent decades have their shadows lurking behind them. Zhou Ran squinted his fingers tracing the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Back when he was a fitness trainer, he had heard many stories of wealthy families from numerous affluent clients. At the time he thought they were just boasting for fun, but looking back now those rumors likely had something to do with the Wuji sect. Since they are acting so recklessly, why doesn't the righteous path intervene? Zhou Ran sighed, lightly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Zhang Xuansu smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's difficult. The Wuji sect operates in secret, and they are too deeply bound to the top wealthy families of the secular world. Money and power pave the way while evil arts provide protection. This is a massive web of interests, and even Longhu Mountain does not dare to easily tear it apart. Zhou Ran nodded, deeply agreeing with this. In this world, money can make even ghosts push mills, let alone push ghosts. He thought for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject, pretending to casually ask. Money and power pave the way while evil arts provide protection. This is a massive web of interests, and even Longhu Mountain does not dare to easily tear it apart. This kind of possession, Zhou Ran asked nonchalantly, his gaze seemingly casually drifting towards the swirling dark river. In reality, he was closely observing Zhang Xuance's expression with his peripheral vision. If the person being possessed is not completely dead, is there any way to drive out the foreign soul completely? Or directly obliterate the possessor's soul? This is the question he cares about the most. Although Yi Futian is in a deep sleep, it is like a thunderbolt buried deep within his soul, ready to explode at any moment. He does not wish to wake up one day to find that his body has a new owner. Zhang Xuansu looked at Zhou Ran in surprise, seemingly unable to understand why he asked such a question. However, he did not think too much about it, assuming it was merely the curiosity of youth. Seizing a body is an act against heaven, severely damaging one's virtue. Zhang Xuansu stroked his goat beard. If one wishes to expel an invading soul, there are no good methods in the orthodox Tao. Usually it relies solely on the victim's own will to resist, or to use thunder techniques, destroying both the invader and the host. Zhou Ran's eyes dimmed slightly at the orthodox path may disdain research, but that does not mean no one is studying it. Zhou Ran's spirit suddenly lifted. Oh, I would like to hear more. Zhang Xuansu lowered his voice, his expression showing a hint of gravity. Earlier, I mentioned the collusion between secular aristocratic families and evil cultivators. As far as I know, several of the top families in the capital, especially the Song family, they are secretly funding the Wujiman, researching a sinister artifact known as the Soul Lock Nail. The mention of the Song family made Zhou Ran's pupils suddenly contract. Again, it's the Song family. Exactly, Zhang Xuansu sighed deeply. The ancestors of those families, each one wealthy enough to rival nations who would willingly accept death. When the time comes, they do not think about reincarnation, but rather how to attain immortality. Borrowing a corpse to return to life is seen as their path to longevity. I have heard that the ancestor of the Song family has already lived for over 240 years. Every 50 years he selects the most talented direct descendant of the family. Then, using secret methods, he shatters their soul and occupies their body. At this point, disgust and disdain filled Zhang Xuance's face. This is why the Song family can remain prosperous, and each generation of family heads is cunning and nearly demonic. Because although the appearance changes, the essence inside has never altered. Boom. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran felt thunder roaring in his mind. Countless clues that had previously eluded him suddenly connected at this moment. No wonder the Song family acts so ruthlessly and skillfully. No wonder Shaojing was said that during his grandfather's time the Song family was already coveting the Shao family's docks. And that patch of seven-leaf spiritual grass in the west of the city, nourished with human blood, must also be used for seizing bodies to extend life. So that's it. This is not the inheritance of a century-old prestigious family. This is clearly an immortal monster that continuously devours the flesh and blood of its descendants to sustain its life. If this is true, the Song family is after the docks for more than just the drought spirit. Beneath this Soul Town temple, there must be shocking secrets related to body seizing and rebirth. Thank you for your enlightenment, Elder Master. Zhou Ran stood up and solemnly cupped his fists toward Zhang Xuansu. This conversation is worth a fortune. Are you leaving now, young friend? Zhang Xuansu noticed Zhou Ran's intent. He gazed at the bottomless dark river, his face filled with worry. Once he has the chance to kill it, his cultivation will surely advance. With a stronger soul, he will have more capital to resist Yi Futian. Moreover, there may be once he has the chance to kill it, his cultivation will surely advance. With a stronger soul, he will have more capital to resist Yi Futian. Moreover, there may be ultimate answers to dealing with Yi Futian hidden below. Zhang Xuansu knew he could not dissuade him and could only sigh. In that case, I won't hold you back, young friend. My disciples and I will stay here and set up the Big Dipper demon sealing array. If anything changes, even if it costs my old life, I will surely seal the exit. Thank you. Zhou Ran said no more and turned to walk toward the depths of the dark river. If anything changes, even if it costs my old life, I will surely seal the exit. Thank you. Zhou Ran said no more and turned to walk toward the depths of the dark river. Found darkness. Watching their departing backs, a young Taoist could not help but speak up. Master, this person's murderous aura is heavier than even that Lingshu demon. Can we really trust him? Zhang Xuanzu retracted his gaze, looking up at the pitch-black rock wall, murmuring to himself. Wuliang, damn it. A heavy murderous aura does not mean a crooked heart. In this world, the distinction between righteousness and evil has long been blurred. As they descended deeper, the surrounding environment became increasingly bizarre. Logically, as they went deeper underground, the temperature should rise. What kind of place is this? Why is it even more sinister than our 10,000 corpse cave? She was an expert in dealing with corpses, and her sensitivity to sinister energy was far as if a piece of ancient ice was pressed tightly against the back of his head, sending chills throughout his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Achoo! Miao Yingying sneezed loudly, hugging her arms tightly, her teeth chattering. What kind of place is this? Why is it even more sinister than our 10,000 corpse cave? She was an expert in dealing with corpses, and her sensitivity to sinister energy was far beyond the average person. At this moment, she could clearly feel countless invisible eyes hidden in the endless darkness around greed. Lin Qingsu's condition, on the other hand, had improved significantly. She was a rare yin-yang spiritual body, and this extreme yin location, while toxic to others, felt like a fish in water to her. Even that cold energy within her body, which had always caused her great suffering, became gentle and flowing. Get a little closer if you're cold. Zhou Ran glanced back at Miao Yingying. His demonic energy flowed, his body temperature blazing like a walking furnace. Miao Yingying wasted no time and immediately clung to him like a koala. She practically squeezed Zhou Ran's arm with her chest, completely unconcerned, mumbling softly. Zhou, your warmth is really strong. You're like a human-shaped heating pad. You're not too bad either. You're quite good at stoking the fire. Zhou Ran glanced at his buried arm and rolled his eyes at Miao Yingying. Ah! She finally reacted, gasping and swiftly releasing Zhou Ran's arm. As the three of them chatted casually, the environment changed dramatically. The rock walls here were no longer rough natural stones, but had transformed into neatly arranged bluestone slabs. Each slab was engraved with intricate runes. Though most had been eroded and blurred by time, one could still feel the immense suppressive power contained within. This was an ancient demon sealing ground. Zhou Ran, look over there. Lin Qingsu's cold voice suddenly rang out. She raised her slender finger, pointing toward a corner ahead. On the rock wall there, remnants of a dark green viscous liquid remained. The liquid was even slightly writhing, emitting a nauseating sweet smell. Zhou Ran stepped forward and gently prodded it with the tip of his blade. Hiss! The moment the blade touched the viscous liquid, a wisp of corrosive green smoke rose up. Such potent poison. Zhou Ran's gaze turned icy. Miao Yingying leaned and took a whiff, and her face instantly turned pale. This is 5 poisons corpse water. It's the forbidden potion we use in Miaojiang to destroy corpses and erase traces. Moreover, she suddenly crouched down, carefully pinching out a black dead insect the size of a fingernail from a crevice in a stone. The insect was entirely black, and on its back there was a bizarrely twisted human face. Ghost face spider. Miao Yingying's voice was filled with undeniable terror. Legend has it that only the third elder of the Gu clan, the old witch Lan Caihua, would raise such sinister. Zhou Ran had long anticipated this. He sensed several unfamiliar auras while conversing with Zhang Xuanzu, but he did not expect them to be from the Gu clan of the southern wilderness. Brother Zhou, don't let your guard down. This old hag is a tough character. Her poison techniques are extraordinary. She once single-handedly poisoned an entire family, and is known as the Poison Widow. Right now she is still being hunted. Zhou Ran repeated the name Lan Caihua in his mind. What are the people from the southern wilderness doing here? Lin Qingxue asked. What else could it be? Zhou Ran smirked, casting his gaze toward the end of the passage. This place is sealed with a drought demon. For those who play with Gu, the corpse poison, corpse energy, and even the corpse Dan of the drought demon are priceless treasures. Does she want to control the drought demon? Miao Yingying gasped. Are you out of your mind? That's the ancestor of zombies. How could she possibly touch it? Greed leads to ruin. Zhou Ran stood up, his back straight, like a sword drawn from its sheath. The three quickened their pace. Passing through the long bluestone passage, the view ahead suddenly opened up. However, the sight before them caused both girls to cover their mouths and noses, their stomachs churning. It was a vast underground cave. The ground of the cave was covered with insect corpses up to their ankles. Centipedes, scorpions, toads. Various poisonous insects remains formed several small hills, some already ground into mud with black slime oozing everywhere. Amidst these insect corpses, a few still warm bodies lay scattered. This was a thief of oil. Miao Yingying covered her mouth, forcing back the bile rising in her throat. Even she who lived among corpses felt her stomach twist, almost vomiting bile. Let alone Lin Qingxue. She had already squatted down, retching uncontrollably. The death scenes of those people were terrifying. Their bodies were pitch black, something writhing beneath their skin, blood flowing from their 7 orifices, their faces frozen in utter terror. This is a death by the 10,000 Gu devouring heart. Miao Yingying's voice tightened as she recognized this method of death. So cruel, not even leaving a complete corpse. Zhou Ran stepped aside to avoid a body, his expression calm. Such scenes would inevitably become common in the future. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, the law of the jungle is the only rule. Yingying, what does stealing oil mean? Zhou Ran asked, for this term was not mentioned in the cultivation knowledge taught to him by the old man. Stealing oil is generally the handiwork of the Northeast Grey Immortal family. Unlike tomb robbing, stealing oil specifically seeks out blessed lands. Anything precious, even corpses, they scrape off a layer of oil. Zhou Ran merely nodded in response. It seems that this group of people deserve to die. Be careful, the air. Zhou Ran merely nodded in response. It seems that this group of people deserve to die. Be careful, the air. Zhou Ran warned, channeling the demonic energy within him to form an invisible barrier around the three. Just as the barrier formed, a strange laugh echoed from deep within the cave. I didn't expect there to be mice here. As the laughter echoed, two green, ghostly flames lit up in the darkness ahead. From the ghostly flames emerged a hunched figure. It was an old woman dressed in Miao clothing. Her face was riddled with creases, her skin resembling dried orange peel, and she leaned on a snakehead staff. Around her neck coiled a vibrant centipede writhing like a living necklace. She was none other than the third elder of the southern wilderness, Lan Kaiwa. She stood before a magnificent altar. Below the altar flowed bubbling magma, and in the center of the altar floated a bronze coffin. The runes on the coffin were stained with blood, flickering with a red glow. Little Yingying. Lan Kaiwa's murky eyes turned locking onto Miao Yingying. Her shriveled lips curled into a spine-chilling grin. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the apprentice of that old thing. Grandma Lan. Miao Yingying shuddered, backing away behind Zhou Ran. Do you know her? Zhou Ran's mind raced, probing deeper into Miao Yingying's background. This girl was only 20, yet she seemed to know quite a lot. This old witch has been trying to capture me to refine medicine. Luckily, I've been in the 10,000 corpse cave these years, so she hasn't succeeded. Miao Yingying shrank her neck behind Zhou Ran. Brother Zhou, be careful, this old hag has considerable skill. My master said her cultivation has long surpassed that of earthly immortals and is about to establish her foundation. Zhou Ran's expression turned serious as he nodded slightly. Yet his thoughts were elsewhere. Capturing Miao Yingying as a medicinal ingredient. Does that mean her physique is extraordinary? Don't call me grandma, it makes me sick. Lan Kaiwa snorted contemptuously, her gaze shifting past Miao Yingying as if she had discovered a treasure beyond compare, locking onto Zhou Ran. Her eyes burst forth with scorching light. Such pure yang energy. This little handsome guy is quite charming. To escape from that sorceress's grasp, you must have impressive abilities. Lan Kaiwa pulled out a goo worm from her shriveled armpit and crushed it. Her appearance surprisingly transformed into that of a woman in her 30s, still possessing charm. Kill these two women, oh, I want the little handsome guy alive. As her words fell, the previously silent shadows sprang to life, a dense swarm of insects pouring out like a torrential flood. They were countless goo worms. They covered the ground, making a rustling sound as they closed in on the three. Zhou Ran shouted, unwilling to waste another word. The soul-cutting blade was drawn, its purple-black blade light illuminating the entire cave. Since they had crossed paths, there was only one word. Kill. Faced with the surging swarm of insects, Zhou Ran advanced instead of retreating. Stay behind me, don't run around. He shouted sharply, drawing an arc in the air with the soul-cutting blade. The purple-black demonic fire surged into the sky, forming a towering wall of fire blocking all the poisonous insects attacking them. Crackling sounds rang out. A series of acrid explosions echoed incessantly. Those armored centipedes and venomous scorpions capable of crushing rocks were turned to char under the scorching flames. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. The tyrannical and overbearing nature of the demonic arts was fully displayed. No matter how bizarre your goo techniques are, I will cleave them with a single strike. Not bad. Lan Kaiwa squinted, her previous arrogance diminishing slightly. She hadn't expected this young man's flames to possess such power capable of restraining her meticulously nurtured armored goo swarm. But this is the 10,000 goo devouring heart formation. Oh, my insects are endless. Lan Kaiwa's facial muscles twitched, which could be considered a smile, as her fingers rapidly flicked on the snakehead staff. Buzz! In the darkness above the cave, a loud buzzing erupted as a mass of black shadows swooped down. It was a cloud formed by thousands of ghost-faced moths. Each moth's wings were sprinkled with highly toxic phosphorus powder. Once contaminated, the skin would rot. Yingying released the iron corpse. Zhou Ran shouted without looking back. Yingying, unleash the iron corpse. Zhou Ran commanded without turning around. He could still handle the tide of insects on the ground, but the scattered ghost-faced moths in the air were too inefficient to be dealt with using a single sword strike. Okay. Miao Yingying didn't dare to hesitate, and pulled out a silver bell from her waist pouch, shaking it with all her might. Rise. The ringing was piercing, and the black coffin behind them let out a deep roar. The iron-armored corpse, enhanced by the spirit stone, suddenly leapt up, its power surging. It felt no pain. Its tough skin and thick flesh made it the nemesis of these poisonous moths. Its giant hands swung like a massive paddle, each strike capable of crushing dozens of moths. The poison powder that fell on it caused no harm. The battle momentarily reached a stalemate. Zhou Ran, with his sword in hand, formed a defense of purple-black demonic fire, as solid as iron walls. Any poison insect that approached within 3 meters was turned to ash by the sword light or demonic fire. Lan Caihua's face grew increasingly grim as the assault continued to stall. She glanced at the bronze coffin behind her. The blood sacrifice had reached its final stage, and the drought spirit could awaken at any moment. We can't delay any longer. A ruthless gleam flashed in her eyes. Lan Caihua suddenly pulled out a pink sachet from her bosom and crushed it with all her strength. Puff! A faint pink mist exploded. The mist did not rush towards Zhou Ran, but instead strangely mingled with the air, releasing a sickly sweet fragrance. Hold your breath. It's poisonous. Miao Yingying shouted sharply. But it was too late. This was not ordinary poison gas, but an insidious goo poison that infiltrated all. Emotional threads. Lan Caihua let out a strange laugh reminiscent of a night owl. This is the treasure I've kept hidden. It doesn't harm life, but it is the most potent aphrodisiac in the world. Just one breath, and even a pure and virtuous maiden will turn into a wanton woman. She laughed, her body trembling with delight, already foreseeing the outcome. Zhou Ran's demonic body was robust, the demonic energy flowing on its own. He felt a surge of heat rising, but managed to suppress it. The fake goo within Miao Yingying activated, starting to consume the foreign toxins. Her delicate face flushed like dripping blood, but she barely managed to stand. But Lin Qingxue, she was merely a mortal. The yin-yang spiritual body was extremely sensitive to such intensely yang toxins. The medicinal effects were magnified 100-fold within her, leaving her with no power to resist. Ugh! A suppressed moan came from behind. Zhou Ran's body paused as he turned around, his gaze darkening. Lin Qingxue had already collapsed to the ground, her hands tearing at her collar, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Her originally pale cheeks now bore an abnormal flush. Her eyes were dazed, her consciousness drifting, and she uttered incoherent murmurs. Hot! So hot! Zhou Ran. The agony forced her body to curl and twist uncontrollably. Every inch of her skin felt as if it were on fire. Qingxue. Zhou Ran's heart tightened, about to reach out to support her. Whoosh! At the moment he was distracted, Lan Caihua's figure faded from sight, and a nearly invisible silver needle drenched in potent poison shot out from her fingertip. The target was Zhou Ran's forehead. This was a lethal strike that condensed all her cultivation. Lin Qingxue's consciousness was already hazy, but her altered spiritual eyes instinctively caught the glimmer of the deadly silver light piercing through the darkness. In that moment of life and death, she burst forth with an unknown strength, using all her energy to lunge at Zhou Ran. Puff! A light sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. The poison needle that was meant to penetrate Zhou Ran's head instead sank deeply into Lin Qingxue's shoulder blade. The black poisonous gas spread rapidly like ink dripping into clear water on her snow-white skin. Ugh! Lin Qingxue trembled violently, losing all her strength, collapsing softly into Zhou Ran's arms. Find! Death! Time did not stand still. Zhou Ran's mind went blank. In the next moment, an overwhelming killing intent enough to freeze the soul erupted from his heart. This old hag dared to harm those close to him in front of him. Though he had never touched this woman, he had already considered her a forbidden fruit. Zhou Ran's demonic energy completely went out of control. His eyes were consumed by blood, and his long hair stood on end. The pressure radiating from his body crushed the surrounding swarm of insects into powder out of fear. Old hag, I will tear your body to shreds. He no longer cared about any formations or insect tides. He stomped his legs. The millennia-old rock layer beneath him exploded. Zhou Ran's figure cut through the air with a sharp sonic boom, directly crashing through the impenetrable wall of insects, appearing in front of Lan Caihua. The sinister smile on Lan Caihua's face had not yet faded when it transformed into pure terror. You! She instinctively raised her snakehead staff to block the staff's tip piercing through Zhou Ran's palm. But the hand, wrapped in black demonic energy, showed no sign of stopping its momentum, only growing stronger. In the next second, a hand like an iron claw tightly gripped her throat, lifting her entire body off the ground. But the hand, wrapped in black demonic energy, showed no sign of stopping its momentum, only growing stronger. In the next second, a hand like it was her life-bound golden silkworm goo. The golden light latched onto Zhou Ran's chest. Brother Zhou, the golden silkworm gust poison cannot be cured, it will drain you dry. From afar, Miao Yingying held Lin Qingxue, shouting in despair. Hearing this, Lan Caihua's lips curled into a sinister, dying smile. However, before the curve of her smile fully blossomed, it suddenly froze. Her murky eyes widened in horror at a scene that made her soul tremble. The golden silkworm goo that was clinging to Zhou Ran's chest, the goo king she had nurtured for decades, was now trembling violently. Its tiny limbs frantically clawed at Zhou Ran's clothing, not trying to burrow in, but rather to escape. It wanted to flee. How is this possible? Lan Kaiwa let out a hoarse scream, clawing desperately at the hand gripping her neck, but it was futile. Zhou Ran coldly looked down at the trembling golden creature on his chest, his gaze filled only with disdain. Is this your trump card? He extended 2 fingers, pinching the carapace of the golden silkworm goo. If it were the 9-li heavenly devouring goo from 3,000 years ago, I might have taken another look. Zhou Ran's tone was devoid of emotion. As for this one, its bloodline is muddled, its toxicity thin, it doesn't even qualify as a defective product. As his words fell, a dark purple light flickered at his fingertips. An ancient demonic technique that dared to defy the heavens, a mere mundane poison insect, was as insignificant as dust before his demonic energy. Bang! A crisp explosion. The life-bound golden silkworm goo that Lan Kaiwa treasured was directly blown apart into a foul golden liquid at Zhou Ran's fingertips. Puff! With the destruction of her life-bound goo, Lan Kaiwa's spirit was severely injured, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood onto Zhou Ran's arm. Her face, sustained by the goo, visibly shriveled and collapsed at a rapid pace. She reverted to the form of the orange peel old crone, even older than before, resembling weathered wood that had decayed for 1,000 years. You. Who exactly are you? Lan Kaiwa gasped, her eyes filled only with endless horror and fear. This kind of demonic technique. You are not human. I am the one sending you on your way. Zhou Ran tightened his grip on her neck. The yin-yang art operated at full force. A devouring force surged from his palm. Lan Kaiwa felt her painstakingly cultivated 2 centuries of power flowing into this young man's body like a raging flood. It surged into his body through her neck, becoming a part of his strength. No, don't. My cultivation. She struggled in vain, her nails carving deep gashes into Zhou Ran's hand, but it was in vain. This was the tyranny of the yin-yang art, seizing the heavens and earth, plundering the foundation of others. In just 3 breaths, the once feared poison widow who had roamed the southern region was utterly transformed into a lifeless, moistureless corpse. Zhou Ran waved his hand, and the desiccated corpse of Lan Kaiwa was thrown into the rushing underground dark river. He closed his eyes, channeling his inner energy as the venomous cultivation within him was crushed and assimilated by the demonic aura. Zhou Ran waved his hand, and the desiccated corpse of Lan Kaiwa was thrown into the rushing underground dark river. He closed his eyes, channeling his inner energy as the venomous cultivation. The entire underground cave, including the foundation of the soul-suppressing temple, began to shake violently. This tremor originated from deep within the earth, striking at the spirit and bringing forth the most primal fear. Oh no! Miao Yingying let out a piercing scream. The drought demon. It's alive. Before her words had faded, the bronze coffin that had suppressed for 1,000 years on the altar burst forth with a strange red light. Roar. A roar unlike any creature of the mortal realm erupted from within the coffin. It was not merely a sound, but the very will of destruction. Kala. Kala. The 8 dark iron chains binding the coffin snapped one after another. Zhou Ran's expression grew unusually grave. A pressure powerful enough to collapse the heavens descended, threatening to grind everything in this place to dust. This aura far exceeded that of Foundation establishment. It was golden core. Bang! The indestructible iron corpse beside Miao Yingying, big black, buckled at the knees under this pressure and knelt heavily on the ground. It bowed its head towards the coffin, adopting a posture of welcoming a king. My goodness! Miao Yingying's face drained of color, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. It's over. We're all going to die here. The bronze coffin suspended above the lava shifted slightly, creating a gap with a sound that grated on the heart. A withered arm covered in crimson fur reached out from the gap, gripping the edge of the coffin tightly. There was no wind in the cave. Yet the temperature here suddenly reversed. The rolling lava continued to emit high temperatures. Extreme energy. Run! Zhou Ran instinctively roared. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped Lin Qingxue, who was unconscious, into his arms while grabbing the terrified and dazed Miao Yingying with his other hand. Such a creature of this level was far beyond what he could contend with now. Unless he met up with the Taoists from the Celestial Master's manor, only then would he have a fighting chance within the Grand Formation. He had just taken a step. Bang! The bronze coffin lid was suddenly lifted by an overwhelming force, transforming into a shadow that smashed against the cave ceiling. It left behind a bottomless hole, with stones raining down like a torrential downpour. A 3-zhang tall figure entirely red rose stiffly from the coffin, hovering in midair. It was covered in scarlet fur, its face gaunt like that of a malevolent spirit, fangs protruding from its lips, and its eyes burned with 2 clusters of blood flames. The drought demon had emerged. It turned its head, locking its gaze onto the 3 who were about to flee. In that gaze there was no trace of wisdom, only the brutality, bloodlust, and craving for flesh and blood that had been suppressed for millennia. Roar! The drought demon opened its mouth and sucked in forcefully. Zhou Ran felt an irresistible force coming from behind, as if the demonic energy within him was being forcibly drawn out. and Lin Qingxue, who was poisoned and had an unusual physique, became the prime target of this extreme yin energy. Her body detached from Zhou Ran's embrace and uncontrollably floated towards the drought demon. Damn it! Zhou Ran's eyes felt like they would burst. He gripped Lin Qingxue's wrist with one hand while the other gathered all his demonic energy to resist that sucking force. Get back! But that was genuine golden core power. The demonic energy within Zhou Ran was rapidly depleting, and a sense of helplessness began to spread in his heart. Just at that moment of impending doom, a solemn golden light beam pierced through the rock layers above, illuminating the drought demon with a radiant Buddhist light. Filthy beast, do not be impudent. This admonition rang out like a morning bell or evening drum, cleansing the soul. The terrifying sucking force abruptly ceased under this sacred sound. The pressure on Zhou Ran vanished entirely. He seized the opportunity to tightly embrace Lin Qingxue. He quickly retreated to the edge of the rock wall, looking up with a heart full of astonishment. At the breach in the rock layer, a figure was descending. The person wore a tattered Taoist robe with a charred left face and a solemn right face, and a phantom golden light flickered behind his head, radiating holiness and compassion. It was indeed the Lingshu Taoist who had been completely possessed by the ancient monk. Roar! The drought demon was struck by the golden light, and black smoke began to rise from its red fur as it let out an earth-shattering roar. It could sense that this seemingly insignificant being before it emanated an aura that filled it with disgust and dread, an aura that could restrain all evils in the world. The power of the Buddhist sect. Umatba. The ancient monk's hands were clasped together, his expression one of compassion, and the original malevolence and madness of the Lingshu Taoist had completely vanished. Though his form was battered, he bore the demeanor of an ancient ascetic, and his vast Buddhist intent was enough to suppress a whole realm. The karmic ties of 1,000 years culminate today. His attention was entirely focused on the drought demon as he raised his right hand. Above his palm, a Buddhist seal rapidly rotated, expanding rapidly in the air, forming a golden mountain the size of a grinding wheel, descending upon the drought demon's head. Great power, heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store. With a thunderous roar, the drought demon's resilient body was forced back, staggering as it stumbled, creating massive waves in the lava pool. It was utterly enraged. As the ancestor of zombies, even if it had not fully regained its strength, it would not tolerate a mere remnant soul's provocation. The drought demon swung its arms, and the river of lava below was seemingly controlled by it, transforming into two ferocious fire dragons that roared towards the ancient monk. You are obstinately ignorant. The ancient monk shook his head, lightly stepping in the void with his left foot. A low rumbling hum resonated, awakening the entire soul-suppressing temple ruins. On the walls of the surrounding rock, countless golden scriptures lit up one by one, intertwining into chains of order that instantly twisted the two lava fire dragons into a torrential rain of fire, binding the drought demon's limbs without losing momentum. This utilized the earthly might of the entire grand formation. The ancient monk had operated here for 1,000 years. This was his domain. Roar! The drought demon struggled fiercely, pulling the chains taut and producing a shrill metallic scraping sound. A hint of seriousness also appeared on the ancient monk's face. I can restrain its form, but it is difficult to destroy its body. The ancient monk's voice echoed directly in Zhou Ran's heart, tinged with a hint of helplessness. This creature was formed by extreme yin energy, absorbing extreme yang fire, and is undying and unending. The Buddhist light can save its soul, but cannot destroy its body. It requires the most evil force to completely obliterate it. His gaze pierced through layers of energy waves, landing on Zhou Ran. More accurately, it landed on the soul-reaping blade in Zhou Ran's hand. Benefactor, are you willing to lend this poor monk a hand? Zhou Ran suddenly understood. The old monk did not seek a blade, but rather his demonic power. What does the master wish to do? Zhou Ran did not hesitate in the slightest. With your demonic fire, ignite this poor monk's Buddhist light. The ancient monk shouted and extended his hand towards Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran immediately acted, throwing the soul-reaping blade over. Good blade. The ancient monk caught it with one hand, expressing his admiration. Though it is a demonic weapon, it carries the intent to cut down all that is unjust. Benefactor, concentrate and pour all your power into this blade. The ancient monk formed the immovable Wisdom King seal with his left hand, holding the blade with his right. A vast Buddhist light surged from his crown, completely pouring into the blade's body. The originally purple-black soul-reaping blade was immediately dyed a pure golden color. Zhou Ran adjusted his breathing, closed his eyes, and operated the yin-yang art with all his might. He unleashed every bit of demonic energy within him unreservedly through the mental connection with the soul-reaping blade. The two completely opposite forces merged on the soul-reaping blade. They did not cancel each other out. Instead, they fused together, emitting a destructive aura that even Zhou Ran found alarming. The two completely opposite forces merged on the soul-reaping blade. They did not cancel each other out. Instead, they fused together, emitting a destructive aura that even Zhou Ran found alarming. Buddha and demon in one, all evils. Retreat. At that moment the gaze of the ancient monk shone with utmost brilliance. He made no extravagant movements, merely holding a knife with both hands aimed at the drought demon tightly bound by the chains of order. Simply put, he swung the knife down. This strike bore no towering blade light, nor the momentum of splitting heaven and earth. A flash of golden-purple light appeared and vanished in an instant too fast for the naked eye to capture. There it was empty. In the next instant golden Buddhist light erupted from within its body, purifying all evil. Immediately thereafter purple-black, demonic, there it was empty. In the next instant golden Buddhist light erupted from within its body, purifying all evil. Immediately thereafter purple-black, demonic fire ignited deep within its bones, consuming all vitality. There were no screams, no struggles. This golden core demon body, which had brought calamity for 1,000 years, silently turned to ash amidst the intertwining flames of Buddha and demon. Transcend. The ancient monk formed a seal with one hand and uttered a light shout. In the air, an almost imperceptible shadow of a vengeful spirit emerged, bowing deeply to the ancient monk. It then transformed into a shower of light and completely dissipated. Amitabha. After completing all this, the ancient monk's figure suddenly swayed. The light of the severing knife in his hand faded, transforming into a streak of flowing light flying back into Zhou Ran's hand. Meanwhile, the physical body the ancient monk possessed could no longer hold on. Starting from his feet, cracks spread inch by inch, turning to flying ash. Master. Zhou Ran stepped forward, his expression extremely complex. Although he cultivated demonic arts, he felt genuine admiration for a monk who sacrificed himself to suppress evil. No worries, dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. The ancient monk's primordial spirit became ethereal to the utmost, its brilliance flickering uncertainly, ready to dissipate at any moment. Yet a thoroughly relieved smile appeared on his half-Buddha, half-demon face. He raised his ethereal finger and pointed lightly at the spot where the drought demon turned to ashes. A bead the size of a dragon's eye broke through the void and flew into his palm. The bead was entirely crimson, with patterns flowing across its surface like molten lava. It was indeed the corpse pill of the drought demon. The ancient monk's palms surged with Buddhist light, completely erasing the last trace of violent resentment within the corpse pill, leaving only the purest energy. He handed the corpse pill to Zhou Ran. This item is a gift for you, donor. Zhou Ran was taken aback and did not immediately take it. I have only contributed a part. This drought demon was suppressed by you, master. Without the donor's demonic fire, this poor monk's remnant soul would be powerless to purify this fiend. The ancient monk's gaze fell upon Zhou Ran deep, as if it could penetrate his soul. A borrowed flower to offer to the Buddha, the donor need not decline. Zhou Ran ceased to be pretentious and reached out to take the bead. It was scorching to the touch, but did not burn. The violent corpse energy within had been cleansed by the Buddhist light, leaving behind a vast ocean of pure fire essence. This was exactly what he needed most at this moment. Thank you, master. Zhou Ran stored the corpse pill and bowed respectfully to the monk, whose face was only half intact. Regardless of whether the other was righteous or evil, merely for the courage to suppress the drought demon at all costs, Zhou Ran felt it warranted a bow. You are too polite, donor. The ancient monk smiled slightly, the remaining eye reflecting the wisdom of having seen through the vicissitudes of the ages. I observe a deep murderous aura at your brow, yet deep within your spiritual platform there remains a glimmer of clarity that cannot be extinguished. Whether demonic path or righteous path, the sword is in your hand. How you wield it depends entirely on your heart. Zhou Ran heard the underlying meaning in those words. These words were pointed. He instinctively touched his brow. In his sea of consciousness, Yi Fu Tian was still asleep. To deal with Ling Su Daorun, he had almost drained the old demon's soul power completely. Master's insight is like a torch. Zhou Ran pondered for a moment and decided to be straightforward. I indeed have a great affliction within me, tormenting me day and night, like a flesh-eating disease. Is there any method for the master to resolve it? He asked very directly. The person before him had lived for over 1,000 years and was an expert in manipulating souls and seizing rebirth. If he could obtain a complete solution to Yi Fu Tian from his mouth, this journey would truly be fulfilled. The ancient monk did not answer immediately. He turned around, looking at the ground sealed by the cooled rocks with wisps of blue smoke rising. A body with dual souls is a great taboo of the heavenly way. The voice of the ancient monk floated over. What you wish to ask is how to separate that remnant soul and turn it to your use, is it not? Zhou Ran's pupil shrank slightly. Exactly. The ancient monk shook his head. Once the divine souls merge, it is as if water enters ink, impossible to separate. If forcibly stripped, the least result is the destruction of the mind, the worst is the scattering of the soul and spirit. Unless what? Unless you can cultivate the great Sun Tathagata purifying world mantra. With this supreme Buddhist divine mantra, you can cleanse your sea of consciousness day and night. Then akin to peeling an onion layer by layer, you will grind away the consciousness of that remnant soul, ultimately leaving only the purest soul power for your use. The ancient monk turned around, extending his ethereal finger and lightly tapping Zhou Ran's brow. A stream of cool information rushed into Zhou Ran's mind in an instant. It was indeed an obscure and profound fragment of scripture. This method is slow, but it excels in stability. The ancient monk retracted his finger and added, however, the fact that the remnant soul can dwell within you without perishing indicates that there must be a very deep karmic entanglement between you two. Sometimes slaughter is not the only answer. Zhou Ran closed his eyes, feeling the scripture within his mind. This old monk truly saw through everything. Right now he certainly could not kill that old fiend Yi Fu Tian. But this great Sun Tathagata purifying world mantra was the tightening curse hanging over his head. If necessary, it could make him unable to seek life or death. I have learned a lot, Master. Zhou Ran bowed again, but then turned the conversation, still somewhat reluctant to ask. May I ask, Master, does the legendary secret of seizing rebirth actually exist? Upon hearing this, the ancient monk's half-destroyed face bore a smile that was not a smile full of meaning. Do you think that this appearance of mine is worthy of being called longevity? Zhou Ran looked at the body before him, which was neither human nor ghost, still shedding fragments of flesh, and honestly shook his head. Not really. Then that is the answer. The ancient monk sighed. Everyone seeks longevity, yet they do not realize the cycle of cause and effect. Retribution is unavoidable. Whether borrowing a corpse to return a soul, or seizing rebirth, it is ultimately an act against the heavens. This physical body at most can still last for 3 days. And after 3 days, dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. The ancient monk spread open his ethereal palm, which was empty. Here there are no longevity secrets, nor any treasures against the heavens. If one must say there is. He pointed at Zhou Ran, then at the unconscious Lin Qingxue in the distance. Those who can walk out alive are the greatest treasures of this place. Zhou Ran was taken aback. Then he smiled. He fully understood. The so-called treasure of the Soul Suppression Temple was a scam from beginning to end. The real treasure was precisely those treasure seekers who perished here one after another for the sake of illusory treasures. Master is perceptive. Zhou Ran clasped his hands. Crack. The surrounding rock walls began to show fine cracks with stones continuously falling. Although the drought demon was dead, the earth-shattering battle just now had completely destroyed the underground structure. This place was about to collapse. This matter is over. This poor monk must be leaving. The ancient monk adjusted his tattered Dao robe and cast his gaze towards the dark corridor above. Having been trapped for 1,000 years, I should see what the world of today looks like. Zhou Ran looked at his visage, half decayed and half glowing with golden light, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Master, forgive my bluntness. If you go out looking like this, it may cause quite a panic. It is merely skin, all is illusory. The ancient monk laughed lightly, his hands pressed together. The Buddha has no form. Form arises from the heart. With that his voice fell. Zhou Ran's chest heaved. He knew this was an unavoidable challenge. He reached out, pulling the trembling Lin Qingxue to his side, facing the scrutinizing gazes of the two women, nearly escaping. The strange half-demon, half-Buddha form had already vanished. Standing in place was a middle-aged monk dressed in gray robes, slightly plump in figure. His face was calm, and his demeanor peaceful, resembling an ordinary monk who merely swept the floors and recited scriptures in a temple. His complexion had a healthy rosy hue, showing no trace of corpse energy or demonic thoughts. Benefactor, does this look much more pleasing to the eye? The plump monk stroked his smooth head, his warm smile capable of disarming all defenses. Buddhism has no form. A form arises from the heart. Miao Yingying, standing beside Zhou Ran, rubbed her eyes with a puzzled expression. To her, he clearly resembled a little monk of about 7 or 8 years old, mischievously pulling a face at her. One person, one form. Seeing the heart reveals the nature. Zhou Ran's breath momentarily halted, and waves surged within. This was no simple illusion, but a profound technique that projected one's own will into another's soul. Master. Remarkable. Zhou Ran gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. This poor monk must take his leave now. The plump monk nodded slightly, and a phantom golden lotus flower appeared beneath his feet, lifting him toward the dark passage above. Wait. Master. Zhou Ran suddenly remembered something, and called out urgently. My friend is afflicted by a strange poison, and is in grave danger. Since you possess extraordinary abilities, could you lend a hand to save her? The plump monk's body halted in midair. He turned his head, his gaze settling on Lin Qingxue, whose cheeks were flushed and breath heated, then glanced deeply at Zhou Ran, his eyes filled with profound meaning. This tribulation is also this fate. That female benefactor is a rare yin-yang spiritual entity. Currently the yin energy is being provoked by yang poison, causing an imbalance, with the fire poison attacking her heart, making it difficult for even deities to save her. The plump monk's tone was calm, yet every word struck at the core. Benefactor, you possess the pure yang demonic essence, while she carries the yin-yang spiritual body. This is the predestined solution. After saying this, the plump monk no longer lingered, bowing respectfully to Zhou Ran. Benefactor, there is no need to feign ignorance. His figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the end of the dark passage. In the vast cave, only a faint Buddhist chant echoed. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Zhou Ran stood in place, his face turning red. This old monk spoke grandly, yet his meaning could not be clearer. To save her, he would have to take her. This was not taking advantage of someone in need, it was the master's guidance. The temperature in the cave was slowly rising. The source was not magma, but the poison known as emotional thread, releasing its final effects into the air. Hot. A suppressed groan tinged with weeping came from the corner. Zhou Ran swallowed hard and turned to leave. Miao Ying was anxiously kneeling on the ground, channeling her unique cold energy as a corpse handler to try and lower Lin Qingxi's body temperature. However, that slight chill was utterly useless against Lin Qingxue, who was like a volcano about to erupt. Seeing Zhou Ran approach, Miao Ying's voice became laced with tears. Brother Zhou, please look at Sister Lin. Her body is frighteningly hot, and my lifebound poison says she's about to be burned up. Zhou Ran crouched down. The sight before him tightened his heart. At this moment, Lin Qingxue was in an her usually serene face was now flushed with a rosy glow, sweat soaking her clothes, clinging to her rising. The most dangerous factor was not the aphrodisiac poison, but that the toxin had triggered the pure yin energy sealed within her body. The most dangerous factor was not the aphrodisiac poison, but that the toxin had triggered the pure yin energy sealed within her body. The pure yin clashing with the pure yang poison created a raging fire that burned within her. If she were not saved, soon her mortal body would be reduced to ashes. Ying. Zhou Ran's voice was a bit hoarse, but his gaze was resolute. Go to the cave entrance and guard for us. No matter what you hear, do not look back. Miao Ying was not an ignorant girl. She understood Zhou Ran's meaning, her small face flushing red. She did not question further, just nodded vigorously. Oh, brother Zhou, don't worry, unless I die no one will disturb you. After speaking, Miao Ying ran to the cave entrance several dozen meters away, took out 2 talismans, stuck them on the wall, sat cross-legged, and began to keep watch. Zhou Ran no longer diverted his attention. A pair of scorching hands instinctively wrapped around his neck. Zhou Ran, save me. Lin Qingxu's eyes were half closed, her recently awakened, discerning spiritual eyes, now misty and devoid of luster, leaving only the desire to survive. She was like a dying traveler in the desert, grasping at a water source. Using her last strength, she pressed tightly against Zhou Ran, seeking the unique coldness imbued with demonic energy from him. Lin Qingxue, listen well. Zhou Ran grasped her restless hand, speaking each word deliberately. I am going to save you now, trust me. Her response was to lean in with her warm lips. The string known as reason snapped. This was a new feeling that Chunya and Xiao Hongli had never experienced. This was a university professor. Enough. Zhou Ran no longer hesitated. This was not taking advantage of her. This was saving her life. He embraced Lin Qingxue, his form swaying as he moved to a flat and sheltered rock. Their clothes fell away, and the 2 bodies, radiating entirely opposing energies, pressed close together without obstruction. At the moment of their perfect union, a vast torrent of energy erupted from their core, washing over the entire cave. The yin-yang formula, activated on its own, reaching an unprecedented level. Yin and yang harmonized, dragon and phoenix sang. Zhou Ran felt a chilling force penetrate to his very marrow. A pure and extreme yin spiritual energy surged into his meridians. Meanwhile, the powerful pure yang demonic essence within him found its rushing passage, flooding into Lin Qingxue like a river breaking its dam. The cold and the heat, 2 opposing forces clashed, tugged, and fused within their bodies. Midway through the 8th stage of qi condensation. Late stage of the 8th stage of qi condensation. Peak of the 8th stage of qi condensation. The barrier that had blocked countless cultivators their entire lives crumbled under the fusion of yin and yang, utterly fragile. Zhou Ran's internal energy soared rapidly amidst the purple-black demonic energy. A strand of pure white emerged like a dot of jade and ink, wondrously exquisite. 9th stage of qi condensation. Moreover, this surge of growth did not stop surging forward like a bamboo shoot after rain, reaching the perfect completion of the 9th stage of qi condensation. Just 1 step away from drawing energy into his body to establish a foundation. Time became surreal amidst extreme pain and pleasure. Uncertain of how long it had been, the energy tide that made even the soul shiver slowly receded. Zhou Ran opened his eyes, the light in his gaze completely retracted, leaving only a profound depth. The person in his arms had fallen asleep, her former expression of pain replaced by tranquility. Tears were still clinging to her long eyelashes, but a satisfied curve graced her lips. Her skin was as warm and smooth as jade, translucent and flawless. No trace of poison remained, instead a sacred glow emanated. Zhou Ran gazed down at her, his eyes filled with unprecedented gentleness. From this moment on, this woman would be inextricably linked to his fate. He took a clean outer garment from his storage ring and gently draped it over Lin Qingxue. Zhou, brother Zhou, is it over? A voice filled with shyness and concern from afar came from Miao Yingying. Zhou Ran adjusted his clothes and cleared his throat. Come here. Miao Yingying then cautiously stepped over. She first glanced at the peacefully sleeping Lin Qingxue. Seeing her complexion returning to a rosy hue with steady breaths, she finally relaxed. Moreover, Lin Qingxue's aura had even touched the edge of the Tao. She then looked at Zhou Ran in astonishment. Brother Zhou, your aura. The previous Zhou Ran was like a drawn demonic weapon, sharp and imposing. But the current Zhou Ran had become an unfathomable cold pond. All sharpness was concealed within, seemingly calm on the surface, yet harboring a terrifying power that could devour everything. Yin and Yang harmonized. I made a small breakthrough. Miao Yingying's eyes lit up, then I too. What awaited her was a playful flick on the forehead from Zhou Ran. What are you fantasizing about? He was not into younger girls, and Miao Yingying was way too young. He stood up, his gaze sweeping past the ashes of the drought corpse, and then to the still trembling iron corpse. We cannot linger here. Yingying, go collect the corpse fire from the remnants of that drought corpse, infuse it into your iron corpse, and take it away with your corpse-rearing coffin. Miao Yingying was first taken aback, then her eyes burst with tremendous excitement. Drought corpse fire. That is the pure yang fire capable of melting gold and iron. She was so excited that she became somewhat incoherent. If my big black can refine this corpse fire, let alone a copper-armored corpse, even promoting it to an indestructible silver-armored corpse king would be a piece of cake. By then, even a grandmaster of the transformation realm wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. Then that's good. Zhou Ran's gaze turned toward the upper part of the cave at the deep exit. Although the tremors underground had ceased, the surrounding air was becoming thin. Pack up your things, we are going up. In the Jiang City Sea area, the azure sky was like a wash. The winds and waves that had persisted for several days had finally calmed, and the sea surface was as smooth as a mirror. By a military speedboat stood Zhang Xuanzu, the old master of Longhu Mountain, with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture perfectly upright. A pair of somewhat murky eyes stared unblinkingly at the sealed core sea area. The disciples behind him were all injured, their expressions weary. Master, that senior. A disciple could not hold back any longer, the despair in his words nearly overflowing. The commotion coming from beneath the ground was almost enough to upheave this sea area, shattering even the master's formation into dust. That level of battle was beyond their imagination. Silence. Zhang Xuanzu reprimanded in a low voice, his palm hidden under the wide Taoist robe unconsciously tightening. If that young friend truly perished here, it would be an immeasurable loss for the entire cultivation world of Huaxia. Just at that moment. Splash. The mirror-like surface of the sea erupted with a large hole, and three figures bearing a massive black coffin soared into the sky. They then gracefully landed on the rocky shore. They've come out. They've emerged. The disciples erupted in exclamations of surprise. Zhang Xuanz's ancient calm face was overtaken by immense joy, disregarding the dignity of the master as he hurriedly stepped forward. Young friend, you're safe, that's wonderful. The old Taoist's eyes glistened with tears, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Zhou Ran looked at the elderly man, whose genuine emotions were on full display, and the violent rage accumulated from countless battles dissipated somewhat. Thank you for your concern, master. I managed to survive by sheer luck. He nodded slightly, a peaceful smile on his face. This is not mere luck. Zhang Xuanzu shook his head, a bittersweet smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Ran, causing his heart to skip a beat. Only a few hours had passed. This young man's aura had actually changed again. It was not a breakthrough in cultivation realm, but something far more profound. Young friend's cultivation has condensed to such a degree. Zhang Xuanzu inhaled sharply, his expression turning very serious. Oh, how do you see that? Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. The old demon Yi had once said that low-level cultivators could not see through the realities of high-level cultivators. Could it be that this old man was deceiving him again? Qi is the foundation and momentum is the sharpness. Zhang Xuanzu took a deep breath and explained, cultivators experience two kinds of changes, one is Qi and the other is momentum. Qi represents one's inherent strength, while momentum embodies one's driving force. Now young friend's momentum is stronger than before, like an emperor pressing down upon me, the old Taoist, making it hard to breathe. Zhou Ran understood. It was the aura after his breakthrough merging further with the pressure of demonic power. The entirety of his being had been elevated. He waved his hand dismissively, mumbling, just a slight realization. Congratulations, young friend. Zhang Xuanzu did not press further and cautiously inquired, what about the drought demon? Killed. Zhou Ran uttered 2 words. Then, the Lingshu demon of the Wujiman. Dead. Another 2 words, but they struck deeply at the hearts of the Longhu Mountain disciples, halting their breaths. Zhang Xuanz's mouth opened slightly and finally bowed respectfully to Zhou Ran. Wuliang, Tianzuan, your actions have brought immeasurable merit. This grace we at Longhu Mountain will never forget. Old master, you flatter me. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Xuanzu noticed Zhou Ran's eagerness to leave and ceased to retain him. He handed over a jade talisman engraved with the Longhu emblem, promising that whenever needed in the future, Longhu Mountain would respond. Before leaving, his gaze briefly lingered on Lin Qingxue. The girl's eyes shimmered with spirit, making even him feel a sting of brilliance. From destruction comes rebirth, gaining fortune from misfortune, how marvelous. The old Taoist sighed softly, and then took his disciples away on their boat. The sea breeze swept over the pier with a salty and fishy scent. Zhou Ran took out his phone from a waterproof bag and turned it on. The moment the screen lit up, the phone vibrated violently in his palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The red number on the green bubble icon was already glaringly at 999. Miao Yingying leaned over to take a look, laughing unabashedly. Brother Zhou, you really have quite the romantic debt. Look at these missed calls. Sister Chen, President Xiao. Sister Chen, President Xiao. Oh dear, it seems like a life-threatening series of calls is coming in. Zhou Ran felt his scalp go numb. The two alternating fiery red names made his heart race even more than when facing the drought demon. He put away his phone and turned his gaze to Lin Qingxue, who was somewhat uneasy. Through that special, yin-yang harmony, Lin Qingxue had transformed entirely. The once high and aloof demeanor had turned into a warm and restrained aura. Her skin was fair and translucent, exuding a lustrous glow. Every movement of her brows and eyes radiated a natural charm. It was the unique allure of someone who had been thoroughly nurtured and stepped into the realm of cultivation. Let's go. Zhou Ran sighed, his tone carrying a hint of tragic solemnity. Whether you stick your neck out or withdraw, it's still a knife. At the Xiao family manor, the lights were bright. As soon as the car drove into the gate, Zhou Ran sensed something was off with the atmosphere. The courtyard was eerily quiet, with no butlers or servants who would usually greet him. He pushed open the door of the individual villa. Two gazes immediately pinned him in place. On the sofa in the center of the living room sat two women. On the left was Chunya, dressed in a dark green silk nightgown, her long hair loosely tied up. She held a glass of red wine between her fingers, her posture languid. On the right was Xiao Hongli, still wearing a well-tailored professional suit with her arms crossed, a red-soled high heel precariously perched on her toes, tapping lightly on the air. You're back. Chunya swirled the dark red liquid in her glass, her voice devoid of any emotion. I'm back. Zhou Ran chuckled awkwardly while changing his shoes. Xiao Hongli could no longer maintain her calm demeanor, standing up and rushing to Zhou Ran's side. She scanned him from head to toe, confirming he was not missing any limbs before the uncontainable worry in her eyes finally dissipated. But the next moment her gaze shifted past Zhou Ran, fixating intensely on Lin Qingxue. The corners of Xiao Hongli's eyes twitched. This wasn't her first time seeing Lin Qingxue. She had even convinced herself to accept her. But this time it was completely different. The Lin Qingxue before her seemed as if she had been washed clean by rain, a top-grade white jade. Transparent and dewy, she radiated an astonishing brilliance. But this time it was completely different. The Lin Qingxue before her seemed as if she had been washed clean by rain, a top-grade white jade. Transparent and dewy, she radiated. Zhou Ran. Xiao Hongli gritted her silver teeth, her voice squeezing out from between her clenched teeth. Lin Qingxue's cheeks instantly flushed, and she instinctively lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. In the corner, Miao Yingying with great perception shrank her neck and returned the handful of sunflower seeds she had just grabbed. This atmosphere was not suitable for snacking, or it was easy to get splattered with blood. Zhou Ran's chest heaved. He knew this was an unavoidable challenge. He reached out, pulling the trembling Lin Qingxue to his side, facing the scrutinizing gazes of the two women. This mission is fraught with peril. I was poisoned by a corpse poison, and it was Qingxue who saved me. Hearing Zhou Ran's pale explanation, Chunya's red lips curved into a charming smile. Though her innate talent was mediocre, her dual cultivation over the past days had heightened her perception of the fluctuations in spiritual energy beyond that of ordinary people. She observed the shared essence flowing between Lin Qingxue and Zhou Ran, already having seen through everything. Hongli, sit down. Chunya's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority. Xiao Hongli felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but returned to her seat, her gaze still slicing through Zhou Ran like a knife. Chunya stood up and walked to Zhou Ran. She was half a head shorter than him, yet her sense of oppression was undiminished. She extended her slender fingers to smooth the wrinkles of his collar. Her fingertips intentionally brushed across his chest, feeling the steady, powerful heartbeat. Where are you hurt? There were no frantic questions, nor was there any fury demanding answers. Those four simple words completely shattered the tense defenses Zhou Ran had built within. All the exhaustion and resentment accumulated from life-and-death battles transformed into a warm current at that moment. It's just superficial wounds, they are all healed. Zhou Ran grasped her hand and added, that old Taoist gave me some medicine. Chunya nodded lightly, and then turned to Lin Qingxue. Her gaze was calm and unwavering, yet unfathomable. Under her watchful eyes, Lin Qingxue felt uneasy, as if she were completely exposed from the inside out, a surge of impulse to retreat overtaking her. Professor Lin, Chunya began. Chen. President Chen, Lin Qingxue stammered in reply. Since Zhou Ran has brought you back, it means you are important to him. From now on we are all sisters, this is your home. Lin Qingxue raised her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. Xiao Hongli could no longer hold back. Sister Ya, how could you? However, Chen Ya's tone shifted, her gaze sweeping across everyone present before landing on Zhou Ran's face. She curled her lips into an enigmatic smile and said in an irrefutable tone, I'll lay down the ground rules first. In this household, both Hongli and I manage the finances and affairs. As for Zhou Ran, she paused, a glimmer of cunning and sharpness flashing in her eyes. He is responsible for matters of life and death. Anyone who dares to create trouble for him or hinder him should not blame me, Chunya, for turning against them. This was Chunya, the woman at the top of the wealthy circle in Jiang City. Zhou Ran touched his nose, secretly admiring her. After all, the master of the harem was indeed formidable. Xiao Hongli's jealousy was still boiling. Yet under Chunya's leadership, she could only huff, accepting the outcome. The first storm of the harem was forcefully suppressed by Chunya with her strongest attitude before it could erupt. After dinner, Zhou Ran arranged for Lin Qingxue to stay in a standalone villa. As for Miao Yingying, he sent her to the guest room in the bamboo forest. There was no other reason, as Zhou Ran simply found her and that coffin unlucky. In the deep of night, Zhou Ran washed off the dust and the smell of gunpowder lying down on the soft bed. This journey underground had been fraught with danger, but the rewards were considerable. Not only was there a breakthrough in cultivation, but also a transformation in mindset. Just as he was about to close his eyes to rest, he heard a faint turning sound from the door lock. Click! Two graceful figures slipped in silently like ethereal spirits under the moonlight. Before Zhou Ran could get up, he was pushed back onto the bed from both sides. Chunya, clad in a silk nightgown, shimmered like pearls under the moonlight. Xiao Hongli had changed into a pink cartoon nightdress, forming a stark contrast to her usual CEO image, and she held a bottle of red flower oil. You too. Zhou Ran swallowed. Xiao Hongli bit her red lips, her gaze full of the meaning of settling scores after the autumn harvest. We need to give you a thorough checkup to see if there is any residual corpse poison. Chunya smiled, charmingly exhaling like orchids. Little Zhou Ran, having run away from home for so long, Auntie must test your studies to see if you have fallen behind. Do we need red flower oil for the exam? Zhou Ran tried to reason. Less nonsense. Chunya sat at the edge of the bed, her fingertips tracing over his chest, her tone plaintive. You've disappeared for so many days, you should be punished. Lin Qingxue's situation was special, so we won't hold it against you, but the account for the worry and fear you caused us must be settled right. How do we settle? Of course we'll spar in chess. Chunya exchanged glances with Xiao Hongli, immediately laying out the chessboard and arranging the pieces. This night was destined to be a thrilling contest. For Zhou Ran, this would probably be more mentally taxing than battling a drought demon. After all, dealing with a drought demon allowed for all-out attacks, but with these two businesswomen, he could only proceed with caution. Moreover, Xiao Hongli's extreme physique had undergone a profound transformation. Her thoughts were even more elusive. At this moment, Chunya was no longer the novice she once was, making swift and decisive moves, advancing her pawns to threaten. Zhou Ran's usual killer move, pulling the bottom car, had even been countered by her, leaving him with no choice but to play carefully and cautiously. In just 2 games going back and forth, they had unknowingly played through the entire night. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lin Qingxue had tightly covered her head with a quilt. Listening to the sounds of cannon at the head and horse jumping from next door, she quietly analyzed the situation on the chessboard in her mind, unable to sleep for a long time. If she were to face a chess master like Zhou Ran, how would she respond? The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, filling the room. Zhou Ran opened his eyes, feeling clear-headed and refreshed. On the 2-meter-wide chessboard, the scent of perfume had yet to dissipate. On the nightstand, a note pinned under his phone bore Chun Ya's cursive handwriting. There's soup in the kitchen, I'll remember to drink it. There's a meeting at the company, Hongli and I will leave first. Your little secretary will manage herself. Zhou Ran chuckled bitterly, rubbing his waist. This soft meal is getting harder and harder. After washing up and drinking the nourishing soup filled with affection, Zhou Ran walked into the secret room deep in the bamboo forest. This was a cultivation space specially created for him by Xiaojing, was soundproof and concealed from prying eyes. He sat cross-legged in the center of the gathering spirit formation, clearing his mind, and began to tally the spoils from this trip. First, there were the low-grade spirit stones he had pried from the 18 Rakshasa mechanisms. In the era of the end of the law, these were as valuable as nuclear reactors. Holding it in his hand, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his limbs, washing away his fatigue. For use during foundation establishment, Zhou Ran carefully stored it in his storage ring. Next was a dark red brocade box. When the lid opened, a terrifying wave of heat surged out, causing the temperature in the secret room to rise rapidly. Inside the box, a red pearl the size of a longan floated quietly, its surface swirling with magma-like patterns. The corpse den of the drought demon. The essence of the drought demon's cultivation at the golden core stage, a treasure coveted by countless evil cultivators. Had it not been for the ancient monk purifying it with Buddhist methods, the leaked corpse poison alone would have turned the entire Jiang city into a dead zone. Good stuff. Just as Zhou Ran was about to reach out to touch it, a chilling thought echoed in his sea of consciousness. Of course it's good stuff. Kid, don't hesitate, swallow it now. Once you swallow it, you can ascend in one step and enter Foundation establishment. By then, who can rival this little star? It was Yi Finshan,